I gotta say, I've cleared my mind of any fear about Murakami, and in fact, I'll go so far as to say these next couple days, weekdays, being a part of the Home Run Derby tonight and then playing in the game tomorrow will benefit him.
Mully Murakami is more likely to tweak something in a home run derby than maybe the game. That's when you swing after swing after swing after swing. Sox fans, you just will watch with, I think, a little bit of anxiety, perhaps.
Now I will.
From Kumamoto, Japan, with 20 home runs on the season, from the Chicago White Sox, he is Munetaka Murakami!
It's not over here in the States, but how about that?
That's just easy.
That is pure. Right. That is on target. That is aligned. There's no top spin to that. Stay there. What a beautiful swing from Murakami.
And that's going to do it for Murakami. 9 home runs for Munetaka Murakami. A homer wins it, a non-homer, and we're going to a swing-off.
Baseball is not afraid. Wow!
Is that enough? Is that enough? Jordan Walker wins it!
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 104.3 The Score.
I'm stroking. That's what I'm doing. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Mooney survived. He did not last long, but he remained healthy for the home run derby.
Morning, Mully. Happy Tuesday. Yes, what a relief it was. He showed up. He got the experience. He was cheered, and he nearly advanced, but he got ousted after round one. He seemed healthy. He looked like he was happy, having a good time representing the White Sox, and it was a home run derby. If you're into such things, it delivered. It was very dramatic down to the end. And
the greatest ever. Didn't you hear Barry Bonds tell you that?
Well, I think everyone who was there last night likely agreed because of the way it went down to the hometown guy, Kyle Schwarber.
Not a booing. It's Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's Philadelphia. But congratulations to Jordan Walker, who, with a late flurry, hits 4 straight home runs and wins the home run derby for 2026. And that was something Major League Baseball has to be pretty pleased with, because regardless of how difficult it might have been to find on your television set, it was a pretty good entertainment.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Jordan Walker won $1 million.
Yeah.
For winning the home run derby. I believe Schwarber got $500,000, and all participants got $150,000, including Mooney.
That's why he was smiling.
That's pretty good.
That's why he didn't mind getting ousted necessarily.
Tough way to make $150K.
Yeah, he had himself a pretty good day, though, overall, representing the Sox. He had a good time on the Pat McAfee show. He was answering all kinds of questions during the media access time. This was what you envisioned when he went there to kind of be on stage. And tonight, maybe he gets an opportunity to do something in more than maybe just one token at bat. That would be fun.
Yeah, it'd be great. I mean, listen, he seemed to be having a blast, meeting all sorts of people. It was nothing but fun the whole day long. It appeared for Mully Murakami.
Yeah, Mully handled himself really well. The derby itself, at one point it was, obviously Anthony Rizzo doing the commentary, Wilson Contreras at the plate versus Kyle Schwarber in the semifinal round. It's like, oh my gosh, this is like the lovable reunion hits Philadelphia. 2016 Cub versus 2016 Cub, called by a 2016 Cub. And I was surprised Wilson Contreras has become as much of a home run hitter as he seems to have become. 20 homers at the break, and he was hitting those with easy power last night.
Did he have the longest one in the first round, I believe? You know what's amazing, David, is you're sitting there and you're watching that and you're listening to Rizzo and you're thinking, okay, so the 2016 Cubs remaining in baseball. Obviously, Schwarber is the star of the group.
Yep.
Obviously, you've got Wilson Contreras. I believe technically you got Chris Bryant.
Technically, he's still on the payroll.
He's still on the payroll.
still on,
but
yeah.
We haven't seen him in a while. And Aroldis Chapman?
Aroldis Chapman, teammates with Wilson Contreras.
Is that it then?
No, Javi Baez.
Oh, Javi Baez.
Javi Baez.
Another guy that's kind of
Also, one that people forget, Jorge Soler.
Oh, my God.
So he was on the 2016
yeah,
team.
of course.
And I think that might be the entire list because those are the ones you think of at the top. And the fact that Chapman and Contreras are teammates, no longer battery mates because Wilson doesn't catch any longer, that's amusing to me because Wilson Contreras, as you point out, he caught Game 7.
Yes, he did.
Until being replaced by David Ross.
That's right.
When John Lester came into the game. So he's still out there hitting homers. Obviously, Schwarber, his spot in Cub history is forever etched. He's still out there. And only a couple other guys. The Chris Bryant inclusion is one that everyone who says, people, I can see them listening at home or wherever they are, like, oh, yeah, Chris Bryant's still in the league.
It's a painful one, huh?
It really is.
It really is.
It really is because
that's why you seemed very delighted when Jim Callis mentioned a comparison to Chris Bryant, and I winced.
Did you wince because of the injuries?
Because of the injuries.
Yeah.
Because of the way his career turned. I mean, Chris Bryant, if ever there was a player that seemed Hall of Fame ready, it was the guy everyone had waited on. You remember all the home runs you watched when he was in the minor leagues, and they kept him down there for a year.
Yes,
and that was
the service time debate,
the service time issue. But the fact was, Rookie of the Year, MVP, winning a World Series. You thought that guy was on the kind of track that would have him maybe in the Hall of Fame before he retired.
Yes.
I mean, honestly, that's
what made me smile yesterday at the thought of that comparison. If the Sox just drafted their Chris Bryant, that would mean
he's going to wind up in the witness protection program.
Well, let me ask you this then. As a Sox fan, wouldn't you take it? Wouldn't you take Rookie of the Year, MVP, World Series championship, and then let him fall off the face of the baseball earth?
No, because I saw them win a World Series. It's not the same thing that it once was.
I think you take it.
I think you would take it.
I think you take it.
I think you would take it.
I think that if you tell most Sox fans, this is what's going to happen.
You think one would take it. You don't think I'd take it because I just said I wouldn't take it.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry for putting words in your mouth. But if that were the either or, you're going to have this number 1 overall draft pick.
I want it all.
I know you want it all.
More than just that.
I know, but I think that's quite a career. That's quite a legacy.
Really? I think it's like a blue star, whatever, the young star that burns out fast.
I understand where you're coming from. I just look at how many names that were called in this most recent Major League draft, and if you have an opportunity to be the Rookie of the Year, the MVP, and be a World Series champion, and a big reason why in the year that you won the MVP, but someone will tell you, you're only gonna last like 8 years.
Yeah, you're giving me like an Achilles type of thing. You're gonna be the greatest warrior ever. You're gonna be completely immune. We'll dip you in the river Styx. The only problem is, we got to hold your little Achilles tendon while we dip you.
I'm just telling you that was why my reaction was the way it was. I don't necessarily. I would probably take the winning up front, and if the alternative was to have a very healthy, 12-year career, but you're not going to win the World Series or an MVP, I might take the former than the latter.
But you're acting like those things that it's one or the other. Like I just think that unfortunately Chris Bryant fell off the ledge for whatever reason.
Yeah, it was bad.
It's tough, and it's a pity. It really is. I mean,
Texter says
he was so good for so long.
Carl Edwards Jr., I'm not sure he's in the majors right now. I think he might have been back and forth, up and down, on and off rosters, designated for assignment in various spots. I do not know his status right now. I think that he might be in the minor league system for the Detroit Tigers, but I don't think he's on a major league roster.
See, this is the problem with Chris Bryant's career. Texter says, biggest injury he had was no heart.
Yeah, that's really unfair.
That's very difficult.
Yeah, I think that's very unfair. Yeah, Chris Bryant, bad back. I think that that was says a lot, and that's why he's still inactive, but on the payroll. Carl Edwards Jr., Detroit Tigers minor league system. Haven't seen him for a while. I think if Carl Edwards had anything left, the Cubs might have found him earlier this year when they were in search of anybody who could throw, any healthy body to add to a bullpen that is likely enjoying their time off. I hope that they're somewhere on a beach in the Bahamas that Jacob Webb is decompressing and Ryan Rollison is, staying out of harm's way. Stay away from those surfboards, guys. Who was it that we were talking to the other day? Chase Mydroth. When I asked him inside the clubhouse about his draft day, he said that it was just a normal day. Does he remember the day he was drafted? He remembered it well. He went surfing. Then he went home. Oh, wow.
When was he taken?
I think he was a fourth rounder.
He obviously wasn't taken here, so.
No. I think he might have been let's see.
Wrong Sox.
Yeah, wrong Sox. He was drafted by the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Part of that big deal. Chase Mydroth was a fourth rounder, 129th overall pick. His college was San Diego.
Oh, wow.
If you go to college at San Diego, speaking of Chris Bryant.
Joe Fortenbaugh.
Joe Fortenbaugh went to San Diego?
He went to Penn State, but he went to law school.
I thought he was a Penn State guy.
He went to law school at San Diego.
Huh. Did not know that.
Yeah.
That would be a very difficult place to study.
I think he did very well. I think he's a really bright guy.
Oh, I like Joe Fortenbaugh. That's a different topic. But I think that if you go to school at San Diego, it'd be very challenging to stay focused on your academic workload. There'd be a lot of weather distractions.
I remember being in San Diego, and I met the sister of a girl I was dating, and she's like, oh, I've got the day. Let's do something. What would you like to do? And I said, oh, are there any movies you want to see? Let's go to the movies. And she was like, well, don't you want to go to the beach? And I was like, no, I don't want to go to the beach.
Why did you not want to go to the beach?
I don't like the beach.
You don't like the beach?
Dude, I get a hot red tan at the beach.
Where's your breaking news sponsor?
My skin will boil on the beach. Have you ever seen
don't have
bacon
to
in a frying pan? That's me on a beach.
That's why God invented sunscreen.
Okay.
There are also umbrellas.
Let me ask something.
All kinds of beach.
Why would someone put on a bunch of sunscreen so they looked like God knows what, and then get a nice umbrella and head to the beach? It seems like the whole point of it is lost on me.
I thought you were going to say something to the effect of, which I've heard before, and I can respect this reason, not that I don't respect yours. Mm-hmm. Like the sand, they don't like the sand in their toes. It's like they get sand all over themselves for the rest of the day. Sand doesn't bother you?
No, it's the sunburn that bothers me. No, the hot red. It's horrible to be. Have you ever had a bad sunburn?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely. Everybody. That's part of. That's a yearly ritual. You're going to spend too much time in the sun at some point in time.
I agree. That happens quite a bit, but usually you don't. Seek it out. You don't. Strip down to a Speedo to make sure
just get some SPF 50,
especially,
and you're ready.
That you don't miss one spot and you have an earlobe that is hanging off. Thanks anyway.
Okay.
Not a beach guy.
All right.
For that reason,
so
I just don't.
You were never going to miss an assignment due to surfing.
Never.
You were never going to be late for anywhere because where were you, Mully?
No.
Why did you miss deadline, Mully? I was surfing.
No, I mean honestly, when I was a younger man, and I was covering the Bulls at that period of time, I would basically go to bookstores And if I had time to kill, I'd go see a movie. I wasn't like a beach guy, ever.
Not for everybody. It certainly is not for everybody. But boy, it was this weekend, I think. This was a big beach weekend.
Here?
And yeah, just everywhere. Okay. Everywhere. Where it was it's the middle of July. It's above 80.
When's the last time you went to the beach?
I mean, recently. It's not like a punishment for people, I think, but I understand because you do see people very sensitive to the sun, and you're very.
I am very sensitive
I could see
to a lot of things. I am sort of a sensitive flower of a man.
But it's not a bad place to decompress, as I'm sure a lot of major leaguers are this week. They're on vacation. They're away from things. They don't know baseball now until Friday. When did that happen?
That's kind of a drag.
All-Star break just now is going to drag on.
Yeah.
And on. And on.
I'm ready for more baseball after the baseball we saw before the break. I thought the Cubs were playing very well. The Sox had one of the best weekends they've had. I would enjoy seeing more baseball perhaps Thursday. That would be all right. That'd be okay. Take until Thursday. You've got until Thursday.
I enjoyed the home run derby more than I expected. And I think I say that almost every year. I got into it a little bit more because I felt like it was fun to see Schwarber do what everybody who went there that night at the ballpark
was going to do,
or hoped he would. And I thought that's a lot of pressure for one guy to go there, and he's the biggest reason. Bryce Harper as well, but those Phillies fans filled that stadium, and I'm sure it was because they wanted to see Kyle Schwarber hit the ball exactly where he kept hitting the ball.
Yeah,
and I don't think he had one home run to left field. It was a really well done format, I thought, this year, because the concerns that we had about injury, swing adjustment, those kinds of things, it's going to ruin your swing. We're almost rooted in the idea that there was a clock, they were rushed, and they had to go up there and maybe swing in a way that wasn't really good for anybody.
It wasn't overly taxing.
But it wasn't.
Yep.
When they take away the clock,
yes,
those concerns go away too, I thought. Because then it's just batting practice.
Yeah, it was just batting practice.
At your own leisure almost. Because Netflix doesn't have to get to a break. Netflix doesn't have to get to we have to get this done in this 3-hour window. Netflix can still be, they might still be on doing the post-game show. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, again, the toggle issue was my issue. I don't like having to go back and forth and find the other remote so I can get the hell out of Netflix.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one because when you have a streaming service like that, you can't exactly change the channel right away.
No.
I think I'll find out what's going on at this commercial.
Yeah.
And then you might miss some.
Yeah.
You might also miss some great commentary from Barry Bonds.
You might miss some Summer League.
Well, that's another. Yeah, that's another thing that was a little bit harder to find unless you were locked into CHSN all night.
Well, I mean, I had taped it, and then when I went to at one point during the home run derby, I think it was after Mooney had finished, I rushed over to see what was going on with the Bulls game, and I knew I could watch it from the beginning. And then I'm watching, the game didn't start till, you never know the exact time. I was told it was an 8 o'clock start. I guess it started at 8:30. And
Summer League game?
Yeah. So
it never starts on time.
I'm on CHSN, and I'm watching the Around the Horns podcast with Bryce and Graham, which was excellent, but I've seen it already. And I'm kind of like, where's the game? Well,
right.
And it turns out it was also
that's a tough toggle
on ESPN.
That's a tough toggle.
Yeah, it was a tough
I get it.
And then back to the home run
once
derby.
you get into the Summer League action, you if you're tempted to turn away, which you might have been last night based on the way the Bulls played.
It just takes too long to get back to where you were. So when you go back to where you were, you're not going to go toggling again.
Right. It's a very difficult balance to strike, and that's why I stayed with mostly the home run derby. I thought that was more entertaining, even though it was won by a Cardinal. The bonus balls and homers he hit at the end. Jordan Walker is a very good story this year in MLB as well. And
mountain of a man.
He is a mountain of a man.
6'6", right?
Mm-hmm.
He belonged in the Summer League.
What did you think of though Mooney's performance?
Oh, I was hoping for I was hoping he'd get through. I was hoping that he would have had another homer or whatever, but it was fine.
Took him a while to get going, maybe.
It took a little bit, but it was perfect for
There
me.
might still be some rust.
I didn't have to worry about, and that's why I didn't mind him doing it, because I felt like it was just another batting practice. I think all of this will help him.
Yeah, I think.
I also think he had a fantastic day. I loved did you see the video? I actually retweeted it, so it's on our Twitter site. Paul Skeens walks up to him and goes to shake his hand, and Mully kind of bows as he's shaking Paul Skeens' hand, and Skeens says to him, "I'm friends with Grant Taylor. He has good things to say about you." He says a lot of good things, and he slaps him on the shoulder. And it was just this. It really made me like Paul Skeens. He sought out.
I like Paul Skeens,
and
I find him easy to like.
I like Grant Taylor because he's talking. Oh yeah, Mooney's a great guy. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's two
so
buddies
you like the fact
talking.
Mooney's made such a good impression on his young teammates already that they're telling their friends about him.
That's what I'm saying.
And Skeens comes up and acknowledges that.
Skeens, a former, where did he go?
LSU.
No, he went to the Air Force Academy.
He began at Air Force.
The former officer and a gentleman.
Yes.
He
is an officer and a gentleman.
And he walks up and shakes the man's hand. Like he sought him out. I just thought to myself, what a cool moment for Mully, you know? Like it's a really nice moment. It was a nice moment for Skeens too. It was just a nice moment.
Those are the kinds of things that are hard to forget when you're talking about, I guess you should always remember when you're measuring whether or not you think somebody from your favorite team should go or not.
I totally agree with
whether
you.
or not, well, you're always thinking in terms of like worst case scenario and
Did
this
you see
and that.
They were playing some carnival game, and Mully is next to PCA, and it looked like PCA won, and he turned around and he was like, he slaps hands with Mully, and then he goes like, yeah. And Mully immediately does the same thing back to him with this huge smile. It was just a super cool moment for two guys from both sides of town.
I think it was the Skeens exchange that you mentioned. I thought a couple things because Mully is basically introducing himself to baseball and to a lot of the other peers, but he's very respectful, and his bow says it all. Like
I totally agree.
Skeens is a handshake guy. He's a military guy. He goes up, and some guys aren't like that. They're fist bumpers, but he's a handshake guy. And Mully just very respectfully bows and moves on. And that's the kind of thing that, that's important in their careers. He's never going to forget his first All-Star experience. And that's great. And
Skeens also is like, he's a backslapper type of guy. He like hits him on the shoulder. He gives him like a nice, he's connecting with it. I just thought it was a neat moment. It was a very neat moment.
PCA also had some very good moments. Now he seemed a little bit more almost at ease, comfortable.
Yeah, he was there
the grizzled
a year ago.
Veteran of 24 in his second All-Star game.
Yeah.
I liked him talking about, we'll hear later, talking about Wrigley next year. This is all going to be in Chicago a year from now, which it will be fun because then we'll be arguing over, who should have won the home run derby, which 2016 Cub won it at Wrigley.
Oh, that's funny. and it was fun because PCA then, I saw him doing an interview. I don't know where it was, but it was on Twitter. And he said something like, "Oh, it's great to be back. It's great to see the boys."
Yeah.
He knows everybody in baseball. It was just beautiful.
And he's walking around. I know he's walking around with other guys. You wonder how well he knows these guys. And he refers to Junior Caminero. I'm picking Junior tonight. Like, are you guys buddies?
He's got an arm around someone. He's
everybody's friend.
Yeah, he's a very good bud.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was fun.
Stuff.
It was a good performance.
Enjoyed it. All right. We've got the pick six next. We'll tear apart all the stories of the day. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete in the very near future win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This
On week in and week out to deliver.
Now,
It's
PCA
Nico.
could turn into that, I think. I think that he's capable of turning into that when you look at how good he was defensively, but he goes into these slumps where he doesn't hit the ball for a while.
I doubt he'll ever be. I doubt PCA will ever be as consistent as Nico. Bregman is obviously incredible. I don't know that he's the level of multiplier that you say adding him means get rid of maybe your best player as well. I don't think he multiplies you by, that exponential degree where losing Nico is worthy of the fact that you added Bregman just to avoid the tax.
Nope.
I don't think they're getting rid of Nico. I think this organization has shown themselves in recent seasons to try and operate. You think it's happening? Yes. Dollar bet.
Would you like to make a dollar bet?
I'd love to. Yeah. You think this is happening? I don't think so. I think the Cubs have shown themselves to at least try to operate with a level of logic in their baseball decisions here. And it's sometimes flawed logic, sometimes less aggressive logic than we want. But I don't think they're getting rid of Nico.
You want the logic to be greater than the value of $1.
I think
that's not happening with the Cubs.
I'm the smartest man alive.
Did we make a bet? Did we make the bet?
You just heard it. What do you mean, did we make a bet?
I didn't hear us agree on a bet.
Yes.
We did
the
make a
answer
bet?
is yes. Yes.
Okay, then I owe you
Tyler Buterbaum put a little bit of a longer version together of that, but for timing purposes, we had to condense it a little bit.
Hey, Ray.
Can't break up with you.
Hey,
we
Ray.
were never in a relationship.
Hold on, Layla.
Did
Ray,
we make a bet?
tell Ant the bad news, though, about him getting his money.
I don't even know the bad news. What do you mean?
I'm sorry. How many times have I come in that room today for something?
Oh, that's right. This man, Marshall Harris, doesn't have his wallet.
You walk the streets
today.
without a wallet?
Luckily for you.
You grown adult walking the streets without a wallet? You better run that dollar, Marshall Harris. Run it.
I think this is hilarious because, Ray, how torn up was I when I walked in today?
Marshall was devastated today when he came to work because he couldn't find his wallet anywhere.
I couldn't find my wallet at home, so I left. Because I need the ID just to get where I need passport.
Okay.
I don't have my wallet. I don't have my ID. I don't have $1. I don't have $1.
You had a feeling this was coming. Like the
I
hairs on the back of your
didn't.
neck were standing up.
Is that what we're talking about?
Your ears were burning.
Meanwhile, you
something
got
was
Layla.
going on.
She's digging through folders looking for $1.
No, because I got one from the ground again, and I was like, this is
Yo,
God
you and your
paying me
street-
off.
Is there a
for
slice
these
of
bets
pizza in
I
there
made.
too?
There was no ground pizza. I told you I'm close to the ground, so I find things there.
I'm glad that the Cubs did not trade Nico Hoerner. Let me. What date was that? I'm trying to figure out how far.
Like
that was
3
right
weeks
after
ago.
Well, actually, it was right after the Bregman trade. That's what kind of spurred the conversation because the Bears had just lost in the playoffs, and the Bregman trade happened, and then we just kind of in transition. We're talking Nico. I was like, "There's no way that anybody's trading Nico," and you were like, "Yeah, they're gonna trade Nico." I was like, "No, they're not gonna trade Nico." And that is actually the first time I wanted to yell at you on the air. So
Yeah,
that's probably
fine. That's
what
fine.
It wasn't when
the
he
time
said
I
the Bulls were going to win 45
I knew it was a long
games.
time ago, though. I knew it was a long time ago because once they told us about how much money they made and that they were putting their money back into the product, I was like, oh, then they're definitely not trading Nico now.
Yeah.
But until then, I was very much, they might trade Nico.
What
Because
show is it with the "Give me my $2"? Was that that was
I
like
want
a,
my $2.
Yeah, was that
Better
a
off
Cusack
dead.
movie, right? Better off dead. There we go. Yeah.
I'll have
Wait
your
a sec-
dollar the next time I see you. If I find my wallet. If I don't
Better
find my
run
wallet,
that. Better run that dollar.
I might be in trouble. Because
Run that dollar, Marshall.
Austin Rivers said what he said about being bewildered, and then Draymond did, Draymond things.
I don't like to get in these back and forths because, quite honestly, guys that you usually get into the back and forths with, they become back and forths because it's like one of them severely tips something this way and the other is just kind of so far down that it kind of pulls you back a little bit. And so, speaking of Austin Rivers, I saw he said he's bewildered and It's ridiculous of what I said. And I just find it interesting that a guy who was the 10th pick in my draft, I was 35, who's on his second act, I'm still on act 1. He goes, Draymond, never been a scorer. Austin, you and I averaged the same amount of points in high school. And I say high school because that's when you were at your best. And then in college, he was still good. He was very featured at Duke. Because NBA careers, should he really talk about my NBA career? I'm still with my first team. He was gone from his first team in 2 years.
You know what he did? He played defense.
Yes. He played better defense than Austin Rivers. And I think Austin Rivers would tell you that. In fact, Austin Rivers had a lot to say in response to Draymond, correct?
Come on, Draymond. This is ridiculous. Seriously. Ridiculous. But you know what? I'm going to address it because you crossed the line and you were mad disrespectful for whatever reason. You've been around too long. We both were drafted in the same class. The fact that you don't have the wherewithal to do your due diligence and actually understand I was being highly complimentary of you on the Dan Patrick Show. But it's you, and I shouldn't be surprised. You always act irrationally, emotionally immature, and your anger always puts you in hot water. So here I am having to address a video of you belittling my career. First off, Draymond, we weren't the same players in high school. I don't care about our numbers being similar. I did it at the national level, the top level. Hence why I got the Naismith Award, and I got pretty much every award you could think of in high school. I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know. So cut it out. Next. College, you actually were you were actually a really good college basketball player, but it's hard to compare because I was only there for 6 months. Something you could never do. Talk about I was, one of the featured guys. No, I was the guy. I led my team in scoring. I was first team All-ACC, freshman player of the year, lottery pick. Stop. Next. NBA, hey man, you got it, Dre. I mean, listen, I played in the NBA for more than 10 years, more than a decade, but 11 years, but I'm not a Hall of Famer like you. So I'll give you that.
Wintrust.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
How did Mooney Murakami do in last night's home run derby? Were you ultimately pleased to see him in it? And how did Luis Sierra do given he throws batting practice to Murakami?
I was totally delighted to see Mooney throughout the whole day, to be honest with you, just being there, watching him milling around with guys. He's there, and Kenzo, his translator, is with him everywhere. There was somebody sent out a thing of him like walking through the stands. Like it was just neat to see him there and to have him with all these people. I thought his appearance on the McAfee show was fantastic. I really had a couple of big chuckles during that one. At one point, he was telling a story and referred to Otani-san. And then McAfee wants to know, like, what is that? Why do you put son on that? And they have to explain to him it's just Japanese culture. It's respect for an elder. And it just, there were just so many neat little moments. The stroking thing, if we played the song coming in, the White Sox are using that during their batting practice time. And at one point he's asked what song he likes and what kind of music he likes, and he says, "Oh, stroking." Like he mentions the song, and then they all start singing. It was a very funny moment. Just stuff like that. It was just his personality coming out. Word that everybody in Japan is watching. His country is monitoring him. Everyone back home gets to see him with the All-Star stuff. I thought it was a great event for him. I'm glad that he participated in it. Luis Sierra did a good job. He's the batting practice guy, and he threw well to Murakami. I didn't think it was his fault that Mooney only had 9, whereas I kind of felt like Jack Caglione could have gotten better from his dad.
That wasn't a very good showing by Dad.
I'm being honest, but don't repeat that out loud because I love the whole father-son thing.
I was extremely pleased. watching it. He didn't get hurt, so my fingers was crossed. But just looking at all the pregame stuff leading up to the home run derby, I mean, his personality just fits so well for that. Yeah. Like, he is like just the face for baseball. I'm glad that they picked him. I mean, his personality just shows that he's the face of the team. When you think of the White Sox, just seeing him talk and just seeing him do the interviews, I was like, he's currently the face for the White Sox. He fits perfect for this mode. I love that play. I wish he would have like advanced a little bit more. I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
I was rooting for him to win. Probably that's the homer in me. I wanted like him and Schwarber to go head and head. That would have been like the dream final matchup for me. And I kind of wanted Mooney to edge it out. But I mean, great ambassador for the game. Great ambassador for the White Sox. It's just overall feel good. And I hope it's many more All-Star games to come for him in a White Sox uniform.
I wish he would have advanced too. That would have been nice to see a second round, but he didn't, and that's okay because he made his big impression during the day, I think, just being that ambassador for the Sox organization. The picture, the image, yesterday was full of memorable images, but of him walking arm in arm with Miguel Vargas and Tristan Peters, and is just like, these guys are just three little leaguers having the times of their lives, and they can't believe how they're amid so many stars, and they're among them, and they deserve to be there. You know, Mooney's swing, I still think he's a little rusty, but that's okay because maybe he'll, participating in stuff like this and getting that adrenaline going again, that will help him start fast when they do resume play on Friday. I thought the coolest moment from the home run derby wasn't necessarily any of the moonshots that he delivered, but at the end, there was a kid that came up to him and he shook his hand. He bowed to the kid, and the kid will never forget that. And it was just really one of those moments that remind you how special this is to him. And so going back to Friday night, learning that he was not only coming back to the Sox after a 6-week layoff, but that he was going to the All-Star game, you know how meaningful he viewed every aspect of what he's experiencing, and that's cool.
I think that's a good question for him to answer.
Rank the former Chicago players who are all-stars that inspire the most regret. We have Chris Sale, Kyle Schwarber, Cody Bellinger, Wilson Contreras, Aroldis Chapman, and Dylan Cease.
Is that all?
Oh, my God.
Wow. This is a perfect Chicago baseball fan all-star experience, because listening to Chris Sale on the Foul Territory podcast talk to AJ Pierzynski about his major league debut back 3 months after he was drafted in 2010, I believe it was, then hearing him talk about, he was nervous, he was out there, and he had coffee on his uniform, and AJ saying he didn't really know him. They met for 30 seconds.
That's hilarious.
That was very funny. And so you think, oh, geez, Chris Sale looked good on the South Side. Then there's Bellinger, who's in the lineup tonight, and all of the other guys. Wilson Contreras, I don't want to say you almost forget about him, but he's not a guy that you look at and you think, oh, boy, you could still use him. You almost forget that he left for the Cardinals, of all people, of all teams. Chapman was here for a minute, but he was a very indelible one. I still think that Schwarber is the guy you look at and still aren't content with the explanation. Oh, okay, I know what you said, Jed, but do you realize what happened? Do you realize how much this hurt me, the Cub fan? I think Kyle Schwarber's success, you're simultaneously so happy for a guy that is so easy to root for, and you're taking it personal. It's like, why must you go and be a superstar in another franchise, in another city? They love him in Philadelphia in a way that you would love to see Chicago fans at Wrigley Field greet him. Maybe next year. But yeah, I think it's Schwarber for me.
The biggest one is Schwarbs. I mean, I'm with you on that. I mean, you let him go, you didn't get really nothing for him, too. I think that's another, icing on the cake. I'm going to rank them. So after Schwarbs, I'm going to go Chris Sale. I always think, too, with Sale, you could have had a bona fide ace. You would never have to worry about that. I mean, even at his age, late in his career, he's still getting it done. Dylan Cease is another one, still solid. You know what you're going to get from Cease. Solid ace. After that, I'm going to go with Contreras. I just always look at the current team that they have now, and I just try to put them in. So when I think of Willson Contreras, even though he had some tough little, I think a year or two where it was kind of tough for him, but it looked like he bounced back and found his way. I think if you insert him in this Cubs lineup, I think it'll be nice. Then he could play DH and catcher. Then after that, I got Chapman. One of the, to me, better relievers right now in the MLB. And then lastly, I have Belly. It's just because his time was kind of short with the Cubs. It was okay. If you put him on there, if you put him on the team now, yeah, they'll be better, of course. I just didn't think he made that big of an impact on the Cubs team when he was a Cub.
Yeah, the winner is Schwarber because he's kind of the one that got away. But Dustin always regrets Schwarber. And as I say to him, well, they're not the only team that kind of gave up on him,
Right.
There were other teams that gave up on him too.
Nationals and the Red Sox.
That's exactly right. But he's found his right spot, and obviously he's done really well. But, I think for me, if you were to take Dylan Cease, and they didn't really get a lot for Dylan Cease, or at least the injured players are not ready to make you feel like, oh, you did okay letting him go. I think that if you drop Dylan Cease onto this White Sox team, you really have something going.
Yeah.
I mean, you'd have a stud guy starting for you, and then that would fit in everyone behind him. I think any side of town could use Aroldis Chapman, but I don't know that you feel wild with regret about the fact that he left. Chris Sale, I always kind of feel bad about the way things ended for him in Chicago, and I often wonder, as good as he's been, if ever the Southsiders will have a pitcher where they help him get here and stay here and then have him for his career. I don't think that's really much of the case. I don't think you miss Willie that much. I don't think Bellinger you could use if you had him. You could use him.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about that. And I mean, listen, friends will arrive, friends will disappear, as Bob Dylan said.
Wow, that's a good question.
Finish this sentence. Tristan Peters is the most unlikely all-star player from Chicago White Sox or Cubs since, and where is your confidence level that Peters can have a second half of the season as good as the first?
Tristan Peters is the most unlikely all-star player from Chicago White Sox or Cubs since Shane Smith last year. I mean, I'm sorry. That's a Rule 5 guy. He was pretty obscure. You had to have an all-star, and he was their all-star.
He was he had to go, right? Because you had to have somebody.
You had to have a player there.
Wow.
So
what a difference a year makes.
It's pretty wild. He, by the way, I believe he is back now at Charlotte. He had a really good outing his last time out.
He's
at
ready.
Winston-Salem. So maybe he'll have as good a second half of the year as Tristan Peters. I really love the Tristan Peters story. I think it's just great. I think he's been a really good player for the White Sox. I think he's a better outfielder than we appreciate. I think he's had a really good season. I don't know that I consider him like a perennial all-star or anything like that, but what an amazing season that he's had thus far. Can he keep it up? I hope so. I hope he can, because he's really done well for himself. He's a young guy. I would love to see him do as well as he has.
I smiled and I kind of hit my hand against the table because you stole my answer, Mully. That's a great answer. I mean, I had a few names. I was looking at both teams. I was like, Travis Wood in 2013, but he didn't really play for the Cubs. And then Wade Davis, 2017. And I was like, Matthew Boyd made it once. And then I go over to the White Sox. I see James McCann. And the one I stopped with, it was Shane Smith. And the reason why they're the same age, 26.
Yeah.
I mean, you got Peters, who came from the Bananas, not too long ago, was sitting there dancing in skirts or whatever, dancing, having a good time on the field, to now becoming an MLB All-Star. And then I just think of Shane Smith, a Rule 5 guy, looked like he was on his way, like probably out the league, and then boom, you become an All-Star for this team. And I know they just had to pick someone during that bad season, but he pitched pretty well. I'm very intrigued to see how his second half go. Mully, we talk in between the breaks a lot when it comes to the White Sox, and we just talk about the future and how looking ahead and who is their center fielder. They need another person. Braden Montgomery is probably their right fielder. Would he move over to center field? And then you got pretty much your infielders moving out in outfield. Could he be your center field for the future? And the reason why I'm saying that, same age as Vassell, same age, he's still fairly young, 26 years old. Maybe he could be your center field for the future for the White Sox. Time will tell. So I'm very intrigued to see what he do in the second half.
That's a good answer, and it's hard to argue with that because Shane Smith is somebody that went from all-star to obscurity very fast, very fast. I think, though, the Cubs have the all-time most obscure all-star in Chicago baseball history. In 2012, Anthony Rizzo wasn't quite ready to be the man that he has become with all the swag. He was a prospect for the Cubs. So the placeholder was Brian LaHair. Brian LaHair played first base. He hit 13 homers, and at the break, he represented the Cubs in the All-Star game. That was a terrible Cub team. That was a team that was on its way to, I think, 100-plus losses. And Brian LaHair proudly represented the Cubs there on his way to being released after the season, on his way to playing in Japan. I think he played for the team that Sadahara O once managed, the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks.
Your guy.
My guy, Sadahara O. And Brian LaHair, easily for me, the most obscure all-star from Chicago that in recent memory. Those other ones are good ones because you just don't expect. Those were the days when, boy, you had to really look closely to get an all-star representative. It wasn't like, okay, who's deserving? How about Kosuke Fukudome? You remember the year that he represented the Cubs?
Of course.
He made the all-star team because he was off to a very good start. But it's fun to see these guys here. I still think that Tristan Peters, whether or not it's another all-star appearance, I think he could be, as Brandon said, he could be sneaky good center fielder for the Sox because he does a little bit of everything. And he may not have another all-star in him, but I do like his arc. I'm not sure if you're making a list of the best stories in baseball in the first half individually, he's got to be in the top 5.
What was the other part of that question?
What do you make of the Sports Business Journal reporting that Major League Baseball attendance is up 1.1% at the All-Star break and on pace for a 7th straight 70 million plus season? The White Sox enjoyed the second highest surge in attendance, up 36.5%. Only the Tampa Bay Rays had more moving back to their old building. They are up 70.9%.
I think a couple things here. First of all, those numbers are encouraging for Major League Baseball. It shows you that the pace of the game improvements are appealing to the masses. And to me, that's what it says partly. Also, you have a lot of parity, and so that could be another explanation. The other day, Saturday, draft day, the Sox played that game. It was 1-0, but it was 2 hours and 15 minutes. And then they had the home run derby afterward. But I think when you look at the efficiency with which these games are being played compared to what they used to be played at that pace, that's part of the reason it's easier to go to the game, even as expensive as a day at the ballpark has become. As for the Sox, winning draws fans, and you're going to obviously see the little bit of a boost. I think it is fascinating to consider, though, when you look where the Sox are right now, and where the Sox are right now is they are averaging 23,137 fans per game. That's 1.1 million overall. They're 23rd in Major League Baseball. Compare that to they have 1.1 million fans in 48 games. Just 2 years ago, their entire attendance was 1.38 million. That's remarkable.
Those people should get a refund.
Like a product, defunct product years later. If the Sox can average in the final 33 home games 27,000 fans, is that conceivable? It's not inconceivable. Based on how well they're playing, they're in a pennant race, you're in Chicago, they could crack 2 million. That would be a worthy goal.
This is good news for MLB. I think just because more teams are in it, so I think the attendance is up. Like we always talk about how many teams are willing to sell. It's not that much because there's so many teams that's still like right in the wild card race. And then you look at the White Sox, a team that, I remember just a year or two ago when I would go to a Sox game or two every year, and it used to cost me anything. I can go right up to them like the 5 minutes before the game started, give me a cheap ticket and take my whole family. And now, recently I went to the game when they had the jackets, and it was a line, not just because of the merch, but it was a line that was wrapped around the stadium. And now it's a hard ticket to kind of get. Not really hard. Baseball's still an inexpensive ticket compared to most sports. Even the WNBA is going up on their price. So MLB is kind of really staying like right on par with their pricing. I think it's an easy game to take the kids and stuff like that. Very affordable. And when you're in a big market like Chicago and you're doing well, winning solves all. So it makes sense for the attendance that's going up.
It's pretty extraordinary that they are still rising overall in attendance when you see a team like Tampa had to take a step back last year and play at that Yankee Stadium in Tampa, the one across the
street, AAA park,
where we used to park to go to the Bucks games. It's pretty wild that they are in a AAA park, and then you think about it. Look what's going on with Oakland, with the A's, the homeless A's. They're all over the place. They're sometimes in Vegas. They're sometimes in Sacramento. Like, what are they? They're in AAA parks. How are they supposed to draw when they don't have a crowd? When they get that building done or whenever they actually move, the MLB attendance will jump because they'll be the team going up 70.9 or whatever
you're right.
it is.
Even if they're bad.
Yeah,
I think they'll draw initially.
They will.
Yeah.
But obviously, for the White Sox, they're drawing because they're better. It's just that simple. Build it, they will come. You got a fan base that tends to show up if they do well and tends to stay away when they're awful. So they've been awful, and now they're worthy of your hard-earned money. Go see them. All right, that is the beginning of our Pick Six. We're going to keep it going. We'll be right back. 104.3 The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is brought to you by Grand Geneva.
Credit, all right? You got it. But let's peel back that onion and understand why. Easy, Tiger. Okay? You have the delusion, the non-wherethal, the irony of you saying I'm part of the biggest bailout in NBA history. Draymond, you were the luckiest basketball player I think I've ever seen, especially in modern day history. Let's talk about that. You were drafted to a franchise with the Hall of Fame front office, Bob Myers, Hall of Fame coach, Steve Kerr, the greatest shooter of all time, and perhaps the top 5 player of all time, Steph Curry, Hall of Famer. One of the greatest shooters, top 5 shooter of all time, another Hall of Famer, Klay Thompson. The Swiss Army knife himself, the guy who could do a little bit of everything on the floor, Andre Iguodala, another Hall of Famer. I know, keep up. It's a lot of talent. Not to mention one of the most lethal scorers of all time and arguably a top 10 player of all time, Kevin Durant, the same guy you chased off because of this, your mouth. You talk too much. And that's not even counting the plethora of talent around those guys. The Sean Livingstons, the Barbosas, the Andrew Wiggins, the Jordan Pooles, who you also chased off. Cut it out. Draymond, you're the backpack jump shooter. You're the guy that everyone leaves open. No one guards you. There are hours and hours and hours of film of just you being left wide open. In fact, anybody can just YouTube or Google or watch any Draymond game ever, and he's open all game. There are clips of you getting a rebound and just driving in a straight line and just getting a wide open layup because everyone's fanning out to guard the actual talent on the team. Talking about Steve Kerr ended your career. Bro, Steve Kerr made your career. How dare you? Coming at me? Are you kidding me? I wish I could give my son $200 million if I was a coach. Yo, the NBA doesn't give coaching jobs to guys who may or may not sucker punch one of the players and staff. You need to fall back, Dre. Let's just be frenemies.
Let's just be frenemies. You know, backpack jumper is what really just woof.
Because imitate yourself trying to shoot a jumper with a backpack on.
Austin Rivers told no lies. He left no room for notes.
I was ranked number 1. You were ranked, I don't know.
The pointing to the Naismith trophy.
Yeah, it's in the background. So when he's talking about his high school career being different, he literally has the Naismith trophy for top high school player in the country directly behind him and references it.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like God is in control of everything. When God has a plan for you, you know, he gonna put you in the plan, and he gonna make you go through the ups and downs and the trials and tribulations. But, you know, when it's your time and he put you in position, you just got to go execute it and make the best of it. So that's what I plan on doing.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Nah, not really. Because,
Hell yeah.
I mean, honestly, I've been in this situation a lot in my life. This is not my first rodeo. This is not my first go-around. I've been thrown in the fire plenty of times, and I've excelled. So, I mean, I'm taking the same approach, and I don't expect anything different.
Mike Wallace Grote. Were you shaking your head at God?
Just surrounded by heathens everywhere.
Oh, my God. I heard that one, Grote. I heard that one.
I was serious when I said you need to listen to this.
I heard that one.
I was walking out of Hallis Hall today. I'm walking out of Hallis. I knew the question was weird, trust me. But I was kind of like, I had to do my work.
Not weird.
I had to get out of there, so I wasn't really like, I know other reporters were talking about it. I figured I walk out. There's Herb Howard. There's Herb Howard.
Were you kind of shaking your head at God?
You asked 4 questions in a row. There were other reporters around there?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Were you shaking your head at God?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God?
Were there any Snickers?
Yeah.
Were there any?
There were smiles when I said that, because it's a very weird thing
What
to
happened
ask.
with Deontay's face when you posed that question?
No, he was straight face,
Very
man.
straight face.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm rushing out of Hallis Hall. I come up the stairs. I see Herb Howard and a bunch of his coworkers from the Bigs, and they're looking at me. They're shaking their head. I'm like, what? They're like, yeah, we're looking at you. They go, you better be careful driving home, man. Hands on the wheel. You are cursed. You talk about God like that.
Oh, my God. Right, looking out this window.
I'm like, oh, okay, I guess that one did hit. Do we have Mooney?
Yeah. Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
What's that?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Meaning what?
Were you kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though?
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that.
Oh, it's so great.
You're going to ask Flus a God question next time?
Please do.
I think I
Please
get one
do.
God question a year.
No.
Or I'd get a talking to.
No,
you know?
work it in. Work it in.
Yeah, I'll
that
see
could
what
be
I
your
can do.
beat.
They have a chapel at Hallis Hall, so maybe I need to spend some time there tomorrow.
All us
Yeah,
God
just-
guys are accustomed to you types. We're used to it. We'll
I
deal with
understand. Hey, look, you know, well, I'm not going to give you my church resume. Forget it. I stand by what I asked.
Can you see us? Because we have some stuff in the studio here, Nico.
Yeah, I can see you.
All right, good. There's this picture of Pyomai right here from season 4 of The Sopranos.
I can't believe that we have this.
Yeah, we thought maybe you'd enjoy.
No,
yeah,
not Pyomai. That's a sad death.
Yeah. What happened was
spoiler alert.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Seriously.
spoiler alert. The horse dies, everybody.
The truth is that Danny Parkins got this picture of Pyomai,
as a gift for Chris Tannehill, and Tanny didn't want to put it in his house, so it lives here in the studio. And then Lawrence is holding a canvas that a listener made of me looking at the picture of Pi Oh My. So now all we need, now all we need is a canvas of you looking at the picture of me looking at Pi Oh My, and then we're really getting somewhere.
I think we got the clip art to be able to pull that part of it off right now, off of the 3-shot.
Yeah, that's just one quick AI ChatGPT request away. Yeah, and Pi Oh My is the sad one. I mean, Tony and his animals, he's always had a strong bond, and nothing sets that man up like a departure or death of a four-legged creature or a duck or whatever it is. So yeah, interesting psychology going on there. R.I.P. Pi Oh My.
Our pal Boog Shambi reported this morning.
1043 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
Got a lot of questions about him this offseason.
What did you think of PCA's answer to whether he would participate in the Home Run Derby next year at Wrigley Field?
I won't probably do it as of right now. I mean, maybe I will, just with it being at home and everything. But we were talking about on the bus on the way over here, like, it's just that's a tiring couple hours, and I don't quite know if my swing is built for that. If James Wood's talking about fatigue and all that stuff, then I should probably think long and hard about whether or not I do it. I just, I look at guys like Schwarbs or Bryce Jr., and I'm like, I've seen Junior take BP. I go out there every day to watch him take BP when we play him, and I don't know if I can hang with that guy.
Is there anyone you think could sway you to do it?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. There's a lot of people that could probably sway me to do it. I'm not totally closed off to the idea. It's an intimidating thought, man. It really is.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think he should do it, frankly. I mean, the only reason he'd do it is because he's at home. And, I'm just saying, look at the guy who won the home run derby. I mean, the guy's a monster. I think it helps you to be a big, kind of oversized guy to hit home runs. And I think Pete is, kind of doesn't have that kind of frame. And I would worry more about a guy like PCA than I would like a power hitter type like Mooney or whomever. I just feel like you could mess up your swing more. You could, if you watch a lot of these guys, what works in the home run derby is when you got an uppercut swing. So if you're changing your swing because that works in a 20 swing contest, I don't know if that's great for you. I just I appreciate what he can do and how he can catch different balls, and he can hit the highest fastball or the lowest breaking ball. I do appreciate that, but I don't know that it's necessarily the showcase for his game. Is that a rude way of saying it? I just don't. I would worry about that.
I do understand the concern, and I do appreciate PCA's honesty about it, because he did say how it could affect his swing, and he's worried about that and getting fatigued. So I do understand that. Probably the Chicago fan in me would probably like, if it's at Wrigley Field, I would love a Chicago Cub out there performing, and who's obviously the face of the Cubs right now. It's PCA. I don't consider him more of a home run hitter. He's just a 5-tool type of player. But as a fan, I'm not gonna lie, I would want him to be in the home run derby. Somebody Chicago got to be in the home run derby to me, especially at Wrigley. I want to see PCA.
Yeah, next year, Mooney, PCA, head to head. That'd be fun. It'd be good drama. Exactly. I think this about the home run derby. The previous, maybe I'm speaking for myself, the perception that it ruins your swing or tinkers with it potentially, I think is valid, but I think is also was based on the idea that you had a time limit, you had a clock, and you were going to be rushing your swings, and you're going to get back up there, and the fatigue that PCA is talking about was all predicated on this idea that you had so much time. Last night seemed a lot more relaxed, and it seemed a lot more like batting practice. And what do players do often at batting practice? Swing for the fences. And so I don't have as many maybe concerns moving forward if that's going to be the new format. The format changes a little bit of everything. And I'm just thinking a year from now, it's going to be cool for it to be at Wrigley Field. It's going to be cool for having the baseball community and the world here at Clark and Addison. And if PCA or there is not a Cub involved, that would be really disappointing. So you want the hometown appeal. You want the hometown guy, the favorite. And if he chooses to do that next year, I don't think I would be against it. I think Mooney and PCA, that can also already kind of pencil them in.
Different question on a different topic.
What did you make of Caleb Wilson's performance in Game 2 of the Summer League campaign last night? Were you disappointed Darren Peterson did not play in the game for Utah? What was your take on the Bulls overall?
Caleb Wilson is really much more explosive, much more dominant, much more versatile, much more everything, I think, in 2 games than I expected to see. And I'm much more impressed than I should be watching Summer League basketball. I know it's only Summer League and everything is relative, but I also see a guy that already has adapted his game to go from college to the pros. And I think when he's playing against guys who aren't rookies like him, I still think he'll be able to adapt. That kind of athleticism and explosiveness is very transferable. I think he's going to be a star. Not that I didn't doubt that or didn't think that beforehand, and I don't doubt it now, but I think it's just more obvious when you see it. As for the rest of the Bulls, Swain really has a long way to go as a facilitator. Essengay got benched, so that's not a good sign in Game 2. So there are a lot of things that remind you how big the rebuild is, but it's nice to know that Caleb Wilson is going to be here for a very long time.
Okay, I'm really excited about this. I was watching this game until I had to fall asleep. Caleb Wilson is a star in the making. These top 4 picks, starting. There's probably more after that too, but those 4 in particular are stars. I did want to see him go against Peterson, but I did want to see his temperament of going, okay, the star is out. Now how you going to play? And he does need to work on his free throw shooting. The whole team needs to work on their free throw shooting. They were horrible. But watching him play, and I think he had so far the dunk of the Summer League, even though it was more of a throw-in dunk. It was kind of Blake Griffin type-esque where he threw the ball in. But it looked like it was over 2 people, though, kind of in the way.
But he looked like he was 2 feet over the hoop.
He is so athletic. And just seeing him, and he looks very comfortable shooting a 3. And just his free throw shooting to me, and I think I saw a video of him too when he was just shooting in general, and he said he's a better in-game shooter. I think when he's by himself just shooting, I think that's where he struggles. So I think what Tiago needs to have this whole team do is just have them work on their free throw shooting. I'm sorry, they need shooting drills. They need to go back to the basics on that. Besides that, because a lot of points is left off the board, especially with this new rule with you get 2 points if you make 1 free throw or something like that. So there was points left on the board for Caleb Wilson, and he still performed. He had 5 blocks. He was out there outperforming the other guys. Noah Essengay, he looks like he needs another year in the G League. He got to get used to his body.
He needs to finish high school.
He's falling on the floor every time. Swain should not be playing point guard. I do understand that he's playing point guard, but you could tell that is mentally taking a toll on him, and I think it's affecting his overall game. But Caleb Wilson is a star in the making.
Yeah, they shot 8 of 17 free throws, so that's 47%. That's not good. But it's better than their three-point shooting, 8 of 36, 22%. Now, Dalen Swain, man, that is really rough stuff. He can't play the position they have him playing. He was 0 for 9 shooting. He had 4 points in 30 minutes of action, and He didn't do anything. I mean, I feel bad for him. He had 4 rebounds. I guess you could say that was good. I'm sorry, he had 9 rebounds. But it was like you had Caleb Wilson. He was 3 of 8 from threes, by the way. I mean, he can still play. Caleb Wilson was good. Not as good as he was in the first game, but still pretty all-around good game. Had 5 blocks. But Jalen Sellers, two-way player that can shoot a little bit. He's the only other guy
he flashed
that you would say kind of flashed.
Yeah.
He had 13 points in that game. There were only 2 guys in double figures, and that's pretty good. He played 32 minutes, so he's getting a lot of playing time. Yeah, I mean, Noah Essengate only played 18 minutes. That's not very good. He had more points, though, than Dalen Terry. He had 6 points. Still nothing to write home about.
Essengate played in a way that reminded me of why Arturas Karnisovas has a new job, which is as the NBA consultant to NBA Europe.
Yes.
Adam Silver hired AK to add to the front office of the league. So he is the consultant, liaison, however you want to frame it.
The Bulls
wasn't a good drafter.
The Bulls scored 63 points in that game, okay? The Utah was without 3 players, including their higher draft pick than the Bulls. And they managed 80 points in that game. They won in a blowout, and the Bulls can't score. I don't want to set off alarm bells or anything. It's a summer league game.
Yeah.
That was awful. That is a bad team. They did not look very good, and I agree with what you said, that their first round, the number 4 overall pick, their first rounder is going to be a hell of a player and is going to be the best player on the team soon, if not to start the season. He's the best player on that team. I don't know that they got anything else out of that draft. I'm just not sure yet what they're going to do with Dalen Swain, how he's going to fit in.
I think he will fit. I just don't think he's a natural point guard, and that shows.
Oh, I know he's not a point guard.
I hope they don't mess him up either with that. That's what I'm afraid of.
It's a great point. So, I mean, that's just unfortunate. So they missed their top 3 stars, the Utah Jazz did, and the Bulls only have 1 of their top 3 stars because Dalen Swain's not one, and nor is Noah Essengate. All right, we've got the extra point next, and it's a good one. It's Mully and Haugh. It is Chicago's 104.3 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Hey, Ben Brown, do you want to be a starter? Sure, I'll start for you, and he becomes your best starter. And then he gets hurt. If they were to win this division, what a story it would be.
Seriously.
And maybe some of that edge has to do with dealing with and hearing about the Brewers and then having that series against the Brewers after the White Sox series.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
That he met a kid in St. Louis whose favorite player is Nico Horner.
That's huge.
And it's huge. You got one. And
got one.
And he went out and he got himself a dog, and he named the dog Nico.
Wow. I will say that's not the first. I'll brag on that. I've gotten a weird amount of DMs saying we named our dog Nico. And I don't know I guess it's a good thing, but it feels a little like, I don't know if it's a dog name.
I think that you should take it as a compliment because I mean, like, if they went with usually the child name is some connected to a family member. So, you know, if someone did want to name their child Nicholas or Nico, I mean,
that's a good point. A kid name would be weirder.
I think a kid name would be a lot weirder.
Yeah. I feel kind of, yeah. It goes back to the animal thing, right? I'm kind of more excited about the dog.
At what point do we have to bring in Malort so Dustin can chug it? Or
I brought it up and I was accused of never making a wager. Dustin is showing.
No, you
that
changed
he's
the
got
bets.
This
You said I have to drink a half a bottle of Malort.
No,
it's 2
I
shots.
said I
Two
think
shots.
he said he was guzzling half a
I
bottle.
think the 2 shots is fine, but it isn't something you're necessarily going to make that a memorable. I think I have a better. If Moises Ballesteros said catches one more game, I think that Dustin's going to have to come in the next day and do the show tarps off.
Oh, God.
I love that one. I
like that. Anthony Rizzo.
I'll look better than his friend with my shirt off. I'll tell you that.
Boys on
You know,
How about that?
I got to tell you, it was kind of wild to see him in the crowd just having a drink.
Mm-hmm.
But there was one point where they were showing him and he was taking a photo with some lady. She seemed delighted to be there. And some dude may have hit him or something. And he turned around and looked, and it was just a fan, hey, And he didn't look thrilled that the guy had, you know what I mean? You got to be a little bit careful.
Well, I think about boundaries with guys like that.
I think that you're out there and everyone just thinks, hey,
I think Anthony Rizzo puts himself in the middle of a lot of these situations because he wants to be a man of the people.
And he
I give him a lot of credit for that.
Incredible.
But you're right.
That he's
People
doing
will
that.
give him an inch, he'll take a mile.
Well,
hey, buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Anthony, remember that time I watched you and you hit that home run and we had that moment? Except for you weren't part of that moment. So all these people think that they know him intimately like that.
I know.
So there's no boundary.
Yeah.
Maybe he needs some security.
I don't know. I mean, I think it's super cool that he was doing that. It was great when he was out there and caught the ball earlier in the year. I mean, it's just wild to see.
Pure Matt has a better idea. No shirt, but wearing a vest. Dustin should come to work. Tarps off.
I do wear a vest every day.
Except for a vest. That's a really good one. That's a good one.
Maybe just to upset the apple cart, I'll wear that Cubs vest that I'm not supposed to have.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right, because I had to retire that. I wore it the one day, took grief, so that one isn't. I don't wear that one to work anymore.
What were the circumstances of the Cub vest?
How did you take grief? We'd
have to rewind.
That's right. We got that.
He got a vest at the game.
You gave me grief that I was gifted. I went to the game.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the game. Went 2.5 hours early
to get the vest.
To get the vest. The vests were gone. Then I got a text from Mitch who said the Cubs were listening to the show, heard that you are a vest wearer, and there is a vest for you up in Pat and Ron's booth.
Oh, we love the fact that they listened and they responded that way.
And you got grief about that?
I did.
So
Who gave you grief?
You.
Oh, no. That's not fair.
Yes.
No, you are the guy.
There's another free item.
Here is a guy.
That's not how it works.
This is the guy that will not wear any logo on any shirt.
Okay,
because
boys.
he doesn't support anything. And I was giving you grief because you were wearing logos. That's what happened.
So the next time Moises Ballesteros starts a game will be his 4th start at catcher. And then the next morning, Dustin will come in shirtless with the vest, and we'll have some Malort, and we'll do shots in the last segment.
Malort and Mick Ultras.
All right.
I don't know why Malort would be something we have. I thought Malort was like an incredible.
Well, he could do it. We'll do something else.
Bitter I thought you said you were going to bring in.
I'll bring some Screwball.
No, you said peanut butter whiskey.
Peanut butter whiskey. I'll bring in that.
The Spring Inn has already sponsored the bottle of Malort. We already
Excellent. That's right. We're set. We're set for our next baller catching.
Another
stint.
freebie for Rhodes.
I will buy my Mick Ultra at the Jewels.
Excellent.
Did you pay for the Malort?
I did not.
Okay. Point taken.
That's okay. Doesn't matter. The bottom line is if he can.
Didn't ask them to sponsor it.
Is the name Malort on it?
Is it on the bottle?
Yeah.
There's a label.
You gonna wear it?
No.
Oh.
Didn't know you had the air horn in you. You're like the Michael Winslow of baseball play-by-play guys.
Wow.
You know?
Yeah.
You did the Vuvuzela, too, which
Right.
we thought was pretty good.
The air horn was okay.
Oh, I thought the air horn was really good. Actually, my favorite thing about the air horn is JD's response. It's so
dismissive.
No.
Yeah.
There was affectionate approval of the air horn. He admitted. He said, "That's a pretty good air horn." That's good partnering, isn't it? From Jim DeShays right there.
There's always good partnering from Jim DeShays, 100%.
What other sound effects do you have in the arsenal?
That's a good question.
I feel like I could give a really good Vuvuzela.
The Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
What do you make of the ESPN top 10 quarterback list, which included Caleb Williams at number 10? What is the key to Caleb living up to the ranking, and what area will he make the most improvement in the 2026-27 season?
We had a good conversation about this yesterday. I like this list a lot because of who it mines for information and opinion. This is 70 evaluators, coaches, executives, and scouts. Guys who watch tape for a living, not necessarily guys who interpret metrics for a living. And that's not meant to be disrespectful to any other list, but this is the one I think you put the most weight in. Caleb Williams is right where he belongs. I think he's a top 10 quarterback. I like that he's ahead of Jordan Love. I wonder if by the end of the season, if he will be ahead of Dak Prescott, Drake May. I don't know, maybe even Jared Goff. Jared Goff has earned the benefit of the doubt. Justin Herbert, I think, is only missing playoff success from his resume, but he's gifted in a way that you want your franchise quarterback to be. Caleb Williams has an opportunity to be a top 5 quarterback, a top 10 quarterback he already is. He's got to do a couple things specifically. Ball placement and accuracy. It's all about that. It's what everybody says when they watch it. So I think by the end of the year, he could be between 5 and 10. The biggest number that will improve will be his completion percentage. And then if the number of victories continues to stay north of 10, continues to bring the Bears to the playoffs, that ultimately will be how we judge and evaluate Caleb Williams.
Well, according to this list, I think he can move up even higher. He has potential to be a top 5 type quarterback. He has potential to be one of the best quarterbacks or the best quarterback in this league going ahead. I think the key thing is his completion percentage. I think that's key. Him really knowing how to place the ball better. You said it, David. Overall, when I look at this list, though, I'm kind of with Dustin been saying this, and I'm with him too. Justin Herbert, I don't see it. I think he's so overrated. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. I just think he's overrated. He should be in that next little tier. And I know Sam Darnold, he did win a Super Bowl. He should at least get some little love in here, at least crack into the top 10. That's just my take overall of the top 10 list. But in order for Williams to get to that next step, the completion percentage need to go off, ball placing. If he does that, then he's good.
Yeah, I think the reason he was included, and apparently there were a bunch of quarterbacks that were kind of locked up at the same point, and they had Caleb ahead of the rest of them. It's because of his athletic, his dynamism. He's really a dynamic athlete, and that gives him that raises what he can do compared to other people. He's already drilled in protecting the ball. He's not going to really sacrifice the ball a lot. He's careful about that. So I think that the only thing that's really holding him back is exactly what you said. It is his accuracy and ball placement and just being able to increase his completion percentage, which will then make him do less dynamic athletic things. He won't have to rely on the special ability he has. But he has that ability, and he'll be very good at it. I look at a guy like Dak Prescott, and he said something about the Cowboys season. He talked about, we had a good year, we did this, we did that. It made you understand he's a numbers chaser. He only cares that his numbers look good. He doesn't care about winning.
That's the worst thing you could say about a quarterback. But I don't disagree with that.
It was awful.
Isn't that the worst thing you could say about a quarterback?
It's just, I think that Caleb Williams wants to win, and he wants to win, and he wants to be a part of winning, but I think he will accept winning even when he doesn't have to play hero ball. So I think as he gets better, and we watched him get incredibly improving an incredible amount under Ben Johnson. I think Ben Johnson will help that continue, and I think that will lead to more victories, and I think that there'll be much less complaints about any reason Caleb doesn't belong in the top 10. And completion percentage is the one number that probably works against him.
But it's good to have an off-season focus.
No doubt about it.
And it's good to have something to obsess about in terms of improvement. And it's great to have that little thing for the Bears to focus on, because the winning is something that you feel like he's capable of doing and leading.
He's capable of leading a really good offense. And
he's capable of winning a Super Bowl.
He's very good. He's very good. And I think that will only make his status in the league rise if he continues to win and win in the playoffs. All right, we will be opening up the phone lines, 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh. It is Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi from the Rahimi Harrison Grote Show. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. We are your connection to Chicago sports throughout your workday.
If you're listening from work, make us your companion by listening on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
If you want to watch us do the show live, check us out on YouTube and Twitch, talking Bears, Cubs, Sox, Bulls, all of Chicago's teams.
And of course, when you're driving around on your lunch break, listen to us in crystal clear quality on 104.3 FM.
There's no one way to listen or watch Rahimi Harrison Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2. So listen and watch your way today.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible, but Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me a lot of guidance from the beginning.
Get financial guidance from bankers in the Chicago community and convenient digital tools all in one place. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours. Real customers compensated. JP Morgan Chase Bank, and a member FDIC.
This July is America's 250th birthday, and Low T Center is celebrating 250 years of freedom with our 250 for 250 deal. All month long, men who start testosterone.
Just given just some time to warm up, and I also I do a decent one-line Sean Connery impersonation. That's kind of it.
Well,
hold on.
Okay, no, it's a good point.
Please.
Give me a finger, Shelley. One thing only, please.
He does these impersonations.
Really
I
good.
swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes.
It's not bad.
It's really good. May I suggest some Untouchables? Is that actually a decent adjustment? You know what I mean? Like, is that a good sign long term that that's the adjustment, is to challenge him right down the middle of the plate?
Are you really asking me if the adjustment is to throw it right down the middle?
I am. I'm asking if the adjustment is to challenge him more, because that seems to be what they're doing.
Right. God.
Boog, I'm going to ask you a different question.
You guys just stink today. I mean, you just stink.
I think I've been great. I was going to ask how you grade Spiegel.
You've been kind of stinky too, Danny. I'll be honest with you.
Really? Well, our audience thinks you're being very difficult.
You're being difficult. We've had a great show. For your information, it's been a really good show.
Okay.
Maybe we're bad now.
Our
It's
audience is
possible.
biased,
Okay.
but yeah, they're on team
All right.
Parkins and Spiegs on this one.
What, because they're live tweeting the interaction?
They text.
Yeah, we have a text line. Boog.
Constantly.
Yeah.
The text line.
Boog is either a tough interview or there's something else going on. Love you guys always, though. Boog is being difficult.
I've been on the show before. But
Yeah.
I don't know what I did a Sean Connery impersonation. How am I being difficult?
Well, so how are we bad if we got you to do a Sean Connery impersonation?
Well, you didn't get me to do a Sean Connery impersonation. I volunteered a Sean Connery impersonation.
I had the audacity to ask
Tomato.
about what I perceived. I'm sorry that my sports thought was bad, Boog. I'm sorry, it's beneath me.
Should they keep throwing it right down the middle, Speed? Yes, I think that's a bad sign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know what? You listen poorly. You listen poorly, sir. You're
wow. Here we
busy.
go, Jim.
You're
Here we
busy
go, Tony.
talking. You have thoughts for America, and you want to share them. I look at Tom Dore and I hear Tom Dore, and all I think about, Danny, I've told you the story before when I was bartending, and my shift would end at 2 a.m., and I would drive home as fast as I could, safely and soberly, to get to my couch at 2:30 in the morning.
To watch a replay?
To watch a replay, watch a replay on Sports Channel of you and Johnny Redker and those Bulls teams. And I didn't know. I had no cell phone. I didn't know what happened.
Exactly, yeah.
Nobody told us. It was new to me. And I can't tell you how many regular season Bulls games against Patrick Ewing and the Knicks, or young Shaq and the Orlando Magic, or like how many games I watched in that way and stayed up with you till 4:30 or 5 in the morning.
I got a good Shaq story for you.
Good.
I'm sitting on the Bulls bench with Bill Cartwright. BC and I played in the All-American games with or against each other, so I've known BC Billy forever. And he looks at me, Shaq runs by, and he's like, said things you don't say on the radio, but it's like, oh my God, you've read about this guy, but you've never really seen him. So BC's eyes got to be as big as they could be, and you
watching young Shaq, and there's nothing like him.
Run all the way across Chicago Stadium to go to the other basket and start warming up. And I looked at BC and I said, Billy, you know what that is? He pauses for a second. Yeah, retirement.
That's awesome. That's about right. That is about right. But did you have a lot of people watching Bulls games overnight, like me, and you would hear from people like that, right?
We had people. We'd get people from Australia.
I bet.
We'd get people from Italy. We'd get people from England.
Michael was a global icon.
He really was. Our ratings were off the charts, and Michael would get on the plane and he'd be like, you owe me a lot of money.
The Score!
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. And this hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Hey, Rock.
What's up?
How we doing, man?
God, you took years off my life.
Yeah, that was the plan. It's not supposed to be easy. No one said it was going to be easy.
I'm just happy it's you guys.
Well, I got Mike Shirley here as well, man. But we couldn't be more excited. As we went through this process, got to know you more. Obviously, had you come into Chicago as well. That couldn't have gone any better from our perspective. And you were here for a special day, and you made it extra special. So to be able to make this happen for you and your family and get your career going with the Chicago White Sox, it's something that we're never going to forget, and we've got some great things ahead.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. So that was the phone call after the White Sox made Brock Chalowski the #1 overall pick in the MLB draft. Word yesterday is that the White Sox and Chalowski have agreed on a new record signing bonus. They have given him a $10.35 million bonus, which shatters the all-time record. That was $9.3 million, and that was set by Chase Burns and Charlie Condon in 2024. And now you have a new record. And by the way, the new record is still over slot. So in other words, you're still talking about a record bonus where the White Sox save just about $1 million. They have $11.3 million. Is given for that position.
By virtue of the trade for
they'll be able to sign
the
more
34th
players,
slot.
etc.
Landon Tomey, yes. So Jim Callis reported this yesterday, and I think it came not as a surprise, but a relief to maybe some people. Or I don't even know if that's appropriate or accurate, because Mully, going into this draft, the reason this, I think, strikes us as big news is, number one, it does set a record.
It sets a record.
So it makes history. Secondly, it's because of all of the pre-draft nonsense now.
There was all
in retrospect about the money being the issue.
And David, when we talked on Friday, I was nervous about the money being an issue,
right?
Because we knew that the 9.3 was going to take more money. It took just over $1 million more, and like I say, they still saved $1 million off that 10.35 million. But David, you just were concerned that Rock wanted to shatter his agent, whoever was representing him. They wanted to shatter the previous record. Are the White Sox the team to do that? And you wondered if that was what San Francisco was thinking when all that noise was coming out,
right?
Because they were willing to do it.
Yeah.
And that's part of this whole thing.
And that was all part of the conversation. And there will still be some people that come out of this story, as much as we're making it out to be historic, and it is, and encouraging because it is. But we'll look at it and say, well, this is still under slot.
It is under slot.
It's under slot.
It is.
So they're not paying him all that they could with 11.35. But to me, it says two things. It's a wise use of your resources because you are making history, you are giving him the biggest bonus ever, and you are making it more competitive for you to do this with your other draft picks, with the money in the pool. So you have that still available to you, correct?
Yes.
So that's part of the plan. It's a very good plan. And it's one that nobody seems to be too worked up about. They're just excited. This is a great time to be Rock Chalowski and his family. Also thought it was interesting, Mully, that Dan Chalowski, Rock's father, said in, I think it might have been Jim Callis' story, it might have been Scott Merkin's, I can't remember which, but that the White Sox were the most aggressive financially when Rock was coming out of high school, when he was deciding whether or not to go the route that a lot of high schoolers go, or to go to college. And the White Sox were talking in terms of financial packages or offers, and they were the most competitive. So they have been in on him for a while. This is an investment that they believe will be worth it. And I think now begins the good stuff, the fun stuff. He will go to Charlotte, I think, tomorrow for a camp, and then he'll return to Arizona to be assigned, likely to Winston-Salem.
The camp starts tomorrow, so I mean,
he might be there now.
Yeah, I don't know how the timing of it works, but it's a 4-day camp to just kind of get you welcomed into the system and into the various baseball stuff.
Welcome to the White Sox world.
Yes, and then he will get his assignment, and it's really interesting because what he said on that phone call, what he said right after he was drafted, he's ready to work. He's ready to go. And, his season ended a while ago, probably ended prematurely from his perspective.
Definitely. They were the best team.
Yes, he probably thought that they'd be playing through the College World Series, and they did not. They were eliminated. And it's been a while. His career has been on hold waiting to begin his major league career, and he's ready to get going. So it'll be really interesting. Like, obviously, he's from Arizona. He doesn't live too far from the spring training facility. So it'll be interesting if there was any kind of rookie camp there or anything like that, or if he goes right out on assignment and gets to single A and really starts playing baseball in the White Sox system.
Do you believe this comes as any surprise? Did the news yesterday catch any White Sox fan off guard? Do you think that they expected this to happen this fast, this lucrative? What would you think the prevailing thought or reaction was from Sox fans?
I think if you were paying attention, you heard him say he thanks them on the phone call. He says something like, "Oh, you guys really, made me age," because they were negotiating. But they've been negotiating for a couple of days, I believe. And if you heard him say, he said one of the things he said when he after the draft was how much he appreciated them meeting the number. Like, they had a number in mind that they wanted, and the White Sox met that number. So he was always coming here, and he knew they were going to draft him that morning. And there was a great video where he talks to his mom and dad, and he tells his mom that, yeah, I found out at 8:30 this morning. I wanted you guys to be surprised. And then he tells his father the same thing, and they are genuine. You knew? Like, they didn't know that he knew.
That's
in
good
the dark.
discipline.
That's excellent.
You can tell that guy a
discipline.
secret.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, that's in the vault.
That's in the vault.
So just for
Mum's the word.
Following through, you mentioned the name Chase Burns. And Chase Burns was a second pick in the 2024 draft. Just 2026 right now, Mully. We're in the midst of the season. He's 11-1.
Yeah.
He's already contributing to the Cincinnati Reds.
Oh, yeah.
He's a major league. I know it's pitching, and maybe that's slightly different, but the point being, the path to the majors is shorter than ever for prospects who are ready. There's not like this apprenticeship that necessarily needs to be forced. I do think the Sox are doing the wise thing, and they have the luxury of doing the smart thing. They don't have to rush him, but I also think that it shows you that these days, when you draft players who might be closer to major league ready talent-wise, then you might be expecting him to contribute sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they had a really good draft class. You know, we talked to Jim Callis yesterday. He told us that there were 8 players that they drafted over the weekend that he would immediately move into their top 30 prospects. 8. And he also told us that he has no reason to believe that Rock Chalowski isn't going to be a great player. But even if he isn't a great player, he believes they still have a very viable draft. They still did very well with the draft.
Like if you took Rock Chalowski away?
If you took the number 1 overall pick out of it, you'd still have a successful draft class.
That says a lot. That says a lot about your scouting staff. It says a lot about your scouting director. And it says a lot about how you feel about the type of player you might be, the traits that might be consistent with each of those prospects. I think that Rock will be curious. Here's what I will be looking at when they do come out with those next rankings.
Yes.
Is he higher than Caleb Bonnemer?
He said he was.
I know, but
Jim said
so that means he's closer to the big leagues than Caleb Bonnemer?
Well, he thinks he's a better prospect in their system than Caleb Bonnemer. He flat out told us he's better than Caleb Bonnemer. Caleb Bonnemer is the number 1 player right now in the White Sox system because they've had so many guys graduate to the major leagues. So with that said, I believe MLB Pipeline had him about 13th at one point, if I'm not mistaken, in their top 100. And he believes that Rock Chalowski would be the number 1 prospect of the Chicago White Sox right now.
Wow. That's really something. He's on his way. You don't know what's next. It's going to be exciting to follow. I've got to check the Winston-Salem schedule maybe to find out when he could make his debut. Be it in the next couple weeks, right?
You would think.
Then we're going to be back on MILB.com watching, grainy videos of highlights from back.
Have we found anyone? I know we got a nice connection in Charlotte, but how are we doing?
Well, first we have to figure out that he's definitely going to Winston-Salem.
Well, that's it. We got to find out.
Or is he going to go to Kannapolis?
Either way, where's your contact?
We got to figure it out. I'm not quite sure yet. But one day maybe he'll be in an all-star game like Mully Murakami and Tristan Peters. And, they were there last night along with Miguel Vargas.
David,
arm in arm.
Just think about that. Okay. Now, if I said to you, last year, obviously we talked about it, Shane Smith. They had a Rule 5 pick they took from Milwaukee. He ended up being a lot better than they thought he was, and he ends up being the lone representative of the team in the All-Star game. And, he ended up starting this season. He did okay after the All-Star break, and he ended up as their opening day starter and then was ineffective. He did not get demoted due to injury. He was ineffective. And they sent him back down to Charlotte, and it was in Charlotte that he got injured. And now he's made his way back to Charlotte. Will he make his way back to MLB?
That's a good question. What's your instinct say?
I think if they know what he was doing wrong and they tried to fix him and now the injury's over, I think he makes his way back to Major League Baseball.
I think so.
I hope so.
But you want to be modest in your expectations.
Okay.
Right?
Well, I mean, listen, you don't want anybody to get hurt or anything. But, I mean, he was your opening day starter, and then it kind of went pear-shaped.
I think what you're describing is, all right, we're focused on the White Sox and what they're going to do at the deadline to supplement a rotation that needs some help. Maybe a bullpen as well. You're also looking at an American League because of parity. You're going to have maybe more teams than you anticipated originally talking themselves into the idea that they are contenders or they have a shot to make the playoffs. And I'm thinking of Boston. I'm thinking of Detroit.
Yes.
These are going to be two fewer teams that might be in the market to sell. In that context, then I think you look at Shane Smith differently, because if you aren't going to be aggressive, and we don't know yet what Chris Getz will do, but if you're not able to be that aggressive because the fewer teams are going to be involved in those kind of conversations, Shane Smith could be a guy you view as the de facto addition to your staff, who's like a trade piece, who's a veteran, in air quotes, veteran added to the mix.
But I don't know how far out he is. I don't know if he's done enough in Winston-Salem to make him do well. I just don't know. But I'll say this to you. If I said to you, David, Shane Smith is not going to be in the All-Star game this year, if I said that to you when the season started, would you shrug? Would you be like, oh, no, he must be?
No, he's not a perennial all-star.
Exactly.
He's not.
No.
And I don't know if you can call him that.
If I said to you that, that Tristan Peters guy that they signed, he's making the All-Star team, would you have believed me?
No. No, I would have wanted to wonder what you were putting in that coffee of yours and started them a little early.
Miguel Vargas really got a lot better, and he's going to carry the team for a bit, and he's making the All-Star game. Would you have believed me?
No. I mean, this has been a season full of disbelief.
If I said to you, that guy they signed from Japan, he's going to make the All-Star game.
A year ago at this time, Mully Murakami was in Japan hitting home runs, and he would have been a pipe dream to consider. We would have laughed off the possibility. A year ago this time, Tristan Peters was playing center field for the Durham Bulls, okay, and doing what minor league outfielders do, dreaming of one day being in the majors. A year ago this time, Miguel Vargas was still trying to figure out if he could stick in the majors. They're all stars.
Just a quick word on a very quick word, if you may, on the Savannah Banana appearance of one Tristan Peters. That was when he got out of college. He did that briefly. They were a serious team.
I said Durham Bulls, not Savannah Banana.
No, but I want to, because Brandon mentioned it earlier. He was dancing with the Durham Bulls. I don't think they were dancing when he was there.
He does say, I have heard interviews with Tristan Peters. He doesn't resist that. He's leaned into it. He does have some dance moves. He was a Savannah Banana entertainer. Their pregame meetings were on their home run celebrations, what they would do between innings. So I don't think that...
But it's become a stage show that it wasn't quite there yet.
It's a descriptor. It's a descriptor.
Okay.
I'm
trying to defend him.
But see, that's the thing. There's no need. I think, and even I've heard him talk about this, and I appreciate it. He's not defensive about it. I think he's.
Why am I defensive?
I don't know. I think because you think it diminishes his talent.
I do.
Or reduces him to a sideshow or a gimmick, and I don't think he's that.
I mean, to me, the first word in his obituary is former Savannah Banana.
Now it can be former All-Star.
That's what I was trying to drive at.
Tristan, let's not kill him off yet, Mully.
That's a much more
He's
pleasant,
a young man.
Yeah, but it's a much more pleasant designation.
When they...
MLB All-Star as opposed to former Savannah Banana.
At the end of this season, when you write the 2026 story of his season, it will be Tristan Peters, all-star center fielder and former Savannah Banana, entertained White Sox fans all summer long with performance after performance that legitimized his place in Major League Baseball.
So given the fact they've got 3 guys in the All-Star game, given the fact that, who knows, maybe they're still improving, do you believe this is a team that can compete in the second half? Or?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
Because they're there right now.
They are feeling it.
Even with all these teams coming
They
at
have
them.
confidence, they have camaraderie, they have talent, and they have the benefit of being in an American League season where, frankly, you're not getting the best of all of the teams. And it doesn't matter a bit because you're taking advantage of an opportunity and time that right now you feel like it's your time.
Do you know, it was really funny. Sam Antonacci on Sunday was asked, do you guys believe that you can go in the second half? And he said, what's the number one reason you believe it? And he said, the wand. And
Yes.
then someone said, did you say the wand? And he said, yes, I did. And then he talked about their camaraderie and belief and all this stuff. But it was a very funny initial response.
I know, it was funny.
It kind of shook everybody.
The White Sox believe in magic. They do.
And I believe in John Heyman. And we'll ask John if their magic will sustain, if it's real. And we'll ask him who's going to win the All-Star game. Is that even a dumb question? I mean, there's one league that's full of winners and the other league has got 4 of them. It's John Heyman next. Mully and Haugh 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Sox fans, what's going on the South Side? Find out with former White Sox world champion manager Ozzie Guillen every Wednesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with Mully and Haugh.
Plus, Steve Stone throughout the season giving you an insider's perspective on this up-and-coming White Sox team. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment sponsored by Grand Appliance. The Red, White, and Cool sale is on at Grand Appliance. Right now, get free professional installation on premium Bosch benchmark appliances by Grand's team of highly trained installers. Shopping.
He wasn't wrong.
And then I'd say, he'd do the dust off.
I was just going to ask you. I've always wanted to ask you, how did the dust? How did it start?
He did it one time, right? He did it one time before I got there with JD, and they did cloth, and Michael liked it, because it was a big reaction. And so we'd bring the umbrellas. We'd bring one time Red brings a fan, right? He brings these fans, and these little handheld fans. And so Michael does the dust off. We hold the fan, and the dust blows in his eyes.
Oh God.
There's a timeout, and Johnny hits the talkback so nobody could hear us on his and mine, and he says, can you see the headline in the Tribune tomorrow morning? Former Bulls announcers Tom Dorr and Johnny Kerr. He said that's going to be the headline because we're done. We got this stuff in Michael Jordan's eyes. We're over. It's done. It was a great gig, wasn't it, Tommy?
I told Grote, I just like it when you two mess with each other. So sorry in advance if I just listen and giggle for some of the time where you two talk to each other. It just makes me happy.
I miss Grote a lot. He's good, but he has to say something ridiculous. So once he starts talking, I'll
I swear to God, I was
Shots
just about to say, because I feel like I don't know, Layla wants us to fight or something. I don't know what's going on.
No, I
here.
didn't say anything about a fight.
Oh, just
We don't
entertain.
fight.
Yeah, no, but I was just about to say before you made the comment you made. I'm looking at you right now, and you look good. You look like you just got back from vacation. The hair looks good. The tie is tight, as if like you're just got off the air, but you're getting ready to go on the air. So you're looking good, my friend.
Thank you, sir. You're looking good also.
Don't say that. Yeah, you don't have to say that.
Yeah,
back.
no, I didn't mean it. No, it's good. This tie knot is great because I don't tie it myself.
What?
Yeah, they tie my ties. for
No,
me
they
around
don't.
here.
Are you serious?
Man.
Dude? Of course I'm serious. I've told this story before.
I've not heard the story.
Grote, not only do they tie the ties, not only do they buy the clothes, not only do they set out the outfits, when I step into the dressing room, the belt is already through the loops. True story. And I asked our lovely wardrobe designer Christine, like, this was like a week into the job. So this is, almost a year and a half ago. At this point, I was like, why is the belt already through the loop? And she said two things that blew my mind. One, she was like, well, it's because our job is to make sure that all you guys have to think about is performing on the air, as if me having to put the belt through the loops was somehow going to take away from the takes. And then two, she said, no one had ever asked her about that before.
Of course.
I was like, wait, what? So all of these TV people are just so coddled and so spoiled that they think that is normal. And she's like, yeah, you're the first person that's ever asked. She's like, I've worked everywhere. I've worked at SNL. I've worked at Fox. I've worked at NBC. And she's like, you're the first person who's ever asked me that before. I'm like, oh, wow. Okay. Well, this is clearly different. So yeah, I mean, people are like, oh, you look good since going into TV. I'm like, yeah, none of it's me.
Well, okay, here's the question then. Do they also derobe you like a boxing trainer? Like you get off and then they pull the mouthpiece out? Like, do they derobe?
Good question.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, good question.
Mm-hmm.
No, I have to do that myself.
Oh.
Maybe, but on my next contract. On my next contract, that's something that I'm going to be looking for.
Well, then what the hell does Triano do over there? If he's not derobing you, what exactly send him back. If that's all you can get out of him, then send him back.
Why do you think I put in the recommendation? I mean, the guy is excellent at tying my shoes. He's really good at it.
See, this is what I needed. This is what I came here for.
The Bears have an offensive lineman by the name of Ozzy Trapillo.
Yeah, you got scared, didn't you?
I did.
It's Ozzy Trampaio.
So anyway, Anthony, honestly, like when I don't know a name, obviously there's a pronunciation guy, but I always go to a broadcaster, right? And I heard it two different ways. One of them, I shouldn't have trusted the podcaster.
Well, yeah, why would you?
I don't know.
Because you podcast love.
Right, I guess so.
It's played out in real time, by the way, as well. They make the pick. We're live on the air.
In real time, exactly. So basically, Anthony and I are going back and forth mispronouncing this guy's name. And then we had Chris Emma on, who was going to try to set us straight. And here's how it went down. We now, Big Ant, get to go out to Hallis Hall, Bears headquarters. That's where the war room is, and that's where we find the scores. Chris Emma. Here, we literally had two different pronunciations given to us for Ozzy. Is it Trapillo or Trapillo?
I didn't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
Okay.
What?
All right.
Wait, huh?
What?
Oh,
you said Zapillo. Jesus. Now we correct you.
Radio magic right there. Church, let's go Trapillo.
Chris, look at me. You and I know each other well enough. If I mess up a name, you know that pisses me off when I do that. You are allowed to correct me. So, again, it's Ozzy Trapillo, yes?
Yes, you're in the meeting room tomorrow. I will see you tomorrow, my friend, and I will correct you the first thing when you walk in the door.
Okay.
That's amazing, actually.
One more.
He loaded up the gun.
Shout out to Dan Zampillo, who used to work here at the school.
Where was that going?
You keep using this name.
Hey,
You're not
guys,
thinking me.
Grote, I don't want to correct you, but it's Zapillo.
I don't want to correct you, buddy, but it's a pillow.
What do we call that? Loud wrong?
MLB Network.
Chicago is watching carefully, no question about it.
New York Post columnist, Curb Your Enthusiasm enthusiast.
You hate people. Well, I hate people individually, but I love mankind.
John Heyman with Mully and Haugh.
I'm going to endorse the point where I say you never know with the Cubs, but I'm going to retract the I like the White Sox.
On 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our guy, John Heyman. What a great man, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency. Call 1-833-PLUM-911, local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. John, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys? Thank you for that introduction. That was very kind.
Oh, well, it's right the way you wrote it. I've got a little stick 'em right next to the computer. John, you are a great man, and I got to tell you, I am so happy with the weekend that the White Sox are just coming off of. even Mooney not winning the home run derby didn't bother me. I thought he did fine for himself, and I loved seeing him milling around and different guys coming up to him. There was this beautiful moment where the Pittsburgh stud pitcher who's friends with Grant Taylor, Paul Skeens, comes up and says, "Hey, I'm friends with Grant Taylor. He says great things about you." And they have this handshake, and Mooney's bowing to it. It was just like, wow, is that super cool?
Yeah, Mooney is beloved around his team, and now getting around baseball. It's really fantastic that he regained his health before the All-Star game so that he could participate, and good for him for being in that derby. There's a lot of pressure on these guys, and they all got booed. It's Philadelphia. Everybody who wasn't Schwarber and Harper got booed, so give them all credit. And, Jordan Walker, amazing, really incredible to come back, and with all that booing, to do that, hit so many in a row, and beat Schwarber, really fantastic performance. But Mooney, absolutely beloved, and the White Sox, what a story this year. They are the story of the year.
John, we are in the midst of it. We're in the middle of it, too. I just wonder, as you allude to, is there a better story in the majors this year than the turnaround the White Sox have experienced? Because we're looking at their attendance figures, and goodness sakes, they're almost approaching what they had the entire season in 2024, and you're seeing people get excited about the Sox again. They're signing the first overall pick already to a contract extension, or not to a contract. This is one of the bigger surprises in the game.
Really amazing. I think it's number one. To be 5 games over, to be tied for the division lead. Mooney is a sensation. They have 3 All-Stars. The number 1 pick, as you mentioned, there was a lot for that, but give them credit. They've done a terrific job. There were folks predicting them to lose 100 once again. I didn't think they'd be that bad, but I am shocked. I did not see this coming, and I don't know that anybody did.
And it's been kind of fun to watch all these young guys, They land Mooney, which was just an exceptional breakthrough moment for them, that people didn't think he was going to be able to hit velocity for some reason. So that you got lucky on that one. But they have also done a good job with player development. We're seeing Miguel Vargas makes the All-Star team. Pretty extraordinary, the season that he's had up to this point. They helped him, moved his hands up a little bit on his bat. They did some things with him. Then I don't know how you explain the fact that Tristan Peters ends up there, another guy that they got for just money. It didn't really cost them much. They picked him up. He was cut by Tampa, and you thought he was fighting to make a team here, and now he winds up in the All-Star game. These are kind of an extraordinary group of players to be in an All-Star game.
They've made great deals. They made great trades. Peters, as you mentioned, former Savannah Banana, he's been traded a few times. So somebody liked him a couple times, and somebody said, "Yeah, I'm not so sure," but good for them. And for him to be an All-Star, incredible. Nobody saw that one coming. They have 3 All-Stars. Really terrific. Montgomery, the shortstop, he was batting, about 100 in the minors at one point a couple of years ago. Set him on to the spa, as you guys called it, and turned around and became a slugger with a ton of home runs as a shortstop. Now you've got Rock Chalowski coming. I don't want to mispronounce it like somebody did.
Wow.
He really, I think they made the right call. It's tough when you got the choice of a great high school player and a great college player. You obviously looking at the ceiling versus the floor, and I think that the guy who's in college delivering as the best college player in the country, it's understandable why they went that direction. It was a tough call, and I know they went down the last few days, and I think either way, I think they would have been good from what I hear, but It's really been an amazing season. That's why I say it's the number one story in baseball. To see this team over 500 after what did they lose? 120 games, 121 games 2 years ago, and 100 last year. I mean, it's really, really been amazing.
And meanwhile, John, the Cubs 12 games over. Pete Crow Armstrong representing them in Philadelphia at the All-Star game. When you look at PCA's season and what might yet be ahead of him, and you look at Shohei Ohtani, not at the All-Star game, dealing with some knee situations or an impossible injury, maybe the second half of the season he's not as available. How realistic is it to look at PCA, his numbers, his trajectory, and to think he could be a viable MVP candidate?
Well, I think that's what it takes. If Ohtani is injured, that's probably how somebody else wins an MVP. I mean, Ohtani is the greatest player I've ever seen. It's really incredible. I mean, nobody else is ever going to come close to doing this. I mean, anyone who's tried, nobody's been at least average at both at the same time in the last 100 years. So it's amazing. But certainly he's got the knee situation. I did talk to his agent yesterday, and he said that he will be fine for Friday. So I think the Dodgers feel good about the situation. They didn't want to take a chance here at the All-Star game, give him a few days off, train his knee. But, to beat him out while he's healthy, I think is almost impossible these days. I do see Pete Crow Armstrong as in the mortal division. He is the MVP of the league this year. I do believe that. To have that kind of combination of defense, offense, and obviously brings excitement. He's the face of the franchise, and I don't know if it was moving up to leadoff or it was a couple days before they saw something. It's really worked out fabulously. Really amazing. It's really a terrific player, but there is only one Ohtani.
It's amazing from a Cubs perspective that they are only 5 games behind Milwaukee, given the way all their injuries, all the pitching woes in the starters, even the closer out, the bullpen battered up, and they're only 5 games back. And Mizorowski runs into some problems, arm fatigue by the end of the season. He's not at the All-Star game. He had one of the all-time first halves we've seen. Do you anticipate there being trouble for him? And if there is there trouble for them? They've had a couple of little minor pitching concerns.
Yeah, the number 2 starter, Harrison, has had some injury concern. Woodruff also has a shoulder concern. So they got a lot going on in terms of their pitching injuries as well. I mean, the Cubs have been as injured as anybody in terms of the rotation, and good for Craig Counsell and company to weather that storm and to still be in playoff position. The Cubs do need to add pitchers, though, I think, to really be a viable World Series contender. National League is tough. I do believe the top 3 teams are in the National League. Probably 4 out of the top 5 teams are probably in the National League. Not going to be easy, and they do need to pick up pitching, and it's not going to be easy. I mean, it looked like there were going to be a number of viable starting pitchers available. Now we cannot be sure. Look, Skubal, we thought it was 90% he's going to be traded. I still think it's more likely than not that he'll be traded, but it's probably getting close to 50-50 at this point, right? The Tigers have been hot. They're not in the top division. They've won 9 out of 12. They certainly no guarantee that Skubal's getting traded. Sonny Gray, I mean, the Red Sox are the hottest team in baseball right now. Of course, they did play the Mets, but I'm still going to count those games as wins. Boston is doing very well, and so the likelihood that Gray gets traded is certainly been diminished. I mean, some of the other starters as well look like they're going to be pulled off the board. Freddie Peralta has not pitched well, so maybe it's all the Mets' fault. I don't know. It's hard to correct that within a year. There aren't a ton of options that look like there would be a few weeks ago. But I do think the Cubs do need to pick up starting pitching, as do a number of other teams. It's a real going to be a real seller's market. If you got a good starting pitcher, you're going to get an overpay by double probably.
But that's the thing. There aren't going to be that many sellers. There's only 5 winning teams in the American League, which means that there are a lot of teams that have convinced themselves they're in it. So Joe Ryan, probably not on the market. Sonny Gray, no way. Skubal, probably not. Peralta, everyone's going to want Peralta. And then you look at how many Angels pitchers can they raid from that team? They're terrible, but I don't know if you can. You got to get in line to get in front of that one. John, I just think this trade deadline, we're going to be setting ourselves up here in Chicago where both teams are in playoff spots at the All-Star break for the first time since 2008. But I don't know how much activity there will be at the deadline as badly as both teams need it.
Yeah, I mean, you said it when you say everyone's going to want Peralta. I mean, I've been watching. He's got a 4.6 ERA, and it was a 3.1 ERA about a month ago. So he is that trending down. I mean, it's killing his free agency. He wanted 7 to 8 years. At this point, he's going to be lucky to get 4. I mean, if he is the belle of the ball, that's pretty rough. I love Peralta. He's probably the nicest guy in baseball. He's fantastic in a clubhouse, but he has not pitched well over the last month. So it's slim pickings. You mentioned a couple good possibilities, but these are guys who have years to go. They're not free agents after the year. The 2 guys with the Angels, Soriano and Detmers, the price on them is going to be enormous. Same with Joe Ryan. My understanding is the Twins are conflicted about whether to sell. I do believe it's probably the new owner who does not want to sell because he's the one who criticized the previous owner, which is his brother, for selling 11 guys last year, and they're only a game under 500 at this point. So no guarantee the Twins will sell. I mean, they're made. I mean, you may have said it. I mean, Freddie Peralta, there may be teams lining up for a guy with a near 4.7 ERA. That's a tough market to be in.
Especially because he misses Craig Counsell. Maybe it's that.
Maybe. You never know. Maybe that's the key. I don't know. He's not been the same pitcher. He's having trouble getting. He's certainly having trouble getting through 6, but even 5 the last couple of starts. But I think he can be turned around. He can be fixed. But the question is, can he be fixed before the end of the year, before he's a free agent? That's difficult. That's not an easy thing to do.
John, just curious. I mean, we talk about what a great story the White Sox are. Here they are. They've got a share of first place, and they're 5 games over 500. Can they continue that in the second half, or will they eventually kind of run out of steam?
Well, certainly we have seen a lot of teams have great halves, and it's more than a half. So let's give them credit. It's more than that. It's closer to 60%. But we've seen a lot of teams flame out after a good first half, in quotes. But I mean, right now, they look pretty darn good. I mean, they've got really good power. They've got Mully, they've got Vargas, they've got Montgomery, they've got a tough lineup, and they're not in the best of divisions. I would not bet against them at this point.
Great to hear. Great stuff, John. Appreciate it.
Thanks, John.
Always a pleasure, guys. Have a good day.
That is our guy, John Heyman. Does a wonderful job.
He sets it up correctly, and we should talk about this maybe coming back, this trade deadline. I don't want to call it a myth, but it might be an imaginary prize because of how many teams are going to convince themselves they're in it.
We'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Right now, you're listening to Mully and Haugh on your way to work.
I really don't like going on about ourselves, but can I say it? Greatest sports radio show in the morning.
That's a Mully bomb.
And once you're at the office, tune in to Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker or the Odyssey app. Or watch the show on YouTube or Twitch. Then keep listening to Chicago's #1 sports station all day long. We are Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
I still love Max Rustopher. Like that's still my
that was
favorite.
a Perkins special. Max Rustopher.
And then Max Rustopher became a thing, as it should have. They call me Layler, and I love it.
Layler.
I think it's really cool.
I like Layler.
I was like, oh yes,
Layler. I don't even know her.
Are we still on the air after that?
Hey,
Is this
man.
thing on?
I'll tell you, man, it's the big ant factor.
That's what I bring out of
It's
people.
a foursome now.
Earlier, Ant, we were talking about our relationship.
Ant has taken his headphones off. He's
That's it
taken
for
the
you.
jack out of the headphone
Can't
jack.
take the heat on this show.
And is already packing up.
This is what we're bringing.
He
We're just
drove
left with the
all the
throuple.
way from the suburbs for this, and that has ended Ant Heron's time on the show.
I'm going back to my safe life in the burbs.
Well, we're excited for you because that's got to be a thrill knowing that your jersey is going to be you're up in the rafters and that everyone's going to be able to look up and see your name on the back of it. What does it mean to you to get your jersey retired?
It's surreal. Still running. It's surreal, but at the same time, knowing that I put in the work and listen to the OGs, all the teammates, my old coaches, everybody that gave me knowledge, I made a way to implement that into my game, and I took advantage of it. So thank you. It's for all of us.
So you found out a year ago, and we remember the surprise at the time, and you were moved emotionally. So you've had about a year to process all of those emotions and, frankly, to put your own career in perspective. We have seen you grow up in Chicago, and everyone has appreciated the journey. But as you put that into perspective, how would you articulate what you have accomplished and what this represents?
I think whenever I look at all the players that did retire or got their jerseys in the Raptors or even won championships, they feel like they gave their all, and people respected that. And I feel like it's very similar to this, where we didn't win a championship, but, man, I have no regrets. I feel like I give my all. I feel like I squeezed or maxed out on my body when I was on the court, and I did all I could do.
I'm just curious, Derek. In retrospect now, as you look back on your career, famously, there was all these guys gathering together. We know what happened in Miami, and people were like, Derek needs to recruit someone to come to Chicago. We need another star. And it was almost like you were blamed for not recruiting. Did you consider that part of your job, or did you laugh at that idea?
I kind of laughed at it, but in a way, maybe it was towards the end of my career with the Bulls, but I feel like I adapted, or I made an attempt. I forgot what the attempt was, but I did recruit in that way, not like how everybody else was at the time, but I felt like I was cool with my guys and showing loyalty to my teammates. If they would have heard me each year say that we needed somebody different, who was going to mess with me on the team? Or it was a fake relationship, and that's something I never wanted with my teammates, and that's why we're like family to this day outside of basketball.
Youngest MVP ever. We saw what you accomplished on the court and with those Bulls teams you're referencing, and then you came back, and your second act was impressive because you had the longevity, and I think a lot of people might have been surprised, Derek. Now that you have got your jersey retired, and you just look ahead. Is the Basketball Hall of Fame a goal of yours? Can you look at it that way? And do you think that your career was Hall of Fame worthy?
I think it was, but once again, it's not up to me to decide that. It's up to the committee, and it's up to them to decide. But I would love to be in the Hall of Fame. Who wouldn't want to be in the Hall of Fame? And like I said, I'm not doing it for me, or I didn't play this way solely for me. It's the Chicago way of playing. Like, that's the way that I played. That's the way that every time I step on the floor, I always try to show a Chicago toughness or a Chicago aggressiveness in some fashion. And for that not to be in a Hall of Fame, it will hurt in a way. But at the same time, this moment right here is kind of like my Hall of Fame if I don't get in.
Not to be mean, but I hate that shirt. Yeah, something like that. Not to be mean, but your nose is too big. Something like that.
I don't think I've ever gone that.
Okay.
Not to be mean.
Mully. But whenever you say that, I'm always expecting, here comes the hammer.
Here comes but that guy doesn't belong in the major leagues.
Yeah, right.
That's the kind of thing. You know who does belong is Mark Grote time! Can't believe it!
I love
Always
Zuzu's
enjoy.
pedals. Big fan of Zuzu's pedals. Always have loved them.
What's up?
That's a recording of me imitating Baby T. And Baby T playing it. No, Fryer played it.
Morning, Mark.
And,
Morning, Moon. Morning, Sunshine. Morning, Prudential Building. Morning, Car.
Layla Rahimi in the building, in the
Morning,
house, in the studio.
Wait,
It's a holiday.
should I do the imitation of you imitating me?
do that,
Whatever,
do
the Bears suck.
Whatever.
Nobody has conquered the Layla impersonation yet.
No,
we just
you got
do.
it.
No.
we just do a higher pitch.
When I heard that you were working on one, I
Yeah.
was like, I bet it's going to sound a little like Mickey or Minnie Mouse. And then it did.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want that. So
Technically
that's why
both. No, why not?
I mean, it's just an okay impersonation. So that's I stand
Man,
by it,
if
but
you
it's
don't,
just okay.
if you don't get a Grote impersonation, like
those
are you
injuries,
even-
we had, it's been talking to him back and forth, and I think that happens a lot of times with deals that, you're circling a player or a concept, and there's not a lot of urgency to do it. You sort of talk, and all of a sudden, we had more urgency to do it once Cabrera and Brown went down.
I think that Getsy is always doing whatever he can to make our team better, and I think we'll see where we're at during the break. But this team continues to win and play good baseball, and I know that everyone wants to continue to support that in whatever way we can.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. You heard there from Jed Hoyer and Will Venable, both talking trade in one way or another.
Well, both need trades to be made. Both need trades to be made.
The Cubs definitely need
We got 3 weeks, but this is the gathering of the baseball community. It is a MLB convention in Philadelphia. Maybe some conversations will be had, but it's going to be more difficult than ever to pull one off. And we talked about why with John Heyman. I don't know who's going to be left. I don't know who's going to be on the market because the Twins can convince themselves as they sit there 1 game under 500 that they're in that division. Would you, if you were a Minnesota Twin fan, I know you're not. You're absolutely,
I'm quite the opposite.
You're quite the opposite.
Yes.
You hate the Twins. I respect that.
Oh, yeah.
So they're not selling though. I doubt that they're sellers.
Well,
I think
they'd be dumb not to sell, and they're a dumb organization.
Well, despite that, in back here in Serious Land, they're not going to be trading Joe Ryan.
I don't think they will because I
Yeah.
think that they have deluded themselves into believing that they're better than Detroit. And
Detroit, you say? You mean the team that is sitting there at 44-52? They're probably not going to, after going 7-3 in their last 10, trade Tariq Skubal either.
see, that would be a mistake, but that's okay. I wouldn't mind a Detroit.
If you're in the trade market, then you look at Boston, the same deal. The Red Sox have gotten hot of late. They won 9 straight. 9 straight. I think they're all on the road as well.
All on the road.
Sonny
That's
Gray and Aroldis Chapman, I think, are coming off the market. They're going to stay in Boston. And so you talk about maybe the Royals, maybe the Angels in the American League as being sellers. Michael Wacha is an all-star again. Is he going to be trade bait? Seth Lugo for the Royals, is he going to be on the market?
I think Wacha will be traded. And I don't know. I mean, I would trade for Wacha if I were the White Sox.
Yes.
Because he's the kind of guy
He's the kind of guy you want.
Yeah. But I wouldn't give him much. I would give him like a bag of balls or maybe
You're going to have to give up more than that.
what do I have to give
You're
up?
going to have to be willing to part with some of your prized prospects if you want to get a pitcher that's going to make an impact in a pennant race. And I don't know if Shane Smith's emergence down in Charlotte will affect Chris Getz's thinking.
I don't either.
Meanwhile, if you're the Cubs, I think you look at it maybe, I don't want to say differently, but they can be a little bit more aggressive.
I think the Cubs need to make a deal.
They do need to make a deal. They need to add a starting
pitching. They
or
definitely need
a
starting.
bullpen arm.
They
or
could
both.
use both. They could use both.
I think the Freddie Peralta thing with Craig Counsell, though, is not irrelevant. I think his past with Counsell may convince the Cubs that they can get the best out of him.
I think there's 2 problems. The first is that he's not pitching well enough to get himself the kind of deal that he wants. So why would you give much away?
Is there part of it that's messed up for thinking that's good? That's good because
it is good.
I trust the back of his baseball card.
I think
and
he's
if
a
the
good
Cubs
player.
make that move at the deadline and they don't have to give up as much because he's in the midst of a struggling year, I will think that he can be fixed here.
And I think he's a great guy.
Yeah.
I'm not joking around. I think he comes in here, he'll fit right in. Everyone will love him because everyone has loved him everywhere he's been. And you got Counsell knows him very well. I think it's a match made in heaven. But I don't know if a guy is not pitching up. I mean, they're trading him at a low point for him.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes you wonder, like, why would you give up much for a guy being traded at a low point? Well, because there's no one else available.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, as they say. And I think the Cubs at the trade deadline, while maybe not desperate by some people's definitions, certainly needy.
They're
certainly needy.
What? I mean, how are they not desperate? They've lost their best young pitcher, and their other best young pitcher may be able to come back in a bullpen if everything
Desperate
doesn't
would
go
be
wrong.
out of the playoff picture, needing something to happen dramatically in the second half for them to be in contention. They are in contention. They're in the playoffs.
I agree with you. They're in contention. But let's talk about what kind of damage they can do in the playoffs. You look at them right now, and you line up the starters that you have, and you tell me that they're going to, I'm
not telling you anything.
You know, the Dodgers are quaking in their boots. 'cause
Boyd,
the Cubs are coming from
Taillon,
Shota.
No, I don't.
I'm not being
like
mean. I'm just
Cabrera,
saying.
hopefully by that time will be healthy and effective.
Tell me Cabrera might be healthy and effective.
I said I
give
said
you,
I can't do that yet.
I give you your response to Shota.
Yeah. All right. Well,
I mean, I'm just saying he has yet to be. He's been
let's
up and
talk
down.
about the All-Star game.
Yes, we got much to get to, and we'll do so next. There's some great things out there. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs fans, Gold Glove second baseman Nico Hoerner gives you an insider's perspective on the Cubs. Coming up this afternoon at 2:30 with Spiegel and Holmes.
Sensational play by Nico Hoerner.
Nico Hoerner on The Score is brought to you by Toyota. Visit your Chicagoland Toyota dealer or Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places.
At Bank of America, we support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge. What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only one who's impacted by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain and you see what they're not saying and what they can't do and how they've slowed down and stopped being able to do the things they like. It's July, time to be outside, time to be moving and playing and living, and they're sitting there. They're kind of sitting it out. Hey, it's Mully. Let's talk about getting that life back. At QC Kinetics here in Chicago, that's what's happening every single day. People who were stuck in a cycle of pain, whether it be because of their hips, their knees, their shoulders, their back, they're finally stepping out of it with regenerative treatments done right there in the office by Dr. Caravelli and the QC Kinetics medical team. There's no surgery, no long recovery, no putting your life on hold, just real relief. The inflammation eases, the pain lets go, and we hear it all the time, not just from the patients, but from the people around him. He's back. She's herself again. So if this sounds like you or someone you love, go find out what's possible. QC Kinetics offers a free consultation, even weekend appointments to see if you're a good candidate. All you do, you call QC Kinetics, the number 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 4347 QC Kinetics 312-847-4347.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Text. I started with a big idea to give
No.
And I do that too, by the way. I did the not to be a jerk thing yesterday when I was looking up baseball savant stats, but I was kind of a jerk about it. But like, if pointing out unfortunate information is a jerk, then guess what? We're all jerks.
It's the same thing as when people say it goes without saying that.
Yes.
Well, if it goes without saying,
why must you say?
Don't say it.
Zip it.
Zip it.
Yeah.
I think there are times where people say things to soften, and
Yes.
in journalism, we are taught to not do that because those are words that we need for other
brevity,
other
Layla.
space.
Brevity.
Yeah,
It's totally underrated.
Dave Feldman.
I don't have it.
Dave
I'm
Feldman
sorry.
was the great horse racing writer at the Sun Times.
I love when you talk about
And
Dave
whenever,
Feldman.
whenever two or more ex-Sun Times guys get together, they talk about Dave Feldman because the stories were unbelievable.
I know.
But his line was always, he would say, "Don't get me wrong, I like the guy," and then whoom,
Boom.
here it comes,
and boom.
I mean, wham! I love that.
Oh my God, you are wearing a Detroit Lions T-shirt
Yes,
today.
thank you.
Thank
Are
you.
people moronic?
Thank you.
I thought it was a Chicago Lions shirt.
Has anyone been to Chicago?
Mully's civic pride and Chicago card was compromised for a moment. And Mully's like, "No, it's the Art Institute, you fool."
I take pride in my lion.
I know you should.
That's a lion joke.
Also, like, does
White Lion
Detroit
Pride.
Does Detroit get all the
That's
lions?
a band, by the way.
Pride of Lions.
Do you remember the band?
I don't know.
They don't get all the lions.
Not to be rude, but you're crazy.
No offense. No offense is another one. No offense.
No
But I
offense.
hate your family.
Yes,
got it.
My
Chuck
night
is
is
on
made.
fire. Dalen
Thank you,
Swain
God.
on fire
From the University of Texas.
Oh my God.
Chuck Swirsky.
Yes.
Can we go to the
He's
gas
batting
station?
nearly 1,000.
I told you guys, this
Hey,
is crazy.
I'm telling you
Nearly
right now,
1,000.
this is a great first round.
Tell me
for the
why.
Bulls.
Tell me why, Chuck.
Because he's every slap. That's exactly what Bryson Graham has preached from day one.
Unbelievable. Dalen Swain from the University of Texas.
I love it. I flat out love it.
The only major.
Bryson Graham for mayor.
This is it. Onions, baby. Onions. Dalen Swain in the building. Last year, second team All SEC.
Oh, he's got Bill Duffy representing him. He's great.
Okay.
Like you said, listed as a guard there, but he's got size, right? 6'7".
Yeah.
Should be around 225 pounds when he reports for training
That
camp
kid's a
for the Bulls.
stud.
So this is like you said, staying in line. Already going to it, Chuck. Absolutely love it. Played at Texas last year,
Yes,
obviously,
he
but
did.
he played at Xavier
Yep.
prior to that. There were some inconsistencies at time at Texas with his defense, but he was better at Xavier, and I think Longhorns had a little bit tougher year maybe than they expected last year and such. So really, really good rebounder for his position as well in that. So that gives the Bulls optionality there just as they fill out their roster. Don't know his exact role yet, but certainly a guy who should play on the wing for years to come.
100%.
They said best player available. That's what Bryson Graham said. So certainly that's what he feels about 6'6",
And he can
211
compete.
pounds.
A key point for Dalen Swain is that he's about a 30% three-point shooter for his college career. He needs to improve on that, but he did get up to 34, a little over 34% last year at Texas. So there was the improvement right there last year, which
and
you
he
love
will
to see.
improve. And he's shooting 54% from the field. And if you're shooting 33% from the three-point line, you know you can get to the cup and finish around
Yes,
the
he
rim.
can.
And
to
that's
improve that.
That's his calling.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. And this hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
What type of music you like?
どんな音楽が好きですか？名前がわかんないですけど、ストローキングっていう歌。
Stroking. I like stroking. Stroking to the east.
Yes.
Stroking to the west.
I'm stroking to the woman that I love.
Yeah.
Stroking.
Let's go.
Yes.
I mean, stroking. Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. Mooney Murakami did an interview with the Pat McAfee show at the All-Star game yesterday, and that was one of the questions. What kind of music do you like? And, of course, we know that the White Sox have been playing that song, Stroking, while doing their hitting, and it's become a very popular theme song for the team.
Kind of an inside joke.
It's kind of an
shared
inside,
with everybody.
And he brought it up,
Yeah.
and then they jumped up and started singing. It was very funny. No
it
doubt
was
about
very
it.
entertaining.
It was.
There's a lot to that because, number one, Pat McAfee has such a wide following
it's huge.
that when you go on there, it's because they want you on there.
Oh, yeah.
And to me, it spoke to just how far-reaching Mully Murakami's first season has been. Because, Mully, it's remarkable to me. He missed 6 weeks.
Yes.
He missed 6 weeks out of the public consciousness, out of the batter's box. There hasn't been a moonshot in a very long time. He gets invited to the All-Star game. He makes it. He earned it. He gets invited to the Home Run Derby. And he shows up, and it's almost like he is one of baseball's biggest celebrities. That's the impression I got yesterday.
Well, he
from
carries himself that way, doesn't he? I mean, he's got an easy smile. He jumps in. There's a certain dynamic personality going on there that is he's a fun-loving guy.
It's welcoming.
He is great.
He's very welcoming. He's friendly, and he does seem like he has fun, and he's enjoying every aspect of this experience. And that's the way he's conducted himself, I believe, since day one. And so you go back to spring training, I don't want to say you forget in the 6-week absence, but you almost maybe took for granted just how important he was when this all started, this White Sox resurgence.
No doubt
and he
about
was
it.
in the middle of everything.
No doubt about
and
it.
his presence almost made it a little bit easier for other young players just to be themselves, to lean into this kind of college-like, collegiate camaraderie and chemistry, which was something that Rock Chalowski also alluded to. He said he noticed these guys are all unselfish. It's like a college clubhouse.
Right.
And Mully is like this. You'd think that he's older than he is, but he's only, 26 years old?
26, yeah.
It's fun to see him celebrated. It's interesting to see him respected at this level already as a major leaguer.
And the thing that I love about the guy is, and you mentioned it, like he finishes hitting and this little kid comes up and gives him a towel and Gatorade, and he greets the child and is polite to him. And there is, maybe it's just a cultural thing, because we've seen Shohei Ohtani, when he's walking off the field, he always stops and lets Freddie Freeman leave the stadium ahead of him. And they have this thing where Freddie won't go and will wait, and Ohtani's going to stand there all day. It's a very funny little moment that they will often share, because Ohtani believes in respecting his elders. And it was really funny because on this McAfee, let's listen to Mully talking to McAfee about Ohtani.
Well, I was always in the, watching end of the home run derby. I saw Ohtani-san, at the home run derby as well. And when I was looking through the home run derby this year, the rules has changed.
Yeah.
If it was the past rules in the past seasons, I probably wouldn't have been able to make it. But since the rules changed, I was more, let's say, optimistic about, being out there and getting into the participation.
Did you say Ohtani-san?
Ohtani-san,
Yeah.
So tell me how that works. So is that what I'm supposed to call Shohei Ohtani? Ohtani-san? Are you Moonshot Ataka-san?
In the Japanese, let's say, culture, you're supposed to put san at the end for an elder person to respect them.
Okay, so you guys do before pitches and everything like that. That is just kind of in the whole entire culture, right? I think you could probably answer that, Kenzo.
There are some people who don't, and do's and don'ts as well. But if there is an elder person, with respect, we do tell their hats.
Sweet, he did that to me. Is he called me McAfee-san?
McAfee-san, the only one.
Macafisa.
Connor has a question for you.
That's a funny interview.
Yeah, it was very fun.
It definitely.
It was super cool.
And just speaking to that whole wide reach that we're talking about, and whether it's on the Pat McAfee show or just meeting with Paul Skeens and all of those things. Also, let's look at, almost a semi-quasi local story. He signed yesterday with Jordan Brand.
Oh,
which is a big deal.
I wanted to mention that. They showed his new cleats, which were Jordan. So he wore his first time wearing the new Jordan baseball shoes was at the Home Run Derby.
Yes, and he is now part of the Jumpman team, and he's under that umbrella, and he's part of the group that is now wearing Michael Jordan.
Couple former White Sox getting together.
That's
on a
all it
business
is.
Deal.
Couple guys. Just a couple Reinsdorf employees, and that makes sense. The symmetry is there, and certainly the appeal is there. So now he's going to be dressed in Jordan gear.
As a member of CHSN, do you consider yourself able to sign a Jordan deal?
I don't think I'm eligible. I don't think I'm necessarily one of their targets. And I like my running shoes.
Okay.
But nothing against them. But yeah.
What kind of running shoes you got?
Right now I am going through. I have a pair of Nikes and Brooks that kind of alternate.
Oh.
You have to do a little bit of that alternating just in case you don't wear them down. But Mully, son, good question.
Thank you, David son.
We talk about this popularity, and I think when you look at the All-Star game tonight and whatever happens, Pete Armstrong and Mully Murakami, no disrespect to Tristan Peters and Miguel Vargas, but certainly the following is there as we're talking about. I had to look this up and I had to double check it. I can't believe this. Maybe this is naive that I can't believe this. Mully Murakami received 741,065 votes.
Yes.
In the All-Star voting.
Right.
Pete Armstrong only received 590,136. Mully Murakami missed 6 weeks of the season and still got 150,000 more votes than PCA.
I would wonder, just wonder how many of those votes came from Japan.
I do too.
And Japanese fans.
What's your guess?
Mean, we talked about the Cubs and previous All-Stars. They had an All-Star who might not have been an All-Star, but he got a lot of votes, not just from Cubs fans, but from Japan. So I think that's one of the reasons. They're also, PCA didn't start the season strong. I don't know if that impacts your MVP list or whether you consider yourself a game show host. But I think that the Chuck Woolery crowd would look at that and say he had a lot of games where he was a 9-hitter.
You know what's interesting about that? You referenced Greg Amsinger from MLB Network.
Just making a joke.
He had something yesterday. They had a little gimmick, I think it was on social media I saw, or maybe it was on MLB Network that was on for background noise, where they asked him, it was like, take this player or this player, this player or this player to build a team around.
Uh-huh.
And I think maybe he was overcorrecting, but he went on a Pete Crow Armstrong, like one of the we'll have to maybe try to find the audio if I can.
He has claimed Pete as his favorite player.
Yes. And then he went and said he would take PCA over this guy, PCA over that guy. There were like 4 different players in a row where he said Pete Crow Armstrong. Almost like he was overcompensating for being as disrespectful as he was and leaving him off his top 9 MVP candidates. 9.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
That was
we
kind of
digress.
silly. But you were kind of triggered by it. That's why
A little bit. I was triggered.
It.
Thank you, Mully, son, for bringing that up.
I'm always here. Would you prefer Mr. Davidson or would you prefer Haugh? I don't know which one's better.
I don't know. I'll have to think about that one.
Davidson's pretty good.
How closely?
Kyle just called me. And
how
said,
closely will you be watching tonight? How much do you want Mooney to get in at bat? Is it important to complete the circle?
I mean, I'll watch the game because there's not a lot going on. I think the Bulls are playing, and I hope they're on television so I can toggle.
Seriously?
I love the Summer League.
Summer League versus All-Star game? You're picking Summer League?
I told you I will watch the All-Star game, but the All-Star game, okay, I'll watch it, but I'm very interested in the Bulls. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that there's a good chance that Caleb Wilson will not play in this game. So I'm curious to see we know that Tiago Splitter is done with his coaching. He's coached 2 games now, and he's handing it over to his assistants. And I'm very curious to see who's in and who's out. because the rumor is that Caleb Wilson will not play. That's a Bulls decision.
There should be a rule.
Not a Caleb Wilson
There should be a rule that nothing else goes on the night the All-Star game is played.
And I believe, who are they playing? Are they playing Dibansa, right? But he's not playing. So, I mean, this is one of those games that the two big stars of each team won't be playing.
Yeah, I know. So the summer league is they're already tapped out of the summer league. It's so passé.
It is.
I don't know. I think that Major League Baseball, how
pretty silly.
How would you have anything opposite the All-Star game? This is still the best All-Star game of the sports.
It's great. It's really good.
I know it does. I'm thankful it doesn't decide home field advantage anymore.
It's the closest. Well, that's the thing, and I'm really relieved about that.
I'm glad about that. But you still see,
but it is the closest thing to the actual sport itself. You know, the game, the rules of the game itself doesn't change. It's like watching a baseball game, only with really good players coming in and out of your lineup. And I'm not as interested. I want to watch all the White Sox players, but I'm not as interested in the beginning of the game.
I kind of am. You know why?
Because
I want to see
Dylan Cease.
Well, Dylan Cease on the mound for the American League.
You don't even want to see Dylan Cease.
I do want to see Dylan Cease, but I think it's just a reminder.
You don't even know his brother's a pilot.
I didn't know that. I didn't know Dylan Cease trivia. No. You are wise, Mully son.
He was a twin.
So I think that Mike Trout in Philly, to me, is interesting. Him leading Mike Trout in the All-Star game, let's face it, the fact that he hasn't been there in a long time is interesting to me.
See him there with his kids?
Yeah.
And Bryce Harper came over and took a photo with his kids.
I love that stuff.
That's good stuff.
That was great stuff. I like the fact that Schwarber in Philly, the ovation he's going to get as he leads off for the National League in the bottom of the first, that's going to be cool.
Shouldn't it be a one-sided game, though? I mean, if
nah, you never know.
I know, I'm just
you never
wondering.
know. Why? In what way? American League?
American League's been awful this year. Are they going to win the All-Star
but individually,
game? They won a lot of All-Star games for a long time.
You know, we talk about questioning the lineup all the time of Will Venable and Craig Counsell. Who put Shea Langoliers batting third for the American League of all this talent? That's quite a decision. Bobby Witt Jr. batting fifth. Cody Bellinger batting sixth in right field. See, these are bats I want to watch.
Bobby Witt Jr. may be the most overrated player in baseball, and when they
you are so wrong.
When they trade him,
you are so biased.
When they trade him at the deadline, I'm going to have the Sox pick him up just to prove that.
Sox don't need another shortstop.
Anybody in the world needs Bobby Witt Jr.
Oh, really? What happened to your Rock Chalowski love? He's a shortstop.
He's not here yet.
All right. No.
He's barely signed. Is the ink still fresh on
He's not the most overrated player in baseball. You don't mean that.
No, I'm talking exactly the opposite.
Right.
I think he's a great player,
Yes.
and I'm trying to somehow get him to the White Sox. He'd help.
Batting fifth tonight
Move
in your
him
American
into
League
the
batting
outfield.
order. Ben Rice batting seventh. And, I could do without Riley Green in the starting lineup for the American League. Tiger? No thanks. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing. I think that you're right. The National League probably will win tonight.
It just seems like they've got a leg up. We'll see. Who knows?
Favorite All-Star memory?
Only a fool would say. Well, I mean, Pete Rose nearly killing a man is by far. That was from my childhood. I remember going
Ray
to
Fosse.
school the next day,
Yes.
and everybody. It's all anyone talked about for about a month, and everybody where I grew up would want to run each other over. It really caused a lot of harm among our grammar school kids.
I think Fred Lynn homering off Atlee Hammaker, which almost, I think, changed the course of Hammaker's career. That was at Comiskey Park back in '83.
Yeah.
That was Fred Lynn homering there. That would be, I think, the one I remember. The Ray Fosse one is very, very historic.
When I was a kid, we used to play a game called Smear. Did you ever play Smear?
Yes.
And what Smear was is there was
Wasn't a baseball game, though.
No, there was like a rubber ball, and all you wanted to do is get the rubber ball. The minute you got it, everyone just turned on you and tried to rattle you, tried to kill you. So it was like, why are you trying to get the ball so you can get hit? It made no sense. But that's how rock-headed we were.
Peoria Matt has a good one. Dave Parker's throw in the 1979 All-Star game threw somebody out at third base and then a perfect strike to home plate.
Right.
He won the game's MVP honors that year back in 79. That was a good one.
That's
the Midsummer Classic.
Yeah,
that's when the game was kind of at the highest level. You knew you were getting the best from both sides. Do you remember when it was here at the...
I remember when they called it off because they didn't care who won, and then they overreacted and then made it count in the playoffs. That was probably one of the dumber moments.
When it ended in a tie?
It ended in a tie because they were running out of, let's just call it off. No one cares.
That was the Bud Selig era.
That's right.
And then I believe the next year at the rate, formerly U.S. Cellular.
Yes.
2003. I do remember that one. It was Mayor Daley was at that game. Bud Selig was at that game. I can remember walking in, covering the game, and walking in with both of them, and that was the storyline. It was that no ties this year. There will be no ties this year.
They made the game overly important. It was so dumb because you basically dismissed it. Then you had to make it mean more.
They overcorrected.
It was pathetic.
They did overcorrect.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff. I look forward to the All-Star game tonight. I am going to not be watching.
Watch it.
I'm not watching the Summer League. You guys are crazy.
You know what?
Summer League. Caleb Wilson's not even going to play.
Let me just call you out right now.
All-Star game barely even matters.
I feel like you haven't watched any of the Summer League.
I have some.
Well, that's better.
Ish.
See?
I watched.
If it was Summer League hockey, you'd be camped out in front of your TV.
Oh, now we're talking, but that stuff matters.
Now we're talking. All right. We're going to bring in Lee Milano next. We're going to talk to the Nazareth head coach. You know, Landon Tomei may be Jim's son, but Lee is the man who made him.
That's right.
Oh, boy. I better be. I'm backing off those statements. Lee Milano next. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Hey, Chicago. It's Craig Counsell.
A drive to right center. Cubs win the ball game.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh Show, mornings 5:30 to 10 on 104.3 The Score.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. Ever see a rookie try to steal second base without checking the signals? Does not usually end very well for him. Same goes for your investing. Making big financial decisions without a game plan, that is a rookie mistake. And that's where Trajan Wealth can come in. TRAJAN Health.
He's a slasher.
The Bulls got two guys here, question marks on their three-point shot, but who are renowned at the college level for attacking the rim.
Well,
right? So that's an interesting dynamic that they're adding there and what they prioritize.
It also lets you know, obviously, that both Bryson Graham and Tiago Splitter have complete faith in the coaching staff that they're about to put together, right? Saying, I know I can help this guy with his shooting. I just need him to have the other intangibles that are available to you. He's averaging over 7 rebounds a game in college basketball. So not only are you getting the scoring with him averaging over 17, but you're also getting the the rebounds, averaging over 3.5 assists a game. So someone that can fill up the stat, a versatile guy that can fill up the stat sheet. But Cody, are you surprised it's not a guy like LeBaron Philon? I mean, there's still guys that are being passed up to take a guy that Chuck so beautifully called in Dalen Swain.
I don't know that I'm surprised in that sense because size does matter to this new Bulls front office, and Philon's a smaller guard. So it is a question of obviously what they wanted to prioritize in that instance. And it's hard, right? Like 15, nothing really surprised me because there were so many options on the board. If they would have had someone with a second round grade or something, but Dalen Swain was by pretty much all projections mid-first round at some point, maybe slightly out of the lottery a little bit, like he just went right here. So it seems like a good start for the Bulls to this new era. Certainly a couple of second round picks as well, but these are two guys that they should get big minutes next year right away because Swain's been in college 3 years. Like he's ready to come in and start playing.
Yeah, I wanted to do some reporting around Caleb Wilson because I think he's a super talented prospect who also has some very real holes in his game. So I wanted to get a look at what he's like as a person, not just a player. And everyone I talk to around Caleb Wilson believes he's the type of guy who has the right mentality to improve his weaknesses and the curiosity to continue to get better. I talked to his high school coach, Mario Mays, down at Holy Innocents High School in Atlanta, and he told me that Caleb logged by far the most hours on their data watching platform, Huddle, 3 times more than anyone else in the program, to just study his opponents and study his own film to see where he needed to get better. I talked to Sean May, who told me how Caleb became a leader at North Carolina as a freshman, despite being one of the youngest players on the team. And I just became more convinced that, he's someone who has a little bit of boom or bust potential, I think, especially compared to the other top 3 prospects in this class. But he has the right mentality and he has the drive to become the best player he can be. So I think that, the Bulls will have a player who has the highest potential on the team and someone who could one day become the star they really need to level this thing up.
What fits in the bust category for him?
Yeah, well, I think a couple things. One, he doesn't shoot threes at all. That's a pretty tough thing for a modern NBA forward to have to deal with. He's also 211 pounds, so he really plays a power-based game. He plays like he's a center, but he's going to be severely underweight for an NBA power forward, let alone an NBA center. Also measured at a sub 7'1" wingspan. So, not a ton of length, not a ton of strength, and doesn't shoot. He's not someone who really was running pick and rolls as a ball handler at North Carolina. He didn't have a lot of opportunities in isolation. So he's a very unique player. And to me, it puts a lot of pressure on Tiago Splitter as the Bulls head coach. I think that you just have to use him in unique ways because he does have a lot of shot creation potential, but it's untraditional. You're not going to be able to let him be, your lead pick and roll ball handler. Instead, you got to put him in the middle of the floor. You have to surround him with shooting. And I think you got to let him work out of the post a bit, and you got to let him take some mid-range shots. That's not something the Bulls did last season. The Bulls were 30th in mid-range frequency under Billy Donovan. Who was number 29 in that stat? It was Tiago Splitter's Portland Trailblazers. But a good coach has to adjust to the talent they have. And Wilson is such a unique prospect. I think that it's worth it for the Bulls and for Splitter to sort of bend his philosophies to suit him as best he can.
That's really interesting stuff because, we've heard the Kevin Garnett comp thrown out a lot on Caleb Wilson, which is asking a lot. But KG, not a guy with a superior handle who got offense through pick and rolls. He got offense in the post and through spotting up and rolling on those pick and rolls.
And he was 7 feet tall.
And he was 7 feet tall.
That part can't be glossed over.
Seems important.
For prostate cancer, unveiling a new way to test for it without having to,
Was that where they're showing the butt close-ups?
Yes.
The butt's clinching,
Yes.
literally, right?
It
Clinching
starts out
butts.
with a bunch of tight ends. You had.
I don't know what we need that for, that audio, but we need to get it. And get it we did. Thank you, Tyler Buterbaugh. Thank you, Ray Diaz. Thanks, Brandon Fryer. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell. Thanks, Jacob Stutz. Thanks, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody who joined us as listeners, as viewers. Thanks to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer. I'm Dolores Rahimi.
Of the 2026 MLB Draft, the Chicago White Sox select Landon Tomei, a shortstop from Nazareth Academy, LaGrange Park, Illinois.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We are delighted to welcome in Lee Milano. He is the head coach, the AD at Nazareth Academy in LaGrange Park. And he's the man that, I don't want to say that you made Landon Tomei the player he is today. I'm sure Jim helped, but Coach, congratulations on having another player drafted by the White Sox.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Thank you for having me on this morning. Just very fortunate to have players like Landon and Jade in the last couple of years, and it's just a credit to the program.
Coach Milano, it was a big thrill for the Tomei family, a big thrill for a lot of Sox fans to see this unfold as it did on Saturday. You apparently were at the draft party. What was that experience like for you, and how would you describe it?
It's wild. The whole draft process is wild. And what Landon had to go through throughout the whole year, the scrutiny of all these teams and front offices coming out to watch him play, and then to boil down to Saturday and kind of not knowing like who might pick him. It was so surreal. Obviously, to get picked by the White Sox for the Thome family, it was unbelievable.
You know, it's hilarious in a way because we were saying that the White Sox held the number one pick in the draft, and the only real certain pick was Landon Thome with 34 after they traded Jacob Gonzalez. You felt like they really wanted that player, and they made that move specifically to make sure they were in a position to draft him.
Yeah, I think that the feeling was he might not be around at 41,
right?
Because there was so much interest. So when we found out Friday night late that they got the 34th pick, we were kind of hoping without saying that's where Landon would land. So it was unbelievable.
So you know him as well as anybody outside of maybe his dad, who has coached him for a very long time. Besides heredity, which he brings and obviously had a lot to offer, what is it about Landon Thome, the prospect that you saw at an early age and you think can still be developed into a major league talent?
Well, I saw Landon as a freshman. He played varsity as a freshman. He turned around a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Early on, it was probably 35 degrees out, and he turned that around with a line drive up the middle. And we said to Jim, like, when that strength catches up with that swing, it's going to be scary. And from year to year, incrementally, his gains have been phenomenal. And we're talking about 54 to 56 stolen bases this year, 63 runs scored. Just a winner, high school record of 131 and 24. DNA as a player obviously comes from his dad. DNA as a person comes from both Jim and Andrea. They're Hall of Fame people, and that's what Landon is. He's humble, he's grateful, he's kind, but he's tenacious, and he wants to win. And I think there's a lot of room for growth also. Like, there's a lot more strength in that body. And Jim, people don't know, Jim was very similar to where Landon is now when he was coming out of high school as far as size-wise.
It's extraordinary because there were so many great moments at the ballpark when he appeared the day after the draft, not the least of which was throwing the pitch to his dad. He talked about people recognizing him for him and not just as Jim's son. They showed a video of Jim hitting his 500th home run. His wife is in the stands hugging his father, and she, at the time, was pregnant with Landon. I mean, it's just like these connections go on forever.
Yeah, I don't think you can write a better script, right? But again, we talked a lot about with Landon, like creating his own path and creating his own career throughout high school. Obviously, he's always going to be under the microscope because he is Jim's son. But it's about Landon now in his career, even though there are so many ties to the White Sox with Jim.
Talking with Lee Milano, the baseball coach at Nazareth Academy, who coached Landon Thome as well as Jaden Fauske in the Sox organization. So on Friday night, when the Sox made the trade for Jacob Gonzalez, a lot of us looked at that as like, oh, okay. This is what they're trying to do to remove the doubt about who they're going to pick at 34 with the choice they got from the Pirates. When did you have a sense that the Sox were fixated, maybe targeting Landon Thome in the draft?
Yeah, I think that we're really fortunate that the pro guys have been around our program for 2 years because we had a kid drafted 2 years ago, Cooper Melamazian, by the Brewers in the 17th round. So Landon and Jaden got to play in front of the scouts for that year, and then Landon last year, and then Landon this year. And there are so many teams that were interested. Really, even that morning, like talking to Jim and Andrea and Landon, a lot of people were assuming 34 was the Landon pick, but we weren't sure if that's how it was going to be. And it probably not until like 5 to 6 picks before that 34 pick is when we were pretty confident that was going to be where Landon was going to end up.
Can you tell us something about him in terms of I mean, my God, the Sox drafted him, so he must be a shortstop. We know he's a shortstop. We know he wants to stay at shortstop. How many positions can he play? Have you tried him anywhere else? I'm just curious as to with all the shortstops there is in the Sox organization. We know Jaden's an outfielder. How do you see Landon staying at that position? Do you think he will evolve and play somewhere else? What's your take on him as a player?
Yeah, I think that's like for the Sox to decide like where he ends up. I know athletically he can play anywhere. He played second base for us the first 2 years in high school. Mm-hmm. I've seen him, we've worked him out at third. He's played some in the outfield, like just working out. He's a supreme athlete. So, I can envision him playing multiple positions throughout minor league ball and hopefully up in the majors because he's a tremendous athlete, very much like Jaden was.
You mentioned Jaden, and Jaden Fauske is doing what he does at Single A Kannapolis. He has obviously played most of the games in center field, some in right field, but Coach, he has definitely in 77 games this year, he has 30 stolen bases and 8 triples. Has that always been part of his game? Is this somebody that you could see that specifically is a skill set that is valued in any organization, but is that his superpower?
I think the actual power numbers are going to increase as he moves up in pro ball. But yeah, he runs really well. He actually kind of looks like a linebacker out there when he's running the bases with that football mentality. He had 30 stolen bases. I think probably surprises some people. Does not surprise me at all. He set the record, as you said, in Kannapolis already for the most triples in a single season in franchise history. But you will see power numbers go up as he increases and moves up in pro ball. I mean, I'm not surprised at what he's doing as a 19-year-old. He's having a phenomenal year, in A-ball.
It was cool to hear Landon talk about calling him and talking to him, and he let out a scream because they're obviously in the same organization. They're high school teammates. They're a year apart, but they're good friends. And this is like asking you, like, which child you prefer. Who's the better player?
Yeah, again, I think they're both going to be great pros. Jaden's already on his way. They both bring different types of, assets to the game. There are a lot of similarities. And again, I don't think you can go wrong making your team run either one of them. Like they're both going to be phenomenal pros. And Jaden's in town because of the All-Star break. I'm hoping to see both of them tonight. And I was part of the FaceTime when Landon called Jaden.
Oh, I think we had a problem there with Lee Milano's phone.
We just lost him.
I wanted to hear that story.
He was trying to FaceTime us to show us how happy he was to get to FaceTime them. What a program to produce back-to-back Jaden Fauske.
3 in a row, man.
And Landon
Drafted
Tomey.
players.
Yeah,
that's unbelievable.
it's just really something. I wonder who we will be talking to him next year about when the Sox draft whoever is next in line at Nazareth Academy. We got him back?
Yes, we do.
You were just talking about the FaceTime.
Yeah, you said you were on that
FaceTime
call.
Yes, sir.
So you were on that FaceTime call when the two of them spoke.
I was on the FaceTime call. It was an unbelievable moment. It was very emotional the whole day, as it was with Jaden. It's just a very emotional, tense-filled process. It was an unbelievable feeling.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. I know you're proud of your players, both guys in the Sox organization. It's going to be fun to see them progress through the system, and I'm sure we'll be talking again soon.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Lee. Appreciate it. That is Lee Milano from Nazareth Academy. Great stuff there. Fun.
I would imagine that Landon Tomey didn't sign yet, but I imagine if he is somebody that is going to be on a similar
They'll get it.
time frame, the Charlotte is where the camp is this week. You wonder if that's for signed draft picks or whoever it is, but that's where Rock Chalowski will be after signing his deal. Yeah, he'll get in the system. He was committed, I believe, to Florida State.
Yes.
And so that would, I think, a lot of disappointed maybe Seminole fans, but he was.
I got to tell you, it must be tough. There were a lot of players that were committed to various colleges, especially coming out of high school. Like if you're like, I think Vanderbilt had a bunch of guys that were committed to go there that signed. That's got to be difficult to put together a program and not know who's actually going to show up, who wants the NIL money and who's getting drafted and deciding to get to the pro.
I think you're right. I think that's the challenge of college baseball especially, but now college sports. Recruiting classes are so transient. There's such a temporary type of thing or collection. You can celebrate a recruiting class and then 6 months later it will be dissembled. And I think you look at it like, wow, this is the reality of college sports. But yeah, Landon told me, and there were other people who you put so much into making a choice about a college, and then you get drafted and none of that time and energy matters because they're not going to college.
Well, I mean, you do wonder, especially with guys like Rock Chalowski, like how much money do they make coming into the league? Like he's obviously making more money right now than he could have dreamed of.
College baseball is different than other college sports. He couldn't make $10 million his signing bonus. He couldn't make that with his NIL deal at UCLA.
No.
Had he returned for a senior season, which he had every right to before signing the deal, nobody expected that because of the financial disparity between the two.
I tried to look it up, and it said basically, you know, if you're a top level college player, it's more like 175, which is a lot of money. I mean, it's a lot more money than I had coming out of college.
Yeah, it used to not even be able to.
Your life,
you couldn't make $10 an hour if you could have because you couldn't have a job.
If you're playing football or you're playing basketball, you're talking massive money. You're talking millions.
Yeah, that's a lot different than to the point where, if you recall, Draymond Green advised Thomas Haugh, my long-lost relative at Florida, to return to college because he could make more as a Player of the Year candidate at the University of Florida than he could as a rookie in the NBA.
And he did take that advice.
He did. Yeah. Everyone listens to Draymond except for maybe, I don't know, who's having the
Udonis Haslem.
Yeah, it's Haslam lately, right? That was the latest beef. Boy, those NBA guys like the beef.
No, the Bam Adebayo /
Tyler Herro.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
that wasn't just a beef.
That was a beef.
No, that was a black eye.
That was a melee.
I don't know if that counts or not.
It developed into a skirmish.
And you know what's funny is apparently there was video.
Quite a brouhaha. There's no video.
There was a video.
It's AI.
There's a video.
Look close.
I'm not talking about anything released. They're saying it was in a Vegas hotel. Everybody's under scrutiny.
Brandon, have you seen a video?
No.
I have not seen
the video isn't out, but they said there is a video of the incident.
I'm skeptical.
And they said, I think it was Shams who said that that Tyler Herro's not pressing charges. He's opted not to press charges.
Interesting.
So,
well, is he okay?
Apparently, it was just a shot upside the head, and he took
There's
it
a
and moved
big
on.
size difference there.
There is a big...
Yeah, I mean, and you don't want to mess around with Bam. Right?
No.
What could he have said?
Apparently, the punch made the noise of his first name.
It was like a text message. I think Hero was criticizing Bam since he got traded of the money
in the group
he's making.
text.
Yeah, it was
another
like
reason to avoid group text.
Yeah, I think he got wind of it.
I don't know if it was a bang or a boom or a bam.
It was a bam.
That was the way he hit it.
It was a bam.
Yeah,
no doubt about
It
it.
was some onomatopoeia noise that no one is suing over.
Speaking of noise. Riot Fest. You want to go to Riot Fest?
Yes, let's go.
Definitely. Be the sixth caller to the Scores Contest line, 312-540-0670. And you can win a pair of tickets to Douglas Park, Friday, September 18th. Riot Fest featuring 21 Pilots, Pixies, Iggy Pop, much more. 312-540-0670. Visit riotfest.org for more information.
It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs fans, Saturday at 10 a.m. Be a part of history when the Cubs unveil the all-new Champions Gate at Gallagher Way outside Wrigley Field, honoring the 2016 World Series team during their 10th anniversary celebration.
And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series!
Featuring live appearances from Tom Ricketts, Joe Madden, and members from that historic championship team.
I wish all of you could be right here at this moment.
Plus, join Inside the Clubhouse as David Haugh and Bruce Levine broadcast live from Gallagher Way from 9 a.m. to 12:45.
And the celebration begins.
Don't miss the unveiling of Champions Gate at Gallagher Way, Saturday at 10 a.m. Heard live on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, official radio home of the Cubs.
This segment is sponsored by Packy Web Ford.
Signing off to Marshall Harris, Mark Grote,
Thank you,
Lawrence
Dolores.
Holmes, and Matt Spiegel.
Thank you for your
I
contribution.
thought when you said thanks Max Curtis, you were really going to say thanks Max Crosby, and I was there for it. I was like, yeah.
Why are you Dolores?
Oh,
Because I accidentally called Dan Adam because I was reading an Adam Schefter tweet at the time. I'm checking the news.
He said, it's okay, Dolores.
And yeah, he said Dolores, and I was like, okay, I'm good with Dolores.
And we were trying to think of like the top Doloreses, and the best one I came up with some help from the texters, quite frankly, Lawrence, was Dolores O'Riordan, who was the lead singer of the Cranberries.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost her in the year 2018. So I don't know who's our best and most important Dolores.
How about Dolores Claiborne, the Stephen King character from a book and a film?
And the character from Seinfeld.
That's right. Rhymes with.
So then everybody sent us that, and I was howling laughing because if you look at our text line, it's pretty amusing right now.
I don't know if I want to look.
Yes,
That's
a lot
funny.
of people were reminding us of the female body part that they were describing.
Proud of you all.
Especially me, right? I didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Well, hold on, Grote.
Yeah.
So the butts that you're talking about,
Yeah.
they were not clenching, they were unclenching.
You're right.
I mean,
I
this
thought about
is-
that. I used the wrong word.
This is the entire point of the commercial.
You say that, Speaks, but it's okay to think that because to get clenched or to get unclenched, you have to be clenched. And at the beginning of the commercial, they were all already relaxed tight ends.
Well, yeah, but at the end, they show the butts unclenching because
You're
the
right.
relaxed tight end is the entire bit of the joke.
Relax your ass.
Yes,
Right.
relax
bit
your
of the
tight
joke.
end.
You
the
are
fun
correct.
of the joke.
My God,
You're
like,
right.
you know, has advertising taught you nothing, Mark?
To declench. You're right. I now know to
Wait,
declench.
declench? I
Yeah.
thought it was unclench.
Unclench?
Is declench even a word?
Either way,
Unclench.
they got me.
Unclench.
I laughed when Vernon
Reclench.
Davis was painting. When I saw, like, they went to the lengths to go get Vernon Davis and have him painting. I'm like, you win. You win. All tight ends
Wait
are
till you get me,
relaxed.
and wait until I get you in my clenches.
I
Especially
can't
seen as
believe
what-
that they got away with the William Shatner stuff. I can't believe that wasn't an FCC fine.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they shortened his name to the first syllable, and that's all he was calling himself. And I'm like, I don't think you can.
I think you can. It's the past
They ran it
tense.
by somebody.
I wouldn't.
It's the past tense.
I truly wouldn't.
I understand. But how about the one time when I'll tell you this is unrelated that I'm thinking of it, but one time Eddie O at Olchek referred to a high heavy shart that it wasn't a shot. He accidentally called it a high heavy shart on a hockey floor. And it's unrelated to anything, but that can be said.
I'm going to let you hold on to that one, Speaks.
I'm right here. I got you. See, look, anybody hit a button over there? Mitch is on vacation. We're safe. Oh, did you hit a button?
I did.
Damn you, Ray.
He brings the button with him, by the way, on vacation. Mitch has got a
Scaredy cat.
big red button on the beach.
You are a scaredy cat.
Ray, that is the proper move.
No, it is not.
Notice
Yes,
how
it
We
is.
used to play Eddie O saying it because he said it.
You guys bleeped me for saying words that I could say on cable.
I don't remember that.
It was the Reddit users who broke the Quintana trade.
it was
right.
That's right.
I didn't bleep you. Don't look at me. I would never bleep anything.
You all had to score.
Was the word wet in it?
No.
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 But Katy Perry
Wait, yes, it was. Apparently, that was the issue. Dan explained it to me, but I don't remember why it happened.
It's the possessive.
Wet Butt 23 and Katy Perry's booty.
Unbelievable. I was like, wait,
Now
I
look
have
what you've
enough
done.
street cred to get
that-
bleeped on the score.
Broke a lot of news.
Is that the right part of that to bleep?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Don't worry about that.
You could leave that word and bleep booty if you wanted to.
Yeah, where's the
Same effect
updated
either
list?
way, right?
I need an updated list of words and phrases we can't use in 2026. Seriously,
Well,
it's tough.
if Ray's in charge, everything is bleepable.
I mean, they're told to be very careful. I assume, right? You're told to over communicate and over be careful with your buttons.
I'd rather Ray be safe
Yeah,
with.
it's because you're the mayor of Worrytown.
Yeah, I like my job too, so I'd like to keep it.
Hey, Ray, why don't you tell everybody how you led me in to getting dumped a couple of weeks ago when there was a certain Limp Bizkit lyric
That's right.
that you just led me right into. Yeah.
That's right.
Maybe we just leave it at that.
Just leave it there. Yeah. Sorry, Grote. I led you down that path.
You did.
And then I believe it's a like a sim game or something like
He's
that.
6'6"?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But they don't like him, Dustin. Is that not what you've said?
Both pinkies or both baby toes for 6'6".
I'd do that too. I got to be.
You
Well,
know,
I still want to make the NBA.
I gotta tell you, man, you don't want to be 6'6".
What?
You
No,
do not.
Mully, you're absolutely wrong.
I'm giving you advice there that you should listen to. If you're 6'6",
Yeah, I can only imagine. I
you
mean,
don't
proper
fit into a
beds,
bed.
you know, yeah.
You are uncomfortable all the time. You don't fit into an airplane. That's a little bit. That's just a hair too tall. You don't want to be much more than 6'3".
Mully, if I'm 6'6", I'm not going to be a regular guy. I'm going to be a superstar. I'm going to be something that's making money where I have custom-made beds. I got
Now you sound
jets.
like him.
Yes.
See, it's like this
6'6".
idea.
We'd be on the same team.
Junior's in last place with the Kansas City Royals. PCA, I'll tell you why I didn't put him in this list. I think Ohtani's the most valuable player in the sport. Then Jordan, what he's doing to drag the Astros into relevance is incredible. Triple Crown leader. Junior Caminero in the Rays, he's third most valuable player. That team doesn't hit home runs. Then it's Wood and Schwarber, Otto Lopez, Jordan Walker, Miggy Vargas, and Dylan Dingler. All more valuable than Bobby Witt Jr. And yes, Pete Crow Armstrong. So many Cub fans are coming at me over this. Jennifer says first, Greg came for the Ivy, now PCA. PCA is my favorite.
Let him have it, Jen.
This list lost all credibility when PCA was left off. Get a clue, Greg.
Wow.
Yeah, that was me.
I was surprised he got your particular.
That was my reaction.
Text. That's
Get
awesome.
a clue, Greg. Yeah, I was a little triggered last week, like a lot of Cub fans, when they heard PCA not among Greg Amsinger from MLB Network's top 9 MVP candidates. Miguel Vargas ahead of him.
No.
Respect to Miguel Vargas.
No. Miggy Vargas.
Miggy. Oh, yeah, Miggy.
I forgot those two grew up together.
Miggy Monty and Mune.
What the heck?
MM on the south side. So it came as a big surprise to me yesterday, Mully, to see this on social media. Graham Amsinger playing a little game that they were playing at the MLB Network.
Which young player are you building your franchise around?
It's a fun game. Let's do it.
Jackson Turrio or Jackson Merrill?
Jackson Churio.
Jackson Turrio or Jacob Mizorowski?
Give me the Miz.
Jacob Mizorowski or Pete Crow Armstrong? Ooh.
PCA.
Pete Crow Armstrong or Cam Schlittler?
PCA.
Pete Crow Armstrong or Kevin McGonigal?
I'm going to go Pete Crow Armstrong again.
Pete Crow Armstrong or Julio Rodriguez?
Ooh, two center fielders. Still PCA.
Pete Crow Armstrong or Travis Bazana?
I'm going to go Pete Crow Armstrong.
Pete Crow Armstrong or Chase Burns?
Ooh. Chase Burns.
Chase Burns or JJ Weatherholt?
Oh. Chase Burns.
Chase Burns or Ellie De La Cruz?
Ellie De La Cruz.
Ellie De La Cruz or Yuri Perez?
6'8" Yuri Perez is good, but I'm going Ellie De La Cruz.
Ellie De La Cruz or Paul Skeens?
Ellie De La Cruz.
Ellie De La Cruz or Sal Stewart?
Ellie De La Cruz.
Ellie De La Cruz or James Wood?
James Wood.
James Wood or Juan Soto?
James Wood.
James Wood or Connor Griffin? James Wood or Junior Caminero?
Oh, man. James Wood.
James Wood or Nick Kurtz?
James Wood.
Is there anyone you would take over James Wood?
There's not a single young player I would take over James Wood.
Wow.
What about Mickey Vargas?
So it's a fun game. It's a fun game. I don't know if I agree with all those decisions, certainly, but he did pass. He picked PCA over 5 different players, 5 different choices, which is quite a thing for somebody who left him out of the top 9 MVP candidates just, days ago.
Hey, the Cubs conversation continues today when Ian Happ joins Rahimi, Harris, and Grote for his weekly visit at 11 a.m. right here on 104.3 The Score.
I don't know, just to quibble. He says PCA over the Miz, but he took Chase Burns over PCA. If you had to take Chase Burns or the Miz as far as young right-handed pitchers.
Well, right now, the Miz is finished.
No, he's not.
I thought we decided he was done for the year.
He's not finished.
That he's overthrown his last baseball.
He's fatigued. He's not finished. He's far from finished.
I think that done for the season. Isn't that what you said?
Nope. I
Cubs
said he's
beat
taking
Brewers.
a break. I understand why he would. Did you see how many pitches he's thrown over 100? He's going to have to maybe recalibrate at the break.
Yeah, maybe put that arm on ice.
But that's fine. Everyone takes the rest of the season off. Great. Cubs are only 5 back. They're lurking.
That's what I'm
The
saying.
Cubs are lurking right now in second place.
All right, we got Mike Florio next. We're going to bring in Mike, Mully, and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone. Pete Crow Armstrong delivers.
And he's now just a single away from a cycle.
Swinging a line drive, base hit, right center field. He has done it. Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
And the fans are loving them some Pete Crow Armstrong here at the Friendly Cow Farm.
Listen to every game with Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Hi, I'm Patty, founder of Awesome Tex. I started with a big idea to give old clothes a new life by turning them into recycled fibers and threads. Everyone told me that this was going to be impossible. But Chase for Business believed in me. They gave me
batting 2 and 3 right here.
Yeah.
6'6", Mully? Yes. I would be. Let me see.
If
What
you
would I
were
do?
6'6", you'd be Gabe.
I'd be the Paraguayan goalie.
You'd be a taller Gabe, is what you would be. You would be just a little bit taller.
You haven't seen my jump shot, Mully.
Oh, my God.
I'd be Jose Alvarado, but in a 6'6" body.
You have to duck in that door to get into B96?
Yes.
The idea
I
that
wouldn't
the
be at
owner-
B96, guys. I'd be making millions of dollars somewhere. 6'6"?
You sound just like Dustin. Dustin has gotten up and done pass blocking drills when we were in Vegas in a tavern one time just to show what he could do. He told me, which is a nice thing to say, I suppose, that if he had my size, he'd have played in the NFL.
I believe it.
Okay, so I'm a loser, according to both of you.
No, you
you chose writing. You chose journalism.
No, you chose to play soccer. You played in college. I mean, you did your sport at a very high level. The first time I met Olin Kreutz, I told him, I said, I'd have replaced Hilgenberg and you'd have replaced me, and he almost wet his pants.
Yeah, I don't think I can almost guarantee you he didn't believe that.
That's a guy I wouldn't say it to.
He bent over, absolutely laughing.
I'm sure.
And
about
Olin is a bad dude,
Right.
but he's also not your prototypical height-wise playing on the offensive line in the NFL.
He's pretty tall. How tall is Olin? He's about 6'3", isn't he? How tall is Olin?
Maybe with the screw-in cleats.
That's hilarious.
But I'm saying he had the leverage. He had the know-how.
Well,
he had the mean streak in him. He knew what he was doing.
He was an all-star wrestler.
Right. That's a huge factor.
Yes.
Huge.
All-state wrestler.
Dustin, you know the type of people that say that they dismiss our claims of 6'6" and greatness.
Oh, I hear it all the time.
It's those that are tall and didn't. You know what I mean? They're like, no, it's not as easy as you think.
I know, but for you to think that the only thing that stopped your NBA career, like, dude, you could have been 7'6", and I'm not sure you'd make the NBA.
I don't know. Even if I didn't
You'd
make
be a lot
I'd
clumsier than you are.
That's an insult. That's an insult.
7'6".
If you could stand up and dunk a basketball and still not make the NBA, that's an insult.
Check my statistics at Lane Tech basketball team. You'd say if you add 6 inches onto it, I think I'd been all right. Bruce Weber. I'll tell you a story. Bruce Weber. I went to I graduated from UIC, but my first year I went to SIU. Bruce Weber was the coach at SIU, who went to Illinois and Kansas State. He was the coach down there, and I thought I was exceptional at basketball. So I went to the open tryouts for SIU. Win the knockout competition, killing on 5-on-5. But there were these two twins that were like 6'5", dunked on me, dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes after.
Do you find the expression "two twins" a bit redundant?
Oh yeah, you're right. Twins that were 6'5". Thank you, Mully. Twins that were 6'5", dunking on everybody. Bruce Weber comes up to me at the end, because obviously I didn't make the team, and he's like,
"So there weren't two sets of twins?"
No.
Okay.
One set of twins, but there was. Yes, you get it. Bruce Weber puts his arm around me. He goes, "If you were 6'5", you would have made this team." See, Bruce Weber, get him on the phone. Maybe he might remember that story. Mully, I'm getting defensive.
How did you get dunked on though? Like was it Noah Essengate type dunk? Like
no, not that bad. It was we were doing 3-on-2 fast break drills, and so I thought and then I didn't make the team. So
I wonder how many times Bruce told that to a player. Son, if you were only 7 feet tall.
Hey, I'll take it.
Because Gabe took that and he ran with it the whole way.
And I'm telling the story 20 years later.
He's in the NBA. He's mentally in the NBA, and he's giving up digits to get there.
Damn, pinky toe. I wish it would have happened.
Wow.
Sorry, Mully.
Can't we just accept that we are as God made us and not try to just wish our
with
life
all that
away?
money, I could buy new pinky toes. I could get them back.
Yeah,
right. See Deion Sanders, right?
Could have put it back on there. That's all right.
See,
but you know
Deion
what?
Sanders?
Fortunately, we're
he got new toes. He had to have them removed because of.
We have reached a level.
Isn't that true? Did I not misread that? Deion had it he got new toes.
You don't get new toes. They don't grow back.
Got new toes.
He got it's like a prosthetic. It's like a prosthetic.
Yes, the prosthetic toe is not a new toe.
You buy a new toe. I mean, you bought them. They're paid for.
Good God, Dustin. If you had a prosthetic leg, you think that's as good as your leg?
I never suggested that he grew a new toe.
I would call a prosthetic leg a new leg. I got a new leg.
Would he go to Home Depot? He got the best Miracle Grow out there and soaked his foot in it? I mean, no. Of course
Dustin said,
chia toes.
Dustin said, "Look, Lieutenant Dion got new magic toes." Lieutenant Dan has magic legs. Good God, that is so weird. It's weird that you both have the same kind of secret, I don't want to say desire, but bizarre self-belief that you would have been this had you only.
So what else would you have needed to have been a pro soccer player?
Like a new body, like a different identity,
like a prosthetic body.
I need
a brand new one.
I needed to lose about 5 inches.
Well, perhaps you were too tall, right? You were too tall.
No, I've always enjoyed I've always felt I was the right height for me, just for me.
Comfortable in your own skin.
Yeah, I kind of accept how I turned out.
Yeah.
That's it. What are you going to do? Mm-hmm. I've never wished, oh, God, if only I was 7 feet tall.
And sometimes people like to listen to a podcast about crime because it provides justice. There's an element of somebody being brought to justice. Do you like Law and Order? You probably like seeing a perpetrator be brought to justice. So when I saw this story, I thought it fit into that. U.S. man, this is from The Guardian, Alabama man, dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Justice.
Wait a minute.
Eye for an eye.
Can you read that headline one more time?
Man dies while discarding body of girlfriend he fatally strangled, officials say. Well, you can't ask him. A man died in Alabama from a heart attack while trying to discard his girlfriend's body after he strangled her, according to authorities. At the center of the unusually macabre case was Daniel Robbins and Jessica Folds. Chambers County Sheriff's deputies reportedly found them dead next to each other on the morning of June 10th in a wooded area nearing an abandoned vehicle in the town of Lynette. So, he died of a heart attack while he was trying to bury the body. Investigation by local and state law enforcement combined with autopsy results determined Folds was strangled, the woman, and it appears the man, Robbins, was attempting to dispose of her body in a remote location.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. We get better and better. Till we can't beat. Won't beat.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 104.3 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score. We love our opportunity to talk to Mike Florio, and he joins us now on the Plumbers 911 hotline. Plumbing emergency, call 1-833-PLUM-911, local 130 Plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Michael, good morning. How are you?
Doing great. How's everybody?
We're doing well. What do you make of Aaron Donald? We saw him doing some practice stuff. There's a video of him maybe working out, ready to join the Rams. Do you believe it will happen?
I think they're messing with us. I think they know damn well what's going to happen, and they're playing games. I think the Rams are milking this for everything that it's worth. All the indications are pointing to the fact that he's coming back. The way that Schefter was talking about it yesterday on McAfee's show, it's just pointing in that direction. Donald's getting involved on social media. There was something on Instagram recently talking about how dominant Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald will be together, and Donald slips into the comments and he puts the eyes emojis in there. I think they know, and I think they're playing it out. I think they're doing it for entertainment purposes, and I also think they know how high the bar is going to move for the Rams when that happens. Anything other than a Super Bowl appearance is going to be viewed as a failed season. I think they're probably trying to delay the moment that bar shoots all the way up that high until there's more stuff going on, because if they would announce it in this dead spot, it attracts even more attention. So I think they're trying to milk it to make it more dramatic, and I also think they don't want to make it too clear before there's a lot of other stuff going on.
Couple weeks before training camp for a lot of teams, including the Bears, Mike, and we are looking at list season. So there's a lot of lists out there. I like the one from ESPN.com that polled 70 coaches, executives, and scouts, and they ranked the quarterbacks. They ranked every position. Caleb Williams was 10th. Then there's the NFL Network's list of top 100. What do you look for when you're looking at these lists, and how do you evaluate the information or the, I guess, preferences that you see reported?
Well, I don't look at the lists. I think this proliferation of lists is low-hanging clickbait at a time when people aren't out there looking for other stuff that is worth talking about. It becomes easy. There's nothing going on. Let's do the lists. Instead of, let's delve into some other issues. Let's think about some things that maybe other people aren't talking about. Let's be creative about our content. I just think I don't want to say it's lazy because there was work put into it. It's lazy from a creative standpoint. And I just don't pay any attention to them unless I see one that makes me say, good Lord, are they high? Like Lamar Jackson at number 69 on the players list. How in the world are there 68 players in the NFL better than Lamar Jackson? So I only notice them when something is so out of bounds, it's almost crying out for attention.
Yeah, it's weird, Mike. I think this is the time of year where everyone's trying to come up with lists and trying to get attention, and there's nothing kind of more upsetting or more controversial than a lot of these quarterback lists. And the one that David mentioned, there are a lot of guys that could have been the 10th quarterback, but they chose Caleb Williams because of his athleticism over other players. Do you believe that Caleb is still an improving player? It feels like the longer he spends with the head coach Ben Johnson, the better he's going to get.
I think he could end up being one of the top 5 guys. I mean, right now I look at the NFL and it's Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. Obviously, injuries, short-term ineffectiveness may change that, but those seem to be the core 4. Those are the guys that everybody else is trying to be. The 5th spot is open. Is it Matthew Stafford? Right now, probably yes. But what's it going to be in 2026? And I think that Williams is still at a phase in his career where he is learning, he is developing, He is growing. He is still multiple years away from reaching that point where the remaining physical skills blend with the mental abilities, the experiences that he has developed, everything he has seen, everything that he has processed. You get better and better, and you get into a point in your career where you're a supercomputer from the neck up, and from the neck down, you can still do everything you've ever done. There was a time when Patrick Mahomes would repeatedly say he wants to get to the point where Tom Brady was in his career, where he could just walk up to the line of scrimmage and know exactly what's going to happen. And one thing I've noticed is Mahomes hasn't said that for about 3 years now, which means he's there. So that's where Caleb Williams is going to be one of these days. And so the arrow can still point up for him 4 or 5 years into the future.
Mentally, yeah, he's there. Physically, I wonder, because, Mike, it seems like a lot of these lists, a lot of the conversations about Patrick Mahomes assumes that he is going to be ready, maybe sooner than anyone anticipated. You look at the calendar and you wonder about medical science, and boy, is this going to be something that Patrick Mahomes accomplishes that nobody else has before? This could be a quick return to action. It's almost like they expect him to be ready week 1.
I think he'll be ready week 1. The injury happened the middle of December. He got the surgery quickly. Adrian Peterson tore his ACL Christmas Eve 2011. He was back on the field week 1 of 2012 and won the MVP award. And I would say that running back is a little more physically demanding on a surgically repaired ACL than quarterback. The only risk for Mahomes, all of the hair on fire stuff behind the line of scrimmage, it makes him so effective, where he buys time, extends plays, makes the big throw. That's a lot of pressure on that new ACL. You're doing a lot of cutting, you're doing a lot of movement, and you get on artificial turf, and it's not as forgiving. The forces come back up into your body. It's going to put extra stress and strain on that ACL. But I believe, number one, like most professional athletes, there is a constitution to the body that allows professional athletes to recover far more quickly from the things that would cause non-professional athletes to take a lot more time. And number two, Patrick Mahomes is not going to reside in his fears. He's not going to have a bad year because he was too careful. If he gets injured again, if that knee causes another problem, if the graft blows out, whatever the case may be, he's fine with that, I believe. I believe in his mind, every year is an opportunity to enhance his legacy. He's going to attack every single year with the same mindset. And in his mind, that knee is not even going to be an issue from the moment he's back on the field. He's not even going to think about it. That's how he's going to approach it. And we'll see how it goes. But I think it would be dangerous to assume that Patrick Mahomes isn't going to be Patrick Mahomes when it's time to start playing games this year.
Mike, I know you've written about Chris Johnson, that horrible story. He's now 39, and he announced that he has ALS, and that has reignited a lot of the conversation about the health of players in the NFL. What is your take on what this story means to the current group of players?
Well, on the surface, it doesn't mean anything as long as they fully understand the long-term risks of playing football. And I think part of my obligation is to make sure that everybody understands the immediate risks, which are obvious. You put on the uniform, you cross the white line, you're out there on the field, you can have broken bones, you can have torn ligaments, you can lose a spleen and almost die like Chris Sims did. You can have a heart condition that is prompted by a fluke blow to the chest and almost die on the field, like Damar Hamlin almost experienced. You can have a concussion. You can have a neck injury, like Kevin Everett did 20 years ago nearly when he was playing for the Buffalo Bills. But you also have to understand the long-term risks. The risks that will be experienced by future you. And I think a lot of guys in their 20s don't think about future them. They're not thinking 5 decades down the road. They're not thinking 5 months down the road. They're thinking about right now. And I just think it's important to make sure that we don't get numb to the very real connection between repeated blows to the head, not just concussions, but subconcussive hits, and the potential for long-term neurodegenerative conditions like ALS, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, dementia, and CTE. Those are the conditions that the guys who retired before July 7, 2014 All they have to do is prove they have those conditions, and they get a payout from the concussion settlement fund. No questions asked. No need to show that football caused it. You show up with those conditions and you get it. That shows us there's a connection. And I think the responsible thing to do is make sure people understand in moments like this, people need to understand that that's one of the risks. Most people are going to keep playing, but I think they still need to know what the risks are before they do.
Mike, Netflix is not just for home run derbies. Tonight, I think the return of the quarterback, season 3, Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, Cam Ward, Joe Flacco. Quite a mix of experience levels and personalities. Did you get into the first 2 seasons? I would think that you'd have interest in the Kirk Cousins. This is the first season without Kirk Cousins. What are they going to do? How interested are you in this?
I'm very interested in it because it gives you insight into the player that you really don't get anywhere. And it's so focused on the player because Hard Knocks for me, like, it's the same thing every year, right? It's the same stuff every year. There's nothing that is unique to any players who are star players in the NFL. And it just seems like noise. This quarterback series seems like something that is far more meaningful. And I'll watch all of it. I haven't seen any of this year's yet, but the past few years, I thought it was riveting. I thought the year that they couldn't get any quarterbacks to do it and they did receiver instead, it was spread too thin because it was 5 guys. But even that had some revealing stuff. And we watch it to see, is there something there that should be shared with our audience at PFT? So I figure there'll be something or more than one something. There's already something that came out yesterday that Baker Mayfield injured his MCL and PCL in his knee in week 2.
Yep.
The injury report sure wouldn't suggest that going forward. But, you know, there's a lot of little stuff like that I think is going to come out. So I can't wait to watch it.
What was the most profound thing that you learned from it in the first couple of seasons?
Well, I always thought that franchise quarterbacks worked every day. And to see
that's it.
Kirk Cousins at Barnes and Noble and almost defiantly not working on Tuesdays during the season.
That's the one.
And I understand, and I can respect the effort to have balance in your life, but a professional football career is a relatively small part of your broader life. You have months off when it's not football season. And I think of guys like Tom Brady, not that it turned out well for him in his personal life, but he had said, if you're going to compete with me, you got to be willing to give up your life to do it because I am. And he literally did. He gave up his marriage over it. So when you're just stubbornly taking every Tuesday off, maybe why Kirk Cousins is never won a playoff game.
I know what you're saying, and I agree with the football part of it. But I think, to me, the first 2 seasons, seeing Kirk Cousins in that context and the way that they went behind the scenes made him more likable. It
definitely made him likable, but if you're a Vikings fan, there's a lot of what the hell that goes on when you know that all the other guys are grinding away 7 days out of the week. And again, I know it's not healthy, but if you're going to be the most successful you can be in any field, you have an unhealthy balance between your obsession to be as great as you can be and the rest of your life. And you have to navigate that, and you have to deal with that. And to almost proudly say, I don't work on Tuesdays, that rubbed me the wrong way.
I got to tell you, I think he's an extraordinary story. I think he's made so much money, it's unbelievable. But I came away from that feeling like there's a reason he was never really as good as he could have been. I did. I could not help but feel like he kind of shortchanged his career.
You never know what you're going to pick up in that meaningless little extra moment of studying film, of becoming acquainted with the game plan, and where's the connection between that little moment and when the opportunity knocks to do something big. I still think about the 2022 playoff game against the Giants. It's 4th and 8, and the ball gets thrown 3 yards short of the sticks to T.J. Hawkinson when Justin Jefferson caught the safety flat-footed, and I know he's double covered, but the safety's flat-footed. He's going to run right by him. There was a touchdown there waiting to happen to Justin Jefferson, and you wonder where the seeds of that That moment, that misfire in that moment, where are those seeds planted? And were they planted on a Tuesday when his ass was planted at Barnes & Noble? I don't know.
Oh, my. You are rough, man. I mean, I understand everything you said, but it's a great take. It's a great premise. But he was pretty good. He was pretty good.
Do you want to be pretty good or do you want to be pretty great? That's what it all comes down to. Do you want to be great? And the guys who are great just don't wake up great.
Right.
They commit themselves. This is why we had the conversation about Patrick Mahomes. The reason Patrick Mahomes is going to be back week 1 is behind the scenes when no one was watching, he busted his ass and he made sacrifices and he did whatever he had to do. And I don't need to see it to know it. I saw him on quarterback. I know how he's wired. He's never going to relent. This is his obsession. When you're talking about the highest level of football player with 32 teams all chasing the top of the same mountain, you aren't going to get there unless something's off in your priorities. Because the one who's going to get there is the one who's got something off in his priorities.
It's such good stuff, Mike, and I think you are so correct about Tom Brady. The way that he sort of sacrificed everything for his career, and you're left kind of, wow, why did he blow it like that? But in his mind, that's what you had to do, and that's how it had to happen. And I don't know if he has moments of regret, but I think he had a phenomenal career, and he will be accepted as one of the great sportsmen in this country's history.
And that's what will be remembered, and the rest of it won't be. And I think that it's kind of like a mini deal with the devil that you do.
Right.
How are you remembered? He won't be remembered as guy who got a divorce because he played for too long. He'll be remembered as guy who's one of the all-time great quarterbacks.
Good stuff, Mike.
Athletes of all time. Hey, we didn't even talk about Rock Chalewski. Come on, man.
Yeah, no kidding. Can you imagine?
I think that was a power move by Rob Manfred.
Really?
I don't think that was a mistake. I think that was like David Tepper calling Frank Reich.
What would he have to gain from that? I mean,
it's a power move. You know what you gain from it? The satisfaction that you pulled off a power move. That's my take.
He looks like the dumbest commissioner in sports. Yeah. when you mispronounce a guy's name who's first overall, you have a year to practice how to say Chalowski.
When you ruin a guy's moment, whether you meant to or not, that kid worked his whole life to get to that point, and you butcher his name because.
And what's going on? They're getting ready to lock out the players. Power move.
Oh,
power
my
move.
God, you're the
power
best.
Move.
Thanks, Mike.
Good stuff.
Love it. Power move. Any chance that's a power move? I think it's an inept move.
I think it's something that probably Rob Manfred's inner circle would put out there that's a power move because he made a mistake and he doesn't want to own it.
Never. All right, we'll be right back. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete in the very near future win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Live from Las Vegas at 7 o'clock on the Chicago Sports Network simulcast. Catch the Bulls' first-round draft picks, Caleb Wilson and Dalen Swain, as they take on number 1 pick A.J. DeBonsa if he plays.
The truck near the bodies was still running, and the driver's side door was open when deputies arrived to find them. The tailgate was down, and there were drag marks into the dirt, into the woods where the couple was found. So he wasn't like covering up the tracks or anything.
I'm guessing he's an amateur murderer.
574. Can we even read that on the air? Marshall, aren't they all amateur murderers until they become serial killers?
Well, yeah, 574. I had the exact same thought. It's true. You got to kind of build up to that status. Not that you should be aiming for that.
Okay. How about this? What I was asking is...
It's not a murder-suicide because they didn't plan on dying.
Yeah, nobody planned on dying. One man planned on the woman dying. Look, the amateur...
And it's not tempers. A lot of times it's related back to shame. Did you know that? It all goes back to shame that they can't acknowledge.
No, I don't doubt that.
There's behavioral science studies.
Now
we're just getting
these text responses.
630, he was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
Can't have the United States lacking in that category. Come on.
Everybody, because Layla was laughing so hard, might not have heard that. 630 texting, he was keeping his amateur status so he can murder in the Olympics.
How did you say that? How did you just do that?
So, no. Listen, when I said amateur status, I was like, do we know if he was a repeat offender, if he had murdered anyone else? That's what I was asking.
Oh, my word.
If he had a record.
No.
Y'all are hilarious today.
847, can you still declare for the supplemental? I can't.
It's not going to be a supplemental draft this year. Brendan Sorsby wanted me to tell y'all.
Will you please?
Who's on your serial killer Mount Rushmore? 312-644-6767.
815. His record is 1-1 now.
Okay. I'm going to try to just read these so they
His
make
record
sense.
is 1-1 now.
You went out even.
I can't do it. I can't
Oh,
read
my
these
goodness.
enough.
Speaking of can't do it, the guy that used to do that segment on this radio station coming up at 12:25, Danny Parkin.
Okay,
Oh,
I'm going to try
that's a good
this.
update. That's a good date.
I keep just looking at the text tonight.
815. Premium membership at Naperville Top Golf. Oh, my goodness.
Nope. I can't.
Now, his record is 1-1 now. Might be the top that might be the top text.
847, can he still declare for the supplemental murderer draft as an amateur? I can't breathe. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, some have been waiting for me to have my Cubs meltdown after the start of this season. Well, we finally reached it. The kettle is boiling. It's ridiculous. Kyle Schwarber has hit 225 home runs for 3 different teams since he left Chicago. He hit 20 in 2022. He hit 46. 23. He hit 47. Oh, last year 56, and then he had that down year in 24 where he hit 38. Okay, the Cubs had 3 guys hit 30 last year. 2 of them at 30. But besides that, it's been quite some time since Cub hitters have had 30. You know when you go back to 2019. You know who did it?
Yes,
Kyle Schwarber.
I do know.
Kyle Schwarber.
Thank you.
I mean, give me a. You know when the last time a Cubs had 40? Well, I don't know, but Kyle Schwarber somehow managed to have it 3 times. So again, you can't let that guy go. And then tonight, we're going to have an opener because we're afraid of Kyle Schwarber. Why don't we just cancel the game?
You should be afraid
Why
of
don't
Kyle
we
Schwarber.
just cancel the game? Just little league it. We don't have enough good pitchers. We are afraid of Kyle Schwarber, who we let go.
Who do you think is making that call?
I have no idea.
Front office or Craig Counsell?
Good question.
Is Craig Counsell making that call? You think Craig Counsell? Are you calling Craig Counsell afraid?
That's why I'm really curious because of the way it's been handled and all. So we don't want Colin Ray to face Kyle Schwarber. So we're going to get tricky. We're going to have it. So are they going to bench Kyle Schwarber because the Cubs are going with an opener? Oh, no. That's what the Cubs do with a guy who hits 30 home runs. They bench their left-handed hitter against a left-handed pitcher because they got no onion. So now how about a standing ovation for what he did? For the first thing out of his mouth to apologize for what is going on and owning it and saying, I have to take responsibility for this, and I do. And then just amplifying on what you said there, Mully, that was going to be my part where Bryson talked about we will come, we will get together and we will, get the next head coach of the Bulls. And he was like, no. This is I interviewed you. I learned about you. This is now your organization. and I'm going to stay out of the way. And we get that from George McCaskey a lot too. Like, I'm not the football decision maker. You guys are. And I think what we heard from Michael Reinsdorf, I'm not the basketball decision maker anymore. You are, and I like that.
And for those not watching on Twitch, Dustin actually was standing when he talked.
And he was
Mully would joke that I wasn't really standing.
No,
I was actually standing.
He might have been standing in a hole, but he was, for him, standing.
But Kyler Gordon's there, to be fair.
That I had, he was the best, and I feel like a winner.
You've never been the first guy to go out there?
No, probably in the first swing, yes. Yeah. But then I lost. I liked it. I was just trying to focus on the ball only and nothing else around, and trying to put a good number there for the pressure, and it worked out.
How fun was the crowd reaction?
For the whole, I think it's good. I think it's good. I mean, that's what they do here. It's nothing new. They've been booing me for 10 years, so I mean, I have fun with it.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3. The Score. That, of course, is the voice of Wilson Contreras, former Cubs catcher, now DH extraordinaire, home run derby participant, interviewed by Rob Bradford there. He, of course, with Odyssey, the host of the Baseball Isn't Boring podcast, among other roles. And Rob joins us now on the Score hotline, the Plumbers 911 hotline, plumbing emergency. Call 1-833-PLUM-911, local 130 plumbers. Get the job done right the first time. Rob, good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm so good. I'm so happy to be talking with you guys. I'm so jacked up. I mean, it was what a great day of baseball. We got another great day of baseball coming up. And how about that? Like, I love, if there were ever a marriage made in heaven, it was the Phillies fans booing Wilson Contreras walking into a boxing ring. I mean, come on, let's go.
No doubt about it. That was great theater, and it delivered. The home run derby, even without the clock, might have been better than before just because of the way everybody seemed to lean into it. What was the highlight of the night for you? And you interviewed a lot of guys before and after. Did any of those experiences stand out?
Yeah, I mean, I love the All-Star game. I love the All-Star game. The game itself, I mean, whatever, sad trombone a lot of times. But I love everything leading up to it. I love the access. I love the smiles on the faces of the players. They feel good about it. I love how it leads into trade deadline, so you can ask guys that. I love the home run derby is last night. Really, I mean, what stood out was the ending. We talk about the crowd. It was. I also say it's made for TV. It's made for streaming TV. I mean, that was unbelievable. That was what a finish, and this the whole deal. And to talk to all these guys at this point, because there's so many things to talk about with them. We always talk to guys who are on bad teams about who are going to get traded and what their thoughts are. We talk to guys in contract years. We talk to guys on good teams about how much they want to add. And even I had a great conversation with Scott Boras yesterday, who was coming out of his skin talking about how if the MLB is going to end up with the NBA and not be able to hang on to good players and using Jaylen Brown as a perfect example. All of this, it was chaotic, awesome, and punctuated with obviously Jordan Walker doing what he did.
Yeah, it was a fun night. I grew up on the South Side here in Chicago. I'm a White Sox fan, so it was great to see Mune Murakami get an opportunity to partake in the whole day's festivities, and obviously the home run derby. I was watching it thinking, how's he going to do well? And I heard everyone booing Wilson Contreras before he came to bat, and I'm like, don't boo that guy. That's going to set him off. I did not want him to be as good as he was because I was hoping Mooney get through. But he's always like that. Whenever he gets booed, and there are players like that they seem to really enjoy upsetting the people who are upset by them.
Yeah, you guys know this about Contreras. He said this. He said this multiple times. He's the guy who's not doing the jersey exchange unless it's with his brother, and that's kind of refreshing. And yeah, maybe he overreacts sometimes in some situations on the diamond where we did have a couple of bench clearing brouhahas or fracases or whatever you want to call it, which is, it's okay. At that time, he was going through a lot with Venezuela, so we chalked it up to that. But ultimately, I think the biggest thing here is that in this day and age of everybody wanting to be liked, Wilson Contreras doesn't care. He wants to be liked by his teammates. And he also likes playing baseball. He likes that dynamic. He to your point, he fed off those Philly fans. And by the way, as a quick aside about the Phillies fans, I've said this about postseason. I've been to a lot of postseason games, and there's nothing like Citizens Bank Park. I remember a couple years ago where you had the Arizona Diamondbacks and Phillies. And the Philly fans, when they're in the playoffs or they're watching a game, they want to enact their will on what's going on, much like they did last night, right? And then after the Diamondbacks beat them, and I went to Arizona and Texas, no disrespect to those fine places, but it was like they just wanted to raise the decibel meter on the Jumbotron. The Phillies fans was, as I said, last night, another example, they want to enact their will on Wilson Contreras, whether he does well or not. And all you have to do is find and listen to the last out that Wilson Contreras made, the pop-up, and the reaction. I mean, that isn't the normal reaction from a normal all-star crowd.
We see him every day, but what were your impressions of Pete Crow Armstrong? And if you're making a list, Rob, of top Major League players under the age of 25, how far down do you go before you get to PCA?
Oh, I mean, he's at the top of the list. And here's the thing with him, and you guys, and I think it's so awesome that I think everyone has a great perspective of him. And because sometimes when you have a guy like who's too close to you, maybe you have the wrong perspective, and maybe on the outside you don't have enough perspective. But you guys do such a good job in your show, and I hear you talking about it's true. He is a guy who is not only really good. He's not only a really good defender, and now he's not only a really, really good offensive player, obviously, but to me he represents a lot that's good. I've had some interactions with him, and I feel like he's still a sort of normal guy. And I went through the other day with the Futures game. You go through that clubhouse. And there's a lot of smiley guys, a lot of great guys. A lot of the guys are happy to be there, but there was a lot of canned answers. There's a lot of guys who have gone through media training who are petrified of ruining their brand. I think PCA is the perfect example of what you can be. Show your personality, and baseball and your team will be better for it.
Do you think the game tonight, there's no Ohtani, there's no Judge, no Mizorowski. I mean, will the absence of some star power damage it in a way?
Yeah, I think so. Like you said, I think that sometimes the game itself is a sad trombone, even with those guys. We don't have the moments. If you want to go back, it can be like old man yelling at clouds when you're like, oh my goodness, the American League has to beat the National League and vice versa. And then, or the stupidest of stupid rules that MLB had where, if the winner of the game gets home field advantage. And I would be going down to interview guys in the fifth inning and watch them walk out to their private jets. I'm like, this counts for home field advantage? Are you kidding me? So, there's no easy solution in terms of making the actual game something really, really dynamic. It's really, really hard. It's better than the other All-Star games. Congratulations, Major League Baseball. But I do think there's going to be moments, and I think this is one of the great things about social media now. There's a great things about how we consume all this content because of those moments, much like last night, we can pluck those out and say, remember this image. And that's not like it used to be. We would have to watch the whole 9 innings of the game and maybe it was good, maybe it was bad. No, we're going to have some signature moments from tonight, and that's all we can ask for right now.
Talking with Rob Bradford, the host of the Odyssey podcast. Baseball isn't boring here on The Score. Rob, 3 White Sox are representing their team at the All-Star game. We saw Mully Murakami in the Home Run Derby. They are the biggest surprise in the majors this year. Are you a believer in the White Sox?
Yeah, here's the reason why. And by the way, if we're going to power rank teams with the best 5s, not even close. Not even close. And this is one thing I love about the White Sox, is that they don't know any better. and going in a different clubhouse. You go in the Phillies clubhouse, it's a bunch of veterans, and they revitalize themselves because they're veterans. They know how to get to 162. You go in the White Sox clubhouse, and they're just showing up, and they're like, okay, we like each other. We're having fun. We have talent. We hit the crap out of the ball, and we have just enough pitching. So you ask, do I believe in them? I remember seeing them real quick in Philadelphia. I swung through, and I was talking to some people at the White Sox. They're like, you got that schedule? Are you kidding me? You have the Phillies, you have the Braves, you have the Yankees, you have the Dodgers. How are you going to get – it was a nice story why it lasted, but then they came out on the other side. Now, I do hope that they add some pitching, absolutely. But I think that because the American League being what it is, I don't see how you can't believe that the White Sox, especially with what they can do offensively, can't keep up the pace.
Rob, you're obviously intimately knowledgeable about the Red Sox. Do you believe that any idea of them selling is over? Do you think the 9-game road winning streak before the break means they're hanging on to their players and they believe they're back in this thing?
Yeah, I right now it would be crazy to think that they would ever sell. You're a half game out in the wild card. You won 9 in a row. You seemingly figured stuff out. You have, as the White Sox just found out, you have the type of playoff level pitching which any team would crave. But I still think, like a lot of these teams, you got a couple weeks here, and you got to sort of figure out what exactly you are. For the Red Sox, a big name that they're going to have to make a decision on is Sonny Gray. And, I look at the Cubs. Like, how much would the Cubs love Sonny Gray? How much would the Braves love Sonny Gray? Other than Tarek Skubal, he is probably the best pitcher that potentially could be on the market. But for the Red Sox, with no Crochet, with Bayo basically back in the minor leagues, although he was up for a second, with Conley Early hurt now, you need Sonny Gray to be the ace, and Sonny Gray has been absolutely the ace. But still, the haul that you could get for Sonny Gray, knowing what that position gets at the trade deadline, that might be too tempting for the Red Sox. But to answer your question, I think right now they're a buyer, but it's still a long 2 weeks to go. I remember the Cubs a few years ago, right? They were wallowing, and then I think Jed Hoyer kept saying, hey, look at our run differential. We're better than we thought, than anybody believes. And sure enough, they went on a heater for the 2 weeks leading the trade deadline, and everything changed.
I just think there's going to be too many teams that have convinced themselves by the deadline that they're in it. And there's going to be this long list of teams waiting to make a deal with the Mets for Freddie Peralta just because they're going to be the only obvious seller, or maybe the Angels, or maybe the Royals. The Mets, the Angels, or the Royals are going to have all the pitching that everybody wants. And I don't know that anyone in the American League is going to be realistic enough to say, well, okay, we're out of it and we're selling. Maybe that'll change because things can go quickly, but I just think that's going to be the climate as we get near the deadline.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. And the problem is that these teams can say we need this, but guys know with the trade deadline you have to pay 3x. You have to get more uncomfortable than you ever have been. And this wave of DGMs, they don't like to get uncomfortable. The Dave Dombrowski of the world is saying we need a closer. We're gonna trade all these guys for Johan Duran. That isn't normal. Or Preller with Mason Miller. That isn't normal. And when you get to starting pitching, I talked about the Red Sox last year. They said Craig Breslow came out and said the guy that what we are trying to get is a guy who's going to pitch in the playoffs as a starter. All right. Well, you definitively said that, and then you ended up with Dustin May. That shows you how uncomfortable and how uneasy it is to get that type of pitcher and that type of player at the deadline.
Rob, we'll let you go. The game itself doesn't matter. I'm just curious, do you think that it's all National League looking at the two lineups? Do you think the American League can win this thing? Does it? Do you even care?
I like how you said that. ... Do we even care? And I think that's what we kind of come back to. I used to, as a kid, I used to just get so wrapped up in this. So how dare you say the National League's better than the American League? And look at this win streak that they're on and everything else. And And I think there's that element of, do we even care? Like, we can match it up and we can say, oh, look at, the National League is much more talented. But, when you have guys sitting on the sidelines, the Skeens, the Mizrachi, whatever, whoever, there is something taken away from it. But as I said, it's still it's great to see some of these young guys. This is the thing. Nobody cares about how I feel when I run into these guys and the vibes that I get. But at Tristan Peters, to see the smile on his face and the amount of times that I heard about this guy who wore a kilt for the Santa Ana Bananas and what a great story is, like, all right, like, just take a moment to appreciate that. That's what we're talking about. Nobody's going to remember if they win or lose, but they will remember stories like that. So that's what's cool about it.
Rob, indulge just one more question because of your perspective, both following the Red Sox and what's going on here in Chicago in the history, especially with the Cubs. Theo Epstein is a guest on this week's Lovable Reunion with Anthony Rizzo and David Ross. It's been a look back of the 2016 World Series champions 10 years later. They've got an event here at the Chicago Theater on Thursday night. It's a big deal 10 years later. I'm just curious, from your perspective, which was more improbable for Theo Epstein to be a part of or to pull off? The Red Sox winning a championship there or the Cubs in 2016?
Well, first of all, I love what they're doing with that Lovable Reunion thing. I was very fortunate to sit down with Ross, about a month ago, which, he said that he's such an honest guy, man, like saying like he rooted against the Cubs when he got fired. Like, of course he did. Like, yeah, I mean, human nature. But with the fact that he's coming back and doing all this stuff tells you how tight that group was and how awesome that run was. Now I'm saying this, it's like, I like you personally and I respect your opinion, but ... The Red Sox, I think, is a more sort of improbable thing because you have to remember, like, Theo Epstein was 28 when he took over as GM in 2003 with the Red Sox. And he was going head-to-head with the Yankees. It was such a chaotic time. And to be able to finally do what he did, and on top of it all, make the trade of Nomar Garcia-Pera for Doug Mientkiewicz and Orlando Cabrera, like, I think that probably was the more improbable one, but no less impressive because I think that to win in Chicago with the Cubs, with that group, to put all the pieces together after not anybody having an opportunity to do that before, that was pretty awesome too. And I hope everybody really, really relishes this reunion because it's so awesome.
Rob, thank you. Really fun.
Great answer. Thanks a lot, Rob.
All right, guys. Thanks. Good talking with you.
That is Rob Bradford. Excellent. Just really
Knows
good
his stuff.
Tons.
And he really is. That's a good podcast. It's always a must listen. And he definitely has, as you said, the intimate knowledge of the Red Sox, but also knows the rest of the league.
All right. We've got Layla and Marshall next. We'll talk to them. It's Mully and Haugh, 104.3 The Score.
This is 104.3 The Score, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen live on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. We are 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois.
He's at the facility. He's in the meetings. He's watching the tape. Listen, does Jalen want to be any form of a leader at all? I mean, okay, why did you have to get married? You know the calendar. These are not voluntary. It's just another excuse. Like, oh, I got married. Oh, I want to see my. Everybody on that team has a wife or a girlfriend or a mom or a dad or a son or a daughter or a niece or a nephew they want to spend more time with. But this is not the week or 2 weeks to do it. Or bring them here while you're doing it because you're not there all damn day.
Yeah.
Who else? Anybody else? Dustin, do you have any favorite team?
I would go with the Phillies. I've never been to Philly. And that probably would change it very quickly based on what I've heard. But obviously, I still struggle with Kyle Schwarber not being a Cub, and I know he was with other teams, and I know. But the point is that I like the way the Phillies slug. I know how chicks dig the long ball. I dig the long ball. I like the way the Phillies slug. Okay, that's what I like.
And you are beautiful.
Let
me just say
Appreciate that. Compliment. Mark that down. 554 Mully compliments Dustin. Friday, clearly. Yay! Jalen decided to go to work. Woohoo! Good for you. Way to go, buddy. Come on. Yeah, I love Ben Johnson. I'm still happy for him. So
You'd be killing Jalen Johnson if he didn't show up. Come on, you can do more than a golf clap. You would. You'd be killing him. Right?
Oh, my God. Okay. There's a nice pregnant pause while Dustin refuses to answer another question.
We have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye, whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes! You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long and causing sacks to happen, has become what he's become, the 3rd best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before. I know exactly. I did not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3 others. And that hurts because they kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the table if they get that touchdown to end in San Fran.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, and they probably approach it differently and all of that. But anyway, how about this? Caleb was finally right about Torrey Taylor. He punted 60 times, 3.53 times per game. That is the lowest figure in Bears history. Remember when he said, you're not going to be punting that much? It's the least amount of time you have seen a punter in your entire history of watching the Bears. That's pretty funny to me. Then these numbers. What did Ben say was the most important number?
EPA.
EPA per play, they are 7th in the NFL. EPA per pass, they are 9th of the 8 teams ahead of them in that all-important number, according to Ben Johnson. 6 of them are playoff teams, and the other 2 are Detroit and Dallas. So they are a top 10 offense by EPA per pass, top 10 for scoring, top 6 in yardage, top 3 in rushing. That's the year that you just saw.
Can I just, for a second, I want to talk about the EPA thing because I like that something that he kind of dismissed while talking about EPA ended up playing a huge role in them being good.
Turnovers?
Yes.
So true.
Yes, like he
So
kind of
true.
dismissed that as a thing, but look at the takeaway margin that the Bears have defensively, and it's played a significant role.
Mully and Haugh, 104.3 the score. We, of course, broadcast from the Score Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them. Want to thank Jacob Stutz. He gets us up and twitching away every morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Tuesday, the 14th of July.
Great day. Big semifinal in the World Cup at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Make sure you watch it. It's France against Spain. Should be a great one. Want to thank David Dykstra for filling in for Dustin this morning. Did a great job. Thank you, David.
Damn it, Dykstra.
And want to thank Brandon Fryer for his hard work.
In the 15 home run derbies you did, were you ever the first one out?
No.
I was doing some research last night, Barry. When I was 2 years old.
Oh, wow.
In
We gotta
92.
go back that far?
When I was 2 years old in 92, it may have been for me, but you only
Really?
hit 2 home runs in that derby.
But was I the first one out?
You were.
Oh, damn. Well, I was the first one out.
Not receipts being pulled. Not
But I
receipts.
like that.
Oh, that's Anthony Rizzo and
Repartee
Barry
between
Bonds
and Rizzo.
And that was on the wonderful Netflix broadcast, Why, that we all had to watch yesterday. Rahimi! Layla in the house!
Good morning.
And Marshall Harris. Marshall!
What up? What up? Live to tell the tale. Netflix.
Yeah. I can't. I don't like. I can't toggle. I want to just keep moving. Wanted to watch some summer league, and I had to go through this whole process.
It was a hassle. I liked watching it though. I enjoyed it more than I thought that I would because I thought the absence of the clock actually maybe made it go longer. But I also think he got a better representation of a home run derby. They were able to sit there and admire the shots,
that
and
was
they were
good.
they were there.
Even though we weren't able to sit there and admire all the shots because the cuts were not quick enough from the swing to where it's landing.
Yes, that sounds like a picky TV guy.
Well,
But
you want to see where the ball's landing.
This is a national broadcast. We
Yes, I
expect
get
national
it.
directors.
Fine, I get it. I enjoyed it more than I thought. It was good drama, and I didn't think I would like it. Maybe that's part of it. I thought I would probably not be as interested. And I sat there like, oh wow, I can't wait for this semifinal.
I like the idea that they've improved it, and
Yeah.
you've concluded they improved it.
I think so. I liked the matchup between Wilson Contreras and Kyle Schwarber was great.
Oh yeah,
it was fun.
Yeah,
and see, I didn't expect Contreras. When did he become such a prodigious power hitter?
I think now that he no longer catches, he just worries about batting, and he has become more of a DH kind of long ball hitter.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, you're right about the power, though. We saw flashes of it, but not like that. I mean, that was a show. Yeah. But the ball went far at Citizens Bank Park last night, as we surmised it might.
It carried. It definitely did
To say
carry.
the absolute least.
Wow.
It's a great home run hitter's ballpark.
How are you going to handle the many glorious moments of today?
The manyest glorious... The manyest? I've been doing that lately. The many glorious moments of today. We will start with the fact that your Chicago White Sox are stars at the Midsummer Classic, and that is not something that we've been able to say for a very long time. Munetaka Murakami getting the attention that he is getting nationally should be celebrated in so many different ways and internationally. And then there was the home run derby, and we all made our picks in our final segment of the show, so we'll revisit those. But also just watching what I do think was a really successful format, and that deserves credit. We all watched the Summer League game, the whole thing. So we will give our impressions and talk about what we saw out of Caleb Wilson and the Bulls. Likes, dislikes. Ian Happ is joining us at 11 today. Grant Paulson, who is the host of the Bustin' Loose Baseball Podcast, Take Command Podcast. He is 106.7 The Fan, our sister station. We will talk to him about being part of the national show for Odyssey, the baseball show. 5 on It is at noon. Then at 12:25, we have Chuck Swirsky, who was at Summer League for the Bulls, so we'll get his impressions of what he saw. Russ Dorsey is in studio with us for the 1 o'clock hour.
Have a great show.
Right,
in baseball, changing the game begins with rethinking it, like the way we keep fans' heads in the game, with walk-up songs, on-field audio access, and more. The same innovative thinking that changes the game could change your portfolio. Invesco QQ.
They are plus 22. They are number 1 in turnover differential in the NFL, ahead of the Texans and the Jaguars and the Steelers and the Rams. So all of the top 5 are playoff teams.
It's been a wonderful year. Kyle Monungai, I still owe you a steak, by the way. Kyle Monungai coming in and doing what he's done. DeAndre Swift being the player that he's been.
Having a career year on the ground.
The improvement of Darnell Wright, even though he didn't make the Pro Bowl and you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
The improvement of the offensive line all the way through it, even with the left tackle situation being in flux yet again yesterday.
2 more quickies. Phil Thompson wrote a great piece in the Trib yesterday.
What's up, Phil?
The Bears, going into yesterday, have run 496 plays under center. That's the second most behind the Rams in the entire NFL. Remember when Caleb was told that he couldn't do anything under center? Second most in the NFL under center.
Well, he worked his ass off. And
Yeah,
we
he
talked
did.
about it before the season began that I had heard that he was out there doing reps every day, taking snaps from center, and then that plays out where he gets – and I think a lot of people are like, man, if this guy can get that concept, he could be a really dangerous passer, and he has been.
And average depth of target, just to show you stylistically what they do, okay? This is how far the receivers go down the field before they are targeted. 9.31 yards, fifth in the NFL, behind the Eagles, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Packers. Playoff teams all. So Ben Johnson has given you a playoff caliber scheme, and Caleb Williams has executed it to a playoff caliber offense.
So there should be rejoicing in the fact that the Bears have won the division. They are the 2 seed in the NFC, and the playoffs start on Saturday for them over at Soldier Field.
One of the reasons we were inspired to request to have you on and wanted to make it happen was because one of your biggest fans in Chicago is in our studio, our producer, Robbie Triano. So I cede the floor now to Robbie to ask you a question.
Josh, what's up, King? Welcome to the show. So not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I don't think there's anyone here in the city of Chicago that kind of praises you more than me, damn near glazes. So here's the question. As a long hair hooper like you, how the hell do you keep your hair like that during a game? Because you're playing a lot of minutes, and I understand you probably use some product. How much are you using, and what does your hair budget look like? Because it seems immense.
I don't know what the budget is because my sister actually buys the product for me, but I do. Yeah, every time I get out of the shower, I dry my hair, I put product in it. So during a game, when I start to sweat as the game gets further and further into it, my hair gets, obviously more and more wet, and it's hard to keep out of my eyes. But that's kind of when I know I need to cut it, when it starts bothering me to that point. But, I put product in it. But yeah, no, when I start sweating, it does get in my eyes. So I'm actually getting a haircut tonight, funnily enough, you asked that.
Well, you're getting a haircut? Whoa, breaking news here on the score.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's a trim. You won't be able to tell, but yeah, it'll keep it out of my eyes.
What do you think of Robbie's question, scale of 1 to 10? He just asked you 2 really good questions. What do you think?
10. Both great.
Yeah! Robbie, well done. You were the inspiration for us to even be bold enough to request the interview.
He's getting a haircut. That's one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. The fact that he plays a game and the hair's never in his eyes, it's insane. How does that happen?
You were made to do a Josh Giddey interview post-game show. You were. So how did you feel about everything? Did you get everything
You guys
off?
nailed it. I had goosebumps. I said the word glaze. I don't know if I should have said that, but I did.
He knew what you were saying. But are you relieved to know, Robbie Triano, that the haircut is only a trim and not like a full-on new look?
Right, but I could see why he was taken aback a little bit by that. Yeah.
Do you think he'd ever go with a headband? If we ever get headband Giddey, the league may be on notice.
He's never done that?
I think he's done headband.
I was gonna say, I feel like
I'm pretty sure in Oklahoma City he did a headband thing.
We might have had that.
It would be. Would he do the thin headband? These are the questions on the tops of everybody's
See,
mind.
I said, I'm a long-haired hooper. People call me the Giddey on a pickup court. When I play, I have to have
on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios, presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station.
The Score.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grote should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grote may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote, 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Emery gave us analogy on top of analogy.
He always does.
Yeah.
He speaks my language.
Emery Hunt. I thought that I was optimistic about the Bears. I thought Marshall was optimistic. Nobody was as optimistic as our guest.
When we look at this division again, Detroit still has a lot of questions, more so than the Vikings. I actually feel stronger about the Vikings. I think the Vikings could finish second in this division this year, more so than Green Bay. And I still feel like Detroit still has some questions, especially now that we know Terrion Arnold's out there trying to be, Nino Brown. And so yeah, he's not even on the roster anymore. So Lamar Jackson's number one. I feel like he's underrated in how good this dude is. This dude 2 years ago put together the best football season in football history, and they gave Josh Allen, a pity MVP. MV pity, as they would call it, right?
Pity points.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
I love pity points.
Jared Goff. Even though it looks like he's throwing Molotov cocktails out there, he don't have the strongest of arms. It's efficient.
The man's on time, right?
Right, exactly. I don't care how I get there. It's like the Spirit Airlines of passing. I don't care how it gets there. It got there. You know what I'm saying?
They call it Spirit Airlines because your spirit leaves your body when you board. It's like, this dude, you're on your own in Minneapolis. I'll walk. This already in the toilets. You know what I'm saying? The seatbelts, it's just two of the same side of a seatbelt. So you can't ever snap in properly. The pilots high five when they land the plane. It's like, dude, act like you've been there before, fellas.
I knew this would work, especially after that last flight I took.
Spirit Airlines is now boarding group whatever. Just start punching until you're on an airplane.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grote. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Emory Hunt was absolutely fantastic yesterday. If you missed it, you can check it out on our YouTube channel, The Score Chicago. We are happy to talk Bears with him, and we are happy to talk about baseball with you on this All-Star Tuesday. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. And before the Home Run Derby, we got to see all the players in Philly talk to the media. It was media day. Everybody's on this stage. And despite missing 35 games in baseball's first half, Munetaka Murakami was absolutely owning the stage. The White Sox stars, and the story that insiders have told you about, the story that you have felt, the story that people have absorbed this whole season, finally got to take shape yesterday on the big stage in Philadelphia. And not only was Pete Crow Armstrong representing for the Cubs, but you know who the Sox star is. Mooney, I feel like, had a very big coming out party yesterday, Marshall.
And really, it was appropriate that he kind of picked up where he left off. When you think about the 35 games that he missed, the Sox are obviously able to stay afloat without him, going 17 and 18 in those games, and then they win the first 3 games when he comes back, even though he doesn't homer in that series over the weekend. And he gets to Philadelphia, and I think the shining of an international star and the general curiosity about someone who does not speak English as his native tongue, who has to have a translator, but you see how his star power shines through any barriers that normally would be in effect. And I think it says a couple of things. It says that the White Sox really got over on the rest of Major League Baseball by signing this guy to the 2-year deal that they signed him to.
Absolutely.
Munetaka Murakami is on a mission to prove that he is an elite slugger, which so far he's done because he's got 20 bombs in 60 games. That's a pace of 54 home runs over the course of a full season. But more importantly, it's just the fact that his presence, his gravity draws so much attention from the Pat McAfee show to the Home Run Derby and to really what could the second half be now that he's in the lineup with Kyle Till back, with Tristan Peters, an all-star in your 9-0. It's fully loaded, and he could be the fulcrum of that offense.
He was the flashpoint for the White Sox success. The White Sox took a gamble. They paid for a free agent, and they paid on somebody that nobody else thought was worth as much at the time. The risk paid off, but I don't think any of us saw the risk being able to pay off tenfold. Here Jim Callis is from Major League Baseball yesterday talking about how he thought the White Sox had the best draft of any team in baseball. You see what has happened with Munetaka Murakami's success on the national stage. Tristan Peters, the former Savannah Banana, is now an all-star after hitting for the cycle. And then additionally, Miguel Vargas, who is part of a trade that got a lot of scrutiny, including from me, when it came to sending Eric Fetty and Tommy Pham to the Cardinals, and then also Michael Kopech to the Dodgers. You get back Miguel Vargas. He is a man who has shown you that he is going to do the work himself and work with the team to improve as much to become an all-star. And those are 3 massive examples of how we are seeing a much different baseball landscape. We've had guys like Mark DeRosa tell us the White Sox are the best story in all of sports. We've had other people tell us that. Chris Rose, who is no slouch when it comes to baseball understanding, host of very respected longtime baseball shows, and a Cleveland Guardians fan. But to see Mooney go viral yesterday for his appearances on the Pat McAfee show, like you mentioned, or even the votes that he got despite missing 35 games, 741,065 votes. Second to Ben Rice and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. When you consider that, the popularity is building and the respect for the White Sox nationally is coming with it right now. It's not just fun to watch. I think what we're seeing is an ascension of a program that I didn't think it was going to come this quick, and to have the respect follow it, to be treated like they're not a flash in the pan, and have people know who Mooney is internationally and nationally. That's something that I didn't expect. Let's listen to Pat McAfee, his appearance, talking about an inside joke that he let everybody else in on.
What type of music you like?
どんな音楽が好きですか？
名前がわかんないですけど、ストローキングっていう歌。
Stroking, I like stroking.
Bailey Squire?
Stroking to the east.
Yes, stroking to the west. I stroke it to the woman that I love.
I mean, stroking.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yes.
Not just anybody can walk onto that show and have that crew that quickly join in on this.
The man doesn't even speak English, but that was the international language of love. As in for the love of the game? No, that doesn't hit quite the way that I intended it, maybe.
You have a way with words, Marshall.
But look, seriously, the fact that he was able to relate to people who don't know Japanese, translator was right there. But that one word, stroking, is like, I'm going to get this Venn diagram around this one word, stroking, and you're going to know what I'm talking about, and I'm going to know what you're talking about, and we're going to know that there's a double entendre there, and we're all good with it, and it's hilarity ensuing.
Stroking. That's what I'm doing.
And it blew up. It blew up on social media everywhere, and while that's one measurement, and this is also a social media of sorts, the point is people on every platform you can imagine are talking about Mooney yesterday. Now let's whiteboard this in case you don't know. Derek Showman, credit to the White Sox hitting coach for appearing on the podcast with Chuck Garfien that they do at CHSN to confess to now something that I think people like being in on the joke.
And I got to ask you about the shirt, stroking. I mean, this is a very popular shirt. A lot of guys are wearing it. Where did this come from?
I heard the song played by Clarence Carter when we were in Sacramento. It's a song I had heard years ago. I completely forgotten about it until I heard it, and I have song ADHD like crazy. So I remember the next day in the cage in Sac, and I started blasting it, and the guys came in and they loved it. And we run a video before every hitters meeting, and we put a lot of stuff in there. And I had Tony, who puts those videos together, put "Strokin'" as the song, and it took off. And then it became the pregame song, and then it became the postgame song. And the shirts, I had my buddy Michael Valadez make a design for us. So shout out to Mikey Valadez out of Pasadena, California. Mikey created these for us, and then Rob got them made. And then Bob actually got them to play this as our home run song. And the whole goal with this was like, this is kind of like our offense's song of the year, and we want this thing played at local bars after Sox wins, which I've heard it's starting to be played at Sox bars. So, yeah, it's become our song, and if you're around the clubhouse long enough, you're going to hear it.
You know what it reminds me of? It's not the same, but I recall a little song taking shape in 2005. And it started off as an inside joke, and then the next thing you know, everybody's singing Don't Stop Believin'. I'm not saying that this is sending the Sox to the World Series, but I am saying successful teams can pick up on something and use it to their advantage. It did remind me of it.
God bless Clarence George Carter. R.I.P. He died May 13th of this year. But he is going to live on, at least in this town, and depending on how big and bad the Sox are this year, it could become a renaissance. He died at the age of 90. You know he's from Alabama, right?
I did not.
Born blind in Montgomery, Alabama. He attended Alabama School for the Blind in Talladega, and then down the road at Alabama State University, he graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in music. That was back in 1960. And he went on to put together some hits, but that stroking, That's got staying power, especially when you're talking about baseball or other things.
Well, and Derek Chauvin, like many of us, because I identify with being completely distracted anytime I hear music of any kind. And doing live shots at ballparks was difficult because I was clearly focused on the music behind me at times. I feel that in my bones. But to bring it to the forefront like this, and again, these are just best practices of good teams. It sounds really silly to put it into corporate speak, but that's what good teams do. They share inside jokes. They have fun. They have something they rally around. They have people who believe in themselves. And when you're having a bad day, maybe you fall back on some of the fun stuff that you've created together. And that's what we're seeing right now. And he's getting the respect and the understanding that follows. You don't name Munetaka Murakami to an all-star, missing 35 games, unless you know that the votes were respectable and the total was respected to who he is as a popular player, and then not just that, but what we're seeing when it comes to what he means to the game right now. And to have White Sox like these mean something to the game hasn't happened in years.
You know who I can't wait to talk about this with? The guy who doesn't care about the All-Star voting and all that stuff because of what happened with Jacob Mizorowski. You could argue this is the same. It's a little bit different, but Major League Baseball wanted who Major League Baseball wanted for the All-Star game. And when the opportunity came to put Munetaka Murakami in the All-Star game, because that's a commissioner's decision, that's an MLB offices in New York decision. They made what I think is the correct choice. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a White Sox fan, but because of what he has meant, to your point, Layla, about representing a new era of White Sox in the fact that they have hit a bunch of home runs with and without him. And now I can't wait to see if Russ changes his tune a little bit about these decisions, because, you know, the Jacob Mizorowski thing from last year really left him upset and disappointed.
And he was right. Mizorowski at the time didn't deserve to be an all-star. He proved him correct whenever he went on the tear he went on to start, and up until 2 weeks ago this season? But that doesn't mean you've earned all-star. So I understand why there are still flaws in something. But at this point, I think what you're seeing is a guy who absolutely springboarded the success of this team. And if it weren't for him in the beginning, they wouldn't have the lineup that they have hitting as well as they did. They then moved off of that and were able to survive without him, as we've discussed. But we've come a long way from even last year, where Shane Smith was representative for the White Sox when it came to being an all-star. And we see how people are latching onto this team. And it's not just us. It's not just what you hear. The experts are trying to tell you, but for the home crowd, for the, you know, what I call the Good Morning America crowd, or even for the mass baseball crowd, to respect the White Sox and to respect Munetaka Murakami's star power, this is a different time.
Yeah, I think they're earning the respect by continuing to pile up the wins, by being in first place at the All-Star break, by having the third best record in the American League. And look, the American League's down. No one's arguing that. But for Munetaka Murakami to take position and to hold it, and now to be what I think is going to be kind of iconic in the way that this season goes. Depends on, obviously, what he does in the first half. But I predicted he would hit 40 home runs. He's halfway there. He's missed 35 games. We'll see what lies in store in the second half.
Well, I think it's also people love a comeback. And here's a team who got the worst record in all of baseball 2 years ago. And my goodness, how far away they feel from that now. The teams have done this. Teams have gone 1-1 3 years in a row. They've lost 100-plus games 3 years in a row. We saw that be a best practice for other teams. But what we did not see is the year that they came off of one of those 100-plus loss seasons, get this good this quickly. The Astros, who made 7 straight ALCSs, were still around 500 in the year after that. Now, Jose Altuve won the batting title, and he earned that. But you saw flashes. You didn't see a team turn around like this. Yeah, I take into account the American League, but at the same time, somebody's got to play those games on the schedule.
No,
and somebody's got to step up to the plate.
You can only play the games that are on your schedule, and the Sox have navigated beautifully. Remember, they're the only team in baseball that made it through the first half of the season without losing 4 games in a row. There's something to be said about that.
And Mune is a big reason why. Even when he wasn't there, he's still the symbol for their success. Here's what he said when he was meeting with the media before the home run derby and talked about his mindset and the clubhouse as well.
I didn't see this team as a surprising team. Obviously, I don't know the past years of what the White Sox had, but when I came in, we had a winning attitude. It was the locker room had a winning atmosphere environment, and we're not afraid of anything right now. We want to win, and we have that winning culture in our blood. So we're going to go straight and look forward to going to the championship World Series, and that's what we're aiming at right now. So nothing's surprising us at the moment.
And that is through the White Sox interpreter Kenzo Yagi, who is doing a fantastic job.
Busy man.
Being able to be Mune's voice for everyone.
I love the sentiment there because let's be honest, if you're Mune and you're looking around, and I know a lot of people knew that the White Sox hadn't had success, he wasn't a part of that. All he knows is winning. All he knows is hitting bombs and watching his teammates pull off walk-off wins and being in first place, being in the hunt. Remember, when he got hurt, they were 3 games back of the Guardians in the division. He comes back, they're tied for first, and then they stay there through the first 3 games he's played. So he's thinking, why not us? That's the attitude you should have if you're Mune.
Well, he's seen his team succeed. To go 17 and 18, Marshall, that's as close to 500 outside of one game as you wanted, and they answered the call more than we've seen other teams do when their stars go down. It's proven to be a more catastrophic loss at times. And for Mune to see this stage, and then for the other White Sox who did get the respect in the All-Star nods to also see the fruits of their labor nationally, like that's something that not a lot of people have been able to see. You know, the White Sox got famously forgotten by ESPN when it came to the 2005 World Series. So to be front and center, this is a good time. We should enjoy it. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. We broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Breaking news on The Score is sponsored by IDOT. Running late, speeding won't save you time. No need to speed. It's not a game. Our producers are Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh, Brandon Fryer helps us out as well. You can text and call us, and you have been, and we've had some very funny texts about the song Strokin'. 312-644-6767 is our number. And you can find us on Twitch, twitch.tv/The Score Chicago. We are also on YouTube, The Score Chicago there as well. Our Twitch mob is up and chatting this morning. Coming up next, I think first of all, I need to give our credit to our crew. Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, and Cody Westerland doing a tremendous job every day. I got paid some dollars this morning because we had a home run derby bet, and I didn't think it was going to go this way, but it went this way. Marshall's just looking at me.
Look, I was wrong.
You're going to get the dollar back.
I was wrong.
It's only a matter of time.
I can't wait to talk about it. I have a very strong things to say about this year's home run derby.
If there's one thing that I am not surprised by, it's you having strong things to say on a sports talk show. So we'll do it next.
Hey, it's Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6.
We're bringing you the most up-to-date Chicago sports talk on 104.3 FM during your commute home from work.
Do you want to watch us do the show live? Hang out with the Twitch mob or on YouTube. We're talking all of Chicago's teams every day.
And if you're working from home, listen to the show on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
There's no one way to listen or watch Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons from 2 to 6. So listen and watch your way today.
So with the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, hey. The Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland, tight end, Michigan.
Okay.
Man, so the Bears were one of those teams that had a better grade on Colston Loveland than Tyler Warren. The Bears get the tight end out of Michigan, 6'6", 248, a 3-year starter at Michigan. Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. Dave, what do you think?
Well, I love the guy. I mean, he's a he's a first-round pick. I think a little bit of unfairness that this year he was banged up a little bit. And Michigan, doing Big Ten football, I watched every one of their games, and it was a Rolodex at quarterback. You know, they benched the Warren kid. I mean, they put some guys on the bench. They started a freshman kid. It didn't work out. They took him in. So he didn't have a fair opportunity from the standpoint of a great quarterback or great non-existent passing game. But I'll tell you what, don't lose sight. Jim Harbaugh recruited this guy, and that Michigan offense, when they won the national championship, they were a physical team. So I think that what they're looking at, the Bears said, okay, we know we got a tight end that we can flex out and get him in a nice matchup, just like Sam Laporta against a linebacker. We like that. Okay, well, what are we going to do with him when he's in line at the line of scrimmage? This guy was an in-line blocking tight end for Jim Harbaugh in Michigan, and they ran the football. So you're getting a tough guy. You're getting a tough guy, and you're also getting a tight end that you can move around and do different things with. So it's, I think it's a good pick. I like it.
How about Muhammad?
I think Muhammad's interesting because this is a guy that I think the Bears got a steal on. I think he was drafted a little lower than you would have expected.
Right.
You look, he played started 30 games at Texas against top-level competition. All of his testing profiles, 4.42. He can play zone, his own admission. He can play man. He says he can play inside. He can do anything you need. He's a guy that, like Ben Johnson says, if you take football away from him, you don't know what he's going to do. That's him. That's that guy. And I'm not going to mention his comments he said, but he had probably one of the funniest quotes at the post-draft talking about why he plays so well in big games. I really like this kid. I think it's going to be a real competition with him, Tyreek, Terrell Smith to see who wins that starting job. I don't think he starts off there, but I think at some point he'll start a game.
Keyshawn Elliott?
Keyshawn Elliott, as a third linebacker, I think it's a good possibility. I spent some time watching a solid 25 minutes of tape on Keyshawn Elliott. I was more impressed than I thought he was. I wanted to see how he got all these sacks. The guy had 7 sacks last year. And it wasn't the way you would think. There was some quarterback scrambling. There was some late triggers. But he can blitz. He's a delayed blitzer. But he was faster than I thought. All the scouting reports talk about doesn't have great play speed. He ran a 4.58. So I'm like, let's get to the bottom of this. I think this guy's fast. He's physical. He's a green dot guy, team captain. He won their weight room award for the guy that spends the most time in the weight room taking care of his body. He's exactly the type of linebacker you want.
But they got a lot of linebackers, right?
TJ and Devin Bush. So it'll be a battle between.
Well, and they brought back the kid from
Sanborn. So yeah, he'll be battling with Sanborn.
No, I was going to say
DeMarco Jackson.
DeMarco.
There's a weight room award?
The weight room award at Arizona State. He won that award for the guy that puts the most time, that cares the most. You know, that's like the strongest, and that's him. He's a captain, a green dot guy. He's calling the defense. But I think his main contribution will be on special teams, David. I'm David Weight Room Award. You know David never spent time in the weight room in college. But, yeah, there's an award.
Then the favorite, maybe my favorite prospect that the Bears have, the 6th-round defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech, Jordan Vandenberg.
I mean, it's funny. Bears Twitter absolutely loves this guy. And it's hard not to. When you look at his profile, David, and I looked at I was telling you this last night about the relative athletic score. You know what that is, Mully? They put together relative athletic score. His was a perfect 10.
Yeah, that's amazing.
The second guy ever in the relative athletic score, a defensive tackle, to have a perfect 10 relative athletic score.
Who was the other one?
I didn't even know who the other guy was. But this is like, you look at his numbers. This guy weighed 310. He jumped 36 inches, had a 10.5 broad jump, 4.9 40. Like, I looked at this at 35 reps.
Can he beat a double team?
I don't care. I don't care.
He's a rugby player.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
South African, but he's physical. When I watch the tape, he's raw. Sometimes he's out there brawling, wrestling, just trying to beat the man in front of him. When he learns like the full grasp of this football thing, how to beat blocks, how to get in his gap, how to, when it's a pass rush, to go from your run fit to get into a pass rush, to transition to that. I think the Bears have a find here. And I think it's also interesting how you're starting to hear that this was a coaching staff pick. Mm-hmm. The coaching staff really loved this guy.
Grote, middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
All right, give me Mune.
Stroking.
I assumed that's where you were going with it. This is very obvious and easy, but I'm going to have to go Kyle Schwarber.
I'm making my pick.
and it's going to be Ray's third baseman, Junior Caminero.
So my pick will be, why is Jordan Walker's name jumping off the page to me?
Shouldn't.
I guess I'm going Jordan Walker.
A homer wins it, a non-homer, and we're going to a swing-off.
Baseball is not afraid.
Wow! Is that enough? Is that enough? Jordan Walker wins it!
Yeah, I don't know. Unconscious me thought that Jordan Walker was going to be the dude I had seen too many times where, frankly, he frustrated me watching the Cubs and Cardinals. And he frustrated a lot of people last night at Citi Field, at CBP, Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia. With one swing left, Jordan Walker hit 4 home runs in a row to beat the hometown guy, Kyle Schwarber, in the final. And he took the home run derby. That call courtesy of Netflix. And I actually really enjoyed at least the new format, Marshall, of being able to watch people with a certain amount of swings. But then if you were on a heater at the very end, you were allowed to hit until you couldn't have a home run anymore.
The bonus.
That's what worked. Yeah, the bonus worked. And that's how he got this.
I loved the new format. I thought it would be better. It was better. The production side of this needed some tweaking just because the whole point was you could take your time, right? You weren't rushed to like swing to swing to swing. But if that's going to be the case, when the guy hits the home run, you need to cut to where the ball is going.
Well,
and they just kind of stayed with the batter way too often.
But you know what happens is I've filmed baseball for a very long time, and usually you're not cutting to the ball if they're not able to follow it with the camera.
You gotta be able to follow the
So
ball.
I mean that may have been part of it too. You know, if you've got not your usual crew, typically I will say just getting real inside baseball. You hire people who are crewed, they know what they're doing, they've shot baseball for many times. But the production aside, at least when it came to the format, I feel like Major League Baseball got this right, and the home run derby was a thing to behold. And you got the head-to-head matchups that you wanted to see. You saw Bryce Harper, then there was the matchup of Wilson Contreras and Kyle Schwarber to make us all very bitter. You know, watching these guys just hit balls out of the park. And for me, all roads go back to Kyle Schwarber when it comes to the Cubs situation offensively. So to watch him hit bombs was pretty great, but Jordan Walker just put on a show. He was ripping them to left field.
First off, congratulations, Layla, on winning our pool. I have handed you my $1.
I'm just going to reinvest this money back into the house with more bets.
Okay, well, you do that. I'll gladly take that money back at the first opportunity. But you did a great job. I was completely wrong because I didn't think there was any way that a right-handed batter would win this contest, but I was completely wrong. In fact, when I knew I was wrong, when Wilson Contreras hit that ball 490 feet, I was like, oh, this is different.
I mean, there were some measuring tape balls being hit. Was there anything under 400? I feel like practically everything was going over 400.
There were a few under 400. I'll say this. I don't have Netflix, right? But my friend came to visit me like 2 weeks ago. And
why are you telling this story? The feds are going to come running after you.
It's fine. He came to visit me. It's his Netflix. He was here. And it's going to run out at some time. Like some point I would go to it and it wouldn't be there. But it was there last night, so that's how I watched.
Hell yeah.
It's like they knew I needed to watch the home run derby. But no, you're right. The format, impeccable. I have no notes on the change in format. I don't know what Jeff Passan was talking about when he was like, it's going to be a horrible format. I didn't understand it when he started talking about it and tweeting about it. But
Passan has so much influence too that it makes you double check why you're. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like this is going to be okay.
So the 20 swings and the 15 and 15, it was just the right amount. It was just right. To speak in Goldilocks terms, it was just right because it wasn't too long. You kind of need the 20 because it gives everyone kind of that introductory, the extra 5 swings.
Yeah, because a lot of people started slow. You know, a lot of people needed like 5 or 6 swings to heat up.
Mully didn't start slow. He finished slow, but he did. First swing, and then kind of petered out after that.
Home run derby's not for everybody, but you had enough guys in it to want to cheer for your guy. And then there was the head-to-head. Like, I was keenly, Ray, watching Schwarber and Wilson interact.
That was so cool to see it. Like just a little bro moment, former teammate moment, especially 10 years after they won the World Series, to see them on that stage, even though they're wearing different uniforms. It's really cool. It made me very happy.
Well, and then Jordan Walker is a story, whether or not we want to acknowledge it. The fact that he last year, got sent back down and then has ascended the way he has, he's a reason. His success is one of the big reasons that the Cardinals have done so well against not just the Cubs, but they've fared better than their expectations this year.
You know what the best part of the Jordan Walker story is? That man's making $799,400 this year as a Cardinal. He's making $60 shy of $800,000, which is nothing to sneeze at.
Give him the $60. What the hell is that?
It's nothing to sneeze at. But last night, he made $1 million. He made more than his total salary for 2026 with one night of, taking a few cuts.
Can you imagine? Like when your bonus is more than your salary?
And that would have been the case for half the field, by the way. Half the field would have made more money winning the Derby than their 2026 salary. The ones that are not, the Schwarber, the Bryce Harper. Contreras, and who am I missing? It's one more veteran.
Caminero?
Veteran. It might be Caminero. Although,
well, let's see.
I don't know if Caminero
to the internet.
Extended. But, if Mooney wins it, and it's great because you get I think $150,000 for participating.
Junior Caminero's salary is $794,800.
Oh, it's him.
Why did I assume a Ray was making more money? Why?
Because usually the Rays sign their guys that are good for 2 years out past their arbitration and past their free agency years to get them.
They do. They buy out the ARB years. That's a clever way of going about their business.
Going back to the Evan Longoria, we don't need to, all the Connor Griffins and these guys who are getting paid now, the Rays were doing that before it was the thing to do.
Yeah. I feel like they were the trendsetters with that. Sox followed suit with some guys, that was, but even then, if he had won the home run derby, still he'd have made more money than his actual salary.
Yeah, and so it's big money for all those guys to be able to participate, and then you get, I think, $500,000 for being the runner-up. So just getting to do the home run derby, and it's sad because it's why can't basketball be like this with their all-star festivities?
Well, and they're trying to do the monetary piece with the NBA Cup. That is the in-season tournament that they've picked up on from soccer and then other sports to incentivize their players. And I think it has worked to an extent because they're hardwired for tournaments. If you tell basketball players there's a tournament, they're in, right? That's how you grew up. That's, tournament, light goes on.
If you don't win, you go home.
Right. So everybody gets hyped for the tournament. And that's cool because I think it harkens back to how they came up in the game. Now, there's obviously what I think a lot of us were thinking watching this is here you have two hometown guys in Philly playing for the Phillies and Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber. So Picker Armstrong, were you envisioning the possibility of him doing this at Wrigley? Well, here's what he had to say about whether or not he would participate next year.
I won't probably do it as of right now. I mean, maybe I will, just with it being at home and everything. But we were talking about on the bus on the way over here, it's just that's a tiring couple hours, and I don't quite know if my swing is built for that. If James Wood's talking about fatigue and all that stuff, then I should probably think long and hard about whether or not I do it. I just, I look at guys like Schwarbs or Bryce Jr., and I'm like, I've seen Junior take BP. I go out there every day to watch him take BP when we play him, and I don't know if I can hang with that guy.
Is there anyone you think could sway you to do it?
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. There's a lot of people that could probably sway me to do it. I'm not totally closed off to the idea. It's an intimidating thought, man. It really is.
That is courtesy of the Baseball is Dead podcast. I don't know that I worry the home run derby would affect him in later games.
PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, this is a message to you. Go with your initial reaction. Do not fall victim to paralysis by analysis. You think long, you think wrong. You're absolutely right. You are not Junior Caminero. You hit home runs, but you are not a power hitter. Don't mess up your swing. The whole thing about Munetaka Murakami messing up his swing, I was never worried about that because that's how he swings. He swings for the fences. PCA, don't do it. Don't do it. On some Andre 3000, Like,
don't do it. Reconsider.
Don't do it. Bad news. It is a bad
They're
choice.
going to choose him.
It's a bad choice. This would be like Milk and Anchorman. A bad choice. You do not want to see Pete Crow Armstrong participate in the home run derby if it happens in 2027 at Wrigley Field.
Top-notch home runs get the most, not the lesser.
Listen, Bobby Abreu, that's more in line with what PCA would be trying to do.
My example is always Todd Frazier. You read the stats yesterday.
Yeah,
I saw your face while you were reading the stats.
Yeah.
A guy who is happy he did this and plays in the NL Central. The winner, Jordan Walker. The interview he did with his dad and Lauren Shahadi on the Netflix broadcast was fantastic. Everybody's booing in Philly. They just kept cutting to his parents who were so happy.
As they should boo.
That was so cute. So his dad was all smiles after this.
Your dad, Derek, get over here.
Yeah.
Get over here. How about your boy?
Oh, he was awesome today. I just loved everything about it. Just his attitude, his approach, the smoothness, his swing. Looked like his dad. But yeah, he just did a great job. We're so proud of him. We're proud.
You told me at 6 years old he hit a home run and hit his grandma's car. When did you know he could be this?
Oh, man. So that was an indication there. That was one good indication. I think, again, from early age, he always loved the game. He always loved to play baseball. Loved to sleep with his glove. He always had a bat. We traveled with it all the time. He, ate, slept, thought baseball. And he just kept progressing. He just kept getting better and better and working on his craft. And again, we can't be more proud.
You said you were so nervous, Jordan, coming in. You fooling me? You didn't look it.
No, absolutely was nervous, man.
Hold on 1 second.
Ryan Howard with the chain. About bling from Ryan Howard.
Did Ryan Howard get his chain back? That's question number one. Did Ryan Howard get it? That chain looked very expensive. Of course,
Ryan Howard doesn't do anything cheap.
No, that was the Netflix chain. That was supposed to go to the winner, and
okay.
Ryan Howard
Okay.
wore it out when they introduced Ryan Howard at the beginning of the home run derby. He was wearing it, but it was clear that would be awarded to the winner.
Who brought Bad Bunny to Dodger Stadium? Do you remember that for the home run derby?
I do not remember.
It was a
who
few years
brought
ago.
him.
Somebody brought Bad Bunny as like their entourage for the home run derby, and I was like, "This is the biggest flex I've ever seen."
Also, I don't know if you guys saw Jordan Walker after the home run derby talk about him, and you hear his dad right there, right? Father-son game. That's what baseball is. At its root, at its core, going back to the origins. But he said this, quote, I hope it means a lot to them. I want to be a role model for the black kids, and I want more black kids in baseball. Hopefully, this raises some awareness. I know a lot of them are playing basketball, football route, but I want them to know the baseball route is open to them too. And there are a lot of kids that are athletic enough and mentally strong enough. Black kids can play this game, and I want to see them do it.
Amen.
Also, if you want to subsidize the cost of travel baseball, that'd be a good place to start.
That's it. The pay-to-play system is, I think it's taking away from who we're seeing really with the possibilities of shining at the top levels. It's eliminating the chance for perhaps who could be your favorite baseball player, and they may never get the chance to know the game. Bad Bunny presented Juan Soto with the chain at the home run derby at Dodger Stadium.
Yes, and Juan Soto didn't invite him. He wasn't invited by any specific player. It was Major League Baseball that extended the invitation to him. How about that?
Love that. And
Yeah.
it didn't get any flack then. Now did it? It was pretty cool that he was there.
No kidding.
I thought he was hanging out with one person in particular. I was like, wait, that dude brought Bad Bunny? So that was my assumption at the time.
One more note on the Jordan Walker thing. He's the first non-rookie to win the home run derby after never having hit at least 20 home runs in a season, entering the year they won the derby. That's from OptaStats. He has burst onto the scene. That's what he's done.
And I just want to share.
Not to us.
I know we're out of time here, but I have a beef with MLB.
What's the beef?
And my beef is you guys are making me like a St. Louis Cardinal.
Oh.
After yesterday, how could I not like Derek Walker?
It's joy.
Well, how do you feel about when Wilson Contreras was with the Cardinals?
That's different, though. He went straight from the Cubs to the Cardinals.
Yeah, that was a little different. I'll always have love for Wilson Contreras, but Jordan Walker, I mean,
I got a confession.
I like him.
I always liked Matt Carpenter. He was very nice to me when I worked with him. He went to TCU. He was cool.
I typically cannot stand anybody on that team.
And you know what?
Wilson
I hate
Contreras
to
was the
also.
exception.
Paul Goldschmidt was also very nice.
I like Jim Edmonds. But I really liked Ozzie Smith.
Jim Edmonds is a bridge too far for me.
Oh, okay. But Ozzie Smith?
Ozzie Smith is likable.
It's easier when they're older and in retirement, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I'll admit to this now that I always hated the fact that I liked Matt Carpenter because he was really nice and cool.
I got
he was
one
very
more.
good at his job for a very long time.
One more Cardinal, but also underrated multi-sport star Brian Jordan.
Yeah.
Out here playing football and baseball, but like Deion's getting all the attention. Bo Jackson's getting all the attention. Brian Jordan.
Okay, that's enough of that.
Okay, that is enough
we
of
got
that.
out
See
of
what you did,
control.
Ray? See what you did?
Okay. We like the junkies we are.
Yes.
All stayed up late to watch the Summer League game.
The game lasted way too long.
It did. And it started late, too.
Yeah.
Because of that stupid Mavericks game. So we will talk about the Bulls Summer League game last night with Utah next.
Baseball coverage on The Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
This segment is sponsored by Toyota on Edens.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite team should be the new team. They were really pounding the table. Hey, why don't we have a grade on this guy? Why don't we have a grade on this guy? So I think that's something really interesting. The coaching staff really likes him, saw something in him. And I think with his athletic profile, his physicality, he's not scared to hit. You know he's going to work. I think it might be a little bit of a project, but I think this guy could play, not starting next year.
Morning, boys. What's going on?
Well, you've got the story as always.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You got Joe Madden booked later today?
No, Joe is not coming on.
Why?
He wants to replace the manager.
You got to because you got to get with Joe because they're going to need the petting zoo, and then they're going to need the magician.
Wow.
9 in a row, it couldn't hurt, Brad. You know that. You're asking about the Cubs just to further inflict any kind of pain or distress on people who are hoping that they win, and it's not appreciated.
Well, the pitching was built on guys with pretty significant injury histories, and now they got every time Tyon and Shota pitches, it's baseball giveaway day in the bleachers. So it's because they're actually healthy, but you guys better get Dustin on the horn with Madden because they got some serious problems there at the Federal Landmark.
Yes, they do. Thank you for acknowledging.
Well, just wondering if there's any chance of the Bears kind of being able to just keep bringing in star after star like the Chicago White Sox seem to be doing, buddy.
About that last night.
That was great.
I mean, the brutal execution of these bunts. And Venable's got to answer for the strategy there. But however you feel about the calls, the execution was worse. Oh, Montgomery saved his ass last night.
But I know you love the broadcast, Brad, right? You loved Costas and Stoney in the booth.
That was top notch. And Dave, I'm looking forward to you, kind of ramping up the platform of Steve Stone to win a Fort Frick Award because he's the best out there. He's the standard bearer, and Costas was great. Maybe they could go to that for a full season, Costas and Stoney.
I'll get right on that.
It was phenomenal. It was great stuff. Brad, did Cairo Santos tell you if he's going back to Brazil? He's probably one of the few humans that could afford World Cup tickets and follow Brazil if he wanted to.
Oh, has that started?
It started yesterday night. Brazil hasn't
I know you were
started
busy
yet.
watching the Cubs.
Yeah.
Hey, counsel, he solved the riddle. If he goes out there and complains, like it was awesome. It was like the umpires wanted him to really have to beg to get ejected, right? So it just kept going on and on. And the base umpire is headed back to first, and he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just really beg the home plate umpire to run me here. So he gets run, and they win the ball game.
See, there you go.
That's all it takes.
Have you checked out, Dave, you get your baseball show tomorrow?
Yeah, 9 to 11.
Take a look at that Iowa pitching staff's ERA.
Okay.
It's at about 6.5. It's the worst in the International League. And there's like 2 teams that are worse in the Pacific Coast League where they're playing at like a mile up, like Albuquerque. Like nobody, you could send Cy Young and Walter Johnson there, and they'd both have an ERA over 4.5 because the ballpark's a joke. That's how wretched the Cubs pitching is. It's not just the big league, brother.
I'll get on that. That'll be the 9:45 segment.
It's not just the big league. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Brad.
Appreciate
it. All the advice.
Brother.
Weekend, guys.
All right, brother.
To let people know when I read that book.
That's my bit, okay?
Many years ago. and yeah, I'm not trying to steal
Don't
anybody's...
steal my
no,
bit.
No.
If this isn't Steve Allen, he's stealing my bit. How's the crusty sound in that?
It's really good. It really is.
That's my best. I'm most confident with that.
I have not heard somebody, honestly, in my life do a better crusty. So, yeah, that's pretty good.
I thought the Generals were due.
Why don't you run past Grote, your latest creation?
So, Grote, I've been working on it, and I was like, we are going to change the mix of players, just change it up. And the second-round picks, now they are a currency. We have to admit that I don't want to be in the middle. I don't want to be in the middle. So I'm working on it.
Artur's Kardashev.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You didn't even have to tell me who it was, so that's good.
That's a good
so
sign.
you've hit the impersonation baseline. I knew what you were trying to do.
Okay, you can be honest with me, though. Tell me.
And it
not
needs bad.
Not bad, right?
I don't know. I think that the more you do it, it'll get even better. It's not even something you have to sit and work at.
Well, here's the real question. As long as
can we handle more Anthony Herron?
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
Here is Wilson back on the ball, defended by Matt Cleveland. Wilson explosive!
That is courtesy of ESPN. We were the ones. We were the ones staying up late last night to watch Summer League. Didn't go well for the Bulls outside of that Caleb Wilson absolutely poster dunk. It was so good. He switched hands, went up with authority. There was a bit of a tomahawk action there. It was nice to see. Bulls lose 80-63 to the Jazz. And unfortunately, Caleb Wilson, Marshall, did have a bit of a mixed bag type of game. He was 0 for 6 at the line. Well, that's 12 points.
Oh, no, it's 14. Let's be very clear.
Oh, that's right, because of the new rules.
Well, 2 of those fouls, because you shoot 1 for 2 or 1 for 3,
right.
He got fouled on 2 3-pointers.
Yeah.
And missed
that's
both
right.
those free throws.
They fouled the three-point shooter.
14. He could have had back-to-back 30-point games, but he left 14 points on the table.
Yeah, that's what you don't want. He's had 2 very bad games back-to-back of free throw shooting. And that does matter to me.
2 for 12.
That's not, yeah. So we don't need Hack-a-Caleb to become a method to teams' madness. But at the same time, there were some great moments too, like that dunk. That was late in the game too. That was only with a couple minutes left. That was absolutely fantastic.
Jonas Adu didn't think it was a great moment.
No, he did not, because he might be on the poster. Boo Booey, shout out to the Northwestern guy for getting some time in this game.
It was, you know what? It was a slow start, but I do believe that a little bit of luster, and I'm not going to say motivation, but just a little bit of luster went off this game from jump when you know that Darren Peterson's not playing.
Right, yeah, I texted the group thread. I was bummed.
When you know that Ace Bailey's not playing.
Mm-hmm.
And so it seemed like it took a little bit off. But overall, I'll say this. Caleb Wilson looked more like a rookie in this game playing in Summer League. 8 for 17, not bad. 3 for 8, not terrible from 3. The 0 for 6, that's unacceptable, obviously. And again, he's 2 for 12 from the line in 2 games. He played 29 minutes. But man, the two-wayness of it all.
Yeah.
Because the 5 blocks and the 2 steals and the different types of blocks, my issue with this was he didn't get much of it, any help from his teammates. They only had 2 players and scored double figures. You mentioned the final score. They scored 63 points in 48 basketball minutes. That's bad.
Yeah, that it really was, and there were so many fouls too. Did I see at one point there were 21 and a quarter? I mean, it was pretty ridiculous. Which is why your job is to convert when you're at the line. But in the meantime, Noah Essingay was also a pretty good example of how this game went. You know, he was at one point one of the only guys who seemed to be able to score, and then he was also getting blown off the ball. And I don't know, it's tough when guys you expect to develop more, like Essingay, they're not still seeing enough fruit in games like this. Dalen Swain played 30 minutes. He only has 4 points to show for it. Was 0 for 9 shooting. Yeah, we knew it was going to be a rebuild, but you still like to see those guys contribute a little bit more. I don't know, it was a bit of a mixed bag, Marshall.
No, I don't even know if it was a mixed bag. I think the Bulls just played an absolutely horrible basketball game.
Fair enough.
It was terrible to watch.
Yeah.
Caleb Wilson, look, I'll say this, because he had, 9 points at the half?
Yeah.
7 points at the half.
It was a slog.
There was a 3 to 4 minute span in the fourth quarter where he came alive. You're like, oh, it's a single digit game now. Caleb Wilson is doing things. The dunk was one of them. He hits a couple of threes, and you're like, all right, that's the Caleb Wilson that I saw his first game out.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, they've had a couple of days of practice between the first game and this game because they played on a Friday and now they're playing again on a Monday.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, looking up and down that roster, you make 20 of 70 shots. That's 28.6% from the field. From the field. That's awful. When you hit 8 of 36 threes as a team, that is awful.
And did you notice how the cutaways to Tiago Splitter, he just still kind of looked like he was, at the time when they would cut to him, it felt like he was still kind of absorbing everything. Like, he's not going to get mad about it. It's Summer League. I get that. But I wonder what goes through his mind after a game like that, what he's observing.
I know exactly what's going through his mind. We got a lot of work to do. And when I say that, I mean the developmental piece in this. If you take away Caleb Wilson from this game, and, good on him. He didn't have any assists in his first game, but he had a couple assists in this one. He did turn the ball over 4 times, which is less than the 6 turnovers he had in the first game.
5 blocks.
If you take away what he did on offense in this game, the 8 for 17, I mean, Layla, they shot 23% as a team outside of Caleb Wilson.
You know what happened? Where's the shooting? Bryce and Graham laughed at the phrase, and we did too, but at the same time, where was the shooting? Our segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
Part of the problem, Layla, is that you have Dalen Swain, and it comes to mind immediately, going back to Ben Johnson, the way he talked about Caleb Williams and how he's going to get the fire hose and just see what he could take. That's what it felt like watching that offense with Dalen Swain pulling the levers on the offense across in the half court. He is not equipped yet, anyway, to run a half court offense against NBA, G League / NBA players.
Right. Like, for example, Boo Buie we joke, it was 5 years of eligibility at Northwestern. And that's a guy who can at least function on an NBA team and understand from the mental game standpoint and schematic standpoint where you're supposed to be. Yeah, and he's not there yet, Swain.
And at least Swain didn't get benched at halftime. Noah Essingay gets benched at halftime, doesn't start the second half, and Tiago Splitter, remember, he's only coaching 2 games as the head coach. This is the second one.
We saw the whole thing.
He said, I needed more from him. More as far as being able to handle the basketball. Like, it sounded very basic, the task that he was asking Essingay to do. And understand, he's super young, right?
Yeah, he's still 19.
Right, he's super young. It just opened my eyes, this game, because now you got a little bit, it's still a small sample size, right? But a little bit bigger sample size to understand that next year for both Essingay and Swain, very much developmental years. They'll probably be in the rotation, but they're coming off the bench, and it's probably going to look a lot more like Modest in year one, first half of year one, if you remember that, his rookie season.
Yeah, but I think the problem is the difference is there was progress. These guys are very much on their own path, and they're very developmental, and I definitely, I got to say, I was never sold on Essingay. It's not his fault. You go where you're drafted and you take your paycheck and you do your job. But the scouting report on him being, well, he still had energy after traveling as a teenager, didn't exactly sell me on the idea.
You know how I feel about that.
And I have questions as to whether or not his body can hold up to an NBA schedule.
We're going to find out whether or not Tiago Splitter is as good as development as we were promised.
Well, Bryson Graham, too. He's very much a part of that. Keep listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Spiegel and Holmes show live in the Blue Cross Blue Shield Performance Stage on Tuesday, August 11th. The show will feature former Bears player Raymond Harris, including an exclusive book signing for attendees for his new book, Control the Controllables, Mindset, Pressure, and the Power of Control. It's Tuesday, August 11th, with Spiegel and Holmes right here on The Score. It may be the All-Star break, but Ian Happ is a man about business, kept his commitment, and is joining us next.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
Drives one in the air to right field. Yes! It's a 2-run home run for Pete Crow Armstrong.
Right now, you're listening to the Rahimi, Harris, and Grote Show, 10-2 on 104.3 The Score.
When I scrape my car in that parking garage.
It's just us talking, right?
Yeah.
When I do these impressions, I leak confidence almost immediately. Okay? And it starts to get worse.
It's true.
And when I look over and I see Chris Tannehill laughing, it gets even worse. So Lawrence gave me the fine partner advice yesterday to just do it and not look for the approval.
We're about volume here. We need the attempts. We got if we can't get him doing the impersonations, then we're not going to be able to run play action. So it doesn't matter if he's only getting a yard. It's the attempts that count.
You're right. The linebackers come up.
That's right. At some point, we're going to take a shot down the field, and it'll be because we have allowed this to continue and grow.
But so Grote, any advice on how to not leak confidence? It would be most welcome.
Well, maybe it's on your. Maybe it's on your partners at this point to give a little bit of more encouragement to maybe just like a fake laugh, maybe.
We have been very encouraging.
You have been? Okay.
Tanny tried to keep a stone face yesterday a couple of times. He's like, I know he's looking at me. I'm gonna keep it level. I'm just gonna keep it nice and level.
I think you got to mix in a little staccato with the legato there.
Oh. Ooh. You got it, Arturus?
Yeah.
You want to throw it out, Layla?
No.
Oh,
but
it's ludicrous. It's ludicrous enough. I impersonate John Fox.
You do it ludicrous? Is that what you just said?
That I impersonate John Fox.
That's about time you did.
If I move, you move.
Just like that.
What's your John Fox?
It's all a problem.
It's really good.
That's the point. Like
That's
if
really good.
we're gonna just throw this stuff out there willy nilly.
Yeah. You do willy nilly as well? That guy? I love that guy.
I thought they lip synced.
Blame it on the rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
His now opportunity to compete for a starting job in Dallas, they let Eric Kendricks go, and now there's an opening, so he will either kind of play a similar role he did here. And good for Jack Sanborn. He's an easy guy to like. He was an easy bear to root for. I'm a little surprised they didn't want to keep him in that defensive meeting room just for the special teams value and the inherent value of having try-hard guys in your locker room.
Yeah.
Holdovers,
Hey,
if
they
you
brought
will.
back Josh Blackwell, so.
But he might have reminded too many people of Matt Eberflus, a young Matt Eberflus who made every tackle at Toledo. He was a tackle machine, just like the Sandman was for the Bears when he started.
You know what this is, right?
Yes, I do know what this
Metallica,
is. Okay,
Sandman.
I do know. I'm not entirely in the dark about these things, Mark
I
Grote.
just thought you would acknowledge it.
Do you think I'm
Friars
that
over
uncool?
there.
Am I that uncool?
No, you're not.
That you think I don't know what this is?
I just wanted to make sure it was acknowledged. I
We're
wasn't
off to
sure.
Neverland.
Yeah.
Next question.
Do you have a baseball question?
Off to Neverland. Yeah.
That's coming back.
Say your prayers.
Till the Sandman has come.
Till the Sandman has come.
How would you describe Colson Montgomery's reaction to being sent to AAA camp?
Once I woke up this morning, I was just like, all right, gotta go to work, gotta do the same thing, and just be a pro.
Be a pro. What's the earliest now you can envision Montgomery wearing the White Sox uniform here in Chicago?
Is this show back on the rails now?
Sleep with one eye open.
Gripping your pillow
down.
Okay.
Enter light.
I wanted you to get that out of your system because I sensed that you wanted to get that out of your system.
You ain't my bitch.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
I didn't say it.
My algorithm has started to catch on to what I like to see, which is cat videos. because yeah, we love I like sending them to Grote.
I love when you send them.
They're just a baby. And then I came across this from KARK in Arkansas.
New at 10, Nationwide's Wackiest Pet Name Awards are officially in the books. And this year, one of the quirkiest winners comes from right here in Arkansas. Pet owners across the country submit their most creative names with more than 200,000 votes.
Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
The talent that's here and the talent that is continuing to develop here. We obviously have some mainstay guys like Ian Happ.
Ian Happ, Cubs all-star outfielder.
And I've seen a lot of guys play the outfield, but I think he's the best left fielder that we've ever seen in a Cub uniform, and I've been here 31 years.
When all is said and done, he's going to be one of those guys that Cubs.
With two hands, maybe hitting a homer 500 feet. I don't want to freak you out, but I've been doing it a little bit in practice.
Connect Roasters coffee enthusiast.
Here's a man that probably has 5 fresh pots a day.
On 104.3 The Score.
We toast you, Ian Happ.
We toast Ian Happ, and we are waiting. And while we wait for Ian Happ to get connected, our Cubs Gold Glove outfielder Ian Happ co-hosts the Compound podcast, which is now part of Odyssey Sports. New episodes drop each Wednesday with the latest discussion on baseball and the Cubs. Download and listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. He is joining us now on our hotline, Ian Happ, during the All-Star break. First question, Ian. Thanks for coming on. And where are you calling from today?
Getting a little R&R in New Buffalo. A couple days in New Buffalo, hanging out, getting away. It's nice.
You know what? That does sound nice. What's the temperature like there, and how long will you be in New Buffalo?
Coming back tomorrow. It's about probably the same as Chicago. Upper 80s, low 90s, a little steamy. It's nice.
Oh, you're like Layla. You like a little heat.
Yeah, Ian. They just had the forecast on our commercial break, and New Buffalo. I know it's you're on the lake basically, but I can't imagine it's that much different than ours today. And they said it's the heat index is going to be up to 105, and I'm like, ooh, maybe I should just go outside to feel what it feels like. Test yourself a little bit. You spent time in Austin. I feel like you understand this life.
Yeah, I got no problem with the heat. I refuse to complain about it because we're working outside in April when it's 30 degrees, and so I will take 95. No issue at all.
Okay, that actually is reasonable as far as an approach goes. Question: did you watch the Home Run Derby, and are you going to watch the All-Star game tonight?
Did not watch the Derby. Did see some clips from it. I will probably not watch any of the All-Star game tonight. Not gonna lie to you guys. I'll see some clips. I'll see some things, I'm sure, after the fact, but not going to be seated and tuning in.
I think for me, the compelling aspect was, I'm sorry I chose Jordan Walker. It just seemed like the right choice. I feel like he's had good games. We've seen some in person, unfortunately. But it wasn't just watching him, Ian. It was watching Kyle Schwarber hit. It was watching him go head-to-head against Wilson Contreras, what that moment's like. Those were the kind of the things that I was watching for. Not just the home runs, but watching guys interact with, like, former teammates and stuff like that.
Yeah, I did see. I saw that Willie hit a ball like 490 feet, which just does surprise me. And also, that Willie and Schwarber went up against each other. That's awesome. And those two guys put on absolute shows in BP. So those two guys being there together and getting to enjoy that together is pretty cool. Wish Schwarber would have pulled it out, especially in Philly in front of those fans. But he's the ultimate home run derby hitter. Him and Pete Alonso are like so much fun to watch at homers.
See, that's the thing. I wondered how much of it can relate to batting practice. I always feel like that's a hitter's happy place. Just taking hacks on a big league field, nothing's going on, enjoying the day. And I feel like that's what we were watching, was guys just show off like they do in BP.
Yeah, I mean, some guys have just unbelievable batting practice that, like, they can just flick balls out of the park. Schwarber is one of those guys. Willie's one of those guys. Jose Flores, who, when I was drafted by the Cubs, was our minor league infield coordinator. He's now a coach with the Red Sox in the big leagues, obviously, but he threw to Wilson. So that was a pretty cool full circle moment too. Just, Flo being our minor league infield coordinator, and when I got drafted, he helped me a lot, playing infield, playing second base, and so I know those guys were close, and so to see him throwing to Wilson was really cool.
Ian Happ joins us here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. That's each and every week at this time, and despite the All-Star break, Ian giving us a little bit of his time. We really appreciate it, Ian. I'm curious as to if there was any kind of overarching message from your manager or anyone in the organization as you departed for the break, and if you're able to really fully get away from baseball?
Yeah. 4 days isn't enough time to fully get away from it. And you're still kind of, you got to come back and play on Friday. So, you're enjoying a couple of days to relax and not have to go to the field and get the body ready and all that stuff. But, there's still plenty of baseball left. There's 2.5 months ahead of us. And that's what we're excited for. It's nice to get away and reset, but then, you're excited for the push to the end of the season. I think the overarching message just from like the player group to each other was, that was great first half and obviously through the ups and downs from the roller coaster, to be able to kind of do what we've done over the last, I think we're, 20-8 or something, and to finish 12 games over 500, and put ourselves in a good spot going to the last couple months is awesome. So I think the really cool part about that last week, was just the way we finished, going to Baltimore, winning 2-3, losing the first game in Cincinnati, and then snapping right back and taking that series. It would have been easy after losing that first one to kind of see the break ahead of us and let a game or two slip away, and we didn't do that. We bullpen did a great job. Starting pitchers did a great job, and obviously offense. Breggy hit a couple homers there going into the break, and guys picking it up to make sure that we won that series. That was a really nice week to finish it off.
Yeah, I actually almost think, Ian, I know you guys are the best when it comes to appreciating the days off you get, the time off you get, using it wisely. But I wonder if the All-Star game and the All-Star break came at a bad time for somebody like Alex Bregman, who really seems to be finding his stroke, or even Dansby Swanson as well, who's putting together a good stretch.
No, I don't think the All-Star break can come at a bad time. I think there's especially the way that our team's kind of set up and the way that our guys play every day. We were out there. Dansby, he's been out there a ton. Dansby, Bragg, like all those guys, Nico, they're playing every single day. They're out there through some tough travel. We had a couple like big delays getting into cities recently. Tough getting out of places with the weather and everything. Plus, been really hot and humid everywhere we go. So for us to be able to get a little bit of a reset, physically, mentally, I think when you're hot going into the break, you carry that and you feel really good, and you have these 4 days where you're feeling good about yourself and you're excited to get back because you're in such a good spot. And then when you're grinding a little bit going into the break, it's a much needed kind of reset. So I don't know if there's ever a bad time for it.
Our segment with Ian Happ is sponsored by Hattie B's Hot Chicken, born in Nashville and breaded in Wrigleyville.
Ian, I want to ask you about the trade deadline because it is sneaking up on us here. It's about 3 weeks away now. And I feel like this is the time, All-Star break till the trade deadline where you can prove to your front office, hey, we deserve help. And that could be an upgrade. That could be just like supplemental help because you've had injuries, as you guys have had with your pitching staff. How do you look at this stretch and the All-Star break? And I don't know how you felt about last year's trade deadline, but it felt like you guys didn't get maybe the boost that at least we as observers were hoping you would get.
Yeah, I think we've obviously put ourselves in a good spot of where kind of where we're sitting. It'll be interesting to see how quickly it moves. Every year is different. In 21, I remember getting on the plane to go wherever we were opening up the second half, and Jock had gotten traded. We had traded Jock over the break to Atlanta that year. And so you never know when it's going to start moving. You never know when trades are going to start happening. But I think our group has all the faith in the world in Jed and the front office that they're going to go out and find whatever pieces they think we need to make a run.
I keep thinking about the conversation I had, Ian, with the corner of the clubhouse. It's a round clubhouse, so corner's kind of a loose term here. But it was the group that was it was Javi Baez and Hector Rondon and Pedro Strop. They were always to the right when you walked in 2016. Mm-hmm. And I remember asking those guys what they did for the All-Star break and if they had any plans yet. And Javi said at the time his girlfriend, now wife, was going to surprise him. I think they went to some tropical location, like pretty close in the Caribbean. And then Javi goes, ask where Hector went. And I was like, where did Hector go? And he went to Colombia. I'm like, you had enough time to go to Colombia and back? And I just thought that was the one of the best uses of time that I had ever seen. What's a trip from one of your teammates where you were like, wait, you went where during the break?
There was a year where a bunch of guys went to Cabo together. That seemed like a pretty good one. I think we might have finished up in Arizona, though. We either finished in Arizona or we were opening back up in Arizona, one of the two. And a bunch of guys went to Cabo. That was a pretty good one. I did not do that. I've always just stayed in Chicago. I mean, partially my wife and her family are there, so it's pretty easy. But it's nice to be able to stick around and not have to travel. We've been pretty lucky too most of the years that I've been playing, but definitely the last few we've finished on the road and then opened up back home. So it's nice when you stick around in Chicago and you're going to open up back.
Clearly, you're just a drive away, Ian. I'm curious, what's have you ever just literally stayed home for it, or do you always try to go somewhere? And did you leave Sunday or Monday?
Yeah, Monday. We last year we did Lake Geneva, which was awesome. And I think pretty much every other year we've stayed kind of in and around Chicago. And yeah, there's plenty of stuff to do when you're in Chicago, and you get to golf a couple times, and maybe take a boat out or something. So it's a pretty fun city to enjoy 4 days off. I'll tell you that. In the middle of the summer, it's tough to beat. I don't know. There's many other places in the country that you're going to go and have as good of a time as you can for the 4 days that we're off here.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing. There was always a story of somebody getting a boat at least on one of the days, but Colombia I was like, how much time did you actually get to spend there?
Yeah, we're going to be on a plane for a couple of those days. So yeah, Colombia, that's quite an experience. Hector, good for him.
I mean, he was back. He didn't miss any time. He was at work on time, and obviously was a pretty good employee that year. So it worked out well. The Cabo trip, I think, might be the one because it's a short flight, which is weird. It feels like it would be longer, but from a lot of places, it's a reasonable flight.
Yeah, especially when you finish up on the West Coast. And yeah, I know that's a pretty popular destination for guys. So that was a pretty good one for those guys.
I don't mind. I don't hate the boat idea, though. I think that's probably the best use of your time in Chicago. Being on a boat in the lake, you guys don't get to do that very often.
No, we don't get to do it a lot, and we don't get, you don't get that many off days in Chicago. You don't get that. And a lot of times you're traveling or in another city or coming back late. So, when guys actually get to experience, I know there's a handful of guys who've stuck around and are just really taking in Chicago for the break. And, it's a really nice thing to do this time of year.
Ian, you guys are going to come back and you've got, the Twins and then the Tigers at home. So you don't have to get on a plane when you come back to Chicago. That must be nice. I'm curious with the way the pitching has gone this year, and I'm sure you've either seen it physically or in your head how many guys have been hurt, who remain hurt, whether it's the starting rotation or the bullpen. But do you ever marvel at just how good the pitching staff has been at keeping you guys in games? And as you said, hey, it's been a good first half because you're 12 games over 500, especially given the context of what you've been through.
Yeah, I think he's so impressive. Just guys stepping up and whether it's Colin Ray and Assad giving us innings and doing such a good job of being available for us and being out there. Shota's obviously been the staple for us and been great. I think the other thing is just the guys that have stepped up in the bullpen. Whether it's Ferguson, Hollowell, what he did the other day was awesome. He's had some big outings for us. And then there's the guys that have been out there and been available. Like Webby has been so good for us. Rollison's been so good. Thornton's been so good. And I've said it before, but those guys' willingness to take the ball and to throw back-to-back, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, like they're never putting themselves down and saying, "Hey, man, I can't go today." They're available for us. They want to be out there, and it's such a huge asset for a team when you have guys down there that want to pitch and want to keep you in games and take a lot of pride in it. And so, been awesome to watch. Those guys have been, they've been doing it for us to make sure that we're staying in these games and giving ourselves a chance.
If you had to describe the month of June and what you've had of July so far, leading into the break, comparing it to May, what would you say?
Yeah, I think May was, I think that was the time when a bunch of guys were going down and getting hurt, and we were certainly feeling it as a group, and sometimes those things, emotionally are tough to get over. You just feel like the hits keep coming. And then our offense as a whole in May just not clicking together. And I think snapping into, what, June or the middle of June and feeling like, hey, this is more like our group. This was bound to happen. It wasn't going to stay like that forever. And so, feeling more like ourselves, feeling like when we go into series that we're capable or going to win 2 out of 3. That stretch of whatever it was, like 9 straight series was crazy. And that we knew that wasn't kind of the MO of this group or who we know we are. So just feeling like a lot more normal of like what our group can do. The defense has been spectacular. Obviously Pete has been a huge part of that, the way that he's played and kind of carrying us. And then everybody else kind of having some really hot stretches, Bushy being great. Like just those things, kind of how the season goes, right? You'll have guys that step up in certain moments and carry the group, and everybody else kind of helps out. And I think that the specialty of our group, or what makes us so good, is that we have enough guys who can do that over the course of a season, that you're not relying on one guy specifically. And it makes it so easy for kind of everybody to go through their things and kind of work as a group. You mentioned the reset, Ian. Now is as good a time to ask you as any. You've got less than half a season left. You're as close to the top of the division as you have been since the end of May. 5 games back of the Brewers. How confident are you that you can make a run and win this division and finally end that kind of Brewer dominance over the last couple of seasons? Yeah, I think as much as that's been our goal. Our goal is to win the division, and the one thing that we have to do is just we have to play our brand of baseball, and we have to just, like we've done over the last month, right? You got to continue to play kind of the way that you want to without worrying about what the Brewers are doing. I think our group's done such a good job of not thinking about that. And I think one of the times when you struggle or when you feel it slipping away is like when you have a lead and you start to play poorly and you're worried about that type of stuff. So I think for us, it's, we get to be a little bit of the hunter and just go play our game and see where it shakes out. And obviously that's our goal, but we've definitely had years where you play great baseball down the stretch and another team just plays better. And so you can only control what kind of your group is doing. Ian, thank you so much for joining us on your All-Star break. We'll let you get back to the lake. And we have a lot of texters on our text line who are offering use of their cabins should you need them, just so you're aware. Appreciate it, guys. Have a good one. Thanks, Ian. That is Ian Happ. Ian is joining us for a special hour-long Chalk Talk on Tuesday, August 4th, live on the Blue Cross Blue Shield performance stage here at the Score Studios. We are excited to be a part of that event. Coming up next,
He is at the All-Star festivities, and he is part of our Odyssey special that we had earlier in the week previewing the All-Star game. It is Grant Paulson, the co-host of Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C. We'll ask him what the atmosphere is like, what he thinks of Munetaka Murakami, and more next.
Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone. Pete Crow Armstrong delivers.
And he's now just a single away from a cycle.
Swinging a line drive, base hit. Right center field. He has done it. Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
And the fans are loving them some Pete Crow Armstrong here at the Friendly Cow Farm.
Listen to every game with Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Helping decide that coveted top spot.
We have a knack for winning these things.
We really do.
We really show up. Well, tonight we've got a local celebrity making headlines for a name that you have to hear to believe. Caden Michaels met the famous feline today. And Caden, what's the name that took first place?
Well, Bob and Laura, I don't think you guys could ever guess this name. Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Yes, that is the cat's name, and there is a story behind it.
The sound of Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger. Wait, not that one. This one. The 8-year-old award-winning cat from Benton, Arkansas. But who would name their cat after a cheeseburger? Surely there's a good story behind that name.
He's always just been like a little bit of a larger kitten. And just as he started developing into more of an adult cat, I couldn't quite pick him up anymore. With just one hand, it became two, so it was like holding a burger. So Cheddar Cheeseburger fit.
But what about Big Booty?
He started to develop just this little habit of I love having my butt scratched. So he would present his butt, and then it got to a point where you would do bongo drums with it.
And now all put together, the name winning a national award for wackiest cat name.
Getting that email today was a shock. It was pretty wild. I was internally screaming all day, trying to figure out oh my gosh, what do I do? And no, I'm really proud of him because he definitely lives up to his name.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger is a long name to pronounce, so he does have shortened nicknames at home.
Pretty much I'll go Cheddar or Big Booty, something like that.
Cheddar
Bravo.
Big Booty Cheeseburger. Shout out.
And he's an orange cat.
Orange
he's
cat.
Very fluffy.
Aww.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Aww.
The other winners, dog name Internet Browser.
Internet Browser.
I don't know why that says.
Come here, Browser.
Internet Browser. And then for exotic pet name, there appears to be an iguana or a Gila monster, and his name is Space Cowboy.
Space Cowboy.
The Arkansas news reporter, he goes,
Bob.
What about Big Booty?
What about Big Booty?
Thanks, Bob.
It's the question of our times, really.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger.
Yeah, man. I thought they were going to say
You also
ate
heard
cheeseburgers,
some.
too.
You heard some Force News anchor laughing there too.
Big
gotta have that.
booty.
You gotta have that fake laughter. I live in a high rise, and I'm sitting in my place. There's at least one other cat on the floor, and I was hearing meowing.
What? Showdown.
I know. They haven't met yet. No play dates, nothing like that. But I'm hearing meowing, and I'm like, oh boy, poor kitty. Their parents probably aren't home, and then it's getting louder and louder in the hallway. And then I was like, oh crap, that's Dave. I left Dave in the hallway. I'm like, oh my God. I'm laying down, kind of calling it a night. I had put Dave out in the hallway, and I forgot he was out there. And usually I'd lodge the door open so he can get in and out. I had locked him out. And so he's out there meowing. I'm like, boy, that poor cat out there. He's just a baby. Yeah, bad owners out there they're not home for their cat. And I'm like, oh man, that's my cat.
Oh my God.
And he looked at me like, bro, you just left me. His tail was all puffy. He was so upset with me for about 5 minutes.
Oh my God, his tail was puffy?
All puffed because he was freaked out. Because usually he can come in and, if there's a hint of somebody coming up on the elevator or a door open, that cat dashes back in.
He's a
But I
scaredy
left him
cat.
out. He is a scaredy cat.
So did you keep the door open, then you forgot?
I forgot, and I shut the door right in his. I slammed it in his face, laid down on my couch, heard cat sounds that I thought I was blaming other bad cat owners. I'm like, oh, that's mine.
Walking around the apartment. Dave, can you believe these cats just out here?
Kind of. I was
Wait a second.
in my own mind, I was judging other cat owners while I was the bad cat owner.
Dave, aren't you glad I'm not one of them owners?
Yeah. You and I got a thing, bro.
I don't think Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger would approve of this.
I don't think he moves, though. I don't think Cheddar Cheeseburger Cat would want to go in my hallway. He'd want to sit on the couch.
Cheddar Big Booty ain't going out that door.
No, he's not.
Big Booty.
Cheddar Big Booty Cheeseburger did move around, but he was like a very large, fluffy cat.
Living his best life. And why not? Like, that's always a question. Do I keep my cat healthy or let him live a shorter life but be happier? This is what cat owners go through.
Yeah, I mean, all of us as well. Like,
right. Humans, too.
The concept of I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
Right.
Being here.
Middays 10 to 2 on 104.3 The Score.
A homer wins it, a non-homer, and we're going to a swing-off.
Baseball is not afraid.
Wow! Is that enough? Is that enough? Jordan Walker wins it!
That is courtesy of Netflix. Matt Vasgersian on the call. Jordan Walker, the St. Louis Cardinal, beat Kyle Schwarber to win the All-Star Home Run Derby. How many different ways is that statement going to hurt? A Cardinal beat a former Cub to win the Home Run Derby. Good times. We go live to our hotline, and that is where we find Grant Paulson. He is the co-host of Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C., host of the Bustin' Loose Baseball Podcast and the Take Command Podcast, who is also part of our Odyssey special that we had on earlier this week, premiering the Midsummer Classic. Grant, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you guys. How's it going?
We're good. We were laughing about how Kyle Schwarber's head-to-head with Wilson Contreras, two former Cubs, and then we see Jordan Walker in the division take the Home Run Derby last night. A fun format, but also one that did remind me I still miss Schwarber's home runs here.
Yeah, that's relatable content. He got his career back on track after he was just about out of big league opportunities with the Nationals. He got a one-year deal in Washington where I cover the Nats. And he basically came chasing Kevin Long, the hitting instructor, who he thought would help him to hit the ball in the air with more authority, a better launch angle with exit velocity. And he subsequently would follow him. He's with him in Philadelphia now. But I've talked to him about it, and Schwarber said, yeah, that was the one opportunity to play every day where I got any decent money. He knew he was going to a bad Nats team to basically be a rental and traded. So that was relatable, watching him, longing for that power in your own lineup for sure. But what an event last night. I will say I was pretty loudly against the changes of the Derby because we were going back to the pre-2015 switch to the clock that was altered for a reason. I think the clock actually works, especially in the ballpark where I've been every year at these All-Star festivities for some time. It's a little tougher to track the distances or to enjoy and marvel at the prodigiousness of the home runs maybe when they're rapid fire. That said, I thought while I still am probably partial to the previous format, I thought the finals last night was better than anything we had with the clock because you do take a couple pitches, there's a build-up, there's some drama to it, and I thought it really, really worked. So what a scene. Jordan Walker had the entire city of Philadelphia against him, guys. It was amazing. He was getting booed like a WWE villain, and he ends up homering on his last half dozen swings. It was pretty epic.
You could tell he really relished the boos, Grant. It made for, like you said, a dramatic scene. Does this mean they've converted you, though, with the swings in the new format?
Good question. I'm still kind of workshopping and working through that. I thought the final round was tremendous, and I would be willing to say that was better than the previous way of doing it. I don't know if the entirety of the event was. And again, my perspective's always a bit flawed because tens of millions of people are watching at home. I think in the ballpark, the rapid-fire pitches with a clock is better because it's more home runs. I think the brilliance and the beauty of the Home Run Derby, when I think about Josh Hamilton or Bobby Abreu or some of the guys that have put on really epic shows, is A, the number of home runs, but B, the quickness with which they're hitting them. So I'd almost think about maybe a hybrid where you do the clock in the early rounds, but then the finals is a number of swings because it's almost like what we talk about with the pitch clock. I think it was actually, incidentally, Kyle Schwarber who said, I heard him talking at Media Day, and he was asked, like, what's the one change of a rule you'd make to Major League Baseball? And I think he said, well, the pitch clock works and he likes it, like maybe not having that in the postseason because it brings back the intensity and the drama of the stare down and no clock and just the buildup of these massive pitches. Maybe we could have both, right? Maybe it's the clock early, and then in the finals it swings so you get the dramaticness and the buildup of what Walker did last night.
See, I like the idea of a pitch clock for the first 8 innings, and then what you're talking about takes place in the 9th inning and on.
I would be okay with that, too. I don't know why you couldn't have a hybrid. We do that with some of the challenge rules and some of the nuances of other things where, like, we don't do courtesy runners until extras. And
right.
There's been some talk, by the way, that maybe, the 9th inning, or excuse me, the 10th inning, the first extra inning, there is no courtesy runner, but then we start that in the 11th or the 12th. So if they're willing to get creative and kind of alter and tweak some things by inning, it sounds like a lot, and it sounds a little arcadey, but when you see it implemented, I think most of these things have actually been successful. A lot of the things that people bristle at or are really upset about, by and large, have been very popular within Major League Baseball fandom.
We're talking to Grant Paulson. He's the co-host of Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C., and one of our national hosts when it comes to baseball for our company, Odyssey. Grant, we were talking about how the White Sox now have 3 representatives here at the All-Star weekend, break. And Munetaka Murakami's in the home run derby last night. We find that out over the weekend that he was going to make that and the All-Star game. Miguel Vargas is there, and then Tristan Peters is there after just hitting for the cycle. What do you think of the impression the White Sox turnaround and even their presence at All-Star gives right now to the rest of the, I think, the baseball community?
Well, it's unbelievable what they've done. They're one of the great stories in the sport in the first half, and frankly, if they weren't well represented, it would be a problem because you're trying to celebrate some of the great stories, right? Whether that's Jacob Mizorowski's velocity or the Schwarber power on his way to 50-plus homers, and having these guys take part in the festivities are a big part of it. But the White Sox, what they've done, they're number 4 in Major League Baseball in home runs. They've powered their way quite literally to relevance into the top of the division. Colson Montgomery's not here. He's a little more boomer bust with the bat, but for him at 23 years old to have 24 home runs and do what he's doing is pretty remarkable as well. But, yeah, I will say that it's been one of the most talked about things out here, one of the most talked about teams when I've talked to national folks and done some interviews for the Odyssey special that aired yesterday that you talked about. One of the first teams that everybody mentions is the White Sox. I mean, think about what is at stake here. We're going to see potentially a manager, Venable for the first time, go from 100 losses in year 1 to a playoff spot in year 2. That's never happened before, just to give you an idea of the precedent of what we're on the verge of maybe. And the other thing is, Chris Getz is a guy who was taking a lot of heat. I don't need to tell you guys this, but there were viral clips going around this offseason about him talking about a player and does he know if he's a switch hitter or not. There's a lot of questions about how they're building up their operation, and he's answering questions about his job security. And now he might be the executive of the year. I mean, how quickly things change. So it's very impressive what they've been able to do. I actually thought they had a pretty good plan in the draft as well. They went bat heavy early on to try to get some guys who could move pretty quickly. They're in a good place. And in a division, mind you, where nobody ever really runs away with it. The Guardians have benefited from this from some time, where if you're just in that 90-win mix, you don't need to win 100 games necessarily to win the Central, most years. And I think they realize that. It's going to be part of their strategy here at the deadline.
I'm really curious, Grant, to get your thoughts on the state of the National League. I mean, the Nats, before they got swept to go into the All-Star break, were right there in the playoff hunt. They're only a game under 500. There's a lot of teams lurking right now in the National League, which is clearly better than the American League this season. How much anticipation do you have for the second half of the season just based on the way the first half has gone?
Well, the National League's been fantastic, and I think that's going to be probably where a lot of the eyeballs are the rest of the way, to your point, because the postseason push, the wild card, is going to be really fun. You got a lot of teams jumbled up. In the American League, it's more fascinating maybe because of the fact that nobody's out of it. Like if you're not 10 under 500, you're within 3 games of the wild card. So I want to see who's going to buy, who's going to sell, who is overweight but puts on the black T-shirt and sucks in and looks in the mirror and says, I actually don't look that bad, right? They can pretend because they're on the precipice of a wild card hunt. But in the National League, where a team like the Nats is 1 under 500, you're 4 away from the wild card, and you're jumbled up with like 7 teams. So the math is not on your side. I think teams like that probably don't buy. If they do, it's a very soft buy to fix a fatal flaw. For the Nationals, they're the number one scoring offense in the sport, and their bullpen's been a disaster. They've blew leads to the Yankees in 3 straight games in the 8th inning or later going into the break. Same thing that happened in a previous homestand about a week and a half earlier to the Phillies. Nobody's blown more leads. They've given up over 90 runs at home in the 8th and 9th inning this year, guys. Think about that.
That's not real. Like that's
very
bizarre.
Real and very painful. It's excruciating. There's nothing worse in sports, nothing more exasperating than a bullpen that constantly blows leads and gives up lots of runs. But that said, I do think the NL is going to be fun because you've got 2 teams that are going to pull away in the Dodgers and the Brewers. The East looks like it's going to be competitive between the Braves and the Phillies, who have closed it within 2 games after blowing out a manager. But everything else is very much up in the air. So baseball's getting exactly what they wanted with the expanded playoff format and the extra wild card.
You know what? I'm going to throw this hypothetical at you, Grant, because I feel like it's the right thing to do. Grant and Danny, 106.7 The Fan. We were talking to Grant Paulson. Okay, so here's one. He might need a change of scenery. You just talked about the desperate need for the bullpen help in D.C. What would Sir Anthony Dominguez interest you? Do you think that he gets moved just because of what you talked about?
So Sir Anthony Dominguez has a long track record of kind of late inning disappointment. However, he is a living person with a heartbeat who I think throws over 92 miles an hour still.
Yes.
And if you can check all 3 of those boxes, then my answer is yes, I'm immensely interested in Sir Anthony Dominguez.
It's that bad?
By that logic, he could also be a Cubs starter at this rate. But yeah, I feel you.
It's, this is how bad it is. So this stat is like 2 weeks old. So in baseball, that's like a year. So we'll see how changed it is. But I saw a number a couple weeks ago. There were 77 pitchers in bullpens that average over 95 miles an hour with their velocity. The Nationals had 0 of them.
Oh. How is that possible?
They did not so they were supposed to lose like 99 to 104 games, right? And they built the bullpen accordingly. This was not a year where they were supposed to compete. Well, nobody told their offense, and they've got 2 young superstars in James Wood and C.J. Abrams who are here. They're one of 2 teams with the White Sox, by the way, who have 3 players with 20 or more home runs at the break. They're number 1 in the National League and number 2 to the Yankees in home runs as a team. So it's very White Sox-like, other than the fact that they have like a 100-win offense and a 13-win bullpen. And those 2 things combined make them a 500 team that probably won't make the playoffs.
Yeah, we know that the Nationals burst onto the scene because we had to deal with the fallout after they faced the Cubs to start the year. Joey Wiemer was an all-world player.
Yes, Joey Wiemer, one of the great. That feels like a year ago. He's been in the minor leagues for about 4 months, but there was a time when Joey Wiemer destroyed the Cubs opening day, and he actually had a hit in his first 9 plate appearances this year or something like that.
It was a record, I know that.
Yeah.
Did we lose you, Grant? I think we're hearing background noise, but we're not hearing you.
I am here. I'm joining you from Philadelphia, where there's lots of construction and lots of people without wanting to boo things all night long. I don't know if you guys caught that on TV last night.
Oh, no, we did.
It was WWE, man. If you weren't a Philly, you got booed. They were booing the kids that weren't making catches in the outfield. They were booing the beer man when he was coming up and down the steps. Everybody got some last night.
I love that for you. Are you staying for the actual game today, or do you have to get back?
No, I will be. I'll be here at the game tonight. Got some obligations pregame that I'm handling for MLB radio. But, yeah, this is always my favorite event. You compare and juxtapose all-star games. Football's a charade of, flag football, whatever they're doing at this point. Basketball is a, watered-down version with some fun and no defense. Hockey's kind of similar. They've even gone to like a 3-on-3 tournament, open ice, like overtime rules. But baseball's the one all-star game where it's just a better version with better players of the actual game that you watch. So we got the best one in this sport, and I'm excited for it tonight in Philly. And no better place to have it, 250 years of America, than in Philadelphia. It's been a good host the last few days.
Grant, this has been fun. We appreciate you taking the time and joining us from Philadelphia.
Thank you, guys. Good catching up.
Thanks, Grant.
That is Grant Paulson, co-host of Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan, down the road from Philly in Washington, D.C., host of the Bustin' Loose Baseball Podcast and the Take Command Podcast. Baseball coverage on the Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. I didn't think it would come back. 2019 was the last time I saw this cultural phenomenon, and I for sure thought that the pandemic and corporate greed and the like had ruined the possibility of its return. I was wrong. Society needs to know. It's next.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
It was a rock-solid weekend for the White Sox.
It was beautiful. They drafted Rock Chalowski.
Everything fell into place for the White Sox to make this as significant of a weekend for the Sox as I can remember since the World Series season. It's not overstating it to say when you look at what this did for their future and what they're enjoying in the present.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Speeding catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. World Cup.
I will seek out more Matt Patricia content.
Okay.
And that is my confession.
All right.
He had thoracic outlet
10
syndrome.
Our fathers, by the way, for that.
Oh, for the
You're
shoulder.
good. You're
How
clear.
many bears?
Oh, that's a great question.
How many? Because that's the absolution I'm looking for. How many bears?
Well, no, the absolution is that you must say bears, bears, bears 1,000 consecutive times at some point in time. Whether it's on your walk home, whether I don't know if you're driving back to Hyde Park tonight.
I might want to walk home considering what's going on Lakeshore Drive.
Oh my God, yes.
Southbound Lakeshore Drive no longer exists.
I think you should say
because of the race.
Bears, bears, bears on the air for a segment. You know?
Yeah. 20 minutes of bears.
It would probably rate very highly.
I actually think that's a great idea.
Probably would.
And the
We're
best part
talking
would be,
bears on the score.
And the best part would be like we'd ask the listeners what we were talking about, and they'd be like, "They kept talking about the White Sox."
Lawrence, you remember that's the old Zach Zaidman adage. All you have to do is give out the phone number and say
bears,
and you'll have full calls.
I'm picturing the person listening to Lawrence do bears, bears, and the guy in the car going, "Yep,
exactly."
Yep.
You bet. He's right.
The guy in the car being like, "Oh, I'm so glad someone finally said it. Someone finally said bears."
I gotta turn on a score right now. They're doing the Bears thing.
I'll tell you what nobody's talking about. Lions. Lions.
And
lions,
tigers.
Lions.
Oh my.
This sounds like an improv exercise.
Isn't the whole day?
I was gonna
an improv
say
exercise?
this is what radio
yes,
is.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
I also
Someone texted
laughed.
in and said, "Let's do bears instead of categories."
Bears, 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 bears.
Lawrence Holmes, if you don't stop naming every bear.
That was a segment
tell
my
you
old
about the
radio
Bears.
station did in Dallas. The Ticket, they just did a segment called Name the Baseball Players. So it was obviously a bit, some people would call it and just name baseball players. Some people hated it, but it was pretty funny.
Categories coming up at 325.
Tanny, what was the fantasy football?
Sit 'em or bench 'em?
Sit 'em or bench 'em that you guys used to do on Boris and Bernstein.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
Such a great segment.
Yes.
Sit 'em or bench 'em?
Because they didn't like fantasy football. They didn't care about fantasy football.
And
so they did sit 'em or bench 'em.
And to speak to your point, Grote, a highly rated segment. People would just listen to them go, you know what, bench them. Sit them.
I called the radio today. They told them to bench them.
I resent Wani saying, "Where's Lawrence?" That's my catchphrase. You know what I mean?
Is it your catchphrase if you're not actually saying it, though? It's just about you?
It's a good point. And is it my catchphrase when it's just a dude asking a question? Just a guy wondering where
Once
somebody
there's
is?
T-shirts made, though, I feel like you're at a certain level with it. Once people are asking on the street.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it beats the other catchphrase I was using, which is, "Did I do that?"
Oh.
Cowabunga.
Cowabunga. Dynamite.
Don't have a cow, man.
Cut it out.
Cut it out.
Tell you, hearkening back to the day. What about just Yo Joe?
Got options.
There's a lot of options out here.
Lawrence is on vacation. He's in San Diego. I believe he's going to see the White Sox in San Diego.
He's in a better place.
He's literally in a better place.
He has gone to a better place. This is true. So it's Spiegel and Company for a couple of weeks. Skibbity boppity. And
Skibbity boppity.
Skibbity boppity.
Such a good reference.
Been a while since I heard that.
Yeah. And,
Spiegel and Company.
Skibbity boppity. That guy, man, that guy's been going hard. Who's that? Skillman and Company? Skibbity company. Skibbity boppity. That guy's been going hard on the Rusidi and Vrabel story because he's like unaffiliated now and he knows stuff. So he does like 3 emergency podcasts a week on the Rossini and Vrabel stuff.
What is his name, though?
Skillman and Company. Skillman and Company. And we heard it the first time. We're like, did he say skippity boppity? Is that what he said? And it might have been what he said.
We listened back to it last week.
Skippity boppity.
And I could not stop laughing.
Oh, it's amazing.
And Grote was listening to it, and he's like, wait, why am I in this segment?
Grote is everywhere. We know that.
Skippity company.
There it is.
Oh, wow.
Skippity company.
Sounds like skippity boppity to me.
Skippity boppity, 100%. But Gabe is here. What's up, Gabe?
Chilling. I feel like I only hear that drop when I'm here. So I feel like I hear it all the time, the Where's Lawrence drop. So to me, it's everywhere. It's what I hear when I come here.
Okay.
Because I'm filling in for Lawrence typically. So,
there you go.
Yeah.
Gabe came in a good mood. Gabe's always in a good mood. It helps, man. You need people like that.
Vibes.
I think you have to start yourself in that whole you control your attitude thing. This man, his attitude, positive vibes.
Right?
Yeah, I try to siphon him off sometimes, but he only let me have a little bit.
Marshall is as negative as they come, so I gotta
super negative
I'm always
over here.
Bringing Marshall up
Negative
to where
Nelly.
I gotta say, come on, smile, bro. Relax.
Negatron.
Grote, and Munetaka Murakami is having the best all-star break ever. Maybe not ever, but you know that VH1 show, Best Week Ever? I feel like that's what's happening to Mune right now. Congratulations, Mune. You're having the best week ever.
Is VH1 still on the air?
It is.
Okay. MTV's the one that got canceled.
No, only MTV Europe. That headline got really taken out of context.
Oh, MTV's still going?
Yes.
But to be clear, MTV doesn't really show music on its television channel.
It hasn't for a while. It was Teen Mom for a bit. I watched The Office on there the other day. Paramount's consolidated.
The Office is on MTV?
It was, I think.
Wow.
Times have changed.
There are little side MTV channels, smaller channels. That's where they put their music.
MTV Classic. R.I.P. to the box, too, while I'm here. Anyway, we talked about Mune's week and his all-star debut, and it's been a lot of fun. Additionally, there was the Home Run Derby, and I won monies. But I picked a Cardinal. So did I win? I don't know. And then we saw Kyle Schwarber hit home runs, and that made me kind of melancholy as well. Still fun. We watched the Summer League game, so you didn't have to. Chuck Swirsky joins us at 12:25 with more on that. We talked to Ian Happ, and we also got the lowdown from Philadelphia with Grant, her sister station host in D.C.
It's halftime.
I pretty much thought that every cool incentive that got taken away by the pandemic, quotes.
Why are you using air quotes?
Because the pandemic didn't take these away. Corporate greed did. So I thought that those wouldn't come back. But this may be the biggest sign that they might. Apparently, according to lots of news stations, the never-ending pasta pass from Olive Garden has returned for the first time in 6 years. The pass will be available on pastapass.com. Mark your calendars. Thursday, July 16th at 1 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern Time. It is $100 plus tax. Only 10,000 lucky fans will be able to buy the pass. And if you get it, then I believe you're able to, I don't know what the entire stipulations are.
I got it.
But you do? What are they? Because I seriously thought that this wasn't even real. I thought it was a mythical legend.
Oh, no. It's very limited, though. Over 300 million people in the country, and there's only 10,000 of these available.
Yeah.
So you got to log on. The Pasta Pass includes 13 weeks of unlimited pasta, homemade sauces, and protein toppings, accompanied by never-ending soup or salad and breadsticks. Pass holders can enjoy early access to Never Ending Pasta Bowl starting August 24th, and the promotion officially begins August 31st and runs through November 22nd.
Dang, that's a really long time.
That's like the best value ever. Now, you might want to check your sodium levels if you take it to the next level, but yeah.
Well, for people unable to get the pass, the Never Ending Pasta Bowl will also be running simultaneously. So that's during the 13 weeks, I think. I didn't realize it was 13 weeks. Allowing guests to order unlimited refills of pasta for $14.99 and unlimited soup or salad in breadsticks. And we've been sleeping on the soup, I think, as a society. I used to always keep a bottle of Olive Garden salad dressing at my house because I like it. It used to go with everything. The Joel carried it. But now with the concerns about the explosive diarrhea that's been going on and fresh produce being a concern of a lot of people, the lettuce aspect, you might want to look into that soup. That's my expert opinion. But did I eat lettuce yesterday? Yes. I'll let you know how I am in 10 days. In the meantime, this looks great. I think, haven't we talked about going to the Olive Garden?
Yes, we
as
have.
a family.
You'll know before 10 days. I just want to point that out.
No, they said 10 days. They said it takes 10 to 12 days to incubate. That's why it's so hard to track.
What?
Yeah, it's the incubation period. That's
That
the problem.
sounds crazy.
You don't show symptoms for like 10 to 12 days.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, Ozzy. Wait, that's Chuck, isn't it, who says that? I always think it's
that's
Ozzy,
Chuck.
but it's Chuck. Point is, does pasta have lettuce? No.
But that unlimited salad could have lettuce, or would have lettuce.
What about the soup then? Do the breadsticks have lettuce? Does the breadsticks have lettuce? You see, it, whoops. What did I call it yesterday? A podicus? Podcast of Jadakiss?
Layla, if you go to pastapass.com, there's a clock
The
counting down.
countdown?
Yeah, the countdown. Just want to let you know that.
I just don't like it when people gatekeep food. Like when people are out here saying they're too good for Applebee's and Olive Garden. Man, no, you're not. Those restaurant chains, there's a reason they're everywhere. And if you're like me and Marshall, you and I have worked and lived in small towns, and I lived on $18,000 a year with no overtime not that long ago. I couldn't even afford Olive Garden. Then like I moved to a place that had a Carrabba's, I think, and I was pretty excited about it.
Can I give you the tagline on this page, pastapass.com?
Yes.
Only 10,000 passes are available. Many will try, but only a few will succeed. Time is of the essence.
Why do I feel like we need to get our friends Rick Camp and Jay Zawoski of the I'm Fat podcast on the phone? One of them has to get the pass, right? For research and science purposes. Isn't that a rule of the I'm Fat podcast? They're very happy about this lettuce development, I'll tell you that.
Also, gratuity is not included, but is always appreciated. That's also on the pastapass.com.
Tip your servers.
Never-ending pasta pass, only valid in the continental United States.
Yeah.
Don't be trying to use this in Alaska or Hawaii.
There are some stories and tales of people acting a fool at the never-ending pasta bowl. Man, guys, don't be nice to your waiters. Come on now. Be nice to your wait staff. Don't be being picky and demanding. You're getting never-ending pasta for $14.99. Come on.
Let me tell you. If we didn't have a show when this was going on, I think we have a show. Yeah, we have a show. Because this is Friday. I would be online trying to, I might still do it. Before 5
It
on
said
it.
July 16th at 1 o'clock is the time.
That's what I'm saying. That's Friday, right?
Thursday.
Or it's Thursday. See, I don't even know what day of the week it is because it's the All-Star break and there's no baseball.
Also, important question: what's the time zone?
So it's 2
1
p.m.
o'clock Central.
Eastern. I said 1 o'clock Central.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 o'clock Central. So this would
Do
be
we
after
try? Do we try to get one of us to buy? Where's the closest Olive Garden? We all live in the city.
There's some Olive Gardens in the city.
they're not in
that
the
one
city
by
proper.
that one off the Addison stop.
Yes.
And the Kennedy.
Yes.
Are we family there? I don't know.
That's 2 stops away from my apartment on the Blue Line.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, then that's well worth it.
It's kind of crazy because that's where you emergency light.
You know what the
like,
problem
whoa,
is?
what happened here?
You kind of need to get 2 passes because you don't want to go by yourself every
2
time.
passes?
So you need like you and a friend to both like roll the dice.
No. Here's what you do. You get the pass, and then one of you has unlimited, and the other one gets the $14.99, and then you just split the cost or something.
Now,
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
we remember
See, again, be nice to your waitstaff. Figure out the math beforehand.
we remember Joe Flacco having his meal by himself because that's all he really wanted to do last season, as we talked about around kind of like the Unk Bowl time of the football season. But like, is it sad to go and get a never-ending pasta bowl by yourself?
You know what's not sad? Saving money, Ray. Saving money is never sad.
I'm laughing because there's a texter, 331, goes, this feels like an ad read. I turned it off. No, it's not an ad read.
It's just a life
we just
read.
want to
More
know
like a
about
public
this.
service announcement.
Yeah, like, so sorry you're offended by us liking products. Like, what are we supposed to tell you? We don't like pasta?
Like,
we didn't like the Olive Garden?
This is something we would talk about if we were in like the hallway, not in front of the microphones. We're just bringing it to you.
Yeah, we're not the influencers not telling you about ads. That's not us.
I'm
We
gonna do
are
the
out
math
here
on
telling
this.
you for the people. They should be paying us, Pasta, for giving them this free time out of our curiosity and obsession with the Olive Garden as it fits into society. I rest my case. Might I remind you, it does not say RSVP on the Statue of Liberty. That's the end of the speech from Clueless.
Oh, you're giving me information that I not know that I needed to have. But I just wanted to do the math on this because it's 13 weeks, right? And if you take that, multiply it by 7, so like once a day you use it, that's 91 days of Pasta Pass. So that's like $1 a meal, basically.
That's yeah. Okay, so the Greensboro Police Department has given us a tip here.
What's that?
Tips to avoid the parasite going around. Replace all your fresh produce with donuts because they would never.
Come on now.
True.
Come on now.
I mean, this is true. I can't argue with the math.
Replace your explosive diarrhea with, I don't know, diabetes.
Marshall, don't be judgy.
I'm not being judgy.
I know I just canceled like the entire rest of our program today, but
I'm just saying, like, donuts. Come on, man. If you eat too many donuts, you get the diabetes.
Marshall, it's fun. We're having fun with the idea.
I am having fun.
No, are you?
I got a little bit of Simple Serve in my tea today. That's sugar?
Wow, next thing you know, he's just gonna lose all control and maybe get the whole sweet tea. Whatever shall we do?
Can't do that. Diabetes.
Wait until you hear about what's at the Iowa State Fair. That's next in 5 on it.
Diabetes.
It's time for a pasta party! Cubs fans, Saturday at 10 a.m. Be a part of history when the Cubs unveil the all-new Champions Gate at Gallagher Way outside Wrigley Field, honoring the 2016 World Series team during their 10th anniversary celebration.
And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series!
Featuring live appearances from Tom Ricketts, Joe Madden, and members from that historic championship team.
I wish all of you could be right here at this moment.
Plus, join inside the clubhouse as David Haugh and Bruce Levine broadcast live from Gallagher Way from 9 a.m. to 12:45.
And the celebration begins.
Don't miss the unveiling of Champions Gate at Gallagher Way, Saturday at 10 a.m. Heard live on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, official radio home of the Cubs. Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. A spot of the final is on the line when France faces Spain. Spain is a battle-tested side that was taken down to the wire 3 times.
Am I in the mayor's time slot? Was he in on this time slot yesterday?
Yes, you are.
I promise you I will not say anything as intergalactically stupid as he did when he said that he left Bears-Packers early. And he just volunteered this notion out of thin air. And Layla, Marshall, you guys are much, 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 much more professional than I am. Because I would have seized on that opportunity, interrupted him, stopped talking about anything else, and just been blown away by the lack of political instinct to admit such an idiotic thing. He would have been better off saying, you know what, guys, I came in here eating my hot dog with ketchup on it, and I really came to the conclusion that New York's skyline is better than Chicago's and LeBron James is better than Michael Jordan. Like, what an idiotic thing to admit unprompted. I was at Bears-Packers, as you know, and he's right. The ingress-egress, as if that's a thing that people say, is terrible. But, like, you know what we did when we stayed till the end of the game and watched Caleb Williams beat the Packers and have one of the greatest sports moments of our Bears fan lives for anyone who's not old enough to remember the 85 Bears, as we were struggling with the ingress-egress? You know what we did? We celebrated and chanted, "Green Bay sucks, you loser." Like, what a stupid thing. You get a police escort. The game was on a Saturday. What did you have to do? Get an extra 15 minutes of beauty sleep so you could wake up at the crack of Kevin Warren and still lose the Bears? Like, what is the matter with that guy? Like, it is just, I couldn't, it is one of the most politically incompetent things. Like, Mayor Daley sold the parking meters for a lump sum payment of $1.1 billion, and he was like, ugh, that was a bad thing to say. Mayor Lori Lightfoot was like, ooh, that's not very likable.
Oh,
like, it was just a staggering admission by Brandon Johnson. How do these people end up getting elected? What the hell is the matter with us? I could not believe that he offered that up voluntarily.
Yeah, the unsolicitedness of it was what was crazy, because that's why I had to process what he was saying. I was like, wait a minute. I didn't even ask you about this, but he's like, I got a story to tell.
Oh, the ingress egress. Let me use a relatable example of why Soldier Field's a pain in the ass. I'm gonna pick the best sporting event that stadium's hosted in 20 years and tell you why I left early on a Saturday. Like what is the matter with you? Like, I can't trust you to do anything. Like, I wouldn't trust you to dog sit Omar. Like, and I tried to trade him for Deshaun Watson. Like, that is so stupid. Like, it is like, no wonder, dude. Like, no wonder. Like, it explained so. It's not what you guys were trying to get out of him. It's not why you asked him to come on. But like, it is one of the more revealing, insightful answers to anything, certainly in the history of this radio station and maybe in the history of Illinois politics. Like, it was intergalactically stupid. Like, I have been thinking about it. It's like a wormhole in my brain. And I'm just like, I can't stop thinking about it. I'm like watching Karl Anthony Towns go by Victor Wembanyama, and I'm like, why did Brandon Johnson admit that he left the Bears Packers early? Like, it makes, like, Owen wakes up this morning and like, do you want pancakes or scrambled eggs? I'm like, I don't know. Brandon Johnson left Bears Packers early, and he decided to share that with people because he thought it would be a good idea to admit. Like, it's just, he may as well have come on and been like, I really don't like that Barack Obama claims Chicago because technically he was born in Hawaii. Like, just like one of the most out of touch, insane admissions I have ever heard. And like, by the way, how has that not been revealed? You're the mayor of Chicago. How is there not cell phone footage or a security worker? I mean, the guy's approval rating is basically the ingress egress of the stadium. How did we not know that he left Bears Packers early? Like, I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
Ben Brown's coming into his own, and probably the last couple times
and
out.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
I got 5.
It's time for 5 on it. Rahimi, Harris, and Grote bring you 5 topics on their minds today on 104.3 The Score.
I got 5 on it.
Number 1.
MLB changed up its home run derby format last night. The changes included the following: no timer, round 1, 20 swings, round 2, 15 swings, and the final round, another 15 swings. Each swing counted toward a player's allotment, homer or not. And if a batter homered on his last at-bat, he would keep going until he didn't homer anymore. Cardinals right fielder Jordan Walker emerged as the winner of the derby. What did you think of it all?
I liked the format. I was a little wary when I saw Jeff Passan's post about it because I feel like Jeff Passan knows ball. So if you didn't like it, would I? But it turns out I thought the format went well. I know people had issues with the Netflix broadcast of it all, but we got to see the home runs being hit, and we got to see fun head-to-head matchups like Kyle Schwarber and Wilson Contreras. And kind of like what Ian Happ said, would guys be able to just rake like they do in batting practice? And I feel like that's what I saw. When Wilson Contreras is hitting a ball nearly 500 feet, when Kyle Schwarber is sending it to decks that don't see home runs normally in Philadelphia, you're watching what I think are some of the best hitters put on a really good show. And Jordan Walker to be able to win when he had one swing left because he got on a heater, that's the right way to have some fun with the format and have a little challenge and then be able to take advantage of the opportunities.
It was a dub. That's what I think of it all. This was a winning effort, not just by Jordan Walker, who, more than doubled his 2026 income by winning the $1 million prize, but for everyone who participated, for the city of Philadelphia, who responded in kind and gave people a very authentic welcome to trying to hit home runs when there were 2 Phillies involved. And Bryce Harper, who got dislodged by Kyle Schwarber to advance to those semifinals. I thought this was great. The only problem I had, I think I pointed it out earlier, is that the production could have been a little bit cleaner in terms of I need to see where those balls are going and where they're landing. The close-ups on the hitter, I wasn't a big fan of that and how long they stuck with those. But that's just me accustomed to wanting to see baseball a certain way. Maybe I'm in the wrong. I don't know. You guys let us know on the text line what you think about it, because, we like everyone's opinion. 312-644-6767. But no, overall, I thought this was a good thing. The format change, in my opinion, was brilliant. I'd be okay with a hybrid idea like Grant Paulson talked about a little bit, but I think you do need the time, the spacing to be able to just admire what you're doing and have a more natural rhythm. It shouldn't be a speed fest, which I think is what it was in the past when you were on the clock.
Yeah, I think it was frantic. I would also like to take this baseball time to say happy birthday to our friend Steve Stone.
Happy birthday.
So happy birthday to Stoney. We love when he's on our air and on our station, and we thank our baseball stars that we get to talk to him. So happy birthday, Stoney. Hope you're having an excellent All-Star break.
Yes. Number 2.
Yes.
CHSN's Brooke Fletcher asks Sam Antonacci what gives him the confidence that the White Sox success will continue after the All-Star break. Here's what he had to say.
Definitely the wand. But other than that, just trusting each other. I think there's a lot of people, the people we have off the bench who can come in. Gritchick can come in and hit a home run. As a pinch hitter, it's crazy. And then he can start, and one of us lefties can come off the bench and pick someone up. It's just the amount of weapons that we have, and it's a good problem to have, and just keep finding different ways to win games.
You say the wand?
I did.
As Sam Antonacci, yes, he did say the wand. Here's the question: do you think the White Sox will be able to sustain their success after the All-Star break?
It's just definitely the wand. Number 1 goes into answer. Merkin. Did you say the wand? Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
It tells you the vibes are where they need to be for an emerging ball club. That's for sure.
Oh, I love a sense of humor. Okay, I don't know why they wouldn't be able to, is the thing. Munetaka Murakami is going to get healthier. He's going to feel even better. You have young hitters, kind of like Sam Antonacci, realize who they are even more at the plate every day. And as long as they make the respective adjustments, they're going to be able to still produce offensively. Miguel Vargas is going to continue to settle into the adjustments he's made as a hitter. I'm not sure why this level of success wouldn't be sustainable after the All-Star break. I'm not sure what would stop them.
Stroking.
I think they're saying that helps them. So other than that, I feel like they're in a place where you're not seeing this done with smoke and mirrors or magic, as the case may be with the wand. There is some of that. But this is a team who has put together a good, consistent enough hitting profile outside of that terrible Red Sox series to be able to say, we can hit with the best of them. We can win ball games. We can find ways to win.
So I do think they can maintain a version of success that they've had. It may look a little different. Here's why. The White Sox have the 21st most difficult schedule remaining. The issue with that is, of the teams behind them, the 9 teams with less difficult schedules.
Right. Easier schedules, as they say.
Yes. 4 of them reside in the AL Central. So everybody in the division has an easier schedule than them.
Are they just all playing each other?
Well, no. The Sox have to play the Rays for 3 more. They've got that makeup game with the Braves. They've got 3 more, as you know, with the Cubs. They've got 4 more against the Yankees, and we saw how that went the first time they played the Yankees. They've got 3 more with the Cardinals, and they've got 6 with the Guardians. Their easiest remaining games, now, this is something to get excited about. 3 more with the Royals, who they have dominated this season. 3 more with the Rockies. 3 against the Mets, 3 against the Reds, 3 against the Blue Jays.
The Mets, what will the broadcast be even then?
And then 7 more with the Tigers. They have a lot of head-to-head still remaining within their division. That's where I think this is going to be either won or lost. And they've done very well against their division so far. It's going to come down to me what happens at the trade deadline, whether some of these other teams in their division unload and whether or not they add some more talent And Shane Smith did go 4 innings the other day in a rehab start and only gave up 1 run. If he can come back and be, whether it's a piggyback guy with Eric Fetty, because Eric Fetty's been good over the last month, but he's only made 1 start out of his 6 appearances.
They had to deploy Fetty in the 3rd inning of his last outing, I think.
The bulk is getting more interesting and more interesting. Yeah.
We're reverse bullpenning this thing. That, we should have suggested that to our buddy Grant over in D.C. Maybe he could have maybe they should try that. He sounded interested in Sir Anthony Dominguez. Don't spill the beans.
Layla.
Be like, yes, he does have an arm attached to his body.
No, he
Are you guys interested?
He got the checkoffs with the throws over 92 miles per hour. His arm is still attached to his body, and
All
he's
of the
alive.
Cs. Yep.
He's alive.
He is alive.
So, yeah, I think what's interesting is, who has the easiest remaining schedule of all teams in Major League Baseball? The Cleveland Guardians.
No way.
Jose Ramirez is coming back at some point.
Dear God.
They've got 6 games left with the Royals, 3 with the A's, 3 with the Giants, 3 with the Angels, 3 with the Mets. Like they still have to play all the bottom feeders.
The Angels should trade everybody. Like they got players of recognition on that team. Like they should be wheeling and dealing. Marshall.
Yes.
Do you ever think the Royals would be willing to part with Seth Lugo now, even after they extended him? Remember, he was up for an extension, and then the Royals thought that they were a playoff team after playing the Cubs well, and they were like, here's your extension, Seth Lugo. I'm still like, hey, you still want him?
It's one of the reasons why
I'm here.
Why everyone thought they'd be more of a player in this lackluster division, but they're in last place.
Because I'm here and I need a starting pitcher on the north side.
You mentioned the Angels. I'm more interested in Reed Detmers at this point.
There's a lot of people on the Angels who are tradable. If they want to.
Go get them.
Honestly, I felt that way at the beginning of the season. I didn't even need to see the rest of the season to know where they were going to be in the standings.
If I were the White Sox, I'd trade Caleb Bonham straight up for Reed Detmers and maybe some other stuff too.
Ooh. Go get it, baby.
Rock Chalowski's higher rated than Caleb Bonham in the system. They play the same position.
Prospect, years of control. You can't just be. You already gave up Gonzalez.
Who's the more proven commodity, Reed Detmers or Caleb Bonham?
Reed Detmers he's also been up and down. There's a reason he's with the Angels and not another team.
Oh, no, but he's good. But
legit. In his career?
Yeah, I think
I remember when he was with the Nationals.
But I think he's turned that corner, and if you look at what he's done over the last couple of seasons.
How many years of service time is he up to now? It's got to be at least 15.
He's in his 6th Major League season.
Reed Detmers?
Yeah.
Then who am I thinking of?
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel like Reed Detmers had been here forever. But the point is, he's an arm that is absolutely tradable for. I just don't know that Bonham is that is a really high price that I don't know that I'm willing to pay.
He's a
No, let him finish his Reed Detmers thought. We're cooking over here.
All I was saying is he's not a free agent until 2029, and if you trade for him and sign him through some of those free agent years, you got a guy.
I'm looking up the baseball reference page now. Like, you've got me thinking.
Number 3.
This is 104.3 The Score on the Reed Detmers Radio Network.
Yes.
This is question number 3 with
Layla
Rahimi and Marshall Harris.
This is what the trade deadline is all about, is obsessing over players that you somewhat know but don't know well enough but know enough to be interested in.
Absolutely. But let's get to some players we all know for question number 3. Which Chicago baseball player will have the biggest impact on tonight's MLB All-Star Game?
That's a great question because there's no starters. You got 4 position players, 1 from the north side, 3 from the south side.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, your odds say that it would be a White Sox, but I don't know. I feel like PCA rises to the occasion here. I'm going to pick Pete Armstrong, like a pinch hit opportunity. You know, I've said this, the man likes to be on an island.
Wow.
By the way, Reed Detmers has had all of his years of service time with the Angels. I think I'm just so AL West. I keep thinking he's in the division that I watch or something.
Oh, no.
But either way, regardless, getting back to the actual game and not a pitcher with the Angels, I think PCA probably gets called up in a pinch hit situation. I could see him producing well in that scenario where he hits a home run, Citizens Bank Park. It seems like a good place to hit a homer, as you and I have discussed.
Especially if you're left-handed.
Precisely. So PCA is my nomination for player who's going to have the most impact.
Here's the reason I'm going with PCA. It's very simple. He's got the highest WAR of any position player. He's one of the hottest players in the game. PCA will be utilized in a guaranteed way that I'm not so sure about Miguel Vargas Mooney, or Tristan Peters. I don't even know if Tristan Peters is going to get into the game. There's usually one guy that doesn't get into the game. But PCA is going to be used because here's the bottom line. There's nobody out there better at playing center field. So once he comes into the game, he's staying in the game until the end of the game, and he's going to be playing center field. He's a weapon to be used out there, especially if the National League were to happen to get the lead. You want your best guys out there. PCA is the best non-starter in this baseball game.
Reed's already up to 108 2/3 innings this season.
Did you see the 123 strikeouts?
Yeah. That's a career high on pace, right? Yeah, he's on pace to have a career high if he keeps this up.
So I can interest you in some Reed Detmers, is what you're saying?
I think we got to bring back our stalking segment.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was a given. Once the All-Star break is over, that's the perfect 2 weeks out. Just go.
Yeah, not that I wasn't stalking already. But yeah, most of the Angels roster, I feel like, is discussable. I'm sorry. I've been, we put our GM hats on. We can't take them off.
Number 4.
The Bulls lost to the Jazz 80-63 in Summer League action. What was your biggest takeaway from the exhibition game in Las Vegas?
I think biggest takeaway was they had 45 points after 3 quarters, which even for Summer League is brutal. It was hard to ignore Caleb Wilson's issues at the free throw line. This is a developmental league. I'm thrilled to see him dunk. That was one of the best dunks that you're going to see in Summer League in years. But when it comes to who he's going to be at the player, and when you see it become offensively speaking, that would help with the point total. If you can get 14 points via free throws, that helps with your offensive efficiency, especially if you're going to take threes and that you could foul him and theoretically it doesn't cost you anything. That's a wild concept if you're coming from a defensive standpoint. So for me, I would like to see, the free throws be executed at a better clip.
My biggest takeaway is very simple. While Caleb Wilson is going to be a guy that they can't give that kind of attention to on defense, the opposition, because he said it after the game. In the first game, they treated me like a non-shooter, so I shot. In the second game, they treated me like a shooter, so he had to adjust and could not shoot at will in the same way.
Right.
The bigger thing is the 2 guys that were also first-round picks playing alongside him, Dalen Swain, Noah Asenge, those 2 guys are going to be very much background pieces next season. I can name a whole bunch of guys who are going to get way more playing time than those 2 guys, at least for the first half of the season. And I think it's been clear after 2 games that they are not NBA prime minute, prime rotation ready.
5 on it. Number 5.
This year at the Iowa State Fair, they are introducing butter-dipped ice cream. On a scale from absolutely not to let's get weird, how willing are you to try this dessert?
Okay, isn't whipped cream, if you keep whipping it for too long, it's just heavy cream, but if you whip it and you whip it for too long, it becomes butter. So you're just having, theoretically, more of the same. How do you dip it in butter and then still maintain its structural soundness here?
So I saw the video, and it's just a big bowl of melted butter, and they just dip it, and I don't know how it doesn't melt, but they make it work.
The butter cow in Iowa, I understand that it is the sign of a bountiful, bountiful harvest, so to speak. Like, it's a sign that everybody's doing well, and I get that. Or is that here? Who has the butter cow? One of the state fairs. I get the concept, and I do love a good state fair food concept. After all, I am from the state of Texas, where, fried Twinkies became a delicacy. But this, I can't do it. It's a rare occasion when I have ice cream, actually. I don't know why. I'm just not a big ice cream person. Like, I love Jenny's, and I have it. Like, I'll have pistachio ice cream a lot, because heritage. But I can't get on board with the butter-dipped ice cream. Like, what does that even taste like? The sensory might be too much for a lot of people.
I'm watching the video of it right now, being dipped into the quote-unquote molten butter. Now,
but it's all theoretically the same concept.
As a guy who, my favorite item at the DQ, you know what a DQ is?
Dairy Queen.
Yeah, is the chocolate-dipped ice cream cone. where you dip it in.
It has a little swirl at the top.
And then it hardens immediately. I feel like I would try this, but again, because of my health and I'm trying to trend in the right direction, I could probably not finish it. I would just take a bite just to be like, oh, that's what that tastes like. But yeah, let's get weird. Let's get weird. To answer your question, Tyler. Let's get weird.
Yes, you would do it?
I would try it.
I have had the fried Twinkie from the State Fair. I did not have a fried latte. At one point, they had a fried latte. I don't know what that...
What is a fried latte?
How does it even work? I'm not sure.
I just went to a sushi place over the weekend and had a fried Oreo for dessert.
Oh, yeah.
My God.
That thing is delicious.
That's the first time I ever had a fried Oreo.
Settle down over here.
But
This
it was
is
good,
a
wasn't
family
it?
show.
Ray, it was good, wasn't it?
Oh, man, that was amazing. If I could, I'd have it every day, but I know I can't.
Everything that's good is not good for you.
Pistachio soft serve is pretty great.
It's crazy.
This is a very soft serve type of day. It's 95. We had the report that the heat index is going to be, 103, 105,
You said
something.
105. You said Jacob Mizorowski. That's what you said.
We'll see about that. I'll go outside and see for myself. It's basically how many minutes can you stand being outside is really what it comes down to.
I'm going to keep moving.
That's
until
how
I
you
get back
measure it.
inside.
Butter dipped ice cream. What a world. Coming up next, let's get out to a place that is also hot, but everybody's inside because they're watching basketball. Las Vegas, Chuck Swirsky, the Bulls Network play-by-play announcer, is out there for Summer League, so we'll get the scouting report on what he saw next.
Big time onions. We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and we're local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
Been the Cubs' best starting pitcher. Wonder if they're going to try to stretch him out some more. I love that term. We use it all the time.
I know.
Why are they sending him down to AAA? They're going to stretch him out.
Wouldn't it be great if they just had a guy bring out a table and they started?
I know.
Actually did some stretching.
Every time I hear that,
push it back, push it.
Every now and then, when I hear that, I think of you. I know you had, or you're familiar with the whole Stretch Armstrong toy as a kid.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like,
Yes.
Oh, now Stretch is going to be a starting pitcher. So, what exactly are they doing to these guys in Iowa?
Oh my gosh.
Taking them to the back.
Stretch them out.
That's the part of the pitching lab we don't talk about.
There you go.
Let's stretch them out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Massage therapy. Da da da.
Javier, you're next.
Oh, that's so funny.
Jordan, get in line. I think we're going to see Jordan Wicks and Javier Assad before it's all said and done. I don't know about this pitching rotation.
It feels that way.
I just don't know what's going on here.
Wouldn't it have been nice to have had Assad as an option last night?
Yes, I thought the same thing.
Right.
You don't have guys who are giving you what you need in relief. And that's, the out-getters are not getting outs.
Right.
But you could have stretched out Assad in that moment, David.
What are you saying?
Why would you stretch out Assad?
You're saying to the outgetters, get out!
Get out! Get out, Phil Maton. Just the latest guy. What was the guy they just added yesterday?
Liam Hendricks?
Ty Block. Liam Hendricks, too? He's in Arizona. You know what he's doing in Arizona? Getting stretched out.
Stretched out. He's in the stretch lab.
They're stretching him out.
They got a pitching lab and a stretch lab.
Liam. So, yeah, he's in
Justin,
Arizona.
why did you raise your hands in frustration?
Just the idea of all this stretching out. I just feel I'm very passionate about the fact that I think last night, if you would have had Assad still on the roster and not in Iowa, you could have brought him in and tried to have given the team a little spark, if you will, at 4-0. There was still a chance, and it just.
I don't disagree. I'm not laughing at that.
It just made you remember. It's just too many flashbacks of last year and the Brewers out on their field, family, whatever, Miller Park. And I call it Miller Park. I call it Sears Tower. I call it Marshall Fields. The point is holding that L flag, right? And that they haven't played since then.
Oh, I forgot all about that.
They played yesterday.
Until yesterday.
I forgot all about that. Yeah.
How could you forget about that?
I don't know. I just forgot about it. There's a lot of stuff in my brain. I just forgot about that. Well, Cubs Sox took everything out of the Cubs.
And maybe the Sox.
And maybe the Sox.
The Cubs actually won last night 3-1. Cubs scored 3, White Sox scored 1. So look at it that way. If you look at it that
that's
way.
I'm
really,
stretching.
I'm stretching.
Boy, that's
talk
really
about stretching.
That's stretching. That's stretch lab material.
Cubs were 3-1 winners over the White Sox last night.
Alex Caruso, too, had 31 points for the Thunder. Oh, my gosh. There was one point. He was guarding Wemby. And because of the switching and they were doing, he had 31 points. He had a huge three. That was terrific. That's going to be a better series than I think I expected a good series, but now OKC's up against it.
We got a texter who says that Wemby was a 6'6" guard, but they sent him down to Iowa to stretch him out. Look at the size from now.
Imagine what Assad's going to come back as. I can't wait for that. The Bulls will be interested.
That's great.
He got stretched out.
Touch them all there, texter. That's
well done.
So I think that's, again, for him, you're talking about small progress. I'm happy he's learning up here. Who are the White Sox stretching out in order to come up and pitch for Eric Fetty?
Stretch! Down in the Charlotte Stretch Lab?
Get up, stretch.
I don't know.
I don't know why this is so funny to me. It's just so
because
silly.
it's the same thing for every
I
pitcher.
know.
They're going to the minors to stretch them out.
They're going to stretch them out. Yeah, it's great.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a car. Yeah.
Well, because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals in 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers-Knicks, right? So you were Pacers-Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm a year into my tenure here at The Score.
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before.
Score. Part of this game, bring the ball up and attack the rim. There's, of course, times and times. There's a situation in the, I think, second half where he drove against like 4 guys and turned over the ball. So those are the ones that you got to be careful. You know, when you see the lane, when you see a gap to attack, you got to go for it. But if that paint is crowded, you got to stop and swing the ball to the other side or give the ball to the point guard. So those are the things that you got to learn, and he's going to go to this learning pains in the summer league throughout the season. It's just part of it. He's 19 years old, and he's learning how to play in the league.
That is Bulls head coach Tiago Splitter, who had the last 2 summer league games for the Chicago Bulls, talking about Caleb Wilson going coast to coast. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score, and we go out to Las Vegas. That is where we are joined by Chuck Swirsky, the Bulls Radio Network play-by-play announcer who is there for Summer League. Chuck, how are you today?
Good, Layla, thank you. Marshall, good morning, good afternoon, all the above.
Yeah, good morning for you, right? Because you're still morning time, but for us, afternoon, and we appreciate you getting up and joining us, Chuck. I'm curious as to your impressions of seeing Caleb Wilson live, along with the rest of the Bulls. Even though they didn't score a lot of points, there were moments, right?
Yeah, let's, Marshall, start with Caleb Wilson. Number one, everyone knows about what happened against Memphis, with his incredible situation that he brought not only to the Bulls, but also, this place was rocking here in Vegas, and his picture is up now outside the Thomas and Mack, and that's what happens when you set a Summer League record, making your debut with 35 points. So having said that, obviously Utah played him more physical, and he struggled for the most part for about 2.5, 3 quarters, and then had a terrific fourth quarter. And he was very upset with himself. He went 0 for 6 from the line. And this is a unique rule that they have implemented this year in Summer League to speed up games, because what's happened now in Summer League, they're using officials who obviously are just like players showcasing themselves for the league and hoping to make that next step, the jump, so to speak. And officials are calling this game very tightly. And so these games are going on forever. I mean, approaching 245, 250 in a game, which is unheard of, but that happens in Summer League. So what happened yesterday, Utah played them tough, and he saw a lot of double teams, a lot of blitzes over the midcourt line. And what Thiago has done, which I really like in a coach, he's letting him advance the ball. He's playing off the ball. He's playing with the ball in different spots on the floor. And, I'm sure you've seen, and your listeners have seen, the emphatic dunk he had coming in from the left elbow, which was incredibly athletic. But having said all this is a 19-year-old. This is second game in Summer League. And so, again, people don't want to hear this, but it's true. You're going to have to be patient.
Well, I think, Chuck, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing a guy who's showing some real flashes of not just athleticism we knew about, like the potential to have that kind of dunk. Then we're seeing the shooting profile that was unleashed in the first game, where he's attempting 11 threes and making 7 of them. But then we're also seeing a guy who needs to work on what happens once he gets to the free throw line. I feel like this is even for the 4th overall pick, there's still a lot that can improve. And we're seeing kind of what the tasks might be this summer.
Absolutely. Layla, listen, there is a bar that is yet to be set by these players, and really, for that matter, in life, for all of us. I mean, I'm trying to reach the bar, and I mean that sincerely. I mean, these players are hungry, and they want to make not only the roster spot, obviously with Asenge and Wilson, Swain, but I mean, a lot of these players on the roster right now who are not going to be with the big club, they're trying for a Windy City Bulls spot or somewhere in the G League, or be discovered by a ton of scouts here from Europe. So, I mean, when you take a look at Noah, for example, he played in 2 NBA games a season ago, Layla, and he needs to put on some weight, or rather strength, because there is a difference, because he was sent to the floor numerous times yesterday. And I think that was the message that Thiago sent to Noah as far as why he didn't start the second half. He wanted to see a little bit more out of him, not only from a physicality standpoint, but just, as far as his approach and to get after it. And it's not that he's a guy that's just going through the motions, but he is still learning this game over here. And for people who think that, well, he was a first-round pick, the guy's, going to come in and be an impact player immediately, that's not going to happen. He needs a lot of work.
Feels like the reality is it's not going to have it in year 1 or year 2. And I know you can develop over the course of a season, but I'm wondering how much of an opportunity will Asenge even get, Chuck, given what you just said about him not maybe being physically tooled enough to get in and hang with NBA bodies?
Well, that's a very good question, Marshall. And I think only one person can answer that question, and that's Asenge himself. Because the thing is, as far as players and coaches' relationship, and Marshall and Layla, you know this as well as anyone covering sports, you want to be in a position where you make the coach have to make decisions to play you because how well you're playing. If you want minutes, the best way of getting minutes as an NBA player, or in any sport for that matter, as far as just activity, make the head coach and the front office say, wow, you know what? We need to find a spot. In baseball, if a guy can hit, we need to find a place in the lineup for him. And the same thing happens in basketball. If he starts developing the way they hope, because he does have skill and he does have length, and if he gets to the point where you have to say, listen, he's played himself into the rotation. And so because of that, then he is earning minutes. And right now, he's probably not there yet as far as the rotation when they go to camp. But this is why you have Summer League. And again, this is, as you mentioned, Marshall, this really is his rookie year. Last year was just, handful of games in the G League, 2 games, and then he had surgery, and that was it.
Well, and I think, Chuck, too, he's in a precarious spot, Asenge. When you consider he was drafted by the former regime, any GM worth his salt and front office is not going to take that out on him. That's not what's happening here. But I would imagine it makes understanding your role, especially as somebody who, from another country, you're playing separate from the big league team, the NBA team. I would imagine all of that is kind of difficult to know what your marching orders are going to be, what your role's going to be, what you have to improve on. I wonder how much changes for him with this front office changing.
Yeah, you know what? That's an excellent point. And I'm going to tell you what I've heard from the past, from different players and coaches who have come in a very similar situation, is that if you are Bryson, in this case, Bryson Graham, if you're Thiago Splitter, you can't think about that. You have to think about, I've got this player now. He's under my umbrella. What's in the past is the past. You want to develop this player, regardless of who drafted him, who has coached him. You've got this player now. And as far as the staff is concerned, but the player himself, it's up to him and the staff to do their very best for him to hit that point where he can become an everyday NBA rotational player. And so I understand where you're coming from. It's valid. I get it. And a lot of people probably would go that direction. But the people I've spoken with say, listen, this is the player. He's on a roster. We are treating him like we drafted him. And that's really the way it should be. I mean, it's that way in any office, as far as just in business. You inherit a staff. You want to give that staff a chance to say, okay, I'm new. Show me what you got. And after that, well, we'll find out.
All right, Chuck, here's the important question, because we know after the game there was no definitive answer on whether or not Caleb Wilson would take the court tonight against the Washington Wizards. AJ DeBonce, I don't believe, is going to play, and we just saw Darren Peterson, Ace Bailey held out of yesterday's game. Is Caleb Wilson going to play tonight?
Well, the Bulls did not hold the shoot-around today, and we will not find out until actually we get to the arena. And the Bulls will get to the arena, let's see, it's a 7 o'clock tip time, Central Time, 5 o'clock here. So they'll probably get to the arena because these games are coming. I mean, as soon as the game's over, players are on the floor to warm up. So we'll probably find out around maybe 6:30 Central Time. But as soon as we find out, I will let you know, I promise.
No, I know that, Chuck. I'm curious, what did you make of Caleb Wilson basically saying last night, I want to play? Like he's basically begging them to let him play.
Well, I mean, I think every player should have that attitude. It's kind of refreshing instead of giving I'll let the coaching staff or the front office make that choice. He wants to play. Remember, he hasn't played. These 2 games are the first he's played since breaking his hand at North Carolina. And so, I mean, he wants 5-on-5, and he wants to, go for a rebound, feel the pressure of a defensive player crawling on his back. He wants to go to the rack. He gets to the foul line. Hopefully he'll make some, which he will. But again, this is a player who is hungry and he wants to play. And I'll tell you what, I spoke to a general manager yesterday who I trust implicitly. And he told me this kid has the highest ceiling in the draft. And he's not connected with the Bulls in any shape or form. And I said, okay, like you're telling me this, right? Not just because I'm the team broadcaster. And he goes, Chuck, I am telling you right now, this kid was on our board off the charts.
I mean, it's encouraging to hear for sure. Chuck, and I assume Dalen Swain plays today. I would assume he continues his minutes.
Lately, you know what? He's such a terrific young man, very polite, respectful, and like Wilson is, for that matter. I mean, the 2 guys that have come across, I mean, I've known Noah from last year's rookie season, but the way you hear Caleb Wilson speak, he thinks before he speaks. And Marshall, I mean, like if we sent some clips down earlier, if you hear the press conference or the media scrum after the game with about a dozen reporters, he is so, as far as just poised, beyond 19 years young. And in the case of Swain, he is playing so tight. And we saw that yesterday when he was on the ball, when he was off the ball. His defense is already there. His defense is great. But as far as his offensive game, I think he's thinking instead of reacting, instead of being fluid. So, again, this this is bright lights and everyone's watching, and but you got to handle it because this is the NBA.
Well, Chuck, thank you as always for reporting from Las Vegas. We appreciate the time. We know you'll be plugged in to the rest of Summer League.
Thanks, Chuck.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks, Chuck. That is Chuck Swirsky reporting live from Las Vegas Summer League, where I know we've got a guy. We've got Chuck embedded. He'll tell us what's going on.
Yeah, they better let that man play.
Okay, you want to talk about it more?
Yeah, I think it's important, and we can talk about why.
Yeah, next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Hey, Ben Brown, do you want to be a starter? Sure, I'll start for you, and he becomes your best starter. And then he gets hurt. If they were to win this division, what a story it would be.
Seriously.
And maybe some of that edge has to do with dealing with and hearing about the Brewers and then having that series against the Brewers after the White Sox series.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio. 104.3 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Benjamin Moore. Ready to refresh your home? Benjamin Moore offers.
And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampillo was producing
I
that.
love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, that's
not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 9094 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like, okay. Les gets in. Let's call it 112, 117.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. 112, 117.
Somewhere in there. He gets there. And he's wired because he just drove 3 hours and there's the adrenaline rush of being on the air and all that stuff. Then
Patrick Ewing was traveling all night long. Like mad about the Knicks.
He definitely did that. And then at about 3:30, the crash happened.
Oh, no.
And for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to show you what happened, okay? And I'm going to try to explain it. Les is sitting there doing the segment, takes his glasses up.
Oh, the head just falls directly into the microphone.
Now, he falls asleep while talking to a caller.
Oh, man. So the caller ends and there's no host.
No, that was my first moment on the air.
Really? Your first moment ever on the Score?
I jumped on the air.
Good job.
And asked the caller about what he said. And I was like, Les, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, what do you think about it? Lawrence, what do you think about it?
Oh, wow.
And then I gave my thoughts on it. And then he woke up. And he was like,
and that was that.
And he was back in. And
he got the shock that lasted him the rest of the show.
And then he told me I can open my mic whenever I want.
Oh.
That is the origin story of me on the air at the Score.
Folks, and from there to the Blackmobile.
Right.
So you owe everything to Les.
100%.
Now, someone who I owe nothing to, I also have a similar story. This is not as good of a story, but it did happen. Ranji, this happened before a Sox pregame one time, where we were sending him out to God knows where, and all of a sudden it was like 2 minutes before the pregame opening billboard, which is like has to be precise timed. And he calls, he's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not gonna make it." And he was lost on top of it. So it's like, and this was before GPS was readily available on cell phones. So it's like looking at MapQuest. Well, did you turn in 0.3 miles? where are you? So he did the first segment of pregame on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Les was, I got to say,
buddy,
for a guy who was driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone, it's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
Jason Benetti and I connected the other day, yesterday, and we were actually the day it happened on Sunday, because he called me when he found out the news, because he was in Chicago, he was doing the Cubs game, and we shared a laugh. We were silent on the phone for a second, and obviously anybody who knows JB, same deal. You love him because he had some really just the right words at the right moment. And we were both just like, I'm so sorry. He was both of our friends. He was both of our partners. JB, obviously a longtime fill-in for the Bulls too. And we were kind of silent for a second, and in perfect Benetti fashion, he goes, "Do you remember when you guys did that game in the studio, the Sox game in the studio?" And I just started laughing because Stacy and I did a White Sox game from studio when they played the Royals, and I knew exactly what he was talking about. There was a 2-hour or something rain, a 3-hour rain delay, and Stacy had ordered. We were doing this at the NBC Tower, and Stacy ordered P.F. Chang's for dinner, like on DoorDash or Uber Eats or something, and the guy couldn't get. NBC Tower is like impenetrable. It's like Fort Knox. And the guy couldn't find the entrance, and Stacy had ordered like $80 worth of Chinese food, and the guy couldn't find the entrance, so he ordered it again. And we never got the food during the rain delay, and then we had to call like a not very fun Sox Royals game from studio. And he never got his $175
It happened
worth
twice?
of PF Chang's. Neither person who tried to deliver the food could find the entrance at the NBC Tower. And Benetti didn't even have to bring up the whole story. He was just like, remember when you guys and the delivery guy, and we both just started cracking up, which was the first laugh I had that day. And it was courtesy of JB, and that's not shocking at all if any of you know Jason Benetti, that he would be have the ability to do that. But that's another, like, most people haven't heard that story. Some people have, but like there's, for the next, I don't know, year for sure, and probably forever.
This is Rahimi Harris and Grote on 104.3 The Score, and we have invited a special guest for an extra segment. You thought he was just baseball talk. Nope. We found out in the break. Marshall was so happy to know that Russ Dorsey, our friend who's the Major League Baseball insider for Apple TV, he does work for Yahoo Sports. You know him from Friday Night Baseball, the Relay with Russ Dorsey podcast. So Marshall's talking to Russ in our control room over here where Tyler sits. And Marshall, when Russ told you he watched the Summer League games, you looked like he had watched your own child's Summer League games, and you don't have a child. So this is as close as it gets.
Here's why. Because Russell Dorsey, for as long as I've known him, has been out on the Chicago Bulls. He's like, yeah, just tell me what happened. I'm not watching.
They've been bad since you moved here. just for context.
They went to the playoffs.
People are saying.
They won a playoff game.
Come on.
They won a playoff game on the road in Milwaukee. But now you say you're back in.
Yeah, I am. Oh, slow clap?
Tell us why you're back in and why you have, in the middle of baseball season, at the height of baseball season, decided you're going to watch not one, but 2 Chicago Bulls Vegas Summer League games.
Yeah, because I'm not one of those NBA sickos that's just going to watch Summer League anytime.
Don't talk badly about us like that.
I know. That's what y'all are.
Did I watch a little bit of the Mavericks game before the other game?
Sicko.
Yeah.
Sicko. The reason I'm doing that is because there's a young man by the name of Caleb Wilson who is so fun to watch. Like, it makes you feel good when you have one of those guys that everybody's like, ooh, when that dude really figures it out, he's going to be a superstar. And you're like, oh, man, it's been such a long time since we had one of those. And so he, in his first Summer League game, fantastic, right? Like, you're seeing shot creation. That wasn't what I was expecting. I was just expecting him to dunk on people, explosiveness, the
step back got you, didn't it?
Yes. I'm like, I didn't know about all that at UNC. And
bag a little deeper than you thought.
Yeah, it's been working on his game. Game 2, you got to see a lot more. It was one of those stuff the box score type of games for Caleb Wilson. So I've just been really excited watching the skill set, some of the things that I didn't know, some of the things that I did know. Obviously, he bodied somebody in the game last night. But you're seeing a guy that can do a lot of things. And people talk about me bad because I'd come on the station and I'd say, yeah, man, I'm not turning the Bulls on.
That's fair.
I don't think you're
But
alone.
now, I'm going to turn the Bulls on this year.
If you miss the Bulls, you can just watch my recaps because I talk about what they did. Like, why watch the game when you don't have to? I'll just tell you what happened. But one thing that caught my interest, before the game started, he sits down with ESPN's Katie George and she asked him about his goals. He was very demonstrative and clear about what his goals are for his rookie season. 1, win 42 games, a.k.a. finish with a winning record. He made that a priority in his stated goals. 2, win Rookie of the Year. I think both of those things are attainable for him. What say you guys?
I agree. I also, before we end the segment, want to know what you think about him playing tonight, because I know we mentioned it. I think he very much is embracing the I'm going to be a leader on this team role. Like they had him mic'd up to, I don't know if you guys saw that, where he's identifying play sets. He's identifying some of the part. I think he said they were leaving backdoor open on some of the half court sets. The fact that he's talking about this at 19 to his teammates, that in and of itself is notable. So just like him being upset about losing, even though they scored 35, he scored 35 in that first game. None of this sounds like it's not genuine. It sounds like this is who he wants to be and this is how he thinks about it.
I look back at how he talked about his ex-head coach who was at the game on the sidelines, Hubert Davis, and how he felt like he let him down because ultimately he played 1 year of college ball and his head coach got fired. Mm-hmm. And he felt like, hey, if I don't break my wrist, I'm around, we go somewhere in the postseason, then that's not the case. I think all of that leads me to say this. If he wants to play tonight, I know it's a back-to-back in Summer League, and Summer League's been like 2 games for the top picks and you're done. But they're only going to play 5 games. They're going to play this game, they're going to play a game against the Lakers, and they're going to play that one extra game because they're not going to finish in the top 4 and advance in their tournament style. You got to let this guy play and get as much feel as he wants and have him feel like he left the Summer League on a good note. Last night was not a good note for him or his teammates because it was awful. Mm-hmm. So I think he has to be allowed to play basketball games. But what do you guys think about his overall stated goals for his rookie season?
I appreciate that he can acknowledge the talent that he is, but also say, yeah, I want to make people around me better. Like I want to make the organization better. The organization believes in me. They selected me number 4 overall. I think the wins is a cool goal. It's not necessarily something that you can control individually, right? You have 12 other dudes around you that impact that. But I like that he's thinking, hey, this organization has not been in a situation where you can look at a winning record as being, hey, this is where we need to get to the next level. And so I think for him, he sees that as step 1 in trying to revitalize the organization of like, let's just get a winning record and then we can go from there. But no, I like all the things that I'm hearing. You're hearing a lot of maturity out of a very young guy, and it makes you excited about as he continues to mature in his game and the maturity in terms of life and knowing the NBA and all these different things. You're going to have a very talented player that is very wise beyond his years.
I also think there's something to be said for him having two games of experience already being coached by Tiago Splitter.
Right.
That's an up on everybody else who wasn't playing in Summer League. And that's invaluable when you're trying to figure out in the offseason what's going to happen, what you need to work on, how it's supposed to go. And I know the cutaways of Tiago, he didn't say much. We're seeing him observe, but that experience is going to be very valuable before they get to preseason here.
I'll give it to you in baseball terms since Russ is in the building. We talk about weighted runs created plus. He's got a weighted confidence created plus that I like. I think it's about a 130, maybe 135 right now. He's confident, but in a measured way where he understands, I don't know everything, but I know enough to know what I got to do and what my teammates need to do as well.
It's also weighted determination. Like he looks very determined and like he's got a goal in, and he has an expectation for himself.
I like to call it jib cut plus.
Wait.
Or as my man Brian Kinney says, cut of jib index.
Okay, the cut of jib. I like the cut of jib. I'm being from Alabama, I'm very familiar with the cut of his jib.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a thing.
That's such an old school
I didn't know you guys knew about that up north. I thought that was a Southern thing.
No.
Where do you rank that with Hitterish? I feel like Hitterish and I like the cut of his jib or somewhat similar.
I think I like the cut of his jib. I like that one more because there is some things, especially in baseball, that you like about a player that you can't always quantify by numbers. And it's just one of those, I like the cut of his jib.
Yeah, cut of his jib is very aura.
It
related.
is aura.
Or if you're feeling bougie, je ne sais quoi, right?
He had a certain je ne sais quoi to the way he put Jonas
Yes.
Adu on that poster.
Yes.
No, that was in your face. There was nothing.
Yeah,
Je ne sais quoi
je ne sais
directly
quoi is
translate to
like-
I don't know what.
Well, I don't know
It's
what
the
old dude was thinking
intangible.
trying to offer help defense because he beat his man straight up off the dribble when he went baseline. He beat his ISO defender. And then Jonas Adu, he really tried it. And he didn't realize that just because I'm this far away doesn't mean I can't throw it down. Because if you look at where he was when he took off vertically, it was like, I don't think he can dunk that, but he didn't make contact with the rim. It was an old school Blake Griffin style dunk.
Technically, I like the cut of your jib is a sailing reference to a jib sail. It means you approve of someone's general appearance, style, or personality.
Yeah.
It originated from naval tradition.
I like that.
Yep. That doesn't change my mind, I don't think. Russ Dorsey joins us for the next hour, and in the meantime, we will talk baseball things. You had a video that really, I think, hammered the point home on something we talked about yesterday, and we have some audio that we want to play with you just from collected yesterday throughout Major League Baseball and the All-Star Media Day. We'll do it all for the next hour, next.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
The path to the PGA Tour runs through Chicago's north.
Somebody somewhere in some bar or restaurant will have a story on Stacey, and it will range from he took a photo with me to he held my kid on his shoulders to we tweeted at him and he brought us down to the floor after the game and let us take photos at center court, which I never ever thought my feet would ever touch the United Center floor. To he was having dinner at this spot and he was nice enough to like say what's up and tell me about the playoffs. Like it's gonna range from all through that. Somebody somewhere in this city will have a story on him. And I always thought like Harry Carey and, like Johnny, Red, Norm Van Leer. I kind of always just thought that they were like men about town and they could walk in anywhere and like they didn't have to pay for a dinner or a drink or whatever like that. That's kind of how Stacey was, and I never thought of him that way because he was just our buddy. He was our friend. He was our colleague. We don't think of our friends necessarily in that manner, but that's what he was to a lot of people. I imagine Stacey, when people, say, oh, that guy was the life of the party. When I think of life of the party, it's not the guy who barrels in through the front door and starts screaming and yelling. That's not who he was. He's the guy that glides in through the front door, has a different aura about him, and not only does he differentiate himself because of that, he then decides, well, I'm going to get everybody into this and pulls everybody in a little bit closer where you do interact with the people around you. And I'll tell you this quick story and then I know we got to go. The juxtaposition of Stacey to me when we were in Paris for the Bulls playing the Pistons and on one night, we're sitting at a 5-star hotel in Paris eating escargot and listening to him tell all those Turkish mobster stories and his travels in Europe and the Hollywood starlets he rubbed shoulders with and the actors that he could shake hands with. And then I was like, this is the coolest thing in the world. And then the next night, he rips his suit pants from thigh to ankle when he gets on the bus to go to the arena in Paris, France. So then we have to eventually staple his pants shut for the broadcast. Mark Brady did yeoman's work there. And then right when that happened and we're getting adjusted and sat down at our broadcast position, he looks across the way and sees Victor Wembanyama, 19 years old, not drafted, and goes, that dude's about to change the league. And what do you know, 3 years later, that's the case. And in the very next moment, as if it was a completely natural occurrence, he introduced me to a person. He said, Adam, this is Magic Johnson. And I turned around and suddenly I'm shaking hands with Magic Johnson and meeting Cookie. And then he just sat down as if that was just a very normal occurrence. That's the juxtaposition, but that's also a great representation of pulling people in.
Fifth question here, 5 on it with Rahimi and Harris. Russ Dorsey is in. So it's usually a life question here. And I have a car for the first time since 2018, and I've lived in D.C., lived in Chicago, had a car. First time driving a car in the city. It sucks. I hate having a car in the city, and number one reason why is because finding a parking spot in this city is it's torture. I hate it so much, and now I understand all the people who are in their car listening.
This is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score! Russell Dorsey, National MLB Insider for Yahoo Sports.
Oh, he's fine. He doesn't need the attention. Russell will be fine.
You're probably right. We're going to have a conversation about some mediums when he gets in here. I tell you that.
Host of the Relay with Russ Dorsey podcast.
Crow Armstrong is the hottest player in baseball and has been for the better part of a month and a half. Like since May, he has been a man on a mission.
Insider and analyst for MLB Network and Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV.
They have guys in that lineup that they expected way more out of. Not a little bit, like a lot more. And so until those guys start swinging the bat, we're just going to be looking at each other like, 1 run and 5-6 hits, yeah?
Russell Dorsey on 104.3 The Score.
What you heard earlier was the Russ Dorsey pregame show where we talked about basketball and Summer League as opposed to baseball and its status report at the Midsummer Classic. This is the real part of the Russ Dorsey show. You got bonus, Russ. He is the host of the Relay with Russ Dorsey podcast, insider for Yahoo Sports. Excellent article out right now about Jacob Mizorowski. MLB Network is where Russ also works, and Friday Night Baseball on Apple TV. And Russ, I want to start there because we were talking in our control room, which is what led you to have a pregame show today about a few different things. One of them was the White Sox are not on the local on Friday. They are not on CHSN. They are on Apple TV, and this is a big, big deal.
They are facing off against the Toronto Blue Jays in Toronto on Friday. And yeah, this will be what I believe is the first national game for the Chicago White Sox this season.
And against a Blue Jays team that currently, follow me on this, they're currently in last place in the AL East, which just means they're only 2 games out of a wild card spot.
Not going great for the American League champs, but I still believe they're really talented. And in a American League that is, you can have a hot week, as you see from the Boston Red Sox. Hot week, you're back in it. So yeah, but for the White Sox, I think it's one of those things where when you start to get your name on the national slates, the various national broadcasts, that means people are taking interest in your team, and people have taken great interest in the Chicago White Sox.
Y'all are just waiting for Mooney to come back. That's why y'all finally giving them the shine that they have long deserved. They've been in first place for a while now, but Mooney's back.
I love how Marshall talks like they're 20 games
you want some
out,
behind
like
the scenes?
above 500.
Yes, I do want to give me the inside Apple
schedule,
Plus TV
all
schedule.
schedules, whether it's Fox, Apple, whoever,
Netflix.
Those are figured out in like February. And then you can't change them until usually that last week of June or July.
But I think this was a changed one. This wasn't originally on the schedule.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, when you say June
And
or July.
it didn't get changed until June.
Okay, got it.
That's interesting.
So like
though.
people say, "Oh, why isn't it was figured out 6 months ago."
Because Apple TV just sent a press release out saying, here's our games for Fridays in August. And a Cubs-Cardinals game, home Cubs-Cardinals game, just so everybody's aware, was one of the ones I think that was notable. So there have been some changes, but I didn't know why.
Right. Like I think there are some teams who were supposed to be good that are on that first half schedule where it's like, woof, this game is not good anymore. And then in the second half, you get to mix and match based off of where teams are. And like the White Sox are a first place team now. So it's like, all right, let's show the White Sox in Toronto.
Well,
Blue Jays, Padres, everybody, let's go.
The best part about this is there's literally just 6 teams where you're like, all right, we don't want those 6 teams. Everybody else is good.
Let's list them.
Like Colorado, Mets,
the
Giants, Angels,
Kansas City.
But see, the Mets might not count because of the New York market and the Mets being big names still. Like I don't
17
know.
games under. I'm out.
We had them on.
You are, but I don't know how
Friday
network
Night
people
Baseball
feel.
last week, it was the Red Sox who arrived at Citi Field 90 minutes before first pitch and then beat the New York Mets.
Yeah, they were stuck here.
Yes.
They were stuck here.
They were.
That were you there for that?
I was in studio, but there was a point on Friday where we're on our production call at 4:00 Eastern, And at that point, they were still in Chicago.
Right.
I remember that.
And I'm like, are we going to have this game or nah? And everybody was like,
The fortitude to get off the plane and just roll.
And fortunately, LaGuardia is right next to Citi Field.
If it had been JFK
or LAX, in bad situation. But the game started in a 40-minute delay just to give them a little bit extra time. But they got to the ballpark at like 5:15 for a 7 o'clock start.
It's kind of great. They showed and go.
Yeah, I explained to somebody, it's like travel ball. When you're a kid, you just jump out the car and play. Yeah. Like there's not
they give you
all
like
this,
10 minutes, 15 minutes, and you're up.
Do some arm circles and get in the lineup.
To be young
But,
again.
but the stress of probably even, I guess you treat it like a rain delay, so the mental process is similar, but I can't imagine what that must have been like for everybody getting off the plane.
And I think it's one of those just baseball things of you have a red hot team and nothing was going to stop them that weekend.
Red Sox are just a half game out of a wild card spot now after winning 9 games in a row, including the White Sox. I'm trying to mentally take what happened to the White Sox because that's part of that 9-game winning streak for the Red Sox where the White Sox scored 2 runs in 3 games. And part of me says, well, it's not that bad. You face the hottest team in baseball. But part of me is like, to score 2 runs over 3 games ever is just bad. How do you see it, Russ?
How many times in this first half have you, White Sox Marshall, felt bad after a series about the White Sox offense? Very few times, right?
I can answer that question. Not since before
April.
Sam Antonacci got the call up. I told people, I was like, once Sam Antonacci gets the call up, things are going to change. They changed very quickly.
And so that's why I am not concerned. And now you have Munetaka Murakami back in that lineup. So that lengthens it out a little bit as well. I would consider this a blip on the radar until it starts to show up more than that series.
Well, and I think that's how I feel. I'm still in White Sox need to have main character syndrome where they need to focus on their goals as a team. I don't necessarily know how much the American League being bad affects what they want to do. And that's a question that I think Chris Getz can answer at this point. Like that is one where there's been enough time. There's been enough proof both on the success of the Sox part and then also the American League faltering part to say, does this change? Does the scope of the American League change any way you're running your team any differently? And I think I even got a little more proof that the answer is no, based on them trading what I thought was a very tradable prospect in Jacob Gonzalez and Brandon Eisert to Pittsburgh to get the draft pick to get Landon Tomey.
I think in the context of the American League, I think we're about to see. Like, I'm really curious how this next 3 weeks are going to go. Because let's just say everybody stays pretty much where they are right now. The additions that you might make at the deadline might be a lot different than what people are actually expecting. You might get some ancillary movement, some additions on the margins, but the frontline starter that you have in your mind that your team is going to acquire is probably not available. Because think about the Boston Red Sox with Sonny Gray, a guy that behind Tarek Skubal is probably the best starter available 2.5 weeks ago.
Tarek Skubal's only 3.5 games out of a wild card spot.
Exactly. So, like, let's say, and I still think you have to move him for the long-term future of the Tigers, but that's another story for another day. I think in terms of what is available behind him, if Sonny Gray's off the board, now you have to go to, is Joe Ryan available? ?
Joe Ryan should have been available last year, and I will die on that hill.
Well, now the Twins are in a much better position this year than they were last year.
They're tied for the final wild card spot.
So then now you're asking, Eduardo Rodriguez, come on down.
Hey, it's the 6 teams I told you about, and one of them said they're not trading one of their pitchers.
I just asked if Seth Lugo was available again, like nothing even happened.
And if Kansas City does we're not that far away, we're not going to trade anybody, it's like, okay.
They seem like they're far away now.
That's what they are. They're a lot further than you think.
Because at this point, they've been passed by a couple of teams you thought were going to be
100%. Like, I would have moved Michael Wacha yesterday.
Yeah, that's a
name that
guy
you should
Michael Walker
pry from their hands.
seems
Like if I'm the Cubs or the White Sox, I'd try to go get Michael Walker.
He absolutely seems like somebody who's going to be available. But the problem is the buyer, and John Heyman said this morning, this is nothing you don't know, Russ, but the price on anybody, because there are so few sellers, is going to be wildly high.
Yeah, astronomical. Again, I'm only comfortable as far as non-ancillary moves. I'm only comfortable going and getting a good starter. Doesn't have to be frontline, but a good starter. And that's why the Reed Detmers conversation happened. If the guy's under control through 2028, 2029, and somebody you feel like you can extend into some of their free agency years.
Reed Detmers 2 years of club control after this season,
right?
Not just including the 2 months. Yeah,
right. Because I don't know if 2027 is going to happen. So even through next year doesn't do a whole lot for me.
Well, and I think those trades even get more expensive. You used to be able to make those all the time, the trade for next year type of deal, and you don't see those hardly at all in the last few years.
I think it's going to be a very rental-heavy deadline. Like, it's going to be a lot of guys on expiring deals that, like, Freddie Peralta. And with the season that Freddie Peralta's at, I don't know what you...
Dude, the Mets would be so smart, though, to trade him because they know... They would be helping their cause.
You're going to be trading him for pennies on the dollar, but at this point, if you're the Mets, you're not going to bring him back anyway.
Yeah, and I think for Freddie Peralta specifically, and others of his ilk, there's always going to be a front office who believes they've got the answers to getting him back to...
We can fix him?
Yes, they can get him right back to where he was.
Especially if it's, I don't know, one where he used to pitch with his former manager.
As long as they pass their physical, you feel like your pitching lab / coaches can get them back to where they were at the height of their
Russ,
powers.
I don't think it's going to be pennies on the dollar because of the availability overall of individuals in the market.
I think there are solid starters available that are better than Freddie Peralta. Like, I would go, if I'm a team, I would much rather trade for Foster Griffin from the Washington Nationals, left-hander, have an all-star.
Do we think that they're sellers?
They're in a position where they can... I know their bullpen is trash, but...
I think the Nationals will end up being a seller.
Oh, man.
Okay. Well, they play in that division.
Or do the old stand pat.
Stand pat.
I think the Sox likely stand pat.
What about a buyer and seller situation for a lot of these clubs?
The Rays model.
Rays...
Like they did with Griffin Jacks.
The San Diego Padres model, where you give up and you're like, but we can restock a little bit here, but we can also get better in this area. The problem is I think everybody needs pitching right now. Mm-hmm. So it's not we just need a bat for our offense to be better. No, everybody just needs pitching.
Everybody needs a reliever. Everybody.
Yes, everybody.
Yes. Although, follow me on this, back to the White Sox.
Maybe not the Dodgers. But
Grant Taylor, what I've seen from Jordan Hicks over his last, seven appearances, mm-hmm. They look like they might be putting together a little something in the back end of their bullpen. I'm very intrigued by the next time the White Sox and the Cubs meet, what those two bullpens look like.
If you're the White Sox, you hear everything that you just said, could I interest you in, let's say the Padres are 3 weeks from now out of it, can I interest you in Adrian Moore-Home?
Didn't they say Mason Miller was available?
Yeah, I don't think that's the market the Sox should be in.
That's a lot of...
No, not for the White Sox, but just in general. Didn't they also last offseason say Miller was available?
I don't think... Not to my knowledge being available, especially... Or not right now either, until they are out of it. But I think if in 3 weeks the Padres aren't in a position to make the postseason, I think Adrian Morejon, who is a guy who has an expiring deal, who's going to be a free agent after the end of the season, so been one of the best high leverage arms in baseball from the left side. I think that's the perfect addition for the Sox or the Cubs.
I don't know why any team who thinks that they might be in the playoffs, Sox I still think should be holders at the deadline. I don't know that they should do much, but I feel like if I'm any playoff motivated team, especially in the National League, I'd absolutely go after Adrian Morejon. It's just a matter of whether or not you have enough prospects to make the deal go through.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I feel like a lot of these questions will be answered because if you look at the schedule for the White Sox in terms of their approach, I'm saying, Layla, that stretch we talked about forever, the 2-week stretch that they had where they came out and like, okay, that's good without Munetaka Murakami. To understand starting July 27th, right before the deadline, they've got 4 games against the Yankees, followed by 3 games at the Rays, followed by 3 games at a resurgent Boston Red Sox team, followed by 3 games with Cleveland, 3 games in Cincinnati, 3 at Detroit, 3 at the Cubs. That is a wild stretch and their most difficult stretch on paper this season. And it goes for almost a whole month.
You know what my response to that is?
Yes. No, I say it. Yes.
Go prove that you're the team that you feel that you are. Right? Like, you're at this point now.
You're right about that.
You're in first place, going into the All-Star break, tied for first place. Your chest is puffed out. You're feeling good. You got confidence. All right, go prove it in the second half.
To quote one Layla Rahimi, they're 5 games over 500, not 20 games over 500.
I mean, you do talk about them being first in the division like they're...
See, I don't like being able to talk about out of both sides of your mouth like that. Like, if you feel like you're the best team in the AL Central this year, then go show it.
I think they're the best team in the AL Central as long as Jose Ramirez is hurt, which is going to be
But see how you
while.
have to qualify
See, yeah,
that?
don't
Then
qualify
you know.
it. Either
Then
you are or you aren't.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Scared money don't make money.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Scared money don't make it.
I don't know. I'd argue that their scared money has made money recently.
She might have a point on that one. She might have
The
a point
White
on
Sox
that
have been frugal.
Yeah.
They were even frugal in acquiring their star.
Let's the context of the
ahead.
phrase in and of itself.
I'm sorry. I just kept... Sometimes we can have fun with something.
Don't be scared to... You don't have to go make go get Mason Miller. But, like, you can make moves that don't cost you high-level prospects, maybe some mid-level guys, to make yourself better in this year and not have to mortgage the future. You can do that.
I'll be very honest. I'm of the belief that Munetaka Murakami's reappearance, along with Shane Smith's impending return, may make them feel like they don't have to do as much at the deadline because of what I said about the reliever situation. If that's getting some clarity with Jordan Hicks specifically, along with Grant Taylor and some of these other guys that you feel like, okay, Brian Hudson, if they're going to be the guys they were over the last month, you feel really good about your bullpen in a way that you didn't a month ago. Is that fair?
Sure. I don't think that should stop you from making additions if you think.
No, additions, but like we're talking about small additions to Layla's point.
I also feel like we're going to have this conversation every week until August 3rd.
But that's what makes it fun.
But I also don't want to... I feel like we're still in the same place because no moves have been made outside of the trade that I just mentioned for a draft pick.
Yeah, and that was more about just getting more money to be able to use in the pool. So,
by the way, I think the other thing with that move specifically, as you get more talent in your system, as they've gotten an influx of young talent over the last several years, I say it all the time, everybody can't make it to the big leagues with your club, right? The point in stockpiling assets and prospects is to make your team better, and they feel like they're a better team long term. You move Jacob Gonzalez to a place where he can play every day the big leagues.
Bye, Caleb Bonham. We'll get a picture with you. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
I want you to finish your thought, though.
Well, if you're going to now have a farm system that has Rock Chalowski, Billy Carlson. You have one of the better young shortstops in baseball in Colson Montgomery. 8 shortstops can't play. And so the more you develop your farm system, the more shortstops you bring into your system. And teams usually do that because shortstops are considered the best athletes on the field. You can move around, you can trade them, etc. Everybody's not going to be in the lineup in Chicago. You're going to have to use some of these guys to get better in other places, which they did.
I think that's a good point to pause because I do want to ask you about All-Star and what's taken place so far and even just home run derby stuff. So more with Russ Dorsey, Major League Baseball insider. He is of the Relay with the Russ Dorsey podcast, available.
New episode out today.
Wherever you get your podcasts. And we want to play some audio for you as well that we came across that is awkward, and yet we know you'll understand. So more with Russ coming up next here on Rahimi Harris and Grote.
Hey, Sox fans, what's going on the South Side? Find out with former White Sox world champion manager Ozzie Guillen every Wednesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with Mully and Haugh. Plus, Steve Stone throughout the season giving you an insider's perspective on this up-and-coming White Sox team. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Tired of hiding your smile? And almost
this radio station, I understand it now. The fifth question is, why is parking in the city so insufferable?
Well, I think it's insufferable because we live in a major metropolitan area with 3 million people, and people commute in, and they don't use enough public transportation, and they don't walk enough, and you end up with not enough parking spots. Let's be very clear. There's not enough easily accessible parking spots, and that's why it's bad, and it's only going to get worse, Robbie. I just want to let you know. Nothing speaks future good about Chicago parking.
Why does it suck? It's one of the largest cities in the country. There is a big concentration of people that live here. So naturally, a lot of people
Let's
with
just not
cars.
drive cars. We have transportation. Let's just take the
And here
transportation.
you are,
You're driving your car.
transportation. But I like to drive, but as somebody with a car that lives in the city of Chicago, I don't drive necessarily unless I have to. And I've gotten to the point in life, and Marshall, I know Marshall's gonna make a joke here. I just valet because I don't want to do the thing where, let's say I have a 7:30 reservation and it's 7:25. Now I have to circle the restaurant for 15 minutes hoping that somebody backs out and I find a spot. Like, just take my $15. But Robbie, do you know that the city of Chicago doesn't even own the meters in the city?
Wait, are you kidding me?
So in 2008.
Wait, is this real?
Yes.
100% real.
It's
That's why I didn't
100%
tell you in the
this
group
seems
chat.
flawed. Why
So,
did they do that?
In 2008, former Chicago Mayor Richard Daley privatized the parking meters. And so the city leased the meters to a company known as Chicago Parking Meters LLC, based in UAE, United Arab Emirates, for $1.1 billion because the city needed the cash. Since then, the meters have generated over $2 billion.
They really traded parking for cash considerations.
So this is the yes.
Are you kidding me?
So Robbie, this isn't
What
even
a
the worst
dumb
part.
deal.
That
Are
lease,
they the Bulls?
That lease was for 75 years. There is still 58 years on that deal, and UAE, the Chicago Parking Meters LLC, has already gotten their money back and an extra $1 billion.
How is this not like talked about as one of the worst trades
Oh, it
of all
is.
time?
Oh, it is one of the worst trades of all time.
Like if we talk about Luka, like that's one of the worst
Yes.
trades I've ever seen.
1,000%.
Who's his mayor's name?
Mayor Daley.
Oh my God!
The
No,
most
I didn't know
famous
who made
mayor
the
in
deal.
city.
Oh my God, he makes Nico Harrison look like a saint. Are you kidding me?
This
is the worst deal I've ever heard.
Robbie, I was in the 8th grade when this happened, and at the time it was just like, oh, the city got $1 billion. Let's see if it works out for him. And now people are like, woof.
Way to go, Mayor.
It is woof.
The Chicago Bears select Dylan Thieneman.
There it is.
Defensive back, Oregon.
That's again. It was a clean sweep before the pick, and as we went around the horn and said who we would like to see them take. Just a quick rundown of Dane Brugler's sort of write up on Dylan Thieneman. 1-year starter at Oregon, a productive post safety at Purdue for 2 seasons, transferred to Eugene for his junior season, earned a 2025 All-America nod for the Ducks with both of his interceptions clinching victories late in the game. Collected more than 300 combined tackles in 3 college seasons, averaged 7.9 tackles per start. Open field athleticism, says Thieneman has a lot to offer in the NFL because of his versatility, making plays over the top, in coverage, or downhill versus the run. Shows impressive range and anticipation from the deep half of the field, as well as the intelligence to understand what opponents are trying to do. Although he doesn't always play up to his testing numbers, he can guard both sidelines and sort through routes. He can clean up some things in the run game too. He has a nose for the ball and doesn't hesitate flying to the contact point. That sounds like exactly what the Bears needed in that secondary, Ant.
This is exciting. This is a really exciting draft pick for Ryan Poles for the Chicago Bears. I can only imagine what that war room at Haugh looked like, how it exploded as more and more picks came off the board, leading to this particular player being available to them, because I do think he suits exactly what the Chicago Bears are going to be looking at the safety position opposite Kobe Bryant. And as much as I've covered literally every game of Dylan Thieneman's career, the 2 years he spent at Purdue, the 1 year he spent at Oregon, he is a Big Ten safety, so I've seen what he's done at a really high level. You go back to him being the Big Ten Freshman of the Year back in that season at Purdue. Ryan Walters was his head coach, and at that time, he had Dylan Thieneman playing as kind of a center fielder, like a deep safety, and that's where all those interceptions came back in his freshman season. 3 years ago. And year by year, his role continued to be tweaked and adjusted. Second season at Purdue, sometime at strong safety, sometime in the box. Here at Oregon.
Say something that I find offensive, and then I invite you to my privates.
First thing I thought of when you just said that was Veronica Corningstone in Anchorman. Are you saying there's a party in your pants and I'm invited?
Oh my gosh.
Middays 10 to 2.
Party with pants. Party with pants?
On 104.3 The Score.
We are back with Russ Dorsey here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score. The new episode of the Relay with Russ Dorsey podcast is out, available on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. He has a fantastic article out about Jacob Mizorowski right now on Yahoo, working for MLB Network, Friday Night Baseball, and Apple TV. This is Russ season. I feel like we're probably going to repeat ourselves when it comes to the trade deadline talk.
Yeah.
So I want to get your thoughts on what we've seen so far out of revamped All-Star. We didn't know what was going to happen with the new home run derby format. I feel like, especially for us here, to watch Mooney, to watch Kyle Schwarber go head to head with Wilson Contreras. We see Jordan Walker, nemesis of the Cubs, being with the Cardinals. There was a lot of Cub adjacency, I feel like, in the home run derby. We got to see a White Sox represented in the home run derby. What did you think about the event overall?
Okay. Number one, great ending.
Yeah.
Fantastic ending, which I think is the most important part, that you have an ending that people can enjoy and appreciate. You had a winner that people were really excited about in Jordan Walker, who's having a breakout year. And so that was very fitting to go up against the hometown hero and Kyle Schwarber, who looked like he was going to win it. They booed. They tried to make sure those boos were raining down on Jordan Walker. And he was really excited about winning. He's out there with his family. It was really cool. The event in and of itself, to me, yeah. I think the ending made it better. I was actually a fan of the timer because it gave the home run derby a pace and a flow. And with no timer, and for everybody out there, some inside baseball, pun intended here, the reason that you don't have a timer is that if I'm Netflix and I just bought home run derby, I'm going to get my money's worth, right? So, yeah, no timer kind of makes sense in the streaming model. But I do think you lose flow when there's no timer. So that's something that's just personal to me. I don't know if anybody else cares.
You are somebody who floats between those formats, though.
Yeah.
Because Apple's like that.
But we don't have. I'm thinking of it in just the home run derby and non-game situation.
Our Odyssey colleague Grant Paulson was on earlier, who was there hosting some shows, and he brought up the possibility of a hybrid, where you maybe have the timer for the first 2 rounds, but you get to the finals,
swings.
Just straight swings.
I'd be down
which
with
would
that.
slow it down, to your point,
right?
And that makes the ending much more.
The drama builds.
Yeah, the drama builds in a way. And I responded to him with what I've been thinking about for a couple of years now, which is why not have the pitch clock for the first 8 innings of a baseball game and then turn the pitch clock off for the 9th inning and beyond?
I don't think we should do that.
Tell me why.
Because I think it's shown that it works effectively doing it the way you're doing it. And I don't think it has changed the dynamic of the game. I think initially people were like, oh my God, what's going to happen? And we don't even think about it anymore, similar to what ABS has become.
I don't know that players would like playing in 2 different formats either.
And I think with pitch clock, where you have it in the postseason now, and it, we haven't had a game decided by a pitch clock violation, right? So there hasn't been some big egregious moment to make a change. And it would feel like making the change just for the sake of making a change. But I do like it in terms of what you're talking about for the home run derby, because maybe I would feel differently about it if you had the flow and then you let the final breathe, where it's like, all right, I catch my breath if I'm one of the hitters in the final and can go out there and have my best round when you need to have your best round.
Since we last talked to you, there are now 2 more White Sox All-Stars, Tristan Peters hits for the cycle.
Hey, can I
ends
show
up
some love
making
to
the
Tristan
All-Star game.
Peters?
And then, now we have Mooney too. We wanted to ask you about that too. Just the fact that it changed and Chicago's more represented now.
Number one, I'm just glad Mooney made it out of the home run derby healthy, because that was something that I was concerned about on Friday when it was announced that he was going to do it. Because it's like the day you get off the IL, you're going to do the home run derby. We've seen dudes, former White Sox, get hurt in the home run derby. So with as important as he is to their second half, I'm like, okay. But came out of it healthy. I think the other side for Tristan Peters, hell of a fine by the White Sox front office to say, you know what, we think there's something here with this guy. And for him, having the season of his life so far, has proven to be an above average defender in center, has, been a force offensively as well, hit for the cycle on Friday. Like that's a really good find for Chris Getz in that front office.
For me, all you got to do is look and check on these stats. Are you ready for the stats?
Okay.
Just say you're ready for the stats. This guy, he's got a .1 WAR, former All-Star, by the way. .1 WAR. He's batting .224 with an on-base percentage of .327, a slug of .329. So that's an OPS of .656, and his OPS plus this season is .85. That was last year's starting center fielder Luis Robert Jr. and what he's doing this year as a New York Met.
Well, he hasn't done much as a New York Met.
That's
because
my point.
Yeah, he got
He
hurt.
hasn't been in the lineup in 2 months.
He's played 24 games this year.
With a...
Just say injury, because that's what Luis Robert Jr. does.
It was herniated disc.
Yeah.
What is what it was. Yeah, no, it's been fantastic. Like, I think everybody was like, when that trade happened, why are you making the draw?
Well, they shouldn't have signed him for $20 million to begin with. They could have just not picked up the extension, but they were bent on getting something in return for doing so.
I think what they got in return has helped them this season.
Fair.
You know what I mean? I think in terms of baseball money, it's not crazy.
Yeah, but when you talk about
at the
baseball
time,
money and White Sox baseball money, that's often two different subjects.
You were able to trade it and it didn't matter, right? It was a wash anyway. But yeah, I think when you look at what Tristan Peters has been able to do, you've gotten significant production from a spot where you weren't getting significant production. And as I talk about a lot, when you're having these rebuilds, you need developmental wins outside of the players that you think you're going to get them from. Like, you knew what you were going to get with Montgomery, and to see what Miguel Vargas has turned into is significant, even though he was a top prospect at one point, and Braden Montgomery a top prospect.
They
Tristan
helped
Peters
Vargas in
isn't
high
somebody you're
regard.
just saying, oh, this guy's going to be an 845 OPS and give you Gold Glove caliber defense in center field. You're like, oh man, playing with house money here. So like, you need good things like that to happen along the way.
You would say overperforming expectations.
Yes. Wait,
to borrow a term from the North Side management.
There was another All-Star thing you wanted to ask me about.
I think it's we were talking about the format. Like, you didn't use, because I wasn't here for this when you two talked about it.
So one of the reasons why Russ will tell you, if you ask him about the All-Star game and the way players are selected, he's like, I don't care, because ultimately you said Major League Baseball is going to do what Major League Baseball wants to do. That rings true with the Munetaka Murakami and the Tristan Peters selection, honestly. Tristan Peters justified, because when they picked him, forget about the cycle, which is big that he hit for the cycle. I'm not discounting the cycle.
I do think it was just like, oh, yeah, this is a dude.
Well, no, but even if you just say the recency of he hit for the cycle last night, nobody in baseball that plays outfield in the American League had a higher WAR this season than Tristan Peters. He's tied with Byron Buxton, who obviously was injured, is not playing in the All-Star game. So that's like a logical conclusion to put him in. But to the Munetaka Murakami part of this, a guy who missed 35 games, they were like, we want our Japanese super slugger to be in the game to grow the game internationally. At the same time, they went to 4 other pitchers before asking Zach Wheeler, one of the greatest starting pitchers of our time. Chris Sale talked about it, about him not being invited earlier to the All-Star game. And Wheeler said, no, thank you, because I feel disrespected. And he has every right to do so. But I think Major League Baseball may have a problem here in the way they handled this.
So a couple things. I do think injuries, especially when it comes to position players, like you got to do like the Tristan Peters thing. It worked out. He probably deserved to go anyway. Buxton wasn't going to play. He gets to go. Murakami, a little bit more interesting. Like, I know he had a monster first half of the first half, but he missed a lot of time. And so you're like, is this really a guy that you're saying should go. I will also say you're 100. For everybody out there, this thing is a business, however you want to look at it. And Munetaka Murakami brings in a lot of market. And I will also say, once Shohei said he wasn't going, you're like, nah, we're not going to have that. we need
some representation.
We need our Japanese markets, our Asian markets overseas to come in to be able to watch in both the home run derby and in the All-Star game, because like that plays, like that's a market where you're getting new eyes all the time. And so, yeah, I think that plays into it as well.
The popularity vote counted here too. I mean, he was popular. He got more than
he's very
700.
popular.
I mean, that's it for me. Is you can't deny that he got more than 700,000 votes. And while that wasn't enough, out of the other two to be able to say you're going on in the next round of first base, it was enough for Major League Baseball to say this guy moves the needle.
Yeah,
like you can use that data to help you understand.
And I think at the end of the day, it's kind of a popularity contest. To the Wheeler point, though, I am 100% in on him saying, blank y'all, I'm not going to the All-Star game, because think about it like you want to go to prom with somebody and they're like, I'm not going with you. And then they ask 5 other people and then they come back and like, hey man, you still want to go to prom? No,
I'm good.
You go talk to those other 5 people that you asked before me. And I think you feel disrespected, and sometimes we let people disrespect us too much. And Zach Wheeler said, you know what? Nah.
He stood on business.
Take your All-Star selection number 5 and shove it.
Yeah, I like how he.
I did too. I do too.
He's been disrespected for the last 2 years.
He's having a monster year.
When Zach Wheeler came back for the Phillies and they won the first game that he threw in, right? He comes in against the Braves and they were 8-18 in his 15 starts. They are 13-2, and he's putting up phenomenal Cy Young Award type numbers.
He has, since it was announced, 3 consecutive 10-plus strikeout games.
Didn't have a single one before.
He was like, no, I'm going to show y'all how good I am. And if not for Jacob Mizorowski, he would be your NL Cy Young frontrunner. And this is coming off of thoracic outlet surgery. He's having an incredible season by any metric that you want to use. I appreciate how he went about it and said, you know what? Y'all didn't want me. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to enjoy my All-Star break.
I mean, he's out here just mowing people down. His ERA, go back to 2023, 361 is the outlier. You have to go back to 2019 to find another career ERA that's above 3. Since 2020, it's been 292, 278, 282, 2023, 361, 2024, 257, last year, 271. I mean, consistent as hell.
He's been one of the best pitchers over the last decade that we've seen.
His whip the last 2 seasons prior to this, he's got an 089 whip right now, which is insane. 096 in 2024, so sub 1 whip the next year, 094. That's the thing that really moves me with him.
His season, combined with how good Christopher Sanchez has been, and the fact that Dave Dombrowski is looking to make a big move at the deadline, is the reason you can't count them out in the second half as being a real contender.
He's 36, and he's doing this.
He's been great.
Russ, they're one big outfield bat away from being a problem for the Dodgers.
They're always a team that I think about when it comes to Scooble, because it's like if you went into a playoff series with Wheeler, Sanchez, and Scooble,
Shut it down. Go home. That is church.
Yeah. And they're probably going to try to get an outfield bat too.
Yeah.
Along with that.
Yeah. It's kind of scary. Scary.
Good on Zach Wheeler. Good on Zach Wheeler to not need the extra money and be like, no, I'm good.
Cubs very happy that they faced the Phillies
early.
7 times without Don Mattingly as their manager.
Oh, by the way, they're fourth
tiebreaker.
in Major League Baseball in runs scored over the last month, too. They figured that side
Shut
out.
it down.
Yeah.
Scary.
I can't. It's too good reading those numbers. I want one of those. Caller 6 to our score contest line, 312-540-0670, wins a pair of tickets to see the Spiegel and Holmes show live in the Blue Cross Blue Shield performance stage on Tuesday, August 11th. The show will feature former Bears player Raymond Harris and includes an exclusive book signing for attendees for his new book, Control the Controllables, Mindset, Pressure, and the Power of Control. That's Tuesday, August 11th, Spiegel and Holmes, right here on The Score. Is it really a national baseball broadcast unless we examine something that Alex Rodriguez has said? A tradition like no other with Russ Dorsey next.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10.
Past season, he was utilized in that Dan Lanning defense, Toss LaPoy's defensive coordinator, but it's Dan Lanning's defensive scheme that they were running, and he was moving around quite a bit. He spent some time at the second level, spent some time deep, did a lot more stem and disguise than we had seen at either point in his previous seasons of his college football career, and also a player that, being only 3 years removed from high school, you can just tell he's learned more and more about the sport of football, more and more how to play defense at the major college level every year he's been doing it. I actually comp him with Kevin Byard, the player who the Bears just moved on from because he's on the other side of 30, but no player in the National Football League has had more interceptions than Kevin Byard during the time he's been here. He was such a key cog in the Bears' success that they had last season. When you look at Dylan Thieneman, he's 6 foot, he's over 200 pounds, he's versatile, he's a sure tackler. He's not the thumper that some of the other safeties in this draft cycle are, but he is a physical football player. He tackles with urgency, which I really like to see that. He will continue, I think, to get even more formidable with the way that he's able to run the alley and attack the line of scrimmage. So his style of play, not only does he have the awareness and sort of the field generalship that he showcased this past season in Eugene playing safety for the Ducks, but he's going to continue getting better as a guy who's 3 years removed from high school. And the testing numbers being off the charts, it just ended up assuring everybody that what they were seeing on film is really legit for what it can project to at the NFL level.
Yeah, and you talk about the combine numbers, and we've heard a lot throughout the offseason that one of the main priority on the defensive side of the ball was adding some speed. This guy ran a 4.35 40 at the combine, and he definitely brings that speed that Dennis Allen and the Bears want on the defensive side of the ball.
And even when you're comparing him, whether you're talking Emmanuel McNeil Warren or even Caleb Downs, these safeties who are projected as first-round picks, none of them throughout their career have shown as a playmaker the sideline-to-sideline range that Dylan Thieneman has shown he can do. He can be a guy, if you just want to line him up deep as a center fielder, as a single high guy, as a free safety, and just let him stay back there and look for passes to pick off. He can do that at a really high level. He plays with anticipation, and the ball skills are what are really off the charts.
The Cubs are going to perform for Dustin, is what I've learned.
That's pretty cool you're going. I hope the weather's nice. I hope it agrees with you. Maybe you could give us a report. If you get out there before 11, give us a report on Inside the Clubhouse.
Did you happen to see what the giveaway is tomorrow?
Oh, my gosh. Is it Pat Hughes Sweater Day?
Almost. It should be Dustin Rhodes Vest Day.
Is it?
It is a Cubs puffer vest.
Is that why you're going?
Well, part of it. I mean, if anybody needs to have that Cubs giveaway, it's I wear a vest if it's 20 below out or if it's 79 degrees. I wear a vest.
We call you Puffer Rhodes.
Dork thinks he's going to drown.
That was his selling point. I saw him look at that vest like all week.
All week? You probably got tickets right after the promotions came out in the calendar in January at Cub Fest.
Yeah,
Cub convention.
What you saw is just fantasy. Yeah. He's getting ready for the vest. That's all. Appreciation of his purchase.
Is that what he was talking to Crane about at the Cub convention?
I don't know.
Lining up the
puffer vest,
the promotional items.
That's good.
That's good. So the first 10,000. You better get there.
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah. Ballet better go quick
That would
over
be
at the
awesome.
Forest Dance.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rhodes. You're 10,001.
Oh,
wah, wah, wah.
We just ran out.
Would that be something?
Here's those Alex Bregman bobblehead.
I would ask Bruce, but I know I'm going to beat Bruce there because he's going to be working with you tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Bruce is 9-11. We got guys.
Now, will he
We're set up.
Will he do it from here or will he do it from Wrigley?
No. Come on, technology. He's doing it from Wrigley.
Okay. So he'll beat me to Wrigley then.
He'll beat you to Wrigley. He'll be there 8:30 in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah, he's ready.
When do they start giving out the
does that count as one of the first? If he's there at 8:30, he'll be one of the first 10,000.
He should nab you one.
But he's not. He's going in the media. He's not. He's not at the.
That's true. He's going in the media entrance, and they frown upon that stuff. They don't even give you towels anymore when you walk through, like at the Bears games or whatever. If you go through the media entrance,
no rally towels.
No rally towels. No give outs. I couldn't walk out of there with a vest.
You got to pay for that.
You got to pay for that stuff. Well, that's exciting. Then you're going to get a vest. Kate Horton's going to deliver, and the Cubs will be 500 again.
Fingers crossed on the vest.
Fingers crossed.
Really? You think it's going to be that close? You're really going to be delayed that much
to get the vest?
Yes.
Well, my daughter. It's just my daughter and I. It's a dad-daughter day, and she's got to do ballet. So we got ballet finishes, and we're going to come right down.
It's not a competition. Or
No.
It's
just class, but
you
can't miss class.
Okay.
What time does class get over?
I want to say 10:30.
Oh, you're going to be cutting it close,
right? Yeah.
You're going to be cutting it close. Yeah. Maybe
mirror on a cover of a magazine.
That's a great question, though. Just to come back with that question, what purpose does he serve?
I asked that question about a lot of people.
Fair.
I'm sure people ask that about me. I don't know either, guys. I'm here to just make jokes and waste oxygen. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grote on 104.3 The Score.
You're not wasting oxygen. Everybody knows the plants benefit from your
carbon dioxide
emission of carbon dioxide. Yes.
I don't know.
Photosynthesis.
Yeah, look at you, Mr. Science
the
over here.
mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
More than launch angles over here with Russ.
That was a smart guy in school.
Russ is all things to all people. Russ is versatile.
Guy in school. Fun Russ Snapple fact: I won the spelling bee in 5th grade.
What was the word you won on?
Oh, that's a great question.
I know the word I was out on, and it's very apropos now.
Is the word apropos?
Tariff.
Oh,
you were out on tariff?
Yeah, I studied the advanced words. No, I put E because of the accent. I just hadn't read it. I studied the advanced words instead of the still not as advanced words, and I didn't.
I think I won on ambiguous.
How appropriate.
Ambiguous. And I think the girl
Can
who I was
you use
up
it in a
against
sentence?
in the final, she got a word where I'm like, oh, she gonna get it, and jagged. And I'm like, oh shoot, like I get an opportunity, and then came back and won. And my mom was there. I was feeling myself.
Who needs a home run
10
derby?
years old.
Is that how old you are in 5th grade?
You're 9 turning 10 in 5th grade.
Yeah.
Typically.
10. You're 10 in 5th grade.
Yeah.
Okay. So speaking of A-Rod, this is one that's a bit out there. So this is the Fox Sports pregame show before the home run derby. Justin Verlander is on the show. He just announced he's retiring at the end of the season. And Alex Rodriguez proceeded to recall things about Justin Verlander that didn't actually happen.
Justin, first of all, I've been a huge fan of your career from day one when you stepped into the old Yankee Stadium and blew balls right by me.
Good memories.
For you.
Not you always have 3,000, so that's also
that's a one.
Yeah, of course.
10 against 1. No, but I also look at you as I look at Tom Brady, Jeter, Papi, Mariano as guys that played into their 40s and is doing it at a high level. But this is for the young ones that are out there watching. How do you explain being a late draft pick, being designated for assignment a couple times, but two different teams, right?
Me?
Yeah, no?
That's wrong. You got the wrong notes.
I get it. No, but the question I have for you is, how have you been able to be so good for so long, and sometimes you even became a better pitcher late in your 30s?
I think it's just the ability to adapt. I think that's what separates great from good. I think a lot of guys are given talent, not a lot, but some obviously. When you play and you see the swath of talent at this level, a lot of guys are gifted with that.
What? Did you mean traded and you said DFA'd? He got traded from Detroit. He got traded.
But hold on.
Do y'all want to go back to the 2000?
Hold on. He said late round draft pick. Justin Verlander was the second overall pick in the draft.
So like 1/2 is what you're saying.
All right. So I'm going to do two things. First, I'll say when you're on TV and you're going, there are some times where things can slip from your mind. As somebody who's on TV a lot, I can attest to that. And you're going off of memory. You usually don't make mistakes that large.
We've all made them.
And often you have a researcher in your ear that can give you nuggets. He was freestyling right there. That was something.
Freestyling right off a plank.
It kept snowballing.
What part grabbed you the most? Was it the late round pick or was it the DFA?
The DFA. He said DFA twice.
Justin gave him a lifeline though. He's like, "Oh,
I think you got the wrong guy.
Yeah, I think you got the wrong guy."
And that's how I know.
And then he said, "Just kidding," and it's like
because he knew I must have the wrong information.
But that's how I know.
Designated for assignment a couple times.
That's how I know Justin Verlander is retiring, because the Justin Verlander I see on the mound every 5 days would not have put up with that.
I just, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. I don't know, man. I don't like talking bad about people that you see out in the baseball industry streets.
But you could talk about what's factually been said and not been said.
Yeah, I'll say, hey, it's not great. I will also say you have to have some. There are fail safes in a situation like that for a little bit more inside baseball. Like usually you'll have things in front of you, notes, research packets, etc. You'll have somebody in your ear most of the time.
You highlight them to make sure you've got the notes correct.
And maybe he just, after he made his funnies about the, Verlander having success against them, he thought he could go right into the. I think when he put that together in his head, he was cooking. And when it came out, it did not come out that way.
Verlander. What was that?
You got the wrong notes.
Yeah, you got the wrong notes. Verlander immediately pulled the power on whatever was cooking, whether it was a microwave, a stove, oven. The power got cut off. And Verlander was so gracious in the fact that it was like, I'm just going to answer your actual question and not reference all the things you said
all the wrong things that
You know
said.
what? The question I have about him is how in the hell were you able to replicate that delivery day in and day out for 20 years? Like, that's the part that I find the most fascinating. That delivery is violent and hard to replicate.
But it's there, when you look at it, there's not a lot of moving parts to it compared to his peers, right? Like, it's a very...
But the one-legged aspect of it and...
But I think when it...
You're right. Like, Lincecum is the poster child
Like,
for
there are not a lot of
non-repeatable
things. He's not
mechanics.
flying open. There's not a lot of arm and shoulder movement. It's just pick the leg up and...
Go.
Yeah.
Go at a velocity that he had to change, as they all do.
A guy with 2 Hall of Fame careers.
Not even that, but a guy who got to 37 before he had like the actual injury. That's incredible to get to 37 before you have the major injury.
That goes to the clean mechanics.
It does.
Portion of it.
Well, and deceptively clean.
Yeah.
There was always something about the one-legged aspect of it where I was like, this doesn't seem like it would be able to be efficient for you, but he made it that way. It was truly his delivery, and others have replicated it, and I don't know that it's gone as well for them. I'm looking in the direction of Michael Kopech.
Very talented player.
And when he came back from said injury, here's another Cy Young.
Here's a sub-2 ERA.
1.75, another Cy Young award. That's how you knew, this dude is that dude.
Like, I'm this good, and then I'm going to go down to Houston where they can really optimize what I do. And me and Garrett Cole just both going to strike out 300 and 290. And
at one point, didn't they have both those two and Greinke?
Yes.
When Greinke was still good.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yeah, grand opening, grand closing, if you're a hitter back then. But Justin Verlander, for everybody out there, 2nd overall pick, not a late round pick.
You know who the first one was in that pick, in that draft?
What year was that draft?
It was
2004.
All right, that wouldn't have been Justin Upton. He think he was 05. 02 would have
close.
been BJ.
I don't know about 02, but Matt Bush was the first overall.
Fireballer.
Maligned.
Yes. And then after paying his debt to society, came back and threw 100 in the big leagues.
Which I'm sure was some redemption for him.
Yeah.
Quite the story.
Yeah, he turned out to be a high leverage arm that was really good. Matt Bush.
Before we get you out of here, Russ, I forgot to ask this.
Yeah, what's up?
It's on me. Rock Chalowski? Yay? Nay? You want an Emerson? Like, what do you think about what the White Sox did with the draft?
I asked around about it. 6 of one, half dozen of the other.
Okay.
Right? Like, if they felt that Rock was the most talented player on the board, take Rock. Like, it's as simple as that. And if you look at any mock draft, it was pretty chalk. So, yeah. By the way, it is pronounced Rock Chalowski, opposed to what Commissioner Rob Manfred called him.
Your video about that, I think, is spot on.
That's crazy.
There's no U or E. I was trying to figure out how do you get to the U.
It's a very simple name. And to call this is not Mr. Irrelevant NFL last pick. This is the number 1 overall pick who has been the front runner to be this pick for 2 years now. Like, if there's one name you have to know going up there, it's Rock Chalowski. And I think Rob Manfred gets nervous because I heard him talk during the trophy presentation in Toronto, and his voice was quivering, and I'm like, is he all right? Like, I think he might have something with crowds.
Would it be
public speaking?
Yes.
Well, I also thought maybe the second E looked like or second O looked like an E. Maybe it was didn't wear glasses thing, but I don't know.
It's the number 1 pick.
That's what I'm saying. You got to know the number 1
who the
pick.
possibilities are for the number 1
you know
pick.
how I feel about him. I'm like, give me something to show that you don't think the World Series trophy is a hunk of metal.
You should also have a phonetic for every name that you're going to say.
Absolutely. I was thinking, would I be less upset about this if he had said Rock Chalowski? Because at least that's an O. Like, I don't know where the U came from.
Chalowski.
No, I think the second O he thought was an E or something.
Maybe.
You've
get your glasses on, sir.
They say you've heard that name repeated in the industry.
He
hasn't.
Years.
He speaks very eloquently when it comes to not wanting as to wanting a salary cap. He seems to be doing that pretty effectively.
He knows how to say dollar bills.
And I think what bothers me the most is like that's the best day of Rock's life so far.
And he doesn't get the
highlight. You and your
highlight.
family go back to watch that video, you're going to hear Chalowski.
The funny part is hearing him say, well, we want more players to actually come to the draft. If you had come to the draft for that, get out of here. Get out of here.
Like, I'm thinking of Cheryl Dorsey. If you get up there and the commissioner says Roussel Dorsey, Cheryl Dorsey's gonna have a problem. So yeah, man, that's the tough part. Like, man, you work your whole life to hear your name get called. You're the number 1 overall pick, number 1, and you hear Rock Chalowski,
number 1.
That's Russ Dorsey. We are happy to have him here. Where can people get the Relay with Russ Dorsey podcast?
Yeah, you can get. I'm looking at the text line and I can't address what's on there right now. You can catch the latest episode of the Relay with Russ Dorsey today. Oh, by the way, Marshall, if you hadn't heard, we have merch. Relay with Russ Dorsey official merch. You can get it now on all my socials, YouTube, all digital streaming platforms. Relay with Russ Dorsey. New episode out today.
Spiegel and Holmes are next. Thanks, Russ.
Hey, it's Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons 2 to 6. We're bringing you the most up-to-date Chicago sports talk on 104.3 FM during your commute home from work. Do you want to watch us do the show live? Hang out with the Twitch mob or on YouTube. We're talking all of Chicago's teams every day. And if you're working from home, listen to the show on your smart speaker or the free Odyssey app.
There's no one way to listen or watch Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons from 2 to 6. So listen and watch your way today.
Av Noon, the famous ballet instructor, likes to keep them a little bit late.
The tension in that car driving downtown is going to be just thick enough to cut with a knife.
And for Lent, I gave up road rage. So when I get in a pickle, I say a Hail Mary or an Our Father.
He gave up road rage. How do you have road rage when you're driving 35 miles an hour in a 50
Because
zone?
people are giving me a look as they pass me and cut me off.
And everyone in a car right now just heard you say that and say, no, that's cute. How do you give up road rage? Come on.
How do you get road rage when you drive as slow as you're driving? I don't understand.
Well, road rage isn't necessarily speed of driving. It's the decisions that are made that put you in a spot like I can just imagine Dustin flipping off somebody who happens to not give him the right of way on when he's turning left.
Yeah, but he could never catch up to him.
Have you driven next to me before?
Oh, that would be fun.
Weren't you going to kind of have to watch a few starts before you determined if he was back as the same guy or if he
no
was,
doubt about it, Mully.
you know
would be
what I mean?
cautious. There would be trepidation.
Yes.
There'd be all kinds of
Yes.
things. You'd be looking for cues and holding your breath, start to start.
And now
inning to
it's going to
inning.
be worse.
But now it's like, oh, God,
Yeah.
exhale. Give me some of that Malort that Craig Counsell was drinking.
He did a shot of Malort, huh?
Yes, he did.
Is that
He celebrated his 900th victory with a shot of Malort, according to Taylor McGregor on Twitter.
Why would that be a celebratory shot?
The Chicago thing.
No, but Malort is meant to, it's supposedly like it tastes awful. I've never had a shot of Malort.
Well, I know you haven't.
And I'm from
proudly
Chicago.
You say. I know.
And I never heard of it.
It's not for everybody.
Until I was well beyond my shot drinking days. So we didn't have Malort when I was in college. So I don't know what to tell
I don't know the context. I don't know where they got it. I don't know why he in San Diego had a bottle of Malort handy. It might have been all that was handy.
It's funny because I was at a wedding and there were gift bags for everyone going to the wedding, and the gift bag included a little bottle of Malort.
Yes.
And I looked at it and I thought, that stuff's meant to be especially nasty.
It's supposed to be a Chicago thing, right? I know you guys.
I don't know.
Chicago handshake. It's a shot of Malort and
so
an old
that's
style.
probably why. Somebody may have brought it. Okay, so light them up. 312-644-6767. If you were going to celebrate a milestone, what would you do a shot of?
Maybe champagne. Something classy.
A shot of champagne?
No, like maybe.
What would you do a shot? But you're doing a shot. Not a glass of you're not like toasting. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my family.
It's a really
good.
No,
you're just doing a shot.
It's a very good question. Like
I know what I would do.
If you were having a shot, what would you want a shot of?
I know what I would do.
Give it to me.
Peanut butter whiskey.
Yeah. Okay. Now you lost me. I mean, a shot of whiskey.
Odyssey broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station. The Score!
Stroking.
I'm glad that hit the masses, you know? So many jokes to be made in so little time. But I'm glad to see it. Thanks to Munetaka Murakami and Derek Showman, first of all. Thanks to Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh, Brandon Fryer helping us out. Thanks to Russ Dorsey. Thanks to our guests today. Thanks to Grant Paulson, who came on with us in the 11:25 segment. Grant and Danny on 106.7 The Fan in D.C. Thanks to Ian Happ. Thanks to Cody Westerland, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis. And thanks to Lawrence Holmes and Matt Spiegel for sharing the studio with us. We thanked Russ, right? Thank you to Russ Dorsey.
Yeah, we get it. Like, it's a big step down. You've got Marshall and Layla and Russ in here, and then the handsome takes a curve. Like, it just goes straight down.
How dare you?
I
When the
disagree.
two of us walk in.
How dare you?
I disagree. Have you seen Speak's full head of locks, luscious locks?
I
It
will
is
say-
luscious hair.
I will say that he does have the great hair.
That's what I'm saying.
But so
Thank you
does
very much.
Russ, though.
Okay,
Russ
that's
also
fair. That's a
has
fair
great hair.
point.
You know?
Oh, yeah, no, but why
You
must...
look good bald. That's a flex.
Correct.
That's true.
Why must we compare? Why can we not amplify? Why can't they hand the handsome baton directly to us to carry forward into the evening?
How does it go? What does the handsome baton handoff look like?
Very handsome.
Well, for him, it's a brush and a comb.
Yeah,
for,
but to
Speaks.
Lawrence's point, we look good doing it. The handsome baton handoff. You know, it's not the most efficient one because we stop and we admire ourselves. That's not real.
Dig yourself.
Exactly.
Ever since they put these freaking cameras on these phones, and so many people use the camera as an actual mirror.
It doesn't always work.
That's a TV trick, Marshall. I didn't have that till recently.
Oh, you didn't know that?
I'm a much more new kind of TV person
Well, like,
as to
you're on
all
TV
you
all the
people.
time.
I'm active now, but like I was like, yeah, is there a mirror somewhere? And then I saw somebody using the phone. I'm like, oh yeah,
I got that.
oh yeah, I got that. I could just hit the flip around on the doohickey and the
Mirror's
thing.
still best, in my opinion.
Is it?
Yeah.
Mirror with lights.
I mean, well, if you're on set, mirror, because you're under lights, so that'll work.
You know what I want to do? I was just texting about this with our friend Jay Zawoski, he of the I'm Fat podcast, even though he's not fat anymore.
It's really, thank you for pointing out the truth here.
Is it that you both have decided no more lettuce? Ever?
No.
Jay did flex on that on his Instagram story.
What, no more lettuce ever?
He was like, we've been warning you about this for years.
The 10 to 12 day thing that I didn't know about till Layla brought it up at halftime. So apparently it takes 10 to 12 days to even know that you have this thing inside of you, the parasite, and that's when you start with the...
Bacteria.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Bacteria. Whatever. The thing that causes you to get really ill, violently ill from a part of your body that you don't want to get violently ill.
What's the time?
It's time to get ill.
Very good.
I was texting with Jay. Jay sent me a picture, as he often does, of any time there is half a donut at his work, because this was the whole thing, is like when there's a dozen donuts for free on the table, you're like, I'll just have half a donut. And then you walk back 15 minutes later and you're like, oh, look, half a donut. And you just have the other half, and you feel better about yourself. So he sent me a picture of half a donut. And he said, hey, you look good on TV. And I said, thank you. You know what I want to bring, though? I keep wanting to bring my own desk, like a strap-on desk if need be. So... because sometimes they seat you in those chairs, the Fox Sunday night chairs, and you're like, man, I miss the desk of the studio. So can I just bring my own strap-on desk everywhere I go?
You might want to call it something else.
I would call it something else.
Really?
Portable desk.
Well, it's up to you. You call it whatever you want.
Do you want like a tray, like television tray, basically?
But with a strap. So, like,
what about a podium? Thank you.
Lectern, maybe. Dais,
portable
Amadeus,
strap-on dais.
Jesus,
you could just leave the strap on.
Again,
I think strap-on is what's triggering you people.
I enjoyed Layla pointing out from our friends over at the I Am Fat podcast the idea that they were right. And Marshall, I'm disappointed. I know that you went all Wilford Brimley on me with the diabetes, but donuts are better than lettuce. Period. We now have definitive proof.
Okay.
They did this the last time. Remember, there was some sort of other outbreak, listeria or something along those lines, and they did the same thing. They tried to warn you about lettuce then.
I'm going to say it now. Bagels are better than donuts.
Ooh.
Oh, I'm going to say this now. Ooh. Biscuits are better than bagels.
Ooh. Guys, I don't know. This is the competition that we may need to do.
The carbohydrates war.
Hold on. Let's do it right now. Let's do it live.
What you got?
This is a starchy. How do we call it? What's the category?
Starch draft.
Carbohydrate starch draft.
But there's no spaghetti. We don't want any pasta in this draft.
Breakfast pastry draft.
Yeah, like
bready draft. The bready draft.
It's the bready draft.
The
bready products draft.
Okay.
And I'll go first.
Go ahead.
I'll take bagels.
You'll take bagels?
Yeah, I'll go number one overall.
Is it a snake draft? That's my first question.
Mr. Game Theory is rearing his head.
Is it a snake draft?
No.
Oh, well then I'm going second.
Yeah,
I'll take biscuits.
Quick question, important question from Mitch Rosen. Is matzah at all
It's
involved?
available. Yeah, it's available.
Absolutely.
That's a reach at this point,
I'm going to go with bread.
Layla went with
what
bread.
Kind of bread, though?
All bread.
Well, but...
I'll go donuts. Because obviously.
All right.
So it's back to you,
Back to me. Biscuits is off the board, huh?
Biscuits are off the board.
I think our draft is completed.
No. Round two. I'm going to go croissants. I'm going to take croissants.
That's what I was going to take.
Yeah, no, I got it, man. So I got bagels and croissants. Good night, everybody.
It's a good.
Look at my team.
It's a good.
Come on.
It's a really strong team.
Thank you. It's multicultural as well. See how they all get along? See how the Jews and the French?
Textures are different. You've got diversity.
Thank you.
I'm going to go yeast roll.
Huh?
What's
you know what a yeast roll is?
Like, isn't it bread?
Yeah. Oh, they're all breads.
Oh, okay. So I'll say traditional loaf bread.
That's what I was saying. Okay,
that's it.
That's why I thought the draft is over. It's like we're
and that will allow me to take pita bread.
Oh, pita bread. Very nice.
It's an obvious choice.
Good answer.
Out of Rahimi, but
it needs help. Pita on its own is just not an option.
I will take cake.
Ooh, cake.
Damn it.
All right, round 3. As we roll forward, I'm gonna go with brioche buns. Brioche.
Those
buns.
are
What's the difference between that and a yeast roll?
I don't know what a yeast roll
is. Is a yeast roll like a
is.
Parker House roll?
A brioche bun is usually a little sweeter than
Yes!
other bread.
So a roll is like when you get to the restaurant
do
and
you
they
have so
bring
many
you
French
rolls at the
pastries?
table.
Yeah.
But yeast rolls, which are soft, buttery,
Oh,
light.
I know those. Yeah, those are
Like
delicious.
the Texas Roadhouse
All
roll?
right, so you know what?
Okay.
I'll leave brioche on the board. I'll go Hawaiian rolls. For
good call.
full-on
Quality.
sweet. Man, I got bagels, croissants, and Hawaiian rolls. Good night, everybody. Bam!
Okay. Okay.
Aaron, you're really
okay,
doing
big
some
guy.
work
We got
here.
you.
Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna go breadsticks.
Ooh, I heard you guys talking about Olive Garden earlier.
That's why it came to my mind.
It was on my depth chart
Okay.
for this draft.
Okay.
Does the Bialy count? It's like a bagel light?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I'll do that.
Cookies.
Oh, man, look at you going sweets.
Your sweet tooth is showing here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're done, I think, but I'd like to sign naan. I'd like to sign Indian
naan.
bread.
That's an
garlic
undrafted
naan
free
as an
agent.
undrafted free
It has
agent.
protein. Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
It's a delightful. And you dip that in a little paneer butter masala or
Top
or
notch.
sag paneer.
Top notch.
Let's go. Man, I
shout
would
out
like,
Garib Nawaz.
God, I feel really good about my team.
You should.
I feel good about your team.
Thank
I
you.
do.
Yeah.
I feel
Mine will
great
get the
about my
job
team.
done.
I'm not a bagel guy.
Mine will always be in the wild card conversation. Maybe
Right.
it's not winning a World Series.
Mine's a World
but you're
Series.
never going to not be in the playoff conversation.
Mine's a World Series favorite. You know, that's why we're going to have to go back to the bargaining table and kind of sort this out.
The Twitch mob is very very positive about the yeast roll draft pick.
I kind of feel like my team's the Dodgers.
You do?
You do. I
Your
mean, he's
team
got
is-
Donuts,
No.
cake, and cookies.
Donuts, cakes, and
definitely-
cookies is like the Mets. Like
know,
it could go
it's the
really
Mets.
well.
No,
It
that's
could go
fair.
really bad.
That is fair.
There is some good undrafted free agents available. The
What you
textures,
got?
muffins,
Muffins.
On my depth chart.
soft pretzels.
Okay.
Oh
That's
yeah,
that's a fair
soft
one.
pretzels.
So,
nice.
so wait, do we have to distinguish between soft pretzel and pretzel nuggets? Because if you're asking
like
me
donut and donut holes.
yeah, like if you go to, is it Auntie Anne's? Like if you go to
Yeah.
Auntie Anne's and get the cinnamon pretzel bites, is that?
Hold on, I gotta go. I
It's
gotta
right
go right
downstairs.
now. I know.
They're
I
really
know.
good.
I like the little mini, the pretzel dogs. The little mini
For sure.
pretzel
What if we
dogs.
just
dogs are
did
my-
like
I just want to know that they're fresh. Like that's my only.
How long have they been under the light?
Yeah, how
That's
long they've been
trouble.
rotating?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Or what if we just did like the Pillsbury poppable canned dough draft where it's like cinnamon rolls and like crescent dough or something?
Yeah.
Did you know that he has a name and a family?
The Pillsbury guy?
Yeah.
No.
What?
I
Joe
saw,
Boy?
I saw a whole YouTube on this week, and I was like, I'll look it up.
You know what?
But he's got a name
Not down
and
the
a
rabbit
By the
hole.
way, this is
Yeah.
why the Lord invented the All-Star break. This
Carbs.
transition right here.
Well, no. Now I'm going
Right
to go home.
here.
I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm going to go home. I'm going to make lists of things we need to draft, and then once a week we'll have a draft during this transition.
Marshall, I feel like I invented that. Me and Danny Mac back in
Light 'em up.
the Danny Mac show or the Mac and Speaks show, we would do drafts, impromptu drafts. Like, hey, it's Jack Nicholson's birthday, Jack Nicholson movie draft, and we would do that.
Hence categories.
And then the young Barstool guys were listening. Big Cat was listening, and then they started doing drafts after that. So I feel like the Score invented that. So I
that's
support
the
this
predecessor
endeavor.
to categories.
Yes, indeed. Actually,
It's probably
but I like
a-
the draft.
Spin-off.
Well,
Category is probably
you'll
like a
see it on the
grandchild
Twitch
of that.
mob.
This is like the Family Matters out of the Perfect Strangers.
Have you watched Invincible, the animated
Come
show?
on now. Yes.
What's
He's
the high
just-
school?
He's just now getting in.
I'm
on
just
this.
getting. Me and Ruben are just watching it now. What's the high school?
Oh, it's
Reginald Vell Johnson High School.
No, it is not.
And he's in it. He's in it. Yeah, he's in the show.
Yeah,
I haven't seen him
he's
in a
in
long
it.
time though.
I don't think I've gotten there
Oh,
yet.
you haven't
You
gotten
just
there
started
yet.
Invincible?
Yeah, we're just to season
Oh
one.
boy, are you
Yo,
you ready
yearn
for a
some-
ride?
Yeah, it's a roller
We're
coaster.
having a good time.
So the Pillsbury Doughboy has a family. Okay.
He's got a family.
And his real name is Poppin' Fresh. It's not the Pillsbury. That's a nickname. Poppin' Fresh is his name.
His name is Poppin' Fresh.
His wife is named Poppy Fresh. And then they have two children.
Poppin' and Poppy.
Popper and Bun Bun.
Popper Fresh and Bun Bun Fresh?
Yep.
Man.
And then there's an extended family, one named Grandma Mommer and Grandpa Popper
I would eat
and Uncle Rolly.
I would eat them all.
And they have two They have two pets.
I would devour them all.
Named
while
Flapjack.
while wearing my strap-on desk.
I was
Okay,
waiting.
all
I was
right, all
waiting for the conclusion.
Two of the pets are a dog named Flapjack and a cat named Biscuit.
I'll put it right on the desk. There
The cat named Biscuit is cute. I would name a cat Biscuit.
I would eat the cat.
There's like a whole. There's literally
Wow.
you can find the pictures of the family.
How about, does Mr. Peanut have a family? Does he have a wife and a family?
I was pretty snobby with the monocle and all.
Did he get the shell fixed? Remember when he got his shell cracked?
No,
Mr. Peanut?
I didn't remember he got
I
his
think he
shell
died.
cracked.
Yeah, they had him disappear after a car accident. I wish I were
He's
kidding.
back and it's fixed. So he went and saw a good surgeon and they took good care of him.
Every time we play the clip of Dustin
It was
calling
George
Emmanuel,
Washington Carver.
Not Humpty Dumpty surgeon. That's what you're saying.
Dustin calling Emmanuel Classy by accident. I picture Mr. Peanut
I
with
thought
the
he did that on
monocle
purpose.
and such. No, it was an accident.
More like Class B.
Emmanuel. Emmanuel.
felony.
That's good. That's good.
I can't take credit for that. That's a Herb Lawrenceism. So I'm going to
Class
give Herbie
A and Class
the
B.
credit for that.
Wait, I
With the
want to
felony.
know how did you come upon all the information?
It was
about
just
the
one of those things where I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then because there was a reel of someone who was opening some biscuits and was hitting the biscuits on the counter, and then it hit them in the eye.
Yeah, that's a dumb
That's
game.
not a way to do that.
And so it just kind of ended up like, let me descend down this rabbit
Peeling
hole.
wasn't good enough. You're supposed to just peel the can until it pops open.
That's what you're supposed to do.
People are really upset at our draft.
Oh, of course they are.
As they
Because garlic bread remains available.
It was
focaccia.
It was on my depth chart.
They're like, how could cornbread or hush puppies not make the
that's
draft?
a good call. Cornbread is
Well, we went 3 rounds deep. We could have gone 6 rounds
and it was
easy.
impromptu. That's the other thing. I had no prep time.
Yeah. Well, imagine if you had prep time and your
I
depth
still would have
chart
taken
was available.
biscuits. I still would have taken biscuits.
I don't think I could have
first.
drafted a better team.
Taste the goodness of the biscuit.
I think even if I prepped, I wouldn't have ended up with a
Taste
better team
the honey sauce.
than croissants, Hawaiian rolls, and bagels.
I don't think, but his
Come
third
on.
round pick, I gotta say,
cookies.
Yeah, that should be higher.
I wasn't sure that sweets
great
were
value.
even out there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, yes, you were, because this whole thing started with us talking about donuts
I know,
versus bagels.
But nobody took donuts.
I took
donuts.
donuts.
So, wait, so you have donuts, cake, and cookies?
Yes, that's why
That's
I'm
why
the
I called him
Dodgers.
the Mets.
He needs the insulin.
No, you're not the Dodgers. You're the Mets.
We're winning everything,
You are the
including
Mets.
diabetes.
You are the Mets. You're going to have to turn around and trade cookies just to try.
Yeah,
and,
you got
like-
too much of the same
But
hitter.
everybody likes cookies.
You did not. You're clearly over the cap of any
Hey,
kind.
He's using that
You're
hedge
right.
fund money.
You're well
You're
into
right.
the CBT.
I do have too many of the same hitters, Layla, and they're all 900 OPS.
Yes. Power hitting. He's got 9 Schwarbers in his lineup. Can't field worth a lick, but my goodness.
You got to diversify
slug it.
your lineup a little bit.
No,
you need a scrappy little breadstick or something out there.
Well, not a scrappy little breadstick.
I mean, Olive
I'll
Garden
trade you a
breadsticks
for some
cookies.
Yeah, you already know. You already know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Olive Garden breadstick.
Can make a
like,
deal.
that's a-
See, I got sweetness in the Hawaiian bread. That's all I need.
If we had kept going, my next one was good because I
Croissants
was
a bit.
thinking of them
It's
as
like
we
a
went. I was
tart.
like, brownies probably a good one to go with.
Okay, so point of order. Could I have taken a cronut?
Yes.
I was going to
Sure.
take cronut,
Yes.
but I was like, that's too off because you had both taken both croissant
How
and
about
donut.
But it's
We're
like
going.
a, you know, like it's
I've
an
seen
offspring.
I've
so
seen the dosant as well, which is
It's the same thing.
But cronut's better. as far as
Cronut,
the
I
name
believe,
goes.
is trademarked. I believe that there is an actual bakery in New York City that trademarked
No, because Stan's
cronut.
Stan's
has
Donuts
cronuts.
sells a cronut.
They have cronuts, or
Yeah,
they
they
have the
have
dosant.
No, they say-
They're
call it-
called cronuts.
yeah.
I've had one.
All right.
They got one downstairs at Dollop that's very, very good. It's like a glazed cronut,
What is that
a
place?
glazed dosant.
It's because
Whatever that
it's
is.
Beacon
Talk.
Donuts, right?
Oh yeah, Beacon Donuts.
And they're vegan too.
Are they all vegan? All of them?
I believe so.
You've been eating vegan donuts this whole
Ray-
time and you didn't even know?
Ray, can you
I was
find
vegan
out
briefly.
if that's vegan?
Like me and Christine had a short period of time where we were vegan. Then we were vegan at home, which is a ridiculous thing to be.
Wait, Ray,
What's vegan
since
at
we
home?
have you
We only
here,
ate vegan at home. Then we went out and did whatever the hell we wanted.
I kind of like it.
It was
you've
too
got to
hard
tell
to be
this-
vegan out in the world.
You got to tell the story.
Oh yeah.
Wait. Before you tell the story, don't name names. Just say what happened. Because
Yeah, I won't name names. This is. I worked at a radio station where I was introduced. This was years ago, maybe 12 years ago to be exact. But that's when I was first introduced to "Strokin'" by Clarence Carter.
Oh.
So we were preparing to go into a sponsored segment, and it was like a health awareness segment. And our mission, on that day was, okay, your topic for this segment is stroke awareness. The host I was working with said, hey, I want you to cue up a song to bring us in.
Oh, no.
Stroking by Clarence Carter. And I had never heard it. So I was like, okay. And I'm in the control room. And then I listen during the commercial break to the song. And I said, oh. And I said to the host through the talkback, are you messing with me? Is this what you want to use to bring in the doctor to talk about stroke awareness?
We mean stroke.
And he said, hell yeah, run it. And so we played Clarence Carter Stroking to bring in a doctor to talk about stroke awareness.
That just ain't right.
The doctor didn't acknowledge it, so I could not tell if the doctor was uncomfortable, mad, or thought it was funny and knew he couldn't laugh. I couldn't tell.
Stroking.
But it was too serious for me to even ask the doctor offline.
That's
and
crazy.
It was sponsored, so.
This is playing a dangerous game.
But that's how I learned the song,
just
Stroking
right.
by Clarence Carter.
It's a whole thing. All right. Well, thanks, Ray. I'm glad
Thank you, Ray.
you were
Thanks,
able to
Lawrence.
share
Also,
that.
Cronuts are not vegan, unfortunately.
No, not Cronuts. If Beacon Donuts is
Beacon
vegan.
Donuts.
I think that they're vegan, but we'll see.
We'll figure that out.
Here's what we have coming up on today's show. We are going to spend a lot of time talking about the All-Star game. Speegs brought up an idea for us to talk about it as a couple of baseball salts. We have some questions about whether there are other baseball salts out there. Jason Hayward spoke about something that he rarely speaks about, so we will talk about that.
One of the holy grails of Chicago sports topics.
Robert Mays is going to be on the show at 4 o'clock today. We are looking forward to talking with Robert. The series of episodes of TAFs, as they call it, about the Bears and Caleb Williams. We need to have a discussion with him. Also, Speaks talked with Andrea Tomei.
Yeah, Andrea Tomei she was awesome. And talking about her son, Landon, her husband, Jim, the process of him getting drafted. And we need to hear that conversation and talk about it. She's great.
I also think that there is a new media star that we need to start really acknowledging how good this person is. And we are going to start off by talking about the home run derby. I really liked it, and I was not expecting to. I had a blast. So we'll discuss that after Taney's Open, which you know is Must Listen Radio, next here on The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, your one local healthcare partner you've trusted from the beginning. Always ensuring the widest access to the right care at the right time at the right value. Believe in a world of wellness, knowing Blue Cross will forever keep your story at the...
Peanut butter whiskey. A shot of peanut butter whiskey is excellent right now.
The screwball peanut butter whiskey.
What about a little bit of whiskey in a glass that you could sip it and enjoy it, as opposed to
I would do that, but that's not the question.
Shooter, not a sipper.
That's not the question.
So if I was doing a shot,
yes,
didn't a listener buy you a shot when we were out at Jared Payton's place for a Bears remote? I thought didn't they bring over 3 shots for you, Olin, and Pat Manley?
Yes.
Was it JMO? I think it was shots of Jameson.
Yes.
That would be a fine choice. So you'd go with Jameson?
I had a shot of Jameson.
I'd go peanut butter whiskey screwball.
I wouldn't.
halftime.
I would if I were going to do a shot, I'd probably do a shot of tequila.
Okay.
Because it's get a little.
It's a good answer. Yeah.
Get a little lime and a little.
I need the training wheels for the tequila.
What would you have?
Oh, that's like rocket fuel. That
your
gets you
900th
fired
successful
up.
show with The Score.
Oh boy.
I guess successful is the key word.
Yeah, still working on it.
I mean, my typical shots
Yes.
are either Fireball or a Southern Comfort and lime chilled.
Wow, that sounds fancy.
What is Fireball? Is that
a cinnamon
cinnamon
whiskey?
Cinnamon.
It's like a hot.
It's
taste
good.
Got a little. It's like that gum. Remember the gum? Like what was the name of that gum? Like the cinnamon gum.
Big Red.
Big Red.
Big Red.
It's like imagine that.
How did you forget Big Red?
I don't know. It just didn't come to me. Too many shots of.
Brandon?
I will go with Hennessy. Love me
nice.
some Hennessy. It's smooth.
I'm here for
Smooth.
you, buddy. I'm here for you.
Craig Counsell chose Malort, or somebody chose it for him, and he celebrated 900th victory. A little odd choice.
I wonder if he said, "Oh, where's the peanut butter whiskey?"
I caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Peanut butter whiskey.
It's really good. Screwball, I think it's called.
A Screwball, I thought.
Yeah, Screwball peanut butter whiskey. Yep.
Yeah.
It's newer. It's newer to the market.
It's newish.
A Screwball is a drink, though. It's isn't it like vodka and orange juice or something? Is that a Screwball?
It's a screwdriver.
That's a screwdriver.
Screwdriver.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All these screws are getting to me.
Screw loose.
Yeah.
Screws falling all the time. The world's an imperfect place. Name the movie.
That's a good one. I don't know the movie.
Classic line from a classic movie. Filmed in Chicago.
Tell me.
Breakfast Club.
Oh, Breakfast Club, of course. Yeah. You didn't strike me as a Breakfast Club guy, Dustin. Even though we're part of the 5 a.m. club. I love it every morning when Dustin refers to the 5 a.m. club on the pregame show.
And the way the lineup is right now, Ballesteros, I don't know if you caught Craig Counsell yesterday, all of it with the afternoon show with Spiegel and Holmes, but I think Craig Counsell might be with me on the over-under 1.5 more times. He was like, it would have to be a very, very unique situation, or we would have to have an issue with one of the catchers being hurt.
I heard that. It didn't sound like they were planning on Mo Ball or getting behind the plate again.
Yeah, I'll take 2 shots of Malort on the air if he goes over 2 games as a starting catcher. Okay, 2 shots of Malort on the air.
We got that on tape.
Yep.
So that means if he catches 3 games this year, if he starts in 3 games catcher,
big key to that.
You're doing 2 shots of Malort before 10 o'clock.
I mean, honestly, this sounds like you're just desperate to get permission to drink on the job.
Well, how many times did I talk about Michael Bush? And then all of a sudden, we had a 6-pack.
Well, can you talk about him some more?
David Haugh was like rifling down like it was a fraternity party back at IU or something.
I didn't go to IU.
I know, but
I never went to a frat party at IU.
You never went to a frat party at IU? Okay.
No, come on.
It was for the out-of-staters.
I was at Ball State. We were the #1 party school in America.
Do they have frats?
Yes, they do.
I just asked the question. I'm wondering how many frat parties you've been to.
Why is Ball State taking strays?
Ball State's not taking
a party school?
Ball State's huge, back in the day, it was a big party school. It was known as a big party school. I think the year that I went there, it came out, and whoever was ranking party schools, we are #1. We were #1.
Sure.
I was surprised to find out how big of a party school Dayton was. I was surprised. They're big St. Patrick's Day at Dayton.
Yeah.
How's your daughter handling the big party school that Dayton has become?
Pretty good so far. Yeah, pretty good so far.
Getting to the end of the year. Finals coming up.
Yeah. A week from Friday, you won't have to deal with me. I'll be going to Dayton to pick her up.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
She ready for finals? Let's hope so. Let's hope it's not too big of a party school the next week and a half.
Let's hope you're not drinking Malort that morning.
I won't be here for that one.
I'm saying as you drive 5 hours.
I'll drink a whole bottle if he catches 3 games. If he catches 3 games by next Friday,
don't say that stuff.
Yeah, don't say that stuff.
You never know.
First of all, don't drink a whole bottle of anything, okay? Just
like a Mick
lighten
Ultra.
up there,
I
Francis.
could do a Mick Ultra, whole bottle.
Yeah,
of Mick
okay,
Ultra.
great. A bottle of beer.
You don't want to make these proclamations because they end up coming back and biting you. I know I have done that in the past.
This hour is brought to you by Goldilocks. Protect your home or business with Goldilocks doors, locks, and security. GoldilocksInc.com.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
Let's talk about the Derby. So Mooney was on the Pat McAfee show today?
We are big fans, obviously. What type of music you like?
どんな音楽が好きですか？名前がわかんないですけど、ストローキング。
Stroking to the east.
I stroke you to the woman that I love.
It feels sort of fated that Schwarber's going to win this thing. Mooney is the 3rd favorite at plus 575. The guy in front of him is Junior Caminero. And the Caminero is a fantastic car. Who makes the Caminero?
The Federal Highway Commission has ruled the Canyonero unsafe for highway or city driving.
Munetaka Murakami, the first place Chicago White Sox Southsiders, it's music to their ears.
But how about that?
That's just easy.
That is pure.
Right.
That is on target. That is aligned. He's literally almost shifted the entire culture in the south side of Chicago.
I just bet on Mooney.
Oh, no.
At the break, I logged in and I bet on Munetaka Murakami, and I feel really good about it.
Eddie Mush was a degenerate gambler. He was also the biggest loser in the whole world. They called him Mush because everything he touched turned to mush.
9 home runs for Munetaka Murakami.
Nope.
Nine. People go to the racetrack and the teller will give him his tickets already ripped out.
Your boy will be cashing it.
For bad luck, I won't have no luck at all.
Hey, I don't want your money touching my money.
What's the matter?
I don't want your money in the same place.
My money's no good no more. Why?
Why? Because you're a jinx. That's why. Here, put him in a bedroom. Leave him in there.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
Welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show, and we've got you full boat today. We're going until 6 o'clock. There's a lot that we need to get done, including talking with Robert Mays of the Athletic Football Show. Taft, that's at 4 o'clock. There's some stuff about how badly things went with the Bulls that we should probably discuss before we are done. What did you say? One of the Easter eggs or holy grails of Chicago sports?
Yeah, I think Jason Hayward talking about the 18-minute speech during the rain delay, or however long it was, is one of the holy grails of Chicago sports talk.
You will hear from Andrea Tomey at 3 o'clock, and that's because Spiegs talked with her about this incredible confluence of being pregnant with her son and then him being drafted by the White Sox.
Not immediately. No, he wasn't drafted as soon as while she was pregnant.
I'm sure scouts were on it. Jim Tomey's got a kid.
Oh, yeah.
Sign that kid right now. You know, it's like Big Ant and his wife. Like, you mean the
already
two,
recruited by Iowa?
I mean, their kid's gonna be an Avenger. Like the mom's like all world, and and Big Ant was like Big Ten guy.
Right.
So it's like, okay, great. I'm put stock in that kid right there to become an Avenger or an X-Man.
It's like Ruben Spiegel being a born associate producer. Know what I'm saying? He's just channeling dad's genes.
I was thinking you'd go music on this one.
Well, whatever. He's got options. He's allowed to do either of my careers.
Great.
That's it.
I think that's a really good idea.
Or really anything else he likes is fine too.
Which is probably what he's going to end up doing.
Good call.
But then he'll probably find his way back to stuff that you like.
You know, it's an interesting life. I actually touched on that with Andrea Tomey. You know, like Landon Tomey, he liked baseball right away. There was just no doubt right away. But we will discuss.
Child of a teacher.
Yeah.
Of a teacher and a professor.
There you are. That's right.
Took the roundabout way.
And made your way right back to it.
Ended up being a professor.
That's exactly right.
Very weird. And totally makes sense. There's a lot that we have to do. Baby T is still here. By the way, our guy Alex is already having fun. I've been checking on the Instagram. He is enjoying Amsterdam. So Baby T is here. Tanny is here. That man is Matt Spiegel.
Hello, boys. How you doing? Tell you what, that was some fun television last night. And I know... Apparently, Tanny thinks I'm the mush for betting on Munetaka Murakami.
I mean...
But that guy, good showing.
Yeah,
good showing by
He didn't
Mooney.
embarrass himself at all.
No, he hit 9, and some of them were just beautiful and majestic bombs deep into the Philadelphia night. But that thing last night, man, there were heroes, there were villains.
Which was great.
There was 43,000 people passionately involved.
There were drones.
Some gorgeous, gorgeous stuff. And somehow Kyle Schwarber, who has homered everywhere for every team he's been on in some of the most amazing situations ever, is still without a home run derby title. It's incredible.
His home run derby title will be going to Cooperstown after he hits 500.
Yeah.
He's got, 130 to go before he gets there, I believe.
Lock it in.
It was a little... If you were a Cub fan, I imagine, if you had the sound on, I don't know if you did, but there's a little bit of a gut punch where Rizzo's like, yeah, he won a World Series with us, but he's going into the Hall of Fame as a Philly. And I was like,
oh, yeah. He said it. Yeah, he said it was like, and cover your ears, Cubs fans. Yeah, Rizzo spoke the truth about the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I am predisposed to not liking the home run derby. and I really liked last night.
So why did you like? Because I'm predisposed to liking it, whether it's memories of individual derbies. You know, the moment I always think of, and I'll probably forever think of, because like a friend last night was texting during the Contreras and Schwarber thing when everyone was booing,
which I thought was great.
Incredible. They're booing every Contreras home run and cheering every Contreras out. And he loved it.
He seemed to love it.
Yes, because that dude loves being a villain.
I was hoping he would play it up a little bit more, but he didn't. But I really liked the new rules. I didn't know if I would like them. I liked the new. I didn't. Here's what it is.
Okay,
Speaks.
well, hold on, because I just want to say, my friend was saying, is that the best Derby moment ever? And I immediately responded, no. Josh Hamilton. Just going yard after yard after yard after having been out of baseball and left for dead as an addict. Like, I always, for some reason, will think of that moment as being like, man, that is some special stuff. So,
and I mean,
I'm prone to like it. I'm prone to like it. Is
we
what I'm
joked
saying.
about it yesterday, but the Bryce Harper and his dad moment was pretty bleeping cool too.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, but like I have gotten romantic about it since that Josh Hamilton moment.
Yeah, I'm not romantic about the home run derby, but I did enjoy that. And I thought that the drama, the players helped make it and the crowd helped make it. And I wonder if it's any place else if you get that vibe. I kept wondering, like, I feel like maybe if it's White Sox, I don't know if Cubs, but I feel like if it's White Sox and it's Mooney in a semifinal against someone who wasn't a White Sox.
In terms of a crowd leaning into it?
If we might lean into our inner bad guy, but kind of tongue-in-cheek type thing.
I'll say Boston, too. I remember when the Yankees and Red Sox had the lid lifter in 2005 after the Red Sox had finally beaten the Yankees, and it was a Sunday night game, and every Yankee was booed by the Fenway crowd except Mariano Rivera, who was cheered because they'd beaten him the year before.
Which is hilarious.
And he just laughed his ass off. So, like, that was a knowledgeable fan base leaning into the booing versus cheering thing. But yes, I think White Sox fans would absolutely lean in on it.
So I thought it was fun. And I thought Wilson, being a guy who's totally comfortable with, oh, you think I'm the bad guy? Cool. I like being the bad guy. I enjoyed him kind of slyly smiling while he's going through all of that stuff.
Meanwhile, Jordan Walker did not like it quite as much.
He didn't, but he was also unfazed by it.
He said, my thought was, boy, Philly's brutal. I mean, honestly, but I think it's pretty special because they love their players, and that's what you want from your home. I can't hate him because that's their guy.
He made more money than he's making salary-wise by winning the contest.
Wow.
I think he's making $800,000, and he won $1 million last night by winning the contest.
He said, I was once told you don't boo a nobody, so it feels pretty good. That is correct. That is a good way to take it and reframe it. So that part of it you love.
Yeah, and like I dig on some of the broadcast elements of it. I thought the camera work by Netflix was incredible last night. I thought the way that they were able to capture the arc of some of those hits, like the Schwarber thing, like the type of home runs that he hits is just gorgeous. And I like when it's just the quick, like boom, boom, like line drive out of the ballpark, but they were so majestic, and seeing them rise was just beautiful.
That was the way the Murakamis felt too.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was fantasizing about a Murakami versus Schwarber final in that ballpark, because the arc of their bombs sometimes is similar in that way. I want to hear more about your broadcast thoughts, because I think the Netflix part of it is fascinating. But I think the new format is a win in terms of you make your last one, you keep going.
I love that.
And that's how it plays. If Jordan Walker goes out with 6 in a row, that's some serious clutch stuff to get a win.
And that's what I kind of dug about it. The idea of, you still have a chance. Even though you're trailing, you still have a chance because you can just get in a groove and keep hitting them out. And props to the broadcast team, because they were like, this might come down to someone continuing to hit because they're hitting home runs on their last swing, and it ended up playing out. I thought it looked great. Like that was, considering what happened with Netflix on opening day, I was really like, ooh, is this going to be bad? they have seemed to have learned from the mistakes of opening day, and I give them credit for that. Why are you?
Because opening day was an actual ball game. This is a party. This is a party, and it fits what they're prone to want to make it.
I agree, but
but an actual ball game, like I still don't know if I trust them with actual ball games.
Fair enough.
And that said, I thought Matt Vescursion was fun last night, but he probably didn't have to do too much prep.
I agree.
And I have my concerns about a big ball game in that regard.
But the thing is that they didn't over party, and that was my fear because it felt like they did everything that they needed to do to make this palatable. Feels like, I'm taking shots at them, but they did everything they needed to do to make it inclusive. Like, I felt as a viewer, I'm like, okay, like, let's see what the streamer does with something like this. And I thought that they did a pretty good job of kind of jumping around and doing some different stuff. But the event itself, I liked it. I liked how the guys reacted to it.
Well, that's what I'm always watching this thing for, is seeing the dudes hang out with each other.
That was really cool.
Seeing people have fun in the background. I mean, I don't know if I'm more of a sucker for that than the standard baseball fan.
Probably because you're a little bit more than the standard baseball fan.
But same for you. Like, you loved watching people in the background.
I love watching it, and we had a little less of this year. I love watching it because of, like, watching the different cliques, like the countrymen.
Yes.
Like, being around each other, and, like, even though you're wearing a different jersey or different hat, like, you're like, oh, well, that's my guy because he's from Venezuela.
Sure.
That's my guy because he's from Curacao. That's my guy because I'm an American. Like, all of that stuff.
Seeing Wilson and William hug it out after every one of his rounds.
Seeing Wilson and Schwarber. Like, seeing those two guys, like, they're like the fact that there's some history with a bunch of these guys,
big time,
and they led into that. Like, I thought that was, and this is where I can be a baseball romantic. I thought the idea of Wilson and Schwarber being together was just beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Like, though, and with Rizzo being there talking about each guy. Like, that part, like, if you were Chicagoan, you're like, man, this is nice. Like, what a really interesting way to square that circle.
It's a week where the 2016 team is going to be honored. Lovable Reunion Live on Thursday night. And then over the weekend at Wrigley, they will honor the 2016 team. Joe Madden in town doing his charity dinner on Sunday night. So, yeah, seeing three dudes from that team. Mm-hmm. One in the booth and two on the field, talking about that. There was a point, one moment where Rizzo said maybe 10 years from now they'll be celebrating a World Series title from Philadelphia. Rizzo clearly rooting for his former teammate Schwarber and the Phillies to win one now.
And seeing, like, Jordan Walker, like, that's a moment, man. Like, that's a moment. Like, yeah, I'm down, but I'm not out. And he was cold-blooded.
Yeah, that was crazy.
In that moment. And seeing, like, they were joking about how his middle name is Alex. And so his family kept calling him Alex. And was it Shahadi that was over there? And she's like, why are they calling you Alex? And he's like, this is my middle name, so, like, a family thing, so that I can differentiate between
and so you can hear when they're calling his name and not others. That's smart.
Yeah, and I'll just say, like, for me, seeing his grandmother up there acting exactly like my mother would have acted was hilarious.
That whole family. I mean, the whole family. His dad wearing the Walker's dad jersey.
Yep.
Was mom wearing the Walker's mom jersey?
I think grandma was wearing a jersey. But I have to go back and look. But yeah, like, seeing them bask in it was beautiful.
Shout out to Vescursion who nailed this. He said as he was watching Jordan Walker, he said he's got kind of a George Hendrick vibe to him. And I was like, oh, hell yeah. I am old and I see it. I see it and I get it. So thank you very much.
So there's another part of this thing that I want to talk about, the broadcast of it. I think now there's a big enough sample size that we can call this guy a budding star in this industry.
Baseball coverage on The Score is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. And by the way, keep listening for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Black Crowes and Whiskey Myers on July 24th at the Credit Union One Amphitheater in Tinley Park. Tickets are available at livenation.com. Be caller 6 to The Score's contest line at 312-540-0670 when you hear me reference some Black Crowes lyrics later on in the show.
Who's the new media star? We will let you know next here on The Score.
Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong plays here.
Hey, Chicago. This is Pete Crow Armstrong.
He drives one in the air. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone. Pete Crow Armstrong delivers.
And he's now just a single away from a cycle.
Swinging a line drive, base hit, right center field. He has done it. Pete Crow Armstrong has hit for the cycle.
And the fans are loving them some Pete Crow Armstrong here at the Friendly Count Fine.
Listen to every game with Cubs All-Star Pete Crow Armstrong right here on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
I've done that.
All
before.
humans.
Yes.
Rosarena then pivoted to English, this according to ESPN, and said that Raleigh should shove his, quote, good to see you in his big dumper. That, it does not seem.
This is one of those stories that I wish that Les was still here to talk about.
Oh, this is Daniel
He would
Manning.
have a field day.
This is Daniel Manning and Brian Urlacher all over again, isn't it?
Do not congratulate the opponent. I don't care if it's a ex-teammate during a game. That's bull. Do it after the game. I totally agree with that. Before the game, you want to say hi, whatever. During the game, you're congratulating a guy for picking off your quarterback's pass? Complete garbage. Sorry. What the hell's gotten into athletes in this day and age?
They just realize that it's not life and death.
You're trying to beat this team's brains in and trying to beat them. You don't congratulate them for doing. They're taking money out of your pocket. They're trying to do something that could end up keeping you either out of the playoffs or get you a lower seed or cost you the division title.
I disagree. I think it's okay.
Then you're full of crap too. You're all full
Wow.
of crap.
Cupcake, my guy.
Not Adam Pac-Man Harris.
Good for Adam. The pause. And they're like, yeah, I disagree.
The crazy thing about Adam is like, he is literally the nicest person
Sweetest.
in the world.
We could not be
Just a
kinder.
sweetheart of a man. And you can see his eyes rolling, even though you didn't see him and have his eyes rolling. Like, you could see it, even if just hearing it.
That is our friend and former overnight host, the late Les Grobstein, going off about Daniel Manning, then of the Texans, and Brian Urlacher dapping each other up after Daniel Manning had a pick. I wish Les was alive and here for the Green Bay Packers season that just was. Les really would have enjoyed that.
Oh, he would have enjoyed it. He really would have.
Oh my God, he would have loved that Ben Johnson is totally okay with Matt LaFleur not being happy.
Can you imagine the two overnight shows that Les does after the Bears-Packers games?
Man, just the joy.
Just leaning
coming in. Thank you to the texter for pointing out that was Kesha in the background from Les.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
and Adam
what?
Harris. Left for Les and Adam Harris, the music. It was Kesha.
Oh, yeah.
It's absolutely killing.
Didn't he have thoughts on Kesha, too? Isn't there some Les and Kesha thoughts or some back and forth between him and Adam Pac-Man Harris?
Have you ever seen the video where Kesha tries to hug Jerry Seinfeld on the red carpet at an awards show, and he's just like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Because he didn't know who she was.
Yeah.
And
he would like to protect his personal space.
Yeah.
He just doesn't have to hug everybody and anybody.
In that case, he was being like Cal Raleigh. Except
just dap her up. Dap her up.
Kesha didn't come from Speak. Like, think about Speaks. Think about this from Randy's point of view.
If it was Julia Louis-Dreyfus and he said, no, thank you. No, thank you.
Right. Like, think about Randy's like, man, I was just hanging out with your cool-ass parents.
Yeah.
I gave a big old hug, and we were talking about how great you are.
Yeah. And
Wait,
now
we
you're
not
doing this.
cool now because I have on a different jersey?
That's why I said F off and go to hell. That's right. Shove that up your big dumper.
I think we actually have to dump that.
Do we?
Yeah.
I did it the first time. I was like, I'll just be cool and just not mention it, and hopefully Speaks doesn't say it again. Oh, no.
Yeah, because you can't.
Sorry
you can't
about
do
that.
the thing where it's
we have wanted, hoped, prayed, and dreamed for some of the things that have ended up happening. This is the 6th best offense in the NFL in terms of yardage. Forget since the bye, whatever. Season's done. Let's look at it.
And you would have been happy had it been 12th.
Yes! You're the 6th best. You have the 3rd best running game in the NFL.
And you would have been happy had that been 15th.
Yes. You are 9th best in scoring. You are a top 10 offense no matter how you slice it. How about this? How many times did Caleb Williams get sacked last year?
68.
They have the 3rd best sack percentage in the entire NFL.
He also doesn't turn the ball over very often.
They have the number 1 best interception rate in the NFL. They do not turn the ball over. And this quarterback, who you feared might be another Justin Fields in terms of holding the ball too long and causing sacks to happen, has become what he's become, the 3rd best sack rate in the NFL. With all the investment on the offensive line and his development and the change in the offense is something to celebrate massively.
And then you add in the magical stuff. You add in the games that you felt like they were going to lose, the games that you were used to them losing.
Yes.
As a Bears fan, you're sitting there going, I've seen this movie before. I know exactly. I did not know how this movie ended because it ended with Caleb putting on a cape and making some incredible throw, and the Bears won it.
They had 6 comebacks in the final 2 minutes, which is insane. And guess what? There's 3 others that they could have won in the final 2 minutes, including yesterday. 3
Him to
others.
be able to do that, be an all-star the first half like he has been incredible and fun to watch.
Some of these are getting into the stands hot. Like, I know we got some athletic fans here in Philly for sure. A lot of them brought gloves, but there's a few that I might be getting out of the way of, man.
If you don't have a glove, I was out there in left field in the pregame, and it's scary, man. That's going to leave a mark. They're coming in. Especially here. I mean, I feel like the fences here sometimes it feels like a Little League park, so it's a great night to hit. The wind's blowing out. Ooh, we're just getting started.
Highlights courtesy of Netflix. That was Anthony Rizzo and some of the things that he was doing on the broadcast last night. Between the Lovable reunion and his working in the booth, whether it's Peacock or Netflix, I know it's a little early in a career, Speaks, but I think Anthony Rizzo is going to continue to be a star at this. He's unbelievable. Like, he's so insightful. And maybe it's kind of like the Tony Romo thing where it's a guy that just walked out of the game, so they kind of know where, all the doors are and where the keys to the locks on those doors are. But he just, because he knows everybody, he is able to give you an anecdote about people. He is able to also do the technical breakdown stuff. And I wasn't sure if that would be a lane that he wanted to jump into after he was done playing. Mm-hmm. You figured he would be doing something publicly. And I know that he's still doing like some advocacy stuff. Like, it's why he's training for the marathon and all of that. I think he's great at this.
Yeah, I think he's been really, really good. It's interesting that you see him as a star now or a future star. You're just kind of feeling it, huh?
I think that he will be someone's top base, and I guess technically he is now, right?
He is now on the NBC broadcast.
But that's a guy that I think is going to end up getting more opportunity and more face time, and maybe branch out even beyond baseball because of it. Like, he's good and he's entertaining. He's got stories for days, and he's clearly doing his work too. Like, he's doing the homework on what guys are thinking when they're at the dish or they're in the field. He's really good at this.
Yeah, I think he is really good at this. And I'm sitting here thinking about why. And because everything you're saying is true in terms of like the aspects of doing that job. But I think truly what makes people special at those kind of jobs is if they're comfortable with themselves.
Yes.
If they're like authentic and comfortable, able to laugh at themselves and be self-deprecating when they need to be, and also be comfortable about what they know and what they don't know. And there's a base level personal comfort and kind of chill part of Anthony that's always been there, and I think has only been amplified. There's so many times in the Lovable reunion well, Anthony will be trying to like bond. And I know, Tana, you've listened to all of those and dissected them. He'll be trying to bond with certain players or coaches, whoever they have back. And he talks about when he would come in hungover and be, hurting, and Madden would tell him, hit the ball in the middle. And it's become a thing that Ross makes fun of him about. Like, oh, here's Anthony going down this road again. But what is he doing? He's being self-deprecating and admitting that he shouldn't have gone out that hard the night before, but he's trying to do it. Like, there's just a genuine comfort with him in that regard.
He has a way of, humbling himself a little bit, especially like in one of the better episodes was the Joe Madden one, which I'm sure we'll talk about a little bit later in the 5 o'clock hour when we hear Jason Hayward. But him telling Joe Madden, hey, I would question what you were doing in Game 7. So like being honest off the top, and then that allows like your interview subject to really be open, like when you're upfront about that stuff.
And Joe told us that he was like, yeah, I don't mind doing that, and it was great to be able to talk through some of that stuff with my players.
And look, I think this is true for just about any walk of life that our listeners are in, that we're in. The people that you end up having the most respect for and want to hang out with are the ones who are most comfortable with themselves. And when I think about it in broadcasting, Charles Barkley doesn't give a crap what you think about him. He just is himself. You know what I mean? Like for better or for worse, he is himself. And he's funny, and he's smart, and he does all the work and everything like that. But in terms of sports media,
Ozzy's that way too.
Ozzy is absolutely that way. And I think Rizzo has that as a starting point at a much higher level than most people. There's not a lot of artifice to what he's doing.
It's interesting, too, because I kept thinking about the juxtaposition, because L's sitting there with Barry Bonds and Albert Pujols, right?
And Albert is Barry was as false a person as it seemingly you could find.
And with those two guys in the 700 club, right? Two guys have hit 700 home runs. And you're listening to these guys, and there is something to like the idea of like, you're so good. When Barry talks about hitting, I love it, but I'm like, yeah, man, you can do that.
Sure.
Not average MLB player can do. Like,
totally.
You can go, oh, I'm just catching the ball with the bat.
It's a great point. Remember how bad Anthony was with the Padres? When he came up for the first time in the bigs, he was terrible and got sent back down to the minors, and that's why you could trade him for Andrew Kashner.
And he has experience in the Caribbean League, and he threw a little bit of Spanglish into the broadcast last night. So I think there's a lot of like areas where he can connect. And on the flip side of it, because I do think that there are people who are at genius level in their profession that can do a good job of it. An example that I'll give you some homework to do. The Conan O'Brien interview with Mick Jagger is unreal. And he was talking about, Conan had asked him about like singing falsetto, and Mick Jagger went into this whole thing of like how he is learning still to sing in falsetto.
Oh, I gotta listen to that.
It's so good.
I like when you recommend stuff like that to me. You recommended John Mayer with Conan to me, and I went and sought it out, and it was awesome. Like Mayer talking about comedy and music and those kind of bedfellows.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I always kind of liked Conan. Like when Conan was on, I love Conan now.
Amazing.
Like I love his pod and everything else, but like I was driving home yesterday listening to the Mick Jagger interview, and it was fascinating because I think Jordan's not great at talking about basketball in real time. I think if you sit down with him for 3 hours at his house in August, then yeah, you could end up having some great conversations. But on the flip side, I think Wayne Gretzky's terrific at talking about hockey in real time.
Texters agreeing on Rizzo. Agree 100%. He's great. And this is from a diehard Sox fan. There's another one. He comes off very modern and fresh to the young audience, communicates clearly in very comfortable and approachable tone. Another one, Rizzo has great eye contact and TV presence. Yeah, people are all over it on Anthony Rizzo.
It's true. All right, we need to come back, and we need to take a break.
I think we should come back, too.
We will come back, and when we come back, we'll come back with Andrea Tomey, because that is a really interesting interview that Speaks did. We will let you hear it next on The Score.
Cubs fans, Saturday at 10 a.m. Be a part of history when the Cubs unveil the all-new Champions Gate at Gallagher Way outside Wrigley Field, honoring the 2016 World Series team during their 10th anniversary celebration.
And the Chicago Cubs win the World Series!
Featuring live appearances from Tom Ricketts, Joe Madden, and members from that historic championship team.
I wish all of you could be right here at this
this moment. Plus, join Inside the Clubhouse as David Haugh and Bruce Levine broadcast live from Gallagher Way from 9 a.m. to 12:45.
And the celebration begins.
Don't miss the unveiling of Champions Gate at Gallagher Way, Saturday at 10 a.m. Heard live on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score, official radio home of the Cubs.
Enjoy a summer like you remember in unforgettable.
And that hurts because they kind of left the 1 seed sitting there on the table if they get that touchdown to end in San Fran.
Yeah.
And then yesterday, and they probably approach it differently and all of that. But anyway, how about this? Caleb was finally right about Torrey Taylor. He punted 60 times, 3.53 times per game. That is the lowest figure in Bears history. Remember when he said, you're not going to be punting that much? It's the least amount of time you have seen a punter in your entire history of watching the Bears. That's pretty funny to me. Then these numbers. What did Ben say was the most important number?
EPA.
EPA per play, they are 7th in the NFL. EPA per pass, they are 9th of the 8 teams ahead of them in that all-important number, according to Ben Johnson. 6 of them are playoff teams, and the other 2 are Detroit and Dallas. So they are a top 10 offense by EPA per pass, top 10 for scoring, top 6 in yardage, top 3 in rushing. That's the year that you just saw.
Can I just for a second, I want to talk about the EPA thing because I like that something that he kind of dismissed while talking about EPA ended up playing a huge role in them being good.
Turnovers?
Yes.
So true.
Yes, like
So
he kind
true.
of dismissed that as a thing, but look at the takeaway margin that the Bears have defensively, and it's played a significant role.
They are plus 22. They are number 1 in turnover differential in the NFL, ahead of the Texans and the Jaguars and the Steelers and the Rams. So all of the top 5 are playoff teams.
It's been a wonderful year. Kyle Monangai, I still owe you a steak, by the way. Kyle Monangai coming in and doing what he's done. DeAndre Swift being the player that he's been.
And having a career year on the ground.
The improvement of Darnell Wright, even though he didn't make the Pro Bowl and you understood why.
Mm-hmm.
The improvement of the offensive line all the way through it. Even with the left tackle situation being in flux yet again yesterday.
2 more quickies. Phil Thompson wrote a great piece in the Trib yesterday.
What's up, Phil?
The Bears, going into yesterday, have run 496 plays under center. That's the second most behind the Rams in the entire NFL. Remember when Caleb was told that he couldn't do anything under center? Second most in the NFL under center.
Well, he worked his ass off. And
Yeah,
we
he
talked
did.
about it before the season began that I had heard that he was out there doing reps every day, taking snaps from center, and then that plays out where he gets – and I think a lot of people are like, man, if this guy can get that concept, he could be a really dangerous passer, and he has been.
And average depth of target, just to show you stylistically what they do, okay? This is how far the receivers go down the field before they are targeted. 9.31 yards, 5th in the NFL, behind the Eagles, the Patriots, the Rams, and the Packers. Playoff teams all. So Ben Johnson is
Hyundai
giving you...
dealers, this is Chicago's #1 most listened to sports station. 104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is being brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
They're surrounding Jim Tomey at home plate, and the fans are standing here at U.S. Cellular. He's the 3rd player this year to reach 500 homers. Tomey's dad and wife are on the field. He's hugging his dad at home plate.
With the 34th pick of the 2026 MLB Draft, the Chicago White Sox select Landon Tomei, a shortstop from Nazareth Academy, LaGrange Park, Illinois.
Oh, it's been awesome. Just kind of the biggest thing he's taught me is kind of the mental side of being able to go out there and trust the process and being able to put something in the basket every day. Whether it's an RBI, stolen base, anything like that, and then the basket's going to fill up at the end of the year. So having that mindset, kind of that positive mindset going into every day, especially going from high school now to pro ball. I know I'm going to fail a little bit, but being able to kind of have that positive mindset is going to help a lot.
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
Welcome back in on the Spiegel and Holmes show here on The Score, and an honor to be squeezed into a very busy family week for Andrea Tomei, novelist, photographer, one-time broadcast journalist, longtime baseball wife. But today we want to talk to the mother of Landon Tomei about this unbelievable experience. I can only imagine. Andrea, thanks for the time. How are you?
Oh, I think I'm doing great. It's kind of hard to tell. There's a lot going on, like you said, but boy, what a dream.
Wondering what it's been like the last week or so, you know, maybe not knowing where he'd go, and then it happens that it's here, followed by the immersion into this new chapter of your lives. It has to have been crazy.
It has been crazy. You know, for a long time, it's kind of felt like this sort of like waiting room of like, okay, what's going to happen? And I mean, if I had a dime for every time we sat at our kitchen table and gone through the what ifs, you know, like what if this or what if that? And it was an intense winter of, you know, teams coming to our house and meeting with Landon and kind of head spinning last year. So to have this finally, this to know is kind of a lot to wrap our minds around, but we could not be happier. I'll never forget the moment when Landon found out. I knew he wanted to be a White Sox, and he never said that out loud because he didn't want to jinx it. We're a very superstitious family. You might be surprised to learn.
Wow.
So it's nice to know.
So that image when he found out, that's amazing. He never voiced it? How could he never voice it?
No, I mean, he really wanted, and he even said this when we were talking to his agent about, you know, how do you want to approach this? And we just said organically, like, we are big believers in walk and the way will appear. Like, do the work. He finished his last at bat in high school, and he said to us, I've done everything I can do. There's nothing, it's out of my control now. So let's just see what happens. Which, if a team wants me, that's great. And let's just see who that is and take it from there. Like, we really didn't have like some grand plan in place. We just want to see what happened.
Amazing. That's a healthy way to live. It helps you stay in the present when you live that way. That's for sure. Look, your tweets have been wonderful, and all the images that have been out there that Sox fans and baseball fans have been taking in. The picture of spring 2017, Lil Landon in a mini White Sox uniform, staring, it appears longingly, at the Camelback complex. Like, I want to go in there and hang out. I don't know if that's what he was doing, but that's what it looks like. I mean, that's incredible. So, but I want to go back even earlier than that. We played the Ed Farmer call of Jim's 500th home run yesterday on the show. Landon is there in utero with you, right?
He was 2 months away from making his appearance, his first debut as a White Sox fan. So yeah, it was. In fact, that game was so surreal. My father-in-law and I were talking about, okay, you know, that last inning, we thought it wasn't going to happen, and we were like, we're going to have to get in the car and drive to Kansas City. And I was so pregnant, and I was like, oh, I just wish he could do it. And I swear, no sooner were like the words out of my mouth than he did, and it was so awesome.
Wow, that's amazing. So, did he like baseball right away? Did he think Dad was cool right away? Because some of us are dads who work in sports, and you know that's not always the way it goes. You know what I mean? So did Landon like it right away?
He did. He loved it. We had this little machine called the Lobster. It was for tennis, really, but it used to lob tennis balls. And I mean, he used to pull it out of the garage and say, Daddy, you turn the Lobster on, and they would hit balls. And, you know, they hit my dad once and over the roof. And I mean, we had so much fun with that little machine. I actually thought we ought to get it back out and take a picture of him standing next to it.
Please
but yeah, he's always loved it.
And so the Lobster, that's amazing. So would he be like hanging around waiting for Dad to come home and like, all right, you already played, but now it's time for us to play? That kind of thing?
Well, you know, he was very little when Jim played. So when he was born at the end of 07 and Jim retired in 12. So
Yeah.
it was just like that last couple of years he was old enough to know and to wait. But Jim always took him with him places. So it doesn't really even feel like he was ever waiting around for Jim. He was like, you saw him standing there looking at the complex, but I think he was doing that because he knew there was bubble gum in the locker room more than like he wanted to play baseball, probably at that age. But he has always played and always just really loved it. It's the thing he loves to do most, for sure.
I love the image of Jim taking him places. I also saw a picture of him at the Field of Dreams game meeting the commissioner. But yeah, so Jim in his job and his baseball life, I mean, currently obviously a special assistant to Chris Getz, but taking his son places and showing him the baseball lifestyle, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure they had tons of memorable trips in that way.
So many, from going to Cleveland for Game 7 of the World Series. We have a great picture of Landon like slumped down in defeat in his seat because at the time he was rooting for his dad's team that was the Indians at the time, and the rain delay in the 7th inning, and he just looks like sad sack in his chair. That trip, and then going to see a game at Wrigley in the same series. And I mean, Jim just took him everywhere, going to Philly, riding in the back of the golf cart around and waving to the people with, the Fanatic. He's done some cool things. Getting to hit in the All-Star game in Cleveland was amazing. So he got a double in that game as like a 10-year-old or whatever he was at the time. Yeah.
Wow. Wait. Landon had a double in the All-Star game in Cleveland?
The Futures, the celebrity softball game. Jim asked if he could pinch hit for him, and he went in and hit a double.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was awesome.
How cool is that? You just dropped a little nugget in there, though, that's going to play well with the White Sox fans. During the 2016 series, he was actively rooting against the Cubs.
We never root against anyone in our family. We root for teams, and he was rooting for Cleveland. So let's be there. We are Chicago fans, but now we are White Sox fans. We always have been. But sorry, Cubs, we're all in.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, I love the dynamic in this two-team town of the fan bases being passionate. Yes. And right now, what a resurgence right now. Isn't it a remarkable moment? I mean, you're a baseball person. You've been around the game your whole adult life here. And to see what's happened, and for Landon's moment to fit into what's happening with the organization has got to be insane to observe.
It's heady stuff. Being at the ballpark the day after he got the news, and watching him throw out the first pitch with Rock, and he and Rock have such a special relationship, which is cool. We got to visit with Mr. Reinsdorf for a few minutes in his suite. And I will tell you, I would do a cage match for Mr. Reinsdorf. He has been for our family. And if people knew him as a human being, he's the most generous. He wants nothing more than a win for this city. And I want to win for him. Like, I would love to see this team win a World Series for him. He's been, and the thing that struck me the other day about how he cares about people is he said to Landon, we're so happy to have you. Make sure you continue your education, though, because he knew Landon had that opportunity at Florida State. He said, take a class every semester, one class online while you're playing, because education's so important. And I was like, oh, what other owner would say that to a new draft pick?
That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a common refrain that we've heard. If you actually know Jerry,
it's true
that it's a different experience than being a fan of a team owned by Jerry at different times. Right? Of course. That makes sense. You mentioned talking to Andrea Tomey, by the way, you mentioned the relationship with Rock Chalowski. I heard Rock on a radio show the other day on XM live on the air when Landon was drafted. Have you heard that? It's pretty cool. So he has this immediate reaction, and he's so clearly excited that Landon is going to be his teammate in the Sox organization. Tell us about Rock Chalowski and Landon Tomey's relationship.
Well, so they met when Landon was looking at UCLA as one of his schools. And we love John Savage, the head coach of UCLA. I said to Landon when we left that meeting, there's someone who would treat you like a father. And John couldn't say enough great things about Rock when we met him, and he brought him into his office, and Landon and Rock had a really nice exchange, got to spend some time together, and they've kind of kept in touch. And so when they saw each other at the field the other day, it gives me goosebumps. They ran toward each other and just like we're so excited. And when Landon heard that they took him #1, we were all sitting together outside, and he was so pumped. And I was like, and then John Savage called Jim and said, Jim, there is nobody on this earth that will take better care of your son as someone who's a couple years older, someone that you want around your kid, than Rock.
Wow, how cool is that?
Very
That's incredible. It reminds me, by the way, of Caleb Williams and the Bears wide receiver Rome Odunze being drafted on the same night and being like, "Hey, man, let's go!" Like, and that can matter for these young guys. I'm sure Jim is still close with some of the young teammates that he had in the minor leagues all the way through.
Oh, for sure. I mean, we heard from the Richie Sexton and his wife, like people so excited that we've known forever in the game, that we grew up with in the game. So really, it's been a fun couple of days.
Who are your friends, your family friends, like you and Jim, of the baseball people that we even know of, like Jim's former teammates that you're still close with? That'd be fascinating.
It's a long list. Obviously, Charlie Manuel and his wife Missy from forever ago. The Ossenmachers, Paul and Maggie Ossenmacher, the OJs. Anne is going through a health battle right now, and we're pulling for her and love her. The Plunks, Eric Plunk, a lot of those Cleveland people, the Sandy Alomar, the Sextons, like I said, of course from the Chicago team, Paul Konerko and AJ and Scott Podsednik. I know he sees from time to time at the ballpark. So many Burley, the Burleys, Mark and Jamie Burley. I could go on and on and on. I mean, we love this game. The Mauers.
Wow. That's these are your people. These are the people you've been with. All right. So you're obviously a baseball person. Please scout Landon Tomey, the ball player. Give us your thoughts on him as a ball player. Be as honest as you're comfortable with. Okay?
Yeah. No one's going to outwork him. No one's going to outwork the kid. He loves it. He wakes up and the first thing he thinks about is what he's going to do that day. He's going to he goes down to the city. He drives to the city. He could have it very easy and work out around here. He gets in the car and goes to Bracy Performance and does his workouts because they're the best. And it's a little bit inconvenient for him. He did it during the school year multiple times a week. It's a 1-hour commute one way, but no one's going to outwork him. He's got a mind. So every morning throughout high school, we would sit at the kitchen table and he and Jim, we'd have MLB Network on, of course. They break down swings. And so it's so fun to get to hear them talk baseball. So great baseball IQ, like I think unmatched, to be honest with you. He's just, he can hit like heck. He's a runner. He's fast. He doesn't get it from either one of us, but he's a fast little guy. And yeah, what else? I mean, he wants to compete. He wants to win. He's a team player.
Wow. Them breaking down swings. So, I mean, what an incredible gift to be passionate about something that your dad loves and knows so well. So
to hear them's really cool. And I had always heard them talk like that, but then when these scouts came to our house and they interview him, I was flabbergasted after the first interview when they asked him, like, Landon, tell us about your approach. And I'd never heard him talk about that. And when he launched into like his approach for left-handed versus right-handed, the scout left at the end of the first meeting and Jim and I looked at each other while Landon was walking him out. And Jim just looked shell-shocked. And I said, I can't believe that. Like that just happened. And Jim's like, I know, I'm so proud of him. He's incredible.
Man, I got to tell you, as a father, I'm just thinking about that. And it's really lovely to hear your pride and joy at seeing Landon become the young person that he is. Like, baseball's hard. It's a game full of failure. You know it. Jim knows it. You gotta get used to being successful sometimes 3 times out of 10, and that's really good. Yeah. So, have you helped him prepare for that mental grind in that way?
That was something early on, like he struggled a little bit. He's had some hurdles, and I feel like every big struggle he's had has helped him more than all the successes. The first time the White Sox elected him to the area code games, he went like 0 for 8 with like 7 strikeouts or something. And he was like, oh, this is real. And he came home and he said, I'm going to work so hard. You watch when I go back next year. And he went back next year and was player of the week. So like he thrives on adversity. So like that's the other thing that he's built for this game in a way that maybe not everybody is. And we've said to him, great, you had a great high school year, tip the cap, but get ready to go be the worst now again and start at the bottom.
Amazing. Last thing from me on this is Jim. I feel like his transition to player development guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like he found a calling of sorts. What's his comfort level? What's it like to watch your Hall of Fame husband transition to this phase of his professional life?
You know, Jim had a lot of offers to go and coach, to go be major league hitting instructor or this or that. And he said, you know, I love working with young people. I love working with at the age where they're still so coachable. And he's loved working at the high school level, and just he calls himself a volunteer. Lee Milano has 600 and some high school wins. Listen, he didn't need Jim on his staff, but he so graciously opened his arms to Jim and said, come and offer what you know to our kids. And that's just what Jim did. He was there for them to ask questions or whatever, and he loved every minute of it. And he'll still continue to do that. You know, when John Savage called me the other day and he hung up the phone, he's like, oh, that just makes me know why I love doing this. Like that age, college, high school, it's so much fun.
That's really cool. All right, Andrea, you still writing novels? What are you doing? You taking pictures? What are you up to?
I take pictures just for fun on my iPhone because I'm too lazy to carry around a big camera. But I have a new book coming out October 13th. So I'm perfect timing because we can kind of get Landon out to Arizona and get him settled. And then I can maybe start to focus on my job a little bit again. It's on the shelf right now, but October 13th, yeah.
What's the book about?
It's called Mine Again. It's a contemporary romance, which is what I write, and it's the first book in a new series, and it's set in Montana in a fictional little town called Sunflower.
There you go. Any baseball in there? Does baseball creep its way into your novels?
Of course. And this is the first one it really does. The main character, the male main character's father is a retired Hall of Fame pitcher. So write what you know, as they say.
Understood.
Yeah.
Andrea, what a pleasure. Thanks for the time. Congratulations on the week. And we'll be watching Landon, and now we know the backstory a lot better. So we appreciate you.
Thank you so much. And I just have to say to the White Sox fans, thank you for embracing him the way you have. What a ride.
So that was your conversation with Andrea Tomey, and that sounded amazing. What was your favorite part of it?
Oh man, she's just a baseball lifer. So I think like her knowing the game the way she does and knowing the people around the game the way she does just felt like, I don't know, it sort of felt like the visit I had with Dusty Baker like a while ago on Hit and Run. It's just that when you get somebody who's been in the game for decades, there's just a rhythm that you slide into in that way, you know?
It's always amazing when whether you're talking about like player wife, coach's wife, like the reverence with which Miss Terry, Nick Saban's wife, and if you talk to people who are married to the game, they know the game.
Yes!
They know the game in a way that I don't think we give credit for. So seeing that be on display, and now she's got to live it kind of two-pronged.
Yeah. She's got to live it and feel that sense of connection to her son, having the failures that inherently come with the game. That's the thing about baseball conversations, that they're imbued with this idea of this is going to be hard. It's going to be real hard.
I like that he had the realization of I'm just not going to be able to walk out there and do whatever I want.
Yeah.
As I keep going up
you need
a level.
That. We were just talking about it with Rizzo. We're just talking about Anthony Rizzo having to go back down.
She's also right about Lee Milano and what he's done
at Nazareth.
Yeah.
He was on the station today.
He was.
He was on with Mully and them boys. So, that's pretty cool. But I got to say, that sensation, when you're opening an old pack of baseball cards or you're looking through something and you're like, let's remember some guys, just some old baseball players.
Like Paul Ossenmacher?
The fact that it's families to them, who are you guys close with? Well, we go to the Ossenmachers' house.
The Ossenmachers, the OJs, the Plunks, the Burleys, the Mowers.
The Plunks. Eric Plunk. I never thought about him as having a wife or a family or a life other than knowing him on a baseball field.
Freaking Mauer.
Right? So Jim was in Minnesota with young Joe Mauer.
Stupid Joe Mauer.
But yeah, they're just like
hitting doubles off the left field wall all day.
I was hanging out with Jim DeShays and his wife, who is a lovely person.
See, you just did the same
The
thing.
DeShays.
No, the DeShays. Like, so who are you guys tied with? That's like my favorite question to ask. Who are you guys tied with? Oh, well, you know, Mike Scott and his wife and Bob Knepper and his, like, I mean, these are their people.
The Ostenlockers, the OJs, the Sextons, the Plunks, the Burleys, the Mauers.
I mean,
look, I'll tell you, like sometimes when I was covering the Bears on a daily basis, one of the things that you do is you go and cover some of the charity events or some of the community events.
Yeah.
And that's where you run into the wives. And you start like hearing their stories about this journey and like all of the heavy lifting that the wives have to do to keep the player sane, to keep the player healthy, to keep the player from having to worry about stuff during the 16-week back then season. Like all of the stuff, the interference that they have to run for their husbands is legendary.
And just like the stuff that you would do, like I think Lori DeShays was saying that she made chicken salad one time and Mike Scott was over and he had it and then he pitched really well. So then Mike Scott's wife called up and asked for the chicken salad recipe so she could make it when Mike was going to pitch. Yeah. It's like, remember when Tim Anderson had spaghetti?
Spaghetti night.
Yeah. He had spaghetti. After he homers, he got spaghetti. Was that what it was?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Benetti used to call that all the time. Like whenever you hit a home run, be like, spaghetti night.
It's time for a pasta party.
So,
Pasta party at my house. Everybody invited. Come on, baby.
There we go. See?
I miss those days.
Yeah, I know. So does Tim.
But things are good.
Yeah.
Things are actually better.
Things are very good.
They're better. I want to see if we can talk a little bit more about this. And granted, we don't have two parents of athletes on the show, but we have two parents. So I wanted to talk about the parenting aspect of this, of your interview with Andrea Tomey, because I'm curious about it as someone who is not a parent at the moment. So I would love to get you guys' thoughts on it. And there's a Maddenism in something that she said, like a Joe Maddenism that I think I might carry with me for a while.
I think that'd be wise.
She's a philosophizer. We'll talk about that next here on The Score.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, your laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 104.3 The Score. We're live and local. 104.3 The Score. Hey, Score listeners, for all station contest rules, go to thescorechicago.com/rules, and good luck.
This segment is sponsored.
A playoff caliber scheme, and Caleb Williams has executed it to a playoff caliber offense.
So there should be rejoicing in the fact that the Bears have won the division. They are the 2 seed in the NFC, and the playoffs start on Saturday for them over at Soldier Field.
Get yourself an Ethernet hookup.
It's a good radio gimmick. It's the guy who does the show from a car. Yeah.
Because he lives his whole life there.
Well, guess what, Tanny?
Build a toilet in?
I produced that segment here on The Score when Les drove back from the Eastern Conference Finals.
Of course he did.
In 1999.
And he did the show from the car?
He had to do the first segment from the car.
I think Sears told me that he did it from like a drive-through one time.
I'm not surprised.
Wait a minute. Les was covering like a post-Jordan era Eastern Conference Finals.
He went down
felt compelled to do that.
The Pacers-Knicks, right? So you were Pacers-Knicks, and he went down to Indianapolis. And by then, I'm a year into my tenure here at The Score.
They should have just let you host the segment until he got back.
Well, I'm getting to that part of it. So Les tells me, he says, I think I'm going to make it back before. And so I'm like, what? Because that was when the show started at 1. Remember, Tommy Williams was on.
Yes.
So Zampilla was producing that.
I love you, big partner.
Exactly. So he says, I'm going to have to start the show on the phone. And I'm like, that's
not a thing.
Terrible idea.
That is not a thing.
So he's like, can you load up that last break between Tommy going off the air and us starting? I'm like, I can ask Tommy. And he's like, no. I'm on 9094 now. I'm not far from the station. I'm like, okay. Les gets in. Let's call it 1:30 let's call it 112, 117.
All right, you guys ready? Let's do it. 112, 117.
Somewhere in there, he gets there. And he's wired because he just drove 3 hours and there's the adrenaline rush of being on the air and all that stuff. Then
Patrick Ewing was traveling all night long. Like mad about the Knicks.
He definitely did that. And then at about 3:30, the crash happened.
Oh, no.
And for those of you on Twitch, I'm going to show you what happened, okay? And I'm going to try to explain it. Les is sitting there doing the segment, takes his glasses up.
Oh, the head just falls directly into the microphone.
Now, he falls asleep while talking to a caller.
Oh, man. So the caller ends and there's no host.
No, that was my first moment on the air.
Really? Your first moment ever on the score?
I jumped on the air.
Good job.
And asked the caller about what he said. And I was like, Les, what do you think about that? And he's like, well, what do you think about Lawrence? What do you think about it?
Oh, wow.
And then I gave my thoughts on it. And then he woke up and he was like,
and that was that.
And he was back in. And
he got the shock that lasted him the rest of the show.
And then he told me I can open my mic whenever I want.
Oh.
That is the origin story of me on the air at the score.
Folks, and from there to the Blackmobile.
Right.
So you owe everything to Les.
100%.
Now, someone who I owe nothing to. I also have a similar story. This is not as good of a story, but it did happen. Ranji, this happened before a Sox pregame one time, where we were sending him out to God knows where, and all of a sudden it was like 2 minutes before the pregame opening billboard, which is like has to be precise timed. And he calls, he's like, "Hey, buddy, I'm not gonna make it." And he was lost on top of it. So it's like, and this was before GPS was readily available on cell phones. So it's like looking at MapQuest. Well, did you turn in 0.3 miles? where are you? So he did the first segment of pregame on the phone.
Oh, wow.
Les was, I got to say,
buddy,
for a guy who was driving 90 miles an hour and holding a brick phone, it's 1999, y'all. And holding a brick phone.
It was a pretty good segment.
Did a pretty good job.
You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see him.
What do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you'd want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps, but there wasn't a situation.
What the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow!
Something just.
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it and I looked up. I mean. Is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No. I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell out below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
That's
what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. Don't. Yeah.
It's wonderful to be with you guys. Your voices are very awesome for me to hear also. Continued success for you guys.
Afternoons on the Score.
We are big believers in walk and the way will appear.
Andrea Tomey gave us a Joe Maddenism there. Walk and the path will appear.
I like that.
Joe would always say, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear.
I like that one. I think I first heard that from Kung Fu
The old David Carradine show?
I would not be surprised if that was the case, if that's where you heard it from.
Yeah.
But I like that she's talking about like what a philosophy, what a positive philosophy, and like this idea of like just keep moving forward.
Just keep doing you. Walk and the path will appear. Just like
moving forward.
And make sure your steps are good. Make sure you're doing the right thing, and the path will appear. Yeah, that sounded very centered, didn't it?
Yeah, I was curious about this. I was curious about how you felt about this, what you took as a parent away from this conversation. Now, look, we know that this is sports, like, and we end up in sports, and it's not like you and Ruben are doing a ton of sportsing, other than you forcing him to watch baseball. But he is kind of turning into a little bit of a meathead fan with his friend.
He is,
and that's cool.
He is turning into a little bit of a baseball kid, a little bit.
But did you feel a kinship as she's talking about like raising a major leaguer?
Yeah, no. I felt an otherness, like, because
you're not in that world.
I'm not in that world of like, you know, it's funny. I thought about it with Jordan Walker too. Some of the stories that I read about Jordan Walker, that he would sleep with his glove when he was 3. When he was 6, he hit a ball over the fence out of his field for the first time, and it broke a window on Grandma's car. And Grandma was both angry and impressed. You know what I mean? Like, my kid was not that, and that's fine. Like, I love the hell out of my kid.
He's doing other stuff, and
He's awesome.
I don't even mean it like apples to apples.
Sure. I'm just saying, like, that's my initial instinct, and so I joked about that. But what I also connected with as a parent is when she's talking about hearing Landon discuss his swing and discuss his approach at the plate with the scouts when they came to see him. I've had moments where I hear my boy talk about whatever he's into and whatever he's learning in a way that's just him expressing, and I'll be like, oh my God, that's amazing. Like, look at that. He turned into a little person right there. Wait a minute, I didn't do that. I've been so focused on trying to do something with him that he went and did it himself. You know, like, when you're genuinely impressed with your child, I feel a little bit of that, and boy, is that a joyful place to be. And didn't you hear her joy?
Yes.
In like genuinely liking her child and being impressed. That's the thing. Like, you come pre-wired to love your kid, but when you actually like your kid,
it's great.
Oh man, that's pretty special.
And you know, look, the Spiegel and Holmes listener, the Score listener, is more than likely a parent. And in a lot of cases is a sport parent, and trying to figure out like what the investment is. Like, the investment emotionally is clear. Like, you're going to support your kid no matter what.
Yeah.
And then there's the financial aspect of that investment on like, hey, am I pushing my kid into something that they don't like?
Yes. Oh, and then there's the financial and your time investment and all that, and you might resent your kid on some level as you're making all that happen.
It's a drain. And so, look, like, this is the 1% of the 1%. We're talking about Andrea Tomei, right?
Seriously.
Like that, it's the one, but I do think that even inside of that, you can hear the genuine enthusiasm, the love, the patience. Like, the patience to deal with both Jim and Landon, right? Like, because she has to. Like, she also has to be a wedge. Because, you know, Jim is like full go, right?
Oh, yeah.
Full go baseball. And she's got to be like, hey, let's let him make some choices on some things. Like, I thought that part of it, like her love for her son, I thought came through so beautifully.
Yeah, it seems like
I'm really glad that you did the interview.
That's cool. Yeah, it seems like a really good mom and a really loving and proud mom for sure. Tanny, you feel me on the loving your kid is one thing, but actually ending up liking them is quite another level.
Yeah, I found my daughter's a pretty good hang, and it's fun. She's 12, so like, getting it to have a little window into their lives and their relationships. That's like a really fun part that I'm going through right now of parenting. But what resonated with what Andrew was talking about was, after Landon gets drafted, it's like, okay, now you're down at the bottom again. So don't get too high, don't get too cocky. You gotta and that's the thing. My daughter's really good at art, and she's found that to be her calling. She likes to draw like her dad did, right? So she's very good, I think, for someone her age.
She's really good.
So thank you. And so, you try to teach her yeah, but if you don't keep working at it, you can just show up to art class and just be good and you can get by, and other, students will be like, oh, it's so awesome.
Yeah.
And you can get by for a long time doing that. But if you really want to get really good at it, if you really want to pursue it as a career, you got to keep working at it, And that's the tough part.
Okay. That's a good place for us to go next, because anyone that has a child kind of wants their child to be great or have the opportunity for greatness. So for both of you, because I know that Ruben does music and obviously your daughter does art, where's the line? Where's the line in you being supportive and maybe to a degree pushing when you sometimes feel like they need a push versus going overboard? And then because we know the stories about athletes' kids who they've been pushed to, and they I don't even like this anymore.
I don't want to be the Marv Marinovich of piano for my boy.
No buttermilk for Ruben's fingers.
I mean, but look, man, I've worked through this stuff a lot, and I mandate that kid practices piano, and I basically. I need him to do it until he wants to do it, and then he doesn't have to do it anymore. You know what I mean?
Right.
I force him to do it until he actually enjoys it and wants to do it, and then he doesn't have to do it anymore.
Yeah, we had a similar thing because, she was into music for a little bit. So, you enroll her. There was a great school up in Park Ridge, and they're all over the School of Rock, so free plug for them. They would be, form an actual band, and all the kids had a role in the band, and they teach them, my daughter taught her how to play keyboard, right?
Yeah.
And so for us, it was we want her to do a social activity that's almost like sports because you are in a band, you're in a team, right?
Yep.
So, she was into it for a couple, do performances, in actual theaters, and then after couple years, you could tell she kind of cycled through her interest with it, and that's fine, even though we bought all the equipment. But it's sometimes it's well, I don't feel like doing this today. Well, it's well, look, here's the thing though, you are in a band, you are a part of a team, they depend on you.
Damn right.
So you have to show up. So if you want to stop doing it after the concert, that's fine, that's totally cool, even though we bought all the equipment. That's totally fine. So we don't want to force you to do something that you genuinely don't like, but we just want to have you have the experience.
Yeah, I mean, Christine is a much harder driver than I am on some of this stuff.
How is she with the girls with sports? Because she raised some athletes.
They both were college softball players.
Yeah.
Badasses.
Yeah.
And
one of them played on the score softball team.
Yeah, she drove them both pretty hard, and then they ended up loving it. And then they pursued it themselves.
Was Christine an athlete?
No, not really. No, no, but
because there's a lot of fierce competitor in her.
Oh yeah, try doing a puzzle with that woman. Try doing a jigsaw puzzle. Get out of my way. I'm working on this section.
Get out of my way.
What are you doing? Come on, you're in front of my face. Don't do that. I'm reaching for a piece, honey. Just reaching for a piece. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. I think the team aspect and being a good teammate.
I'm very partial to Latins.
That's for you and me, Teddy.
Aren't we all?
And he's wrong. Hawk was wrong about the sense of humor thing with Latins.
You don't see a lot of Latin guys, who are really funny in the clubhouse.
I would disagree with him on that.
Yes.
Vehemently.
Yeah. And Latin ladies are funny as well.
Shout out to my teammate Izzy Lopez, my shortstop. Hilarious. Was probably the funniest guy on the team.
When are the ESPYs? Tomorrow, right?
Yes.
And who's hosting the ESPYs?
My man from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
The one who does Sebastian.
Yeah, Marcello.
Yeah.
Right?
Marcello? Probably is Marcello.
I mix him.
Marcelo Hernandez.
Marcelo
right?
Hernandez. I mix him up with Marcello Meyer of the Red Sox. But maybe that's Marcello, and that's Baby T. Can you sort this out, Marcello and Marcello's? Can you figure that out? Thank you,
Baby T.
It's good to have you here.
We need to take a break. When we come back, we probably even though we've been a little flippant about it, one of the best stories in baseball is going to play out tonight.
Yeah, the Nationals are going to learn about it. The national peoples are going to learn about it. We should make sure the locals know it all first.
Yeah, we should really share that. This is something that you will appreciate as you are watching All-Star coverage tonight. We'll do that next on The Score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on The Score.
But to see Monet, even the votes that he got despite missing 35 games, the popularity is building and the respect for the White Sox nationally is coming with it right now. Not just fun to watch. I think what we're seeing is an ascension of a program I didn't think it was going to come this quick, and to have the respect follow it and have people know who Monet is internationally and nationally, that's something that I didn't expect.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grote. Middays 10 a.m. till 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Toyota on Edens.
Hey, Chicagoland, your new favorite.
Mike, who do you have healthy sports hate for? Who do you let yourself feel it for, either a person or a team?
Definitely KU. Lawrence, I ever tell you I know I haven't told you. Have I ever told you my Bill Self story?
No. Go on.
Please, because Bill Self's got an opportunity here with Darren Peterson and a very talented team, and Duke looked vulnerable yesterday, so we were just talking about them off the air.
So this is a story of, again, how you can have inappropriate hatred towards someone who really doesn't deserve it. So John Anderson and I, in like 05 or 06 or 07, something like that, he goes, let's do a road trip to a Mizzou game. And I was like, yes, mentor. Like, such is done. And he said, we'll go. There was back when ABC used to have a 2:30 game on like a Saturday or a Sunday. And so we flew into Columbia. I was in Charlotte at the time. He was in Bristol. And he, like a week before, goes, hey, by the way, they're playing Kansas, the game we're going to. Remember last year they lost to Bradley in the first round, and the year before they lost to Bucknell. And I was like, yeah, of course I remember. Those are two of the greatest days of my life. And he goes, someone sent me a Bucknell t-shirt. So instead of us wearing gold at the game, I'm going to wear the Bucknell t-shirt. You got to get a Bradley t-shirt. And I was like, oh, classic, perfect.
Oh, God.
And so shockingly, I couldn't find a Bradley t-shirt, but I found a buddy's girlfriend who knew how to iron and print a decal. So I had a Bradley t-shirt with a lame, cheap decal on it. And it's like a 2:30 tip, and 11 o'clock, John's like, meet me in the lobby at our hotel. We'll walk to the game, and we'll just go to the student section and party. They're going to love that we're there and we're, crazed fans, even though we're on SportsCenter and what have you. And I was like, great. So we get down and meet in the lobby at 11 o'clock, and we're walking over, and all of a sudden we hear this, hey, is that you, John? And we turn over, and it's Bill Self. The Jayhawks are staying in our hotel, and John, before he got to ESPN, worked in Tulsa, where Bill Self was the coach. So they knew each other and had a friendly relationship. So John goes, oh, hey, yeah. And so we walk over like morons wearing these basically middle finger t-shirts to the man we're going to talk to. He couldn't have been friendlier. Couldn't have been nicer. We have like an 8-9 minute conversation. He's so charming and likable. And at one point he was like, hey, John, are you wearing a Bucknell t-shirt? And John like sheepishly just kind of like lowers his head and goes, yeah, I am. Oh, man, are you wearing a Bradley t-shirt? I was like, yeah, sorry about that, Bill. Sorry about that. And he's such a nice guy. He goes, okay, well, you want to come in and say hi to the guys and meet our staff? And so we walk in to the dining room, and I'm shaking Danny Manning's hand because he was a coach at the time while I'm wearing this ridiculous shirt. And like it was such a great sports hatred moment.
I would just like to say for the record, John Anderson's title right now is Endowed Chair of Radio and Television Journalism Professionals at the University of Missouri.
Oh, that man has found a perfect post-Sports Center gig, huh?
Correct.
But what they have is they're teaching guys, as you say, to throw so hard so that guy comes in the 5th or the 6th and he throws hard, and it's your starters aren't necessarily the best guys anymore. Like, the strategy has changed. I don't think it's the best for the fans. I'll tell you that much. Like, the game has changed in a way that makes it not
as entertaining, but there's got to be some things that you see that make some strategic sense at this point.
Not anything I see up there. I think that's just ridiculous, and it's increasing injuries, and it's not maximizing on your best guys. And you guys, and just listening to what you just said, you're being dominated by the fake technology again. You think that all these guys throw 10 miles an hour faster than we did back in the day? Just watch the videos. Watch videos of guys back in our day who were the hard-throwing guys compared to now. They are measuring fastballs and balls right out of the hand now, okay? The Jugs gun and the ray gun back in the day measured it as it crossed home plate.
Uh-huh.
So there ain't no difference. These guys, I've been there. I've been with these guys that they say are throwing 100 and sitting there watching them going, they ain't no different than anything I saw, hitting against guys in spring training. This is not, but they're just trying to pump it up like they're doing such a great job. And look at this. It's fake technology like everything else in the world. Here's the next thing that I laugh about, and I actually have talked to a lot of the old umpires and a lot of the new umpires about this stuff too, about them wanting to do the technological robot umpire stuff too. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but if you've actually seen the Atlantic League funny posts that people made about strikes being called at balls that are like 3 feet outside.
He's the other dude. Yeah.
Afternoons on The Score.
Tristan Peters, a triple shy of the cycle. Will he go for it? He's rounding second. Here comes the fly. Tristan Peters, the man of the hour. He's keeping that mic all season long.
Pretty amazing. As soon as he started to come to second base, you knew he was going to try it. You don't get a shot at many cycles in this game, and when you do have a shot, you make them throw you out, which is something they couldn't do.
Highlights courtesy of CHSN. Spiegs, tell people Tristan Peters' road to the White Sox.
So, first of all, by the way, that's a terrific call by John Schriffen.
It is.
That's a really good call of a triple for his second hit of the inning and his cycle. Because he made drama. He put drama in there, didn't he, Lawrence? He's like, here he's going to second. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he does. Like, that was a great call. Tristan Peters was a Tampa Ray last year and came up with Tampa. I think before that he was a Brewer. I know I had all this. I said all this to Connor yesterday when we talked, but I was looking at it. But yeah, I think he was drafted as a Brewer, I believe, and then was a Tampa Ray and came up with Tampa last year and just
had
sucked.
a hard time.
Oh my God! Just had
0 for 16 or something like that.
Something like that. It was like horrendous numbers, tons of strikeouts. They sent him down, and in December of last year, they're like, "Yeah, we're done with you. We're done with you." So they designated him for assignment. And the White Sox picked him up for cash considerations.
My favorite player to get back.
Cash himself is on Tampa, and I haven't checked the numbers. How's he doing?
Well, he's managing.
Kevin
Tampa.
Cash considerations.
Yeah, Kevin Cash considered Tristan Peters like, no, I'm good on this, actually. I don't want an all-star.
So that's the irony, is that after cash considerations, he was traded for cash considerations.
And as another victory for the White Sox, you make the move on Lubob. The guy you get for cash considerations,
dude,
is an all-star.
Yeah, that is exactly right. And by the way, Luis Angel Acuna has been useful.
Yeah, I will say that even though I wasn't a fan of Jacob Gonzalez, I do think that guy's got potential to stick.
Me too.
And I kept wondering, like, what do you do? Like when Mooney was healthy, to me it was Acuna that would go down, but he'd been having such a great 6-week stretch that it's hard to make that argument. And I feel like I'm like, man, that guy might be something.
So anyway, Tristan Peters, a 7th-round draft pick in 2021 for the Brewers. He got traded for reliever Trevor Rosenthal from Milwaukee to Tampa. That guy never pitched for the Brewers. So he's traded for somebody who never pitched and then traded for cash considerations and is now an all-star. And yes, he was a former Savannah Banana. But after the cycle Friday night, he did pregame on Saturday because he was named an all-star. What a weekend for Tristan Peters. Cycle, all-star named, and then pregame media in the dugout explaining his story and more, including some context for that very yellow portion of his baseball life.
Were you stunned? Or were you surprised? Or how did it feel, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, I was super stunned. I was speechless. I still don't really know what to say. Yeah, it's incredible. I'm so thankful for the opportunity.
Just to think about how far you've come this season, what comes to mind?
Yeah, I mean, all the things that have happened this season, I think just not knowing whether I was going to make opening day roster. I mean, I had a baby in the middle of spring training, and just some incredible blessings, and it's pretty cool.
You had a great, obviously, season so far, but did you even think this was a possibility of making the All-Star team? That ever enter your mind?
Definitely not at the beginning of the season. I guess towards the end of this first half, I was like, okay, maybe there's a chance, but there's a lot of really, really talented players in this league, and I mean, I'm just so honored to be able to play with them in this All-Star game.
Can you talk a little bit about the process of starting out as a White Sox player, proving yourself, even having to prove yourself throughout the season, and then here you are as one of the top players in the league?
Yeah, I mean, the White Sox gave me this opportunity, and you know what, I went into it I'm going to try to make the most out of it and just be who I am as a player, too. And I know there was a lot of bunting in the beginning and, just trying to figure out who I am at the big league level. And, they give space for that, too, and just incredibly supportive group. And I think that's helped me thrive. And obviously just a great clubhouse atmosphere really helps everybody thrive and play their best.
You talk about the support. What sort of influence has Will Venable had on just the success you feel like you've had this season?
Yeah, I mean, he knows how to manage a clubhouse. He's responsible for that energy and bringing these players in and really making us comfortable here and comfortable to be ourselves and just play at our best, and so he's a huge key factor there.
Tristan, as you look back at the last 18 hours someday, how can you even conceptualize the cycle and then the All-Star game?
Yeah, I mean, it's surreal. It doesn't feel real at the moment. I mean, I can't believe this is all happening. It feels like all at once. I'm just so grateful and it's been some of the most fun I've had playing baseball with this team, and I'm looking forward to the second half, too.
You and I spoke earlier this year about some of the stigmas and maybe nicknames that came from, teams that you played for before, but does this kind of put that to bed, or do you kind of do that with your play, hitting a cycle, or does the All-Star nomination add to that?
I think it adds to it. I mean, I think you're referring to the Bananas, and a lot of people, I got a few banana nicknames, and yeah, I only played for them for a month. I will clarify it was college summer ball. It wasn't banana ball like it is. Some people think it was, but it was still, we were doing dances and stuff. But I think that adds to it, and you know what, if that's my reputation, I love it. The Bananas are awesome.
He loves it so much that on the suit that he's wearing
tonight,
it has a banana embroidered in it.
Good for him. Embrace it,
so like
man.
Boomerang, secret mushroom, secret banana.
Aha! I mean, that's amazing. And
Bananas are awesome.
He said it right there.
He did.
You know who agreed with that?
Les Grobstein?
That's exactly right.
Bananas. I love them.
Bananas are awesome.
I mean, we have both of those drops now.
I think White Sox fans would now also agree that bananas are awesome, and they packed the ballpark for the bananas. You were one of the people.
That was unbelievable. That's one of the greatest baseball experiences I ever had in my life. Seeing the Bananas at Sox Park last year.
Bananas. I love them.
Yes. They're awesome.
The Bananas are awesome.
I mean, good for him for embracing it. I didn't realize he had a banana on the suit. Just don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Nope.
That's one thing we got to be careful of.
Axel Foley.
Yeah.
And he got a couple people with that.
Ahmed, Axel.
He never got it right, like even in the subsequent sequels, which that was my favorite part of I think it was Netflix.
I didn't watch the sequel.
Axel F?
Yeah, I didn't watch the sequel.
Better than I thought.
Was it? I should watch it because
not good,
right? But Bronson Pinchot is in it, doing his thing.
Yeah,
yeah,
you're
I
like
need that.
I'm all right with this.
Oh yeah,
this is a fine way to spend 90 minutes when I wasn't going to do anything else.
I understand.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's good. I'll give it some time. But shout out to Tristan Peters. And
bananas are awesome.
How about the way he described Will Venable?
Yes.
This guy who's been around a lot of different clubhouses at this point. He's like, he knows how to handle a clubhouse. We're all comfortable being ourselves. He gets a lot of credit for that.
He's definitely made them believe.
Yeah.
If nothing else.
Dude, and because I think that's been a really interesting conversation. You asked in the spring, understandably, what does he do well? And we're
hearing it.
We're hearing it. Exactly right. We're hearing it over the last few months.
There's been a lot of conversation about Bears quarterback Caleb Williams. We want to talk with one of the people that's generating some of that conversation. Robert Mays of the Athletic Football Show, TAFS, is going to join us next here on The Score.
It's that guy Williams.
The Cubs are now on 104.3 The Score and the Northwestern Medicine Cubs Radio Network.
It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Northwestern Medicine, leading the way to better medicine. Learn more at nm.org.
Okay, Chicago. Now, did you know?
And when, watch the news today. Oh, they're telling us all about more, watch out because Russia's going to get into our technology and try to mess with our stuff. Wait a minute. They can get into our technology from Russia. Well, you don't think that the front office can get into the technology that's running the strike zone at the home stadium?
Oh, this is fun.
I had never thought of that.
I had never considered this either, that like another front office would override the
hack
robot
the
umps.
umpire.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
And it wouldn't be every pitch. It would be, okay, bases loaded. We got to get this pitch right here. Strike, quick. That's the kind of stuff that I know would happen.
Somebody's going to do it now. You just gave them the idea, Jack. So thank you for that.
They think they don't have the idea? Come on. That's metrics and that's technology.
Do you have a smartphone?
It's ruining our kids' lives. It's ruining our sports. It's ruining our countries all around the world. It's crazy.
Do you have a smartphone?
I'm on it right now, dude. So I'm sure that hey, maybe Putin's listening to us. You never know.
It's not that interesting. I mean, it's good, but it's not that.
It was tremendous.
Yeah.
And then telling stories. Mully, before the game, I think I could tell this. We're in the back of the green room, and he's talking with people, and it came up with something about mascots. He says, "Did I ever tell you about the time when in 1982 when I wore a mask?" He was a mascot for NBC in one of his early assignments, and he pulled up this video, and he was showing it to the group in the room and then he unveiled the like he was dressed up as a mascot.
Oh my God.
And it was Bob Costas underneath the mascot uniform because his point was how hot it was in there.
Oh yeah.
How difficult it could be to be the mascot. And he was showing this story from 1982 when he was a young lad working for NBC.
When my eldest daughter turned 1 year old, she was a huge fan of Elmo. So I went to a costume shop, and apparently if you rent an Elmo costume, it costs a lot of money.
Never done that.
They got to pay money for the name and everything.
Yeah.
This was called Big Red Monster. So I rented Big Red Monster, which was absolutely Elmo. And I had this giant costume that fit me. And I was covering the Bears. I was at Hallis Hall. I'm in the parking lot. And I'm in this, I was showing John Mullen, Moon Mullen, the costume, and I had the big head and I put it on and I was kind of dancing around the parking lot. All the players were coming out of practice, honking their horns. They thought it was hysterical. So anyway, I end up at this party and I'm Elmo and I'm dressed up and I'm dancing around. I lived in a townhouse at the time. My nephew tripped me. I went like arse over tea kettle down the stairs. The only thing that saved me was this big outfit I had on. That I got to tell you,
almost saved your life.
Almost saved me when I finally took the helmet off. About a bucket of water of sweat poured out of it. I was just like, how do you ever wear one of these things?
That was kind of his point.
Oh, he's so right.
I don't think he was ever Elmo.
Oh,
That's
my
quite
God.
a story.
Thank you, buddy. I'm here for you.
I mean,
when you love your kids, you do all sorts of dumb things.
Yeah, that's not a dumb thing.
You're not coming to Sesame Street anymore.
They threatened, did you see that thing? When Elmo said he hopes both teams have fun, he tweeted that out about the Knicks and the Spurs. All these New Yorkers went after him. Pick a side. And then they had
Elmo loves everybody.
The street thing. They showed the sign. They named a street Sesame Street. And they told him, this comes down if you don't take the Knicks.
Oh, come on. He loves everybody.
It's hysterical.
Little touchy there.
Don't mess with Elmo.
For prostate cancer, unveiling a new way to test for it without having to,
Was over there showing the butt close.
Chicago Cubs. Listen to every game here on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey app. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago, an Odyssey sports station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
I'm sure there are some people who aren't familiar with the show who would think, oh man, they're going to spend time talking about Caleb Williams, and Robert's a Bears fan. Like, this is just a way to talk about and celebrate Caleb Williams. Incorrect.
I really love the mental image of people like, oh, did you hear the Taft guys wouldn't shut up about Caleb Williams? And I'm like, well, yeah, like Mays is a Bears fan. It's like, no. It's not Robert. Robert is afraid that all of this is going to disappear.
Even accounting for the aggressiveness within the offense, I still think the ball placement needs a significant amount of work. I just think it needs to be considerably better for them to reach their ceiling. And I think that hangs over this entire discussion, and it hangs over my entire tone in having this discussion, is that I see what's coming with this team this year on a bunch of different fronts. The regression is coming for the defense and the turnover margin. The offensive line health regression is probably coming. There are going to be areas for this team that they are not as lucky or as fortunate as they were a year ago. The only way to overcome that stuff and be really dangerous is if you are one of the best couple offenses in the NFL. And if that is going to happen, he needs to be a better player this year, like a notably better player this year than he was last year.
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons on The Score.
Robert Mays is part of a really cool collective on that Athletic Football Show. I look forward to episodes all the time. You can YouTube it. You can listen wherever it is that you get your pods. But there's been a lot of Bears and Caleb stuff inside the last week or so of the pod. And it's been amazing to kind of sift through it. And I think they've had really responsible conversations about Caleb Williams. And I've enjoyed it because we're trying to do the same thing of, like, you see some of the exciting moments and you're like, I don't want to get too crazy because this dude does cool stuff.
I think in our roles, it's sort of a balance. Robert, I like having some irresponsible conversations about Caleb Williams on occasion, especially when Packers fans are present.
That's true. Robert now joins us here on the Potawatomi Casino and Hotel Hotline, the Midwest Best Casino. Robert, thanks so much for joining us. So walk us through the impetus for you guys saying, let's spend some time talking about Caleb specifically.
We do a series of shows every offseason where we call them the lingering question shows. And covering the NFL, there's just no way you can give proper oxygen to things in the back half of the season for a lot of different reasons. Sometimes it's just that teams are bad and you stop watching them. So on that same show, we had a discussion about the Steelers' new defensive coordinator, Patrick Graham. Like, did he do a good job in Vegas last year? Like, how should we feel about this? And so sometimes it's because teams, you just fell off your radar in the back half of the year. Sometimes it's because you were doing other things when that team season ended. So when the Bears season ended, we were lamenting the loss to the Rams, how good of a game that was, how exciting the back half of the year was, just how exciting the Ben Johnson experience was. And I wanted to just spend some time being like, all right, we're in a spot now where you look at the Jeremy Fowler list from this week. Other people have done these quarterback ranking exercises where they're saying Caleb Williams is one of the 10 best quarterbacks in the league. Well, let's dig into that a little bit. Like, what was his season really last year beyond the excitement and everyone being so thrilled about the direction of the Bears? Like, down to down, nuts and bolts, what should we feel about Caleb Williams right now? I felt like it was worth just kind of peeling it back and spending a little bit of time in it because of how the conversation is evolved or kind of shifted over the last 6 months or so.
It's interesting. I've seen some people and heard some people just being slavish to the completion percentage. And I understand the concerns. And Ben Johnson himself, when he came in, said, well, 70%. I want my quarterback to shoot for 70%. And Caleb Williams at 58.1% last year. So during the regular season. So looking at that, how do you end up either mitigating it or dissecting it or believing it? What was that process like for you?
I think it's multifaceted because I think there are a lot of reasons that it was as low as it was that go beyond any specific problems with Caleb Williams on his own. One, you have 42 throwaways as part of that season last year, which was the most in the league per next gen stats that the NFL gives you. A lot of that is him escaping sacks, not creating a negative play, but then not creating a positive play on the other side of it. That has nothing to do with Caleb Williams. That's just the play devolves after he gets out of something. There's nothing there. He's throwing the ball away, not making a bad play worse. That's a good thing. The other part is that the Bears had a lot of drops last year. I think they were top 5 in really any metric you look at in total drops. But beyond the drops, so many bang plays last year for that team fell incomplete, where the receiver and the quarterback are just kind of on the wrong page. The ball hits the receiver in the hands and gets dropped. The ball hits the receiver maybe an inch behind him, but he can't hang on to it. The best example to me is against the Rams in the playoffs. He hits Rome Odunze on the goal line on that first drive, and that ball probably should be caught, and it falls incomplete. It's not a drop, but it's a missed opportunity, and there were a lot of missed opportunities by the receivers last year. So I think you take those two things into account. That really does a lot to pull down the completion percentage, and he was a little bit scattershot and a little bit inaccurate. So I think that there are a lot of things coming into play at once that make that number 58% that go beyond just the quarterback. And I think that's probably how you get a number that's as low as it was last year.
Robert, what excites you about what year 2 with Ben and Caleb could look like?
Everything. Everything. I mean, and then I think that's what people have missed a little bit in the discussion that we had, and especially some of the clips that have gotten pulled out. I think people have fixated on the idea that I've said he needs to be better. We say 7 different times during that show, I think he will be better. And I think he can be better. We've seen quarterbacks in the league, and this is something else that we talked about that I think is really important. Too often, we've talked about quarterback improvement in massive leaps and massive chunks. And we've looked at guys like Josh Allen who've gotten significantly better and treated those as outlier events because they don't happen very often. We don't really see quarterbacks take massive leaps if they're not at least pretty good right away. But what we do see a lot of is incremental improvements at the position from year 2 to year 3, year 3 to year 4. The two guys that we really talked about on the show were, in my opinion, Jared Goff and Jordan Love are really good examples of this, where Jordan Love was pretty inaccurate his first year as a quarterback, and he got much better at that. Jared Goff, I think there's a revisionist history with this where we all kind of always thought that Jared Goff was pretty good. People were treating Jared Goff, that second first-round pick in the Rams trade, as the Lions having to throw in another one to take on Jared Goff's contract. Jared Goff is a significantly better quarterback now than he was in 2021 when he got traded to the Lions. A huge portion of that is him working with Ben Johnson over multiple years. And Jared said that to me. His understanding of the offense, the intention behind the offense, what we're trying to accomplish, why he's calling this play in this moment, that's something that built up over time, over hundreds of reps, over hundreds of hours and minutes of conversation with Ben and what he wants out of the offense. This is an incredibly fertile situation for a young quarterback, what Caleb Williams is in right now. He is one of, in my opinion, a top 3 play caller in the NFL and a truly difference-making special guy. He has an incredible collection of young skill position players and an offensive line that, even if there are more questions now than maybe there were last year, is a very good group. I think that there really is no limit to how good this group can be. It's just a matter of the young guys improving enough for them to get there.
Robert Mays of the Athletic Football Show joining us here on Spiegel and Holmes. I loved what you guys were doing when you were talking about Ben in an episode previous to the Caleb episode. Speegs and I kind of have a working theory, and I heard maybe you guys acknowledge it a little bit inside the episode. We feel like there's a chip on Ben's shoulder because he's kind of not on the tree. Like, he's not on anyone's tree. And I think that he kind of likes that he is the outsider, that I am as good as you guys, and doesn't matter that I'm not on your special tree that you guys have.
That he wasn't on that staff in Washington when everybody was there together.
There seems to be a little bit of that. Do you think that is a fair assessment?
Yes. I think that's a fair assessment. And that's not based in anything concrete. I think that's based in just talking to people who have worked with him or know him and trying to get a sense of maybe where some of this stuff comes from. Obviously, a lot of it is rooted in the LaFleur comments and how icy that relationship has been. When that staff got fired when he was in Miami in 2018, I can't remember exactly where it was, but in 2019, he was out of the league. He was coaching, whether it was in college or some other lower level of football. He was out of the NFL for a brief period of time. And I think he got hired late in the process in the offseason in 2019 as a quality control coach in Detroit before he was hired as the tight ends coach the following season. So you're talking about a guy that this was only 6 years ago. So in his mid-30s, a guy that I think correctly is identified as one of the best offensive coaches in the league, was out of the NFL altogether. I think he correctly is of the opinion that he has had to scrap and claw to get where he is in a way that maybe some of those other guys didn't, where they were attached to the right coaching trees, they were attached to the right people, and things might have come a little bit easier for them. I don't think he's misguided in thinking that, and I think that potentially is driving a lot of what you're talking about.
Robert, Ben clearly loves to learn and loves to further his craft. We loved this idea of him hanging around watching the Miami Dolphins run game that Eric Studesville was a part of and Mike McDaniel did. But I just want to ask you a general question, Salute, in that sense, which is, you know, the Bears third in rushing last year in terms of yards per game. And I feel like he has really helped kind of change the backdrop for the way that we used to talk about balance in this town and balance in the NFL. Like, well, you got to run the ball so then you can pass the ball, or do you have to pass the ball so then you can run the ball? He thinks about it in a different kind of way, doesn't he? Like in terms of the play calling and how you want a defense to be on their heels in terms of what to expect.
I think the goal for any coach in the NFL, offense or defense, is whatever situation we're in, whatever group of players I have on the field, I can do anything considering all of the variables. That's what the Rams did such a good job of for years when they were just in 3 wide receiver sets on every single play. There were no tells. There was no way to kind of gain information about what the tendencies looked like, because when they have the same 11 players out there every single play, they can do anything. And I think that teams that go under center more allow you to do this. Teams that are in nickel all the time in the way that Seahawks were, they allow you to do this on defense. And I think Ben has taken that to a situational play calling place where he's going to throw the ball and run the ball, and not equal numbers all the time, but he's going to make you defend every single option in every single down and distance situation because of how he approaches it. And I think it's just a baseline way of making yourself as hard to defend as possible. And he's consistently done it, and I think he's consistently done it to the benefit of the offense.
I love this type of stuff, Robert. Like, I'm getting close to my annual reread of Blood, Sweat, and Chalk, where basically the whole thing is like, well, here's the offensive innovation. Here's the defensive innovation. Here's the offensive innovation for that. Here's the defensive innovation. And we kind of got to this place where it's like, well, we're gonna be in 13 now. Like, this is where we're at. We're gonna make people uncomfortable with 13. And Sean McVay being really creative with some of the stuff that he's doing. There was a time when it was like, let's find hybrid defenders. And then it's like, well, we'll just maul them in 13 now. What do you expect to be the counter attack from some of the really smart defensive guys, because the offensive guys continue to up the ante?
I think the really good defenses are going to make you run it. They're going to make you prove that initial premise that you just said, where, okay, if you're going to go light. So we're at a place where teams played more base defense last year than they had in a really long time, in part because offenses were using more 2 and 3 tight end sets. And I think that, in a way, is what offenses want you to do. Like, offenses are putting those big bodies on the field so you match with big bodies so they can throw the ball and create explosive plays. That ultimately is what they're trying to do. So if you're going to match with lighter bodies to these multiple tight end sets, in theory, offenses should be able to run the ball more efficiently. I think the charge of defenses is make them do it. Make them show you that they can run the ball and establish themselves that way before you start matching it with heavy bodies and allow them to throw the ball all over the yard. And that's the magic of what Seattle did last year, is that even when the Rams were playing 3 tight ends at once, the Seahawks were still playing nickel because they're like, we're not going to let you dictate the game to us that way. And I think that's the goal. That's the goal if you're a defensive coach, is no matter what the offense is doing personnel-wise, can you try to make sure that you are the one playing the way that you want to? Who is dictating the way the game is going to go and the way the game is going to feel? I think that's become one of the most important questions in any single game, and it's one of the most important big picture trends about the league.
I had a conversation with Kirby Smart a couple years ago at SEC Media Days, and I asked him about like dictating the because he's like, yeah, like that's what I'm trying to do. Like I'm not passive, and I don't want to let the offense kind of dictate to me. Who do you think are the best guys defensively that are out there dictating what offenses can and cannot do to whatever degree they can?
I would say 3 guys jump out. McDonald is number 1 with a bullet. Like Mike is, he is a special defensive coach. I think he is the defensive answer to what McVay has been offensively over the last 10 years or so. I truly do think he is that different. And I think when you talk to offensive coaches who play against him, they have the same opinion. And again, they didn't play base defense last year. They just refused to do it. And so their ability to play how they want all the time is one of the really magical things the Seahawks can do. So he's number 1. I think the Rams did a fantastic job of this last year with Chris Shula. Like if you look at situationally, the Rams aren't that team. The Rams aren't a team that's playing 98% nickel defense all the time. They play a decent amount of base defense. They play a decent amount of dime defense with 6 DBs on the field, but they're doing it situationally when they want to, not when you're telling them to. And so I think playing situationally and not responding to personnel is part of this. The Rams did a really good job of that last year. The other guy that I think has done a really good job of just saying, I'm going to play the way I want to, we're going to be the ones that are dictating terms, is what Jesse Minter did with the Chargers last year. I think those are probably the 3 guys and the 3 teams that would jump out to me. And I think that's why you're going to see more and more teams chasing some of the trends that you saw from Mike and Jesse specifically, just because they come from the same place. And so that's an easy sell. It's like, what are the Ravens guys doing? Let's try to do a little bit more of that.
Yep. So former Raven, now a head coach for McDonald, and former Raven, now the head coach back with Baltimore in Jesse Minter. I heard no mention of Dennis Allen. The Bears, I couldn't help but notice. But actually, it's been interesting. I think Ben Johnson has tried to coach up Dennis Allen a bit. And Dennis Allen pointed a thumb in his public comments. I wonder what we'll see from him, especially in light of the fact that he doesn't have 2 defensive ends he can just unleash and go get pass rush that way.
Dennis Allen, it was an interesting year last year. Obviously, the Bears defense down to ground really struggled. I think part of that is just injuries on the back end. That was supposed to be the strength of that team last year, is that they were supposed to be a really good secondary when that group was healthy. And they were never really healthy in terms of having all 5 guys available. And even when some of those guys were available, they didn't look right. And so I think that if you were going to build the defense on that foundation, the foundation was never stable. And I think they were struggling to find answers the entire year because of it. But then you saw what Dennis Allen was capable of in the postseason specifically. He can still put together a bespoke game plan that's going to give you trouble. I mean, that's exactly what happened against the Rams in that divisional round game. I thought it was so impressive what they were able to do to kind of catch McVay flat-footed. And so my hope is, as a Bears fan, as somebody who wants to see them play well, is this year, if you're healthier on the back end, if you're a little bit deeper and better up front, you have Austin Booker all year, even if the defense doesn't have a super high ceiling, can you get to a place where you're a middle of the road, average NFL defense combined with one of the best couple offenses in the league? And I don't think that's a crazy place for them to land.
Robert, they joke that I'm the mayor of Worrytown, and they're right. I am when it comes to some of this stuff. One of the things that's got me real worried, and the thing that I didn't want to have happen, happened. And that's Kyler Murray ending up in Minnesota. I know that they are not enthused about J.J. McCarthy. I also think the KOC is at the top of the list when you're talking about getting quarterbacks on track. In your opinion, how scary is it those two guys teaming up?
I think it's scary. I mean, I think it gives them a gear that they just didn't have last year. And I think that you saw what this team can be with even pretty good quarterback play. You know, I like Sam Darnold. I think Sam Darnold is a good player. But, I mean, that team won, I think, 13, 14 games when Sam Darnold was their quarterback. I think that you've seen the gear they can reach. I mean, they were a borderline 500 team last year.
Yes.
With the worst quarterback play you can possibly get. And the defense has been a top 5 unit pretty much every single season. And so if you're at a place where Kyler Murray can play about as well as Sam Darnold did 2 years ago, what does that make you as a team? And then you throw that into an NFC North where I think the Lions are still really dangerous, the Packers are still really dangerous, and you have a really good Bears team. I mean, there's a reason that this is going to be one of the most competitive, contentious, kind of tightly contested groups in the entire league this year, because I think you can make a really serious case for all 4 of these teams being the best bet to win the division.
Robert, we appreciate your time and the stuff that you guys are doing on the Athletic Football Show. It is must-listen stuff. I enjoy it all the time, and I appreciate that you and Dave and occasionally Derek. Derek was pushing back. I was enjoying some of that when you guys getting into it, talking about Caleb. But we appreciate when you guys are available to us and the Chicago audience. Thanks for all the stuff that you do.
Appreciate you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks. That's Robert Mays from The Athletic and The Athletic Football Show.
Taffs. That's what they call it.
All right, Taffs. No T in there, though, right?
Yeah, I mean,
every time you say it, I feel like William Howard Taft's, you know?
And then you start talking about, like, bathtubs and, you know,
right.
and Taft. But
right.
no,
or Taft High School.
It would be great if we could find a Taft tie-in. But I don't know if I can find one.
I don't know if we can find that. It's hard to find stuff. We're busy, folks. Spain has beaten France. The dreams of the Mbappe-Messi final rekindled are dead. I was looking forward to that my damn self. Not happening, but that's okay. Congrats to Spain. And the All-Star game is happening. You see Kevin McGonigal say that he knew it was real that he made the All-Star team when Mike Trout texted him. That was pretty cool. McGonigal, the rookie from Detroit, he said, when Mike Trout texted me, I was like, all right, this is pretty cool. Right now, they're both on intentional talk with your friend Sierra Santos and my friend Ryan Dempster.
Ryan's going to be sitting in for me on Thursday,
yes,
strangely enough, while I'm in Canada.
Exactly right.
And he's Captain Canada.
So, yeah, Dempster will be here on Thursday.
So is Tristan Peters.
There's McGonigal and Trout hanging out together. I love the All-Star game in that way, man.
I love that Mike Trout is healthy enough to be here. He's leading off for the American League tonight.
That's cool.
That Mike F. Trout is out here, and that he's had, even though his team is basura, the fact that he is good enough, and we still get an opportunity to watch this guy.
Yeah, man. That's really
one of
cool.
my favorite players of all time. So seeing that he's smiling, you know, because between the injuries and how bad the Angels have been, it's like there's an all-time great player who's just wasting away somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
And so to see him be at the All-Star game and like be into it,
Yeah.
and now being like an elder statesman.
Isn't it fun when you look at the lineups and you're like, boy, that's daunting. Mike Trout is your leadoff man. Yordan Alvarez, number 2.
He's pretty good at baseball.
Shea Langoliers in the 3-hole. A big home run swing from Shea Langoliers. Junior Caminero in the 4-hole. Bobby Witt all the way down at 5. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, possibly the best all-around
Correct.
player not named Shohei Ohtani.
Right. Meanwhile, the National League leads off with Kyle Schwarber.
He's pretty good.
Juan Soto in the 2-hole.
What a great, like, he's a great 2-hitter to begin with.
Phenomenal.
But like, the idea of
Sure.
Juan Soto, who's batting behind him?
Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, that works.
Is your 3rd hitter. C.J. Abrams up in the cleanup spot. That's like a secondary leadoff spot or something.
Where's Pete hitting?
He's not in the lineup.
Oh, that's right, not in the starting
He's
lineup.
not a starter. Isn't that crazy?
He'll be also on the list of best non-Shohei Ohtani all-around players.
For sure, but not a starter. It's interesting. Max Muncy.
Having an incredible incredible year.
Yeah, Max Muncy, Ozzie Albies, Brandon Marsh, Andy Paez, Drake Baldwin, the catcher.
Marsh has got a lot going on with that hair plus beard.
It's wet. The hair is wet.
Why do the Phillies always have one of those?
I don't know, but Marsh pours a bottle of water on his hair like every couple innings.
It's either Brandon Marsh or it's Jason Worth or it's Test from the WWE. They always have one of those guys.
God, you're right. I forgot about Jason Worth being there. Yeah. And then Drake Baldwin, who hits leadoff for the Braves, is your 9-hitter tonight for the National League.
Pretty incredible.
Good players.
We're going to have some more conversation about baseball and the All-Star game coming up before we get out of here. Next up, Jamal Collier wrote a piece. It was front page of ESPN.com today, and it was about how things got so bad for the Bulls. There's a couple of quotes that we want to talk to you about and share, and maybe it'll give us an even better indication of what it is that we were seeing while AK and Mark Eversley were in charge. That's next here on The Score.
Chicago wakes up with Mully and Haugh, the most trusted morning show in Chicago sports. Get the latest Bears news with Brad Biggs. Ron Coomer breaks down the Cubs every Friday.
There's a chance that we're going to see Pete win an MVP, and I don't disagree with that.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy joins the show twice a month. White Sox legend Ozzie Guillen checks in Wednesday mornings at 8 to talk Sox.
The starters, they're not going to pitch 6-7 innings every night. No way. We've seen it before. They need those guys to step it up.
From Hallis Hall to Wrigley Field, the United Center to the South Side, Mully and Haugh cover it all. Start your day with Chicago's most complete sports conversation. Weekday mornings from 5:30 to 10 on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
The butts clinching,
Yes.
literally, right?
It
Clinching
starts out
butts.
with like a bunch of tight ends. Like you had
I don't know what we need that for, that audio, but we need to get it. And get it, we did. Thank you, Tyler Buterbaugh. Thank you, Ray Diaz. Thanks, Brandon Fryer. Thanks to Connor O'Donnell. Thanks, Jacob Stutz. Thanks, Max Curtis. Thanks to everybody who joined us as listeners, as viewers. Thanks to Anthony Herron and Dan Wiederer. I'm Dolores Rahimi, signing off to Marshall Harris, Mark Grote,
Thank you,
Lawrence
Dolores.
Holmes, and Matt Spiegel.
Thank you for your
I
contribution.
thought when you said thanks, Max Curtis, you were really going to say thanks, Max Crosby, and I was there for it. I was like, yeah.
Why are you Dolores?
Oh,
Because I accidentally called Dan Adam because I was reading an Adam Schefter tweet at the time. I'm checking the news.
He said, it's okay, Dolores.
And yeah, he said Dolores, and I was like, okay, I'm good with Dolores.
And we were trying to think of like the top Doloreses, and the best one I came up with some help from the textures, quite frankly, Lawrence, was Dolores O'Riordan, who was the lead singer of the Cranberries.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we lost her in the year 2018. So I don't know who's our best and most important Dolores.
How about Dolores Claiborne, the Stephen King character from a book and a film?
And the character from Seinfeld.
That's right. It rhymes with.
So then everybody sent us that, and I was howling laughing because if you look at our text line, it's pretty amusing right now.
I don't know if I want to look.
Yes,
That's
a lot
funny.
of people are reminding us of the female body part that they were describing.
Proud of you all.
Especially me, right? I didn't say it. I didn't do it.
Well, hold on, Grote.
Yeah.
So the butts that you're talking about,
Yeah.
they were not clenching, they were unclenching.
You're right.
I mean,
I
this
thought about
is-
that. I used the wrong word.
This is the entire point of the commercial.
you say that, Speaks, but it's okay to think that because to get clenched or to get unclenched, you have to be clenched. And at the beginning of the commercial, they were all already relaxed tight ends.
Well, yeah, but at the end, they show the butts unclenching because
You're
the
right.
relaxed tight end is the entire bit of the joke.
Relax your ass.
Yes,
Right.
relax
Bit
your
of the
tight
joke,
end.
You
or the
are
butt
correct.
of the joke.
My God,
You're
like,
right.
you know, has advertising taught you nothing, Mark?
To declench. You're right. I now know to
Wait,
declench.
declench? I thought it was unclench.
Unclench.
Is declench even a word?
Either way,
Unclench.
they got me.
Unclench.
I laughed when Vernon
Reclench.
Davis was painting. When I saw, like, they went to the lengths to go get Vernon Davis and have him painting. I'm like, you win. You win. All tight ends
Wait till
are
you get me,
relaxed.
and wait until I get you in my clenches.
I
Especially
can't
seen as
believe
what-
that they got away with the William Shatner stuff. I can't believe that wasn't an FCC fine.
I think I missed that one.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, they shortened his name to the first syllable, and that's all he was calling himself. And I'm like, I don't think you can.
I think you can. It's the
They
past
ran it
tense.
by somebody.
I wouldn't.
It's the past tense.
I truly wouldn't.
I understand. But how about the one time when I'll tell you this. This is unrelated that I'm thinking of it, but one time Eddie O at Olczyk referred to a high heavy shart that had it wasn't a shot. He accidentally called it a high, heavy shard on a hockey floor. And it's unrelated to anything, but that can be said.
I'm going to let you hold on to that one, Speaks.
I'm right here. I got you. See, look, anybody hit a button over there? Mitch is on vacation. We're safe. Oh, did you hit a button?
I did.
Damn you, Ray.
He brings the button with him, by the way, on vacation. Mitch has got a
cat.
big red button on the beach.
Well, you are a scaredy cat.
Ray, that is the proper move.
No, it is not.
Notice yes, it
we
is.
used to play Eddie O saying it. Because he said it.
You guys bleeped me for saying words that I could say on cable.
I don't remember that.
It was the Reddit users who broke the Quintana trade.
Right.
That's right.
I didn't bleep you. Don't look at me. I would never bleep anything.
You all had to score.
Was the word wet in it?
No.
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 But Katy Perry
yes, it was. Apparently, that was the issue. Dan explained it to me, but I don't remember why it happened.
It's the possessive.
Wet Butt 23 and Katy Perry's booty.
Unbelievable. I was like, wait,
Now
I
look
have
what you've
enough
done.
street cred to get bleeped on the score.
Broke a lot of news.
Is that the right part of that to bleep?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Don't worry about that.
You could leave that word and bleep booty if you wanted to.
Yeah, what's the
Same effect
updated
either
list?
way, right?
I need an updated list of words and phrases we can't use in 2026. Seriously,
Well,
it's tough.
if Ray's in charge, everything is bleepable.
I mean, they're told to be very careful. I assume, right? You're told to over communicate and over be careful with your buttons.
I'd rather Ray be safe with.
It's because you're the mayor of Worrytown.
Yeah, I like my job too, so I'd like to keep it.
Hey, Ray, why don't you tell everybody how you led me in to getting dumped a couple of weeks ago when there was a certain Limp Bizkit lyric
That's right.
that you just led me right into. Yeah.
That's right.
Maybe we just leave it at that.
Just leave it there. Yeah. Sorry, Grote. I led you down that path.
You did.
Our listener, Kurt, from the Finer Line. You can go to finerline.com. They will brand all sorts of things for your company image. Was listening and has prepared this nameplate for you that says Boog Shambi.
Just stopping by, everybody.
So you've got that.
Which camera am I on? Am I on that camera?
Yes, Mr. TV man. He knows well.
Just stopping by.
Just stopping by.
So now you've got a nameplate.
That is incredible. This is going on my desk.
Awesome.
Yes.
But I think
Thank you.
we need it for
Kurt, thank you.
whenever we get a chance to have. We
So
can't
you're
make
saying
another
when
one.
I come on, I have to bring this?
The play of the 2026 Summer League. Caleb Wilson going over top of a dude. Can't get close to the rim, but high enough to throw it through.
Caleb Wilson is making a lot of people feel really good about the Bulls. By the way, on that, I had an epiphany last night. You know how in the draft process, people were talking about Caleb Wilson with the floor being KG, which is crazy, like the idea of the floor being an all-time great. I think I have a theory. I have a theory on it. The theory is I see the KG. It's not in the game necessarily. It is in the approach to the game. It is in his attitude. It is in his confidence about the game where I'm like, you know what? That actually does look reminiscent of a young Ticket when he first got into the league. Like, not a lot of fear. And even if there is fear, he's able to mask that fear and go out and turn it into ferocity. That's what I'm seeing in Summer League. And it's Summer Leagues. You don't want to lose your mind. But in approach, that's what I feel like I'm looking at if you want to make the comp between the two guys.
Interesting. Yeah, I think when the comp was thrown out there, I certainly thought of it, and I thought it was being voiced as just purely his game style and what it could be. And I'm already seeing that kind of refuted a little bit. Dude made 7 threes in his first Summer League game. Not that he's going to make that many all the time, but if he's going to take that many, he's not. It's a different kind of player than KG. So I like that idea. Look, I'm distracted, Lawrence. You asked me before the show to read this piece by Jamal Collier on ESPN about the Bulls and how ugly it got before what is now a hopeful turnaround. And it is distressing. It is.
I figured you would find it distressing. Shout out to Jamal. Did a great. And remember, when you're reading this, and we highly recommend that you read it, remember, Jamal covered the Bulls. Like, he was here covering the Bulls when a lot of this stuff was going on. He has since, over the last few years, gone national and is one of ESPN's best basketball writers.
This whole thing about how they drafted Patrick Williams and fell in love with him and were sure that he was going to be like Kawhi Leonard and never got off of that is freaking horrifying to read. Like, from the get-go, multiple people in the scouting and analytics departments pushed instead for the Bulls to draft Tyrese Halliburton.
His name was being mentioned a lot around that draft.
They liked Williams, but implored Karnisovas and Eversley to look past Halliburton's funky jump shot and consider how often the ball actually went in. Their efforts were not only futile, but served as an early warning sign of what they say was a leadership team that often developed tunnel vision when it liked a player, multiple staffers told ESPN, and a disregard of its staffers. That is saying a lot.
There's more in here about that in particular. It says, Stacey King, the legendary Bulls announcer, eventually dubbed Williams the Paw as the comparison to Kawhi Leonard's moniker, the Claw. The comp stuck with the organization for years. Quote, being the first draft that those guys ran and having the pandemic circumstances, I think was a recipe for disaster, one ex-staffer told ESPN. That being said, the way over-indexed on Pat's potential, it was just really bad misevaluation, close quote.
Draft day mistakes happen, even in the best organizations, but staffers were more concerned by how long it took for Karnisovas and Eversley to come to terms with this misfire. They re-signed that dude.
That's, to me, like, the drafting is whatever. It's a crapshoot. And yeah, there were other people who thought that Halliburton made sense. You're right. That's the one that forget about the rest of the stuff that happened after that, because there was definitely ample ammunition to make a move after that, and then the way that things ended. But that re-signing was just odorous, and everyone knew it.
Everybody knew it. 5 years, $90 million for your first draft pick because you're so stubborn to hold on to it. And that, like, the disregard for staffers, they eventually forced Peter Patton out of there.
Who won a ring with the Knicks.
It's just, and that...
Mo Cheeks, too, by the way.
The ex-staffer told ESPN, it took probably 3 or 4 years for them to come off of the, well, he could be Kawhi statements. Those things continue to linger even after Patrick pretty demonstrably proved
he's not going to be Kawhi.
He was not going to be Kawhi. That was an unfortunate way to kick things off. Man, and Michael Reinsdorf stayed dug in on AK as well. Too damn long.
There's some more stuff in here which I think is interesting. Again, this is Jamal Collier's piece from ESPN.com. I think it should be still on the front page if you want to go read it for yourself. But we will read some of it for you. These couple of graphs. They clearly weren't good enough to compete with the top contenders in the Eastern Conference, yet they didn't make moves to position themselves near the top of the lottery. By the way, our guest yesterday, Julia Poe, made that point over and over again in the Tribune and was great at talking about it. The result was NBA stasis, a consistent streak of competing for a spot in the NBA's play-in tournament, where their season ended in 3 straight years from 2023 to 2025. It was never clear to staffers where the desire to remain competitive originated from. Multiple team sources said, especially because they often felt they were minimally involved in the ultimate decision-making process. Quote, it was always communicated that we had to compete and that tanking was not an option, close quote. One current front office exec told ESPN, quote, even the word tanking or the word rebuild, that word was never uttered. There was always some sort of ownership pressure in terms of competing and winning games. That was always a thing. So while they can talk about how it's been the VP or GM's decision, that hasn't really been the vibe, close quote.
So there it is. There it is right there. That Look, ownership didn't want to tank, and we knew it. We talked about it. Talked about them as Reinsdorfian in uncomfortable ways. Got different people to admit it on this air in multiple interviews.
And to be fair, there are people who push back against that inside the piece. That Reinsdorf wasn't the generator of that momentum. That being said, I tend to side with you on that.
I mean, it can be subtle. It can be subtle, and it can be, insidious. Here's the thing, though, and I made this point after the rules change. The anti-tanking rules have allowed the game to come back to the Reinsdorfs because you don't want to tank anymore. You don't want to fully tank anymore. You might want to be in some little weird sweet spot where you're not so brutally terrible, but right near that sweet spot is the actual play-in and then the playoffs. So you might as well try. And they're going to be trying from the get-go. So I think the anti-tanking rules have helped things normalize themselves, where hopefully we won't have to worry about that dynamic too much.
Yeah. So there's a lot more in here. And it is worth your time, and it kind of tells the story of how Bryson Graham is coming in and trying to process all of this and how he's going to go about building things.
Like there's a quote later on from a different team source. Anybody that's in that position, you're managing up. You're explaining to your owner, this is why we need to do this. This is how it's going to help us. And, I mean, that's the thing that I've talked about with Kevin Warren and with Ben managing up to the McCaskies. This is what we need to do, and this is why we need to do this. And Arturas had trouble managing down and managing up as well.
Yeah. So, look, it is really, really worth it for you to read this piece if you just want to get, like, I think a pretty fair, like, post-mortem on the way this thing has gone down with the Bulls, and maybe it ends up sparking some hope that there can be better synergy overall with Bryson Graham being involved. And then we'll see if he fixates on players. And like he's got to build his resume up with Chicago fans.
Sure. And you hope that they pick the right guy. Texter says, sounds like a good rage read. Yeah, if you want to read something and get angry, that's what Lawrence had me do.
I didn't mean it to be that way. No, because I don't think
it's lonely in Worrytown.
I don't think that it's like super salacious or anything like that.
No,
I just think that it's interesting to see, and I think Jamal talked to over 20 people to write this piece. So it's interesting to see how we got here.
Yeah, no, it is. Now I'm angry. You know what's going to make me feel better?
Listening to Scott Boras.
It always does. Is this full of jokes? Tanny, this Scott Boras chunk you have.
Tanny is one of the joke writers.
Well, yeah. So Porth yesterday, said, hey, I've got this Scott Boras interview from the show we're running tonight, which was the Odyssey special we ran last night.
Yeah,
with our
Grant
guy
Paulson.
Grant Paulson, our guy Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring. And he's like, do you want this Boras interview? I was like, yes. He's like, oh, it's not about puns or names. I'm like, oh, all right, whatever, I guess.
Less fun. It's less fun, but he does make a comp to the NBA as part of it. So we thought it would tie the room together between the basketball and the Jason Hayward stuff at the top and a little All-Star Game chatter in the bottom of the 5 o'clock hour.
Let's do it next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Caleb Wilson is really much more explosive, dominant, much more versatile, much more everything in 2 games than I expected to see. And I'm much more impressed than I should be watching Summer League basketball. I think he's going to be a star.
Going to be the best player on the team soon, if not to start the season. He's the best player on that team.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is sponsored by Benjamin Moore. Ready to refresh your home? Benjamin Moore offers premium paint in over 3,500 colors, backed by unmatched quality and durability. Visit BenjaminMoore.com for a participating retailer near you.
Person?
No.
Yes! Yes! If we're going to be together, you need to bring that.
No. Boo, let that sit on your desk, and thank you very much for playing with the bid. Quit putting labor on people.
But there's going to be a time, Lawrence, in the future where he's going to have it at home. It's going to be at home. He's going to be with us, and nobody's going to know who he is.
Who are you? Just stopping by.
We have one more item for you, sir. Could you Could you retell the story quickly about your mother and Pat Murphy, please? You shared it with us then, but if you could, it's a wonderful story. If you would, please.
My mom was, as she would watch the Cubs last year, and then towards the end of the year and then into the playoffs, I called her before one of the playoff games, and she said, "Ooh, that manager on the other team, that Pat I don't like him at all. I don't. It looks like every time they score, he's sitting there saying to Craig Counsell, up yours, and I don't like it." So I told Murph in one of the pregame meetings, and we immediately made a video that we sent to my mom where he was basically like, "Look, I'm a good guy. I really like Craig. I'm sorry if I'm rubbing you the wrong way. I'm not trying to rub anybody's nose in it. Really apologize." And that's...
Okay. Well, the listener was listening, and he made this for your mom.
Oh, my God.
He made it for your mom.
Spelling's right?
Did he get the name right?
Well, Mom's the best. What it makes it even better, and what's great is now my mom's going to hate this show because my parents got divorced, and my mom's been going by Suzanne Wolf since I was 3.
Oh no!
So calling her Suzanne Shambi,
not
I would
go
say it's
well.
going to be like bees stinging her face. So the idea, yeah.
Oh well,
we can just take that back.
Kurt from the finer line.
Kurt.
What if
tell
actually...
people it says Suzanne Shambi doesn't like Pat Murphy?
Hates Pat Murphy.
Hates Pat Murphy. Well, maybe you could give it to Murph. You can do what you want with that.
Wouldn't it be hilarious
if he wanted another shot at it? My take would be Suzanne Wolf, WOLF.
Yeah.
Not a Pat Murphy fan.
Got it. Okay. All right.
Now, the miracle would be if you actually had a Suzanne Wolf nameplate in the box speaks. You're like, we hadn't anticipated that.
And here we go. That's right.
Here it is.
I just keep pulling nameplates out of the
until
box.
we get it right.
I'm going to text that to both Murph and my mom.
Oh, there
Maybe
we
I'll
go.
put them on the same thread. No,
There
I'm
you
not
go.
doing that.
You could do it.
Are you actually going to send it to your mom?
I am
Because
going to send it to my mom.
we are sorry.
No.
To your mom.
It's look.
Here's a couple of pens from the
The other thing I would say, I love my mom, but it's the old idea. Like in comedy, somebody's got to get hurt. In this case, it might be my mom because she's not going to be loved being called Mrs. Shambi. Oh,
there is always a victim in comedy.
Yeah,
it's very true. He is John Boog Shambi. He is the Cubs play-by-play man for the Marquee Sports Network.
You look at the Seahawks opponents, and it's the type of thing. Oh man, is that they're calling me with my room service?
Is that Robbie? Robbie's got your food.
Yeah. Robbie, iron my shirt.
Robbie.
Just leave it. Thank you.
Oh my God, they were calling you? That wasn't an excuse.
They're at the door. They're at the door.
Yeah,
He can't get him from his interview to
now
go
the
get the
phone is
door.
ringing with my food. I apologize for that. It's so unprofessional. What were we saying? Oh no, and we have Chiefs. Chiefs have been knocked up.
Right.
You can just leave it outside, please. Thank you. 1 second.
Don't skimp on the dessert now.
It's going to
Make
be
sure the tiramisu is
Danny,
there.
let's be honest. It's either going to be the Patriots or it's going to be the Bears, and I'm thinking it's going to be the Bears. Because does the NFL want that smoke? Vrabel front and center off just from the tip.
That's the other thing. Can you promote Vrabel?
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be the Bears. I'm convinced. I'll be shocked if it's anybody but the Bears.
It probably will be. I have a very angry room service person at my door. Can you guys hold on for 30 seconds?
Go. You got.
We're listening to Danny Parkins go get his room service here on 104.3 The Score. You know, they say people get promoted, and you don't really understand the lifestyle. But then he starts talking about Robbie getting his bagel, and then next thing you know, the guy who's hosting your segment just abandons us for the room service.
Robbie, butter my bread. That's right.
That's actually hilarious.
Why do you think he's listening?
Maybe there's like an issue with the room
Robbie
service.
is not in the room next to you.
Is Robbie's listening right
so
now?
Sorry.
Oh,
and he's back.
I called when I called for room service. I said, if this is going to come up really quickly, I'm going to be on a work call. can you leave it outside? And I pre-charged it to the menu. They clearly did not relay that message. And so she was just banging on the door, yelling.
The burden of proof is to say, what alternative systems? We have the decapitated systems of the NBA, which have said, I no longer can take a competitive team and keep it because I can't have depth and stars.
That's Scott Boras comparing the NBA to MLB in terms of the stars and the structures. And Scott Boras has long been considered kind of the de facto head of the MLB Players Association. He's really in it for the stars, for the people at the very top, and not really for the rank and file or the young players. But they're not going to go against him for the most part because they hope to be those stars. Correct. Eventually represented by him.
You would, if you've got some motion, you would love to be represented by Scott Boras.
Yeah, exactly.
But if you don't, then you're trying to figure out a way to get represented by Scott Boras.
For instance, Ellie De La Cruz probably not going to sign an extension with Cincinnati because his agent is Scott Boras.
Has anyone told you that you should enjoy the season?
I've heard that.
Baby T asked us during the meeting today. He's like, what do you guys think? You're probably a little bit more optimistic than I am, as per usual. I'm thinking baseball will be back in July.
Next year?
Yeah.
I think we'd all sign up for that.
You think it'll be longer?
And
I thought you were saying April, May.
I think it might be back sooner than that. I think it's possible that it might be back April spring training, so a May
start, maybe early June start.
Right? But I'd sign up for that. Truth be told, I'd sign up for July. I mean,
I think July sounds about right, where everyone can kind of find out, do you have the finances to live through not getting your check, which is something that the NFL did to the NFLPA 2 negotiations ago.
Right, exactly. Want to put that heat on. Well, let's hear what Scott says. Scott Boras from the All-Star Special with Rob Bradford and Grant Paulson last night. Can this negotiation be different? Where is the hope?
The hope is simple understanding that when you have the grace of what we have after COVID, and we see the response, and we have Asia now. We have Canada. We have all this viewership. We have all these vendors that want the viewership. And the viewership has never been at a higher state and never been at greater value. We have an owner who went and took and signed 4 or 5 players. That's all he did. And he took 20,000 fans and made it 40 and took a $600 million franchise and made it worth $4 billion. That's the genius of Peter Seidler. God bless him. And that genius was rewarded to that ownership. And that genius was allowed to do so based upon the stage and the platform that was provided. And so a lot of people have worked very, very hard to get this stage to provide it. And you know what? It's operating so wonderfully. So why not let it continue to operate and place the burden of proof on anybody else?
You've been through this sort of time where there's a back and forth. Does this feel any different than maybe the last time we went through this?
I think we have leadership with extreme experience, sophistication. I think we have a communication structure that is sound. I think we have an executive board and union leadership that has really, really understands all concepts. Because remember, we know what they said when they went to COVID and about the ills, what's going to be happening in the next 5 years. This group of people have heard all that. They know. They've seen the faces, and they saw the reality of what was true and what wasn't. And the purported knowledge that they have going through this allows all of them to operate from a platform that is far more detailed, precise, to advise everyone, really, not only players, but everyone about the prosperity our game holds today under a system that operates. And we're seeing the dynamics of a decapitating system operate in the NBA, where stars can't stay there. Owners can't do what they want to do. Basketball intellect can't form. The Boston Celtics can't compete with Oklahoma City. For what reason? It is because of a decapitating system. It is not because of the intellect of the franchise or the willingness of the owner. And once you take that promise away, fans are going to say, I no longer can rely on my owner to do what I want him to do. And the reason fans and generations of fans attach to teams and ownership in their community is the fact that they grade them, they analyze them, they participate in them, they talk about them, because they have the will to do things. And when they have the will to do things, it gets questioned, it gets looked at, and it creates interest. And that's what you want in sport. And to have any other system that doesn't allow that, then guess what? You have limited the breadth of what that sport could be for a nation, and really, in our case, for a major part of the world.
What you hearing?
I'm hearing noise in regards to an uncomfortable negotiation that I hope is as short as what you and I talked about.
There's a lot of stuff to fight through, like the
really
chloroforming of the minor leagues, a salary cap, a salary floor, the Olympics.
Yeah,
that's a thing.
The Olympics thing is, I didn't even realize it. Jeff Passan wrote about it this morning. Everybody wants to be involved in the Olympics, which are in Los Angeles in 2028. But the stuff that's holding the league and the players back is, everything. It's another complicated negotiation where they're like, well, we got to worry about the hotel rooms. You got to worry about mandating participation. You got to worry about this. You got to worry about that. It's like tickets and all
the schedule.
The schedule. Well, the schedule they could agree on. But literally, they're fighting about hotel rooms, tickets for the event, and the mandatory participation agreement. And so it's all a non-starter right now.
All right, so that's sad baseball. What if we gave you some happy baseball to help you out here? The thing that we've all wondered, what the hell happened in that clubhouse in Cleveland 10 years ago? We've got some answers for you next here on The Score.
Hey, Sox fans, what's going on the South Side? Find out with former White Sox world champion manager Ozzie Guillen every Wednesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with Mully and Haugh.
Plus, Steve Stone throughout the season giving you an insider's perspective on this up-and-coming White Sox team. Only on Chicago's Sports Radio, 104.3 The Score, and live on the free Odyssey app.
We've all been there. You pop into the shop for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden you've forgotten where you parked.
They got the Raptors at home. They got the Pistons at home. They got the Knicks at home. They got They got a bunch of games coming up at home. They are on a long homestand coming up. I mean, do they beat Charlotte on Feb 24 or the Trailblazers on Feb 26? I'm looking for the next win, and it doesn't just scream. Of course you're going to. They've got Sacramento, but that's a road game. Every time the Bulls go west. That's usually not a great. That's never been a great thing for them when they head west. Memphis back at home, March the 16th. Could it be from now to March the 16th until the Bulls win their next game?
Wow, you think the Bulls are not going to win for a month?
I'm just buying the game.
He says 5 wins.
I say the over/under is 5.5.
I would take the over, but I don't think that they're going to. I think 10 is probably realistic. I think 10.
I want you to look through that schedule and find me 10 wins.
I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and extol the virtues of the Bulls.
I understand that.
I don't think things do not look very promising tonight against the Celtics in Boston for Chicago's AAU team. I don't think it looks very good at all for the collection of individual talents they have put together. Collectively, they can't play a lick of defense. They're not stopping anybody.
Here's how I feel about Cubs pitching right now. Mixed. There's been some really good performances, and there's been some really bad. Jackson Wiggins yesterday, Caleb Thielbar the day before, bad.
Wait, hold on. I'm writing this down because I'm going
Zach,
to shred you during the regular season when you bring up spring training numbers.
Are you going to? Okay, then that would be rightfully so. But that's all I can deal with right now. But don't be the guy that it's only game 4. When they're 4 games in and they're 1-3, and I'm jumping up and down. Don't worry, it's only 4 games. They all count.
But they
all count the same, whether it's September or March.
You were freaking out last year during the points where they weren't hitting. They still ended up winning 92 games and had a pretty deep postseason run. And had they not had some starting pitching injuries, who knows where they would have ended up.
Zach, it's my job to freak out over these games.
No,
I'm a Cubs
you choose
fan.
to.
I'm a Cubs fan.
You
I
choose
treat
to.
every game. I treat every game like a Bears game. They all matter. They all count. Please enlighten me. What in the world was Shota Imanaga working on yesterday? I'd love to know. Can we have Shota and the interpreter take some questions and let us all know what in the wide world of sports he was working on, allowing 3 home runs to the White Sox yesterday?
Neck exercises.
Neck exercises. Very good. You know, the World Baseball Classic's about to start. So yesterday when the lineups came out, I was curious, and so I retweeted it. And it was basically, arguably, an opening day lineup for the Cubs.
Yeah.
It was that was the opening, potentially the opening day
It was a
lineup.
significantly more impressive
Right.
one than the White Sox.
Right. And so I was like looking forward to it. It's been a little bit since the Cubs have been on television. I had the DVR set up. We'll get to why I had the DVR set up in a couple of minutes. That's a tease. But yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
boy.
what are we working on here?
Exciting.
What are we working on here? Okay, sorry, David. I'll stop.
No, I'm glad.
See, he took while you were gone, Mully. He took over your role.
No, just
what did I? How am I
I'm sorry. I
getting
just
dragged
was,
into it?
continue. I'm sorry.
No, I'm curious. What exactly was Shota working on? And as you told me, neck exercises. Well done. Good. Go. Is he going to the WBC?
No.
No. Too bad.
I don't believe so.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but on Saturday, March the 28th, we are going to have the earliest must-win statement game by the Cubs. David's guy, Cade Horton, is going to throw. I already have to adjust my prediction from yesterday already on day 2 at 6:07 in the morning.
Put away the broom.
So no sweep. And now it's 94 wins. So it's not 95 wins, so it's 94 and 68.
Not necessarily.
104.3 The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is 104.3 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR, WSCR FM and HD1 Chicago. An Odyssey sports station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
Game 7 of the World Series is going to go into extra frames. At the end of 9, absolutely nothing has been decided. It's the Cubs 6 and the Indians 6. Back with the 10th inning. It is raining hard. The umpires have decided to delay things for the time being.
Along with Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer, I'm Mark Grote, and we are very close to resuming. It will have been a very short rain delay. We are in the top of the 10th inning. Kyle Schwarber will lead off, followed by Chris Bryant. Both of those guys are up as the Cleveland Indians begin to take the field again, tied 6-6 Cubs and the Indians. That said, we hand it right back to Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer.
Mark, thank you, and thanks for your assistance in the rain delay. Shaw remains in the game on the hill for the Tribe. Schwarber leads it off. Schwarber rips a base hit into right field. A bullet between Napoli and Kipnis. Schwarber continues to do amazing things.
Sometimes I forget that Mark Grote has a championship ring because he did such a great job on Cubs pre and post. And man, I remember how tense that moment was I was watching in the basement, and I had spent the week at Wrigley. I had spent the week talking to Cubs fans at Wrigley, and it was really like an incredible experience. I did a hit Spiegs with CNN on it. I met a fan who had driven in from Pennsylvania, and I was like, wait, the game's in Cleveland. You went past Cleveland to come here? And I want to say that, if I'm remembering this right, the guy worked for Hershey. And he was like, hey, I need a couple days off. And they were like, no. And he was like, I quit. And he left Hershey, Pennsylvania, and drove all the way here to just be at Wrigley, ideally when it happened. You were there, though.
Wow. I love that story, though. I didn't realize that and just hearing about that.
I talked to so many fans, and because you remember how they were writing on the building with
for
chalk.
sure. And I remember the pictures of everybody outside the marquee.
Yeah, guys, people had their radios. People were taking radios to the cemeteries. My guy Jake Johnson was talking about that. Like it's a really crazy time, but you're like in the middle of it.
Yeah, while that was playing, I got chills during that little open from Tanny because I remember, because I was there. I was sitting down the right field line of the auxiliary press box for part of the night. During the rain delay, I definitely came back to the broadcast booth and was hanging out with Grote and Pat Hughes and Ron Coomer and Mitch Rosen and Len Casper, because Len was there.
Len jumped on the radio broadcast and helped out tremendously.
But I also remember the rain just pouring down and how hard it was hitting, because I was on the field after the game. Like it's crazy. Like that just hearing that open jarred my memory. Maybe on Hit and Run this weekend it'd be a good time for me to like kind of map out everything I can possibly remember from one of the more memorable baseball nights of any of our lives.
I mean, we have a show tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you there. I'll be there.
You know, like we could do that tomorrow if you want. I don't have a problem with it.
No, but
it's an extensive research project, Lawrence. Okay, he's got to remember things he did.
No, seriously, I have to mine through my own freaking history.
I mean, there's a
got
lot
a journal
there
about it to dig through it. It was crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot there, and like when you think about what the Cub fan was like, the average Cub fan was going through in that moment, it's agonizing.
Dude. Just the agony, and then
are they going to keep playing? Does this game have to resume tomorrow? Am I going to have to go to sleep thinking about a resumption of Game 7 of the World Series?
And what has become legendary is that they found themselves, the players did, in a little weight room off of the visiting clubhouse there in Cleveland, and Jason Hayward led them into that room supposedly and delivered some kind of speech that transformed their mindset. And during that rain delay, Jason Hayward earned every dollar of his contract, is the way the legend goes, right? So he talked about this on the Lovable Reunion podcast with Rizzo and Ross, and I haven't heard this yet. Tanny's been doing God's work, finding the time and the way to listen to all this stuff and pulling the important stuff. Remember a few weeks ago, Lawrence, we had the conversation about Joe Madden talking through his strategy with those guys. And that was heavy to hear. Apparently, Jason Hayward talked about some of the same stuff as he was explaining to Rizzo and Ross what led to him even wanting to speak up.
Again, like, I always knew we were going to win. Always. But I also knew, I'm watching the right field. The way I play defense, I pay attention to our pitchers, pay attention to hitters. Chappie threw 55 pitches in Game 5.
Yeah, oh yeah.
With 2 at-bats as a closer, coming from the American League. And then we get to Game 6.
He had 2 at-bats in Game 5.
2 ABs, dog, 55 pitches. So we go back there for Game 6. We go up big. We do our thing. I think that's the game Addy goes grand slam, right? Youngest to do it.
Yeah.
In a
Riz hits a late home run to put us up big.
Right.
Right.
Top of the 8th.
Chappie, bro. But like he comes in the game, and I think all of us are on the same page. Was like, wait a minute, like why Chappie right now?
Yeah, we need him for tomorrow.
Need him for tomorrow, and he threw 55 pitches his last outing.
And we had ridden him hard the whole second half.
And then in the
playoffs.
And then in the baseball sense, I'm like, look, Chappie throws the 4-seamer, throw the slider. Okay, like 2 pitches. Obviously, the heater plays, and then the slider helps off of that. But they're getting another free look at him. And that's what I didn't want to have happen. So on Game 7, I'm like, all right, he's coming in. Like, bro, they know everything he's got. And I don't know how many bullets he's got left. Look up at the scoreboard, he's throwing 98. 98 for a lot of people, especially at that time in 2016, amazing. Chappie can touch 104.
Yeah.
Right? And so he didn't have the same bullets. You're catching him, which I'm not sure how many times you guys got to work together.
I didn't work with him much, and I'm calling all heaters. That's what I did, because I'm thinking nobody's hitting that. We were talking about that on another show. So I think I called like 12 or 15 heaters in a row. Like, no wonder he went deep.
But like,
idiot.
But those are details, right, that I'm watching play out. I'm like, man, they hadn't worked together. Rossi's calling heater. I know what you're thinking, but also I know like they've seen him. Now
Rajay's choked up.
That's what I was gonna say, bro.
Saw that last.
Granted, he's choked up like that far on the bat. He did everything he needed to do. Had the AB. I'm like, I don't have a good feeling watching from right. He hits the homer. LeBron's on the screen. J.R. Smith's on the screen. Also, ironically, like in the background is like their arena. right? The basketball arena, and they won the NBA championship that
From
year.
being down 3-1 that year.
Exactly, against the best record in the game. So I'm like, is Cleveland about to do it again? Nah, they're not going to do it again. Like, we're still going to win this game, but we're going to need to chill out, reset. After the homer, I'm like, no, we're going to go right back in and we're going to score right away. Right away, we're going to do it. Somebody's on first. I freaking ground into a fielder's choice. I'm like, nah, it don't matter. Like, we're still scoring. Somehow, some way. I steal second. They throw it away. I get to third base. I'm on third with 1 out. Haugh up, our co-NLCS MVP. I'm like, yeah, nah. Like, he's already taken a cutter guy deep this game in Kluber. I was like, Shaw's on the mound, cutters. I was like, right here, we're going to score. And then as the at-bat plays out, I'm like, Sandlot. In my head, I'm like, Sandlot. I'm like I wish the would, like, drop the ball or something or make a bad throw back to the pitcher or, like, throw a cutter.
Yeah, you're just ready for anything.
Ready for anything. And it gets to 3-2, right? 3-2 count. And I'm still like, nah, like, he's going to get it done. And Jonesy, our third base coach, safety squeeze. That was the play put on from the dugout. Very hard to pull off no matter what. I hadn't seen Javi bunt a whole lot, but like in this situation, big moment, that was the call.
With 2 strikes.
And so he bunts it foul. Therefore, you're out as a batter, and now there's 2 down. And I'm like, all right.
What are we doing?
Yeah. Essentially, what are we doing? Why would the scenario, like, bro, like, let him swing. Like, he's going to, at the worst, pop a ball to right field. I'm scoring. Like, we saw their outfield that series. Like, they kind of helped us, stay in the series a bit.
Yeah, they helped us.
But it plays out that way. Dex is coming up next. I'm like, all right, nah, we're still going to get the done somehow. Sky's opening up. I'm like, nah, like, they're about to pull this. They're not going to let us, like, ruin the rest of the game. And I know the dugout is right now. I know for the first time all year long, everyone's not thinking the way we usually think. But I think more importantly, there's no game tomorrow.
Wow. That is Jason Hayward questioning the use of Aroldis Chapman. Chappie thrown 55 pitches in Game 5.
They knew what he had.
And questioning, asking Javi Baez to bunt with a squeeze with 2 strikes. And you know what's amazing about hearing Hayward, like, questioning all those managerial things, all those things.
You were doing it too?
No, what was fascinating to listen to is he still had the confidence that they were going to win. Like, all the while. And he knows the dugout is feeling like crap and thinking that, oh, man, we're in trouble. But Hayward is the leader thinking, oh, no, we still got this, but we're just going to have to do it and find a way to overcome some of this dumbass stuff.
Thinking the game through. Hearing, like, I love to hear guys talk about this. You don't ordinarily hear that from an outfielder. Like, what the level of description that you got from Jason Hayward is usually what you get from a shortstop or a catcher, where they're going, yeah, I'm thinking about how this game is playing out in all different ways. I also love the idea of, I'll just do it myself. I'll just sandlot it if I have to. If a ball gets by or if it's a lazy throwback, I'm thinking about scampering.
That's a good point by you, though, like of he's living and breathing every pitch and every position and everything like he's an infielder, a catcher, or a center fielder, but he's doing it from right. And, it's funny. Joe Madden says that Jason Hayward is one of the best leaders he ever had, and you can hear why Jason being locked in like that. And Ross and Hayward obviously have that incredible connection. All right, so that's him questioning all the strategy. That's what led up to the moments of the speech there in Cleveland. And here's Jason Hayward for the first time ever on record talking about the speech that he gave during the rain delay in Game 7.
So I'm like, right then in that moment, as I'm coming off, I'm like, no, we got to talk. And then I go straight to you. And I'm like, hey, like, bro, tell everybody weight room. And I tell you because I'm also knowing, like, if it's a bad idea, you're going to be like, nah, Jay, that. Like, go sit your ass down.
Bro, you never come with bad ideas because you don't say much. And that's why it was so you said that. I was like, all right, perfect. And then we all head down there and get in there and, everybody's got a different version. And then I go get Chappie. We come back. He's crying. We walk through that. But then you're like, hey, I just want to get everybody together.
Yeah. I'm like, real quick, won't take long. Weight room. I know it's right there. Closest point for everybody to get together. We wait for the bullpen to come in. Like you said, like Chappie was the last one to come in because, bro, all the way of the world, like literally the whole world, the universe was on him. In that moment. He's crying. He's in tears. I know I'm sure a lot of guys have talked about that, but like he's crying, like gives a this dude's thrown so much for us. Like we rode him. He's who he is. We rode him. All right.
Pony.
And so we get in there and I'm just like, look, this is not an excuse. Like, we won 103 regular season games. We are the best team in the league. We're the best team in the game. We made it to this point, coming back down from 3-1 because manager made a mistake. All right, so what? Like, doesn't matter. Every other team in this game, a manager makes a mistake. But, like, that's not going to be our excuse on why we don't go out there and finish this game the way we are. Like, this is us. This is who we are. Like, let's do what the Cubbies do. Let's go play like we don't give a about who's going to win or not, and let's see what happens.
That's what I remember. There was so much going on. I just remember you talking about playing. We played for one another all year and we're the best team in baseball. That was kind of it was simple. Like, then a couple guys, I think you said something, a couple guys that said some small stuff, but like that was powerful. And then the rain was perfectly, it was dry as bone. Quick one. Yes.
17 minutes.
17 minutes.
Tears of joy. Tears, I don't know what it was, but half the tears of joy now. But what I think you talk about Joe. Do you remember what you said?
Do you remember
in the speech?
I mean, I felt like it was around about that. Now, like, I don't remember verbatim.
I remember the passion behind your voice was just everyone, right? The front office, the coaches, the media, the outside world, right? We are the boys. And everything about us kind of gave us that monster reset of, and it was no disrespect to any of
at all
to anyone.
No,
it was just more of, hey, like you said, don't forget who the we are, and then everyone leaving that.
Now I remember that. I appreciate that because like that's what it was.
That's the whole message behind it.
If you're gonna win and you're gonna go all in, like that's the one thing you have to have. It's like, bro, like everybody's gonna do their job. Like, thanks for putting this team together. Thanks for getting us the nice bus, the hotel, family. Thank you guys for being here and supporting us. But like right now, like we're the only ones that can affect it.
Exactly.
We're the only ones that can do something right here.
That's right.
Wow.
This is amazing stuff.
Isn't that
amazing?
That is staggeringly great stuff. F everybody, F the front office, F the manager, everybody messed up, but no disrespect. And he means it, and you can hear it. It's not about disrespecting them. It's about just remember who we are. The players are the ones who get it done, and we're the best effing team in baseball. Do it for each other. Stay together. Unbelievable.
The idea that these guys, to a man, have all been like, yeah, we knew our manager didn't have his best day.
Yeah.
And we had to overcome that. But looking at it from the standpoint of there are times when each of us didn't have our best day, and everyone had to overcome that.
That's why, and look, I've heard stuff through the years about this speech and have reported. I remember I said it a few times. I knew it was about, on some level, our manager screwed us and it doesn't matter. Like, we can rise above. Like, I knew that was what that was about. And I understand why they didn't want to say it until now they're comfortable saying it. But I think I've reported this too, Lawrence. I know I've talked about it. Like, the next spring, Cubs executives asked Joe to get in front of the crowd, get in front of his team.
And be like, hey, my guys carry me.
Hey, guys, all year we picked each other up. And in that night, you guys picked me up. And Joe wouldn't do it.
And some people believe that that was the beginning of the end of that.
I firmly believe that that was the beginning of the decay of the relationship, because you got to point a thumb. And it's emboldened me in the way that we've talked about Matt Eberflus and then Ben Johnson and whatever, like coaches pointing a freaking thumb. You're human. Maybe you screwed up. And Joe has since been able to talk about it, but that next year he couldn't.
Have you ever had any conversations with Jason Hayward?
Yes, but not about this.
He's
amazing though. I remember a conversation that I don't remember whether it was, I think it was me and Jason. It might have been me and Danny. I don't know. Where in the broadcast booth in Mesa, where he came up, and I always remember him talking about, when I'm a right, do you like center field or right field? He said, I like right field. I said, why? He said, because the wall's right here and the other wall's there, and I just feel like I've got my view of the entire field from this corner, and it's my world. Like, he can see it from there.
I find him to be incredibly inspiring, even when he's not trying to be.
He's just naturally incredible that way.
Some people have that gift, and my interactions with him have been him challenging me. And the challenge is like, hey, you can be here more because there are not enough black people in clubhouses. And he's like, I expect to see you more.
He said that? Wow.
We had a great conversation about it.
That's amazing.
And I was like, you're right. I will do more to be out here more. And he and I have had, I think, a really good relationship.
That's cool.
Since.
I don't think I remember any Jewish players saying that to me. It's good to have some Jews around.
Bregman didn't say that to you? I thought he said that to you when we were at Cubs convention. He gave you the thumbs down.
Yeah, Bregman gave me
He told
the
you not
thumbs
to
up.
come. He was like, hey, you.
And then I said, what's that thumbs down about?
Nothing.
Doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean a thing. Thumbs down. One more from Jason Hayward. This is him talking about whether or not there are any regrets.
I'm definitely glad I did it.
Yeah.
Like, no, that was a no-brainer. Jason Hammer, immediately after people started walking out of the room, he was like, hey, Jay, like, that's going to go down in history, this speech right here. I'm like,
Wow.
what?
Wow.
He right away, he said it.
Know that.
I'm like, huh? Like, what do you mean? He's like, nah, bro, he's like, that was amazing. Like, man, thank you for doing it, whatever. Like, that's going to help us out a lot. Like, you're going to be always be remembered for it. I'm like, thanks, bro. I appreciate it, but like, we're about to go win.
Yeah.
Like that.
Bro, he said that though. You remember that?
100%.
Heard that.
That's why I wanted to bring it
Bro,
up.
we walked out of there like
It's totally different.
You look back of the impact of that speech, of those 17 minutes of where, bro, when we went back to Cleveland, I don't know if you remember this, but every time we went back, I sat right there. Yeah. I sat on the treadmill on the far left side, right? Cogman was sitting next to me. This guy was here. And every guy knew exactly where they were in that. It's like time stopped. And I don't think we knew until after the fact of how big that moment was.
Man, it's that powerful stuff. So every time Rizzo would go back to Cleveland, he'd go to that weight room and go sit on that particular spot. How about Jason Hamill knowing it and calling it out to Hayward?
Sometimes some of that stuff, you can feel it. Like, you can absolutely feel it. And that's, like, incredible. So,
God, Tanny's been sitting on that.
The Lovable Reunion podcast. Wow. It's been really good, and it goes to something else that we've been talking about on the show today. Like, I think that Anthony Rizzo is a star. I think that he's an absolute star in the media space. And I think Rossi can be if he wants to be.
I mean, Rossi's doing games for ESPN again, and he's good at it. But yeah, Anthony's got a thing,
and it's great because as someone who talks a lot, it's nice to.
You do talk a lot.
I know. It's nice to see someone who doesn't talk a lot, like what that impact can be when they, like it's a really interesting way to talk about the concept of leadership, of the guy who doesn't say stuff,
but when he does,
everyone listens, and everyone and they believed, and that belief allowed them to pick themselves up. And that's a hard moment. It's a hard moment when you see one of your teammates cry, and you know that they did their best and it didn't work. And so you have to, in one way, you got to pick that guy up. You got to make sure he's in the room and that he is loved, because in that moment, you can expect that person to try and isolate themselves. So knowing that they were there to pick him up, and then you start from there. And then you go, I know that all this other stuff has happened, and it doesn't matter because we are here. We belong here. And those guys believing and then being like, okay.
Yeah.
And now the rain stopped. Let's go win.
Let's go win. And so they did. Just incredible stuff.
So look, I know that I'm giving away ideas. Like I gave one to Joe.
Yeah.
I stand by this idea. Not that I can profit from it at all. I really do think if they want to continue this, they should do episodes with guys from Cleveland. And the fact that one of them is available to them immediately because Jason Kipnis is doing stuff for Marquee, I would love to get those guys' perspective on all of these things. Like what was happening in the Cleveland clubhouse. Those guys must have felt like, man, did we dodge a bullet?
Yeah.
Look at us. We are right here.
The other speech, the speech you didn't hear about from the Cleveland Indians locker room. Lonnie Chisenhall got up and...
What did Kluber say?
We took advantage of the mistake that Joe Madden made, and we thought we had buried these guys.
We got this now. Thanks, Lonnie. Good talk, buddy. And they go out there like, well, I guess Lonnie's speech isn't going to live on in infamy at all. Nobody's going to remember what Lonnie had to say.
Poor Lonnie. We don't know that it was Lonnie Chisenhall.
No, we don't, but that was
maybe?
That was a delightfully deep pull. It was perfect.
Looking at Michael Brantley, why aren't you playing?
Right.
We would have won if you'd be playing.
Hey, nice try, Coco Crisp. But that didn't make a lick of sense.
It's part of the reason why I think they should do this. Like Covelli has been out here in these media streets talking about stuff.
Yeah.
Go get Coco Crisp and Jason Kipnis.
Hey, I'm sure they'd love to talk about it.
They probably would like to process it.
I mean, maybe, but it'd be a sad podcast. You know what they'd be saying? They'd be saying that they would want a remedy. Can I have some remedy? A remedy for me, please. Because if I had some remedy, I'd take enough to please me. That's what I'm saying. That's what Lonnie Chisenhall and Coco Chris would be saying to each other.
But Speaks, as we have learned today, we don't know that the Rizzos don't hang out with the Crisps or with the
the Ossenmachers.
The Ossenmachers.
The Sextons.
The Chisenhalls.
The Plunks.
We don't know that. The Hands. We don't know if they hang out with all of those families.
The Ossenmachers, the OJs, the Sextons, the Plunks, the Burleys, the Mowers.
People all over the world.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Those the OJs. They smile in your face, those OJs.
All the while they want to take your place. Okay?
Start a love
You got to
train.
be careful.
Love
the OJs.
train.
Chad OJ, for anybody who doesn't know. OGEA is the way you spelled that. But yeah.
Not in my mind. In my mind, it's the OJs.
On a love train.
Damn right.
Damn right.
Why not? Why wouldn't it be? All right, let's take a break. When we come back, Speegs has a question for you.
Anybody care?
It goes deeper than that.
That's basically it, though.
But yeah, it kind of is it. And we'll ask.
Come on,
Does
man.
anybody really know what time it is?
Does anybody really care?
You don't get tickets for knowing that song lyric. Back after this on The Score.
Cubs fans, 104.3 The Score takes you inside the dugout to talk to your favorite Cubs throughout the season. Talking to Ian Happ, Tuesdays at 11:25 a.m. with Rahimi, Harris, and Grote.
You get a chance to take care of business and finish the job. That's kind of what's in front of us here.
Nico Horner, Tuesdays at 2:30 with Spiegel and Holmes.
It can be a tricky spot when you start changing things just to change them.
And Cubs manager Craig Counsell, bi-weekly, also with Spiegel and Holmes.
Win or lose, you have to start over the next day a little bit.
Plus, Cubs pitching coach Tommy Hotovy bi-weekly with Mully and Haugh. We'll also talk to Cubs president of baseball operations Jed Hoyer and GM Carter Hawkins throughout the season as well.
We are your official radio home of the Cubs. Chicago's Sports Radio 104.3 The Score.
This segment is brought to you by Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. Grand Geneva Resort's new 11-hole golf course